Chapter 2851, Chapter 2839, Kono arrived. Poof! With a soft muffled sound. The light beam directly shot through the head of the muscular instructor. It did not give him a chance to receive treatment. Major! You? At this moment, Chinook ran to Jiang Fei. He tried to assassinate me and fired first, Jiang Fei said, and went straight to his own barracks, leaving Chinook alone to look at the instructor's corpse with a frown. Other than Chinook, the other recruits were also dumbfounded. They did not expect things to turn out like this. Now that their instructor was dead, they did not know what to do. You guys go back to your barracks first. There will be a new instructor to guide you, said Chinook as he walked towards the recruits. Yes, sir. The recruits were at a loss. Now that Chinook said that, they subconsciously nodded. In any case, Chinook was a second lieutenant, and these recruits were the most basic private soldiers. Even according to their ranks, they should follow Chinook's orders. After seeing the recruits returning to their barracks, Chinook turned around and looked at the instructor's body. Then, he couldn't help but frown again. I did not see it at first glance, but there was such a big mistake. Isn't this a trap? Chinook sighed. Now that things had come to this, he could only report it to the higher-ups. Chinook did not complain too much about Jiang Fei. Just as Jiang Fei had said, the instructor had taken the initiative to attack. Moreover, he had used a lethal weapon like a gun. It was normal for Jiang Fei to fire back. After all, no one would be willing to be killed by others and not fight back. When Chinook reported the news, that night, Colonel Chinook rushed back to the camp. Originally, Colonel Chinook had planned to deal with Jiang Fei after he had completely eliminated the sheriff. However, he did not expect such a big thing to happen. There were even people who had died. He had no choice but to return early. At this time, the battle on the front line was actually nearing its end. Although the clone warriors under the sheriff were fighting with blood and sweat, their conditions were too tough. Under the situation of food shortage, they could still rely on their willpower to overcome it. However, they could not overcome the problem of not having enough ammunition. The soldiers and police on the opposite side covered the sky and covered the earth with artillery fire. However, the clones under the sheriff could only calculate and fire. Everyone had no choice but to change the shooting mode of their rifles from automatic to single-shot mode. 'Cause they're not gonna be able to hold on to their ammo with all the gunfire. Under such circumstances, the casualties among the clones under the sheriff's command would naturally increase. If it were an ordinary soldier, it was possible for deserters or even mutineers to appear at this time. But the clone troopers, imbued with a sense of loyalty, continued to resist. Under the protection of these clones, the sheriff had retreated from the edge of the D5 industrial zone to the farm where Jiang Fei and the others had rested. The clone warriors around the sheriff had also started with more than 10,000 people. Now, there were less than 2,000 of them. When the news of Lena's assassination failed reached the sheriff, he was even more disheartened. At this moment, the battle of the clones was completely led by the clone warriors. The sheriff was no longer in the mood to resist because he knew that he was too late. There was no chance for the coup d'etat to turn things around. What made the sheriff feel the most disheartened was actually the special environment of the gamma space. If it was in the three-dimensional world, or even on Earth, after a person's coup failed, he could still escape. He could still find a chance to make a comeback. But the gamma space was only so small. Even if the sheriff wanted to escape, there was no place to escape. Even if he wanted to find a place that could give him political asylum, there was no place. Under such desperate circumstances, it was expected that the sheriff would be depressed. Therefore, at this time, the sheriff's troops were already on their last legs. It was only a matter of time before they were eliminated. As long as the military and police kept the pressure on them, there was no need for them to attack. These clones would soon starve to death because of the lack of food. Under such circumstances, Colonel Kono left his adjutant to command the battle. He returned to the city and went to the military camp where Jiang Fei was. Tell me the details of what happened. After Kono came to the military camp, he did not immediately meet Jiang Fei. Instead, he called for Chinook to come to his side. It's like this. Chinook then gave a rough description of what happened. Other than what he saw, there was also the information he got from the recruits. I see. Chinook nodded but did not say anything. Sir, when do you plan to meet him? Chinook asked. Tomorrow morning. It's quite late now. You should rest first, Colonel Chinook said after thinking for a moment. When Jiang Fei killed the man, it was already almost night time. When Chinook rushed back, it was already past 11 p.m. Okay, I'll arrange it for you now. Chinook nodded and went out to make arrangements. That night, Colonel Kono stayed in the military camp. The next morning, Jiang Fei woke up as usual as if nothing had happened. "Major, are you up?" At this time, Chinook asked outside the door. In fact, he had already arrived. He had been waiting outside the door until the sound of Jiang Fei waking up came from inside. "Yes. Come in," Jiang Fei said. "Yes." Chinook walked into Jiang Fei's barracks. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" Jiang Fei asked. "It's like this. Colonel Chinook has arrived at the barracks. He wants to have breakfast with you and chat with you," Chinook said. "Okay. Wait for me to wash up." Jiang Fei nodded. He was waiting for Colonel Chinook. "I'll wait for you outside then." After saying that, Chinook turned around and left. After Jiang Fei washed up briefly, he walked out of his barracks. At that moment, Chinook was waiting for him at the door. "Let's go," Jiang Fei said to Chinook. "Please follow me." Chinook nodded at Jiang Fei and then walked in the direction of the dining hall. Even though Jiang Fei had been living here for 2 days, he had never been to the dining hall. Previously, Chinook had sent his food to the barracks. This was the first time Jiang Fei had come to the dining hall to eat. At this time, there were already many people in the dining hall. Although Jiang Fei did not notice many people in the barracks when he was strolling around. When it was time for dinner, the dining hall was quite lively. The entire canteen hall was bustling with about 100 people. "Major, this way." Chinook brought Jiang Fei to a private room in the corner of the canteen. Colonel Chinook was sitting inside. Chapter 2852, Chapter 2840. Expressing Goodwill. "Colonel." After Jiang Fei entered the private room, he casually greeted Colonel Kono. He did not look like a junior in the military meeting his superior. "Have a seat." Colonel Kono did not care about Jiang Fei's attitude. "Okay." Jiang Fei nodded and sat across from Colonel Kono. Then, he casually picked up the breakfast on the table and started eating. "I heard that you killed someone." Colonel Kono acted as if it was a daily conversation. Moreover, he made it sound as if the person who died was not an officer but an abandoned cat and dog. "Yes. He shot me, so I killed him," Jiang Fei replied casually. At the same time, he did not slow down his eating speed. "Chinook told me about this. Although I can't blame you. You were too ruthless. According to Chinook, you had the ability to subdue the officer without hurting his life," said Colonel Kono. His tone was very calm. It was hard to tell if he was blaming or discussing normally. "And not a police officer. Catching bad guys is not my responsibility. I knew that he wanted to kill me, so I used the simplest way to solve this problem," Jiang Fei said with a shrug. "Alright, let's move on from this matter." Colonel Kono did not know what he was thinking, but he actually let Jiang Fei off so easily. He did not make too much fuss about the dead officer. This was even beyond Jiang Fei's expectations. In the beginning, although Jiang Fei knew that Colonel Kono would not do anything to him, he would not let him off so easily. In Jiang Fei's opinion, Colonel Kono would definitely use this as a threat to make some conditions for Jiang Fei. However, he did not expect that Colonel Kono would not say anything and just suppress this matter. "Regarding the dead instructor, you don't have to worry. During the rebellion of the security officers, the military and police suffered heavy casualties. As long as I add his name to the list of the dead soldiers, his family will also receive compensation. This matter will not cause any trouble," Colonel Kono said. Jiang Fei immediately understood that Colonel Kono was doing him a favor on purpose. "Actually, it doesn't matter if it causes trouble. I was just defending myself." Jiang Fei shrugged and said, "It's okay. This matter will not cause any trouble. I will take care of it," said Colonel Kono with a smile. Actually, Colonel Kono had a reason for doing so. Before he rushed back to the military camp, he had talked to the consul. The consul seemed to have high hopes for Ralph and had expressed his intention to use him. In this way, Kono was not a fool. Of course, he knew that the consul wanted to foster an existence that could stand against him among the powerful officials under him. If he, Kono, was the only one in power, the consul was worried that another consul would appear. Therefore, before Kono came to see Jiang Fei, he had thought about it. If nothing went wrong, Jiang Fei would definitely become his political enemy. This was what the consul wanted to see. Therefore, Kono had two choices now. The first was to find an opportunity to kill Jiang Fei. However, this idea was quickly rejected by Kono. Even if he killed Jiang Fei, the magistrate would also support another person. There would eventually be a strong enemy in front of Kono. Therefore, Kono was even more inclined to the second solution. That was to help Jiang Fei suppress this matter. This way, he could sell Jiang Fei to the magistrate and have a hold on Jiang Fei. Kono had been in the upper echelons of the Gamma Dimension for so long. What did he not understand? Right now, Jiang Fei really did not care about this matter. He thought that he had indeed killed someone in self-defense. At most, he could only say that his methods were too vicious. He could not even say that he had defended himself too much because that officer had a gun. If you could dodge the first shot, could you dodge the second and third shot? Therefore, it was reasonable and legal for him to directly kill the other party. However, it was not a problem to talk about it now. Jiang Fei's current identity was that of an officer, but he was actually a civilian. Kono had come to help Jiang Fei with the retirement formalities. For a civilian, he could only become a hero if he killed someone in self-defense. No one would say that he was cruel. However, what if Jiang Fei became a high-ranking official in the Gamma Dimension? If he became a high-ranking official below the Archon, he would be on par with Kono. When that happened, it would become a stain on his life. After all, to a person in a high position, he would be cruel and vicious. These were not good adjectives. When that time came, these would definitely become a stain on Jiang Fei. Colonel Kono could use these to do a lot of things. On one hand, he could kill Jiang Fei, and then the Archon would support another opponent. On the other hand, he could sell it to Jiang Fei. At the same time, he could use it against him. Once he was supported by the Archon, he would be controlled by himself. Of course, Colonel Kono knew how to make a choice that was more in line with his own interests. Thank you very much. When Jiang Fei saw that Kono said so, he naturally had no problem with it. As for the things that Kono was thinking about, Jiang Fei did not care at all. Kono had treated Jiang Fei as a person from the Gamma Dimension. Therefore, he was certain that Jiang Fei would become his political enemy in the future. As for Jiang Fei, he had no intention of staying in the Gamma Dimension for long. The reason why he was staying here now was to find out the whereabouts of the Snow Beast. Now, to Jiang Fei, the development team of the game was meaningless. As long as he found the Snow Beast and killed it, the development team would lose the channel to communicate with the three-dimensional world. When that time came, the game that they had created would naturally be destroyed. Jiang Fei did not need to do anything. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not really care about Kono's thoughts. Then, let's talk about your retirement. I think you don't want to stay in the army anymore. Right? Colonel Kono asked. Yes. I really have no interest in staying here. Jiang Fei nodded and said, if that's the case, I will fulfill my promise and help you get a high-level position in the Leviathan Company. Didn't you say that you want to work in the Life Building? What do you think of the head of the security department of the Life Building? Said Kono casually, as he knew that Jiang Fei would soon be recruited by the magistrate. It did not matter what kind of job he found for Jiang Fei. Sure. As for housing, there are a lot of controlled houses in Crystal Street. After the repairs, you can use them. You can pick them out when the time comes, Colonel Kono said, although the houses in Crystal Street had been occupied before. After the rebellion, many of the residents there had died in the battle. Therefore, a lot of houses had been vacated. When the time came, it would not be a problem for Jiang Fei to choose one. Chapter 2853, Chapter 2841. Retirement. As for the amount of money you mentioned, give me a specific number, Colonel Kono said. Just 1 million, Jiang Fei said casually. It was not a lot, but it was enough for his daily expenses. So little? Are you sure? Kono was stunned. He had thought that Jiang Fei would ask for too much. It's good that you have enough. Why do you need so much money? Jiang Fei shrugged and said, you really don't look like someone who came from the slums, Colonel Kono said as he looked at Jiang Fei. Oh, people who came from the slums should be very greedy, Jiang Fei asked. In my knowledge, yes, Colonel Kono said without hiding it. Perhaps. Jiang Fei smiled. After the poor became rich, there would indeed be a way for them to reach where they were today. They would eat as much as they could and buy as much as they could if they could not afford it. When they encountered a situation where they were poor before, they would try their best to avoid being poor again. They would try their best to earn money. This was the same in Jiang Fei's three-dimensional universe. This was especially true for those high-ranking officials who came from humble backgrounds. There were too few people who were not corrupt. The more such people were, the more serious the corruption was, even if they were able to persevere in the beginning. When their poor relatives came knocking on their door, they would open their mouths and shut up about the tuition fees that I had lent you back then. I had lent you the money to pay for your travel expenses. Without me, would you have gotten to where you are today? Now that you have become rich, you are ungrateful. No matter how strong-willed a person was, he was still a human. He would always face the demands of such relatives. Sooner or later, he would have to relent. However, once the opening was opened, it would be difficult to close it again. As time passed, the opening would become bigger and bigger. In the end, he would dare to do anything. Jiang Fei had seen this kind of thing too many times. Of course, not all of the high-ranking officials and the poor families were not good people. There were people who could persevere in their hearts, but there were too few of them. Therefore, he could understand why Colonel Kono was looking at Jiang Fei like that today. If you are sure, then it's settled. Colonel Kono looked at Jiang Fei for a long time. After making sure that Jiang Fei did not have any plans that he should pay attention to, he said so. All right. Jiang Fei continued to eat at a leisurely pace. It was as if the breakfast was more attractive than the money. You're really different from normal people, Colonel Kono said. Hee hee. Who isn't? The exact same people are always by the side of the sheriff. Jiang Fei laughed. The exact same people that he mentioned were naturally the clones. Although the clones looked different, their personalities and thinking patterns were all carved from the same mold. Therefore, they were exactly the same. Ha ha. You're quite humorous. Kono laughed out loud. Soon, breakfast was over. Jiang Fei and Colonel Kono had also come to an agreement. Kono, take Mr. Ralph to choose a house, Colonel Kono said to Kono, who was beside him. After agreeing on the terms, Jiang Fei's identity as a soldier came into contact with her. Therefore, he naturally changed from a major to a Mr. as Jiang Fei had been temporarily drafted into the army under special conditions. And at that time, Kono and the others did not expect him to survive. Jiang Fei's identity was not military. Therefore, he had left the army. It was only a matter of Colonel Chinook's words. Yes, sir. Chinook saluted to Kono. Mr. Ralph, your money will be transferred to your account later. When the time comes, you just have to look into it. As for work, you can go to work tomorrow, Colonel Kono said to Jiang Fei. Thank you. Jiang Fei nodded. Mr. Ralph, let's go. Chinook also changed the way he addressed Jiang Fei. All right. Jiang Fei followed Chinook out of the canteen. Then, Chinook drove Jiang Fei into Crystal Street in the central city. Have you calculated the number of houses here? Chinook brought Jiang Fei to a temporary office. There were some military police officers who were counting the losses caused by the war. Although the security officers' troops had not been completely wiped out, they had been completely driven out of the city. Therefore, peace was restored in the city once again. The staff members also began to reorganize after the war. The statistics are out. A total of 12 houses have lost their owners. They are now owned by the public, said a military police officer who was in charge of the statistics. Do you have a map? Chinook asked. He was Colonel Kono's trusted aide. Therefore, the military police officers naturally gave him face. Yes. A military police officer took out a map of the neighborhood. There were more than 10 houses marked on it. Mr. Ralph, please choose one, Chinook said to Jiang Fei. This one. Jiang Fei chose the house closest to Natasha's house. It was only 2 small streets away from Natasha's house. It would take less than 2 minutes to walk there. Okay. This house is now under Mr. Ralph's ownership. Chinook nodded at the military police officer. The military police officer immediately went through the procedures for Jiang Fei. The procedure was very simple. It was just a simple scan of the identity code on Jiang Fei's wrist. In the gamma space, without this identity code, it was practically impossible to move an inch. This included the bank account number that Colonel Kono had said he wanted to transfer money to Jiang Fei. In fact, it was also linked to this identity code. With this identity code, Jiang Fei could withdraw the money. Thank Colonel Kono for me, Jiang Fei said to Chinook with a smile. I will pass the message to you. Chinook nodded. Then, is there nothing for me to do now? Jiang Fei asked. If you want to go home now, of course, there is no problem. However, because the house needs to be repaired, I personally suggest that you stay in a hotel for a period of time. Colonel Kono said that during the time you stay in the hotel, all the expenses, including food and accommodation, will be borne by him, Chinook said. How long will it take to repair this place? Jiang Fei asked. Chinook did not say anything. Instead, he looked at the military police officer who was in charge of the statistics. About 2 months. If you are in a hurry, We can arrange a fast passage for you. The repair will be completed in 3 days. The military police officer replied. 3 days then, Chinook said before Jiang Fei could say anything. Yes, sir. The military police officer nodded. Mr. Ralph, if that's the case, please go to the hotel for 3 days. I can help you find a good hotel near the Life Building, Chinook said. Thank you. Jiang Fei did not refuse and followed Chinook to the Life Building. This was definitely the core area of the Gamma space. Every inch of land was worth gold. The hotel here was not cheap. However, all the expenses were borne by Kino. Naturally, Jiang Fei did not stand on ceremony. Chapter 2854, Chapter 28. After staying in the hotel, Chinook was very considerate. It could be said that he had good food and good treatment. Chinook even hinted to Jiang Fei that if he wanted a woman, Chinook would help him solve it. Although Jiang Fei asked for a lot of delicious food and other things to enjoy, he was still very restrained when it came to women. Jiang Fei knew that he was not Han Tianyu. He could not go through all kinds of things without touching a single leaf. If someone sent a spy, he might end up with a woman. Therefore, Jiang Fei was very self-aware. Under normal circumstances, he would not provoke a woman. Even if it was just a show or a casual marriage, he would not touch it if he could. After enjoying the night in luxury, Jiang Fei did not go to work the next morning. Although Colonel Kono had told him that he could go to the Life Building to work the next day, Jiang Fei did not intend to do so. He rested in the hotel for another day. During this day, Jiang Fei adjusted himself to his best condition. It was only on the third day that Jiang Fei, who was in a suit and tie, came out of the hotel and headed straight for the Life Building. As the hotel that Chinook had arranged for Jiang Fei was near the Life Building, Jiang Fei walked to his workplace. Mr. Ralph, please wait a moment. When Jiang Fei had just entered the Life Building, the girl at the front desk stopped him. What's the matter? Jiang Fei asked. Dot! The girl at the front desk was holding the phone and dialing a number. She gestured for Jiang Fei to wait. Mr. Donner, Ralph is here. Okay. The girl called Mr. Donner. Jiang Fei waited quietly at the front desk. Mr. Ralph, Mr. Donner would like to see you in his office. The girl at the front desk said. Where is Mr. Donner's office? Jiang Fei asked. How about this? Please follow me. I will take you there. The girl at the front desk said with a smile. Then, she handed the matters at the front desk to her companions and walked out of the front desk. She took Jiang Fei to the elevator. Jiang Fei followed behind the girl. The two of them entered the elevator one after another. Mr. Ralph, Mr. Donner asked us to keep an eye on you yesterday. He said to call him as soon as you come. The girl at the front desk said to Jiang Fei with a smile. In fact, Jiang Fei had met this girl before. It was just that the two of them did not have much interaction. After all, Jiang Fei was just a security guard at that time. How could the little girl pay attention to him? However, things were different now. Ralph, who came from the slums, had actually gained Mr. Donner's appreciation. It was only a matter of time before this guy rose to the top. Jiang Fei's appearance was not bad. He was the first batch of clone warriors created by the sheriff. Not only was he strong, but his face was also clean. He was the type to recruit little girls. Previously, because he was poor, he thought that his status was low, so he was ignored by the little girls at the front desk. However, things were different now. In the eyes of the little girls at the front desk, this Ralph had already become the best potential stock. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. He was not interested in the little girl at the front desk trying to hit on him. The little girl was a little shy when she tried to hit on Jiang Fei. However, she did not expect to be splashed with cold water. This kind of disregard was worse than rejection. The little girl did not speak. Jiang Fei did not speak anymore. The two of them remained silent until the elevator opened. Please follow me. When they left the elevator, the little girl's face had already changed into the front desk's standard smile. Okay. Jiang Fei did not care about the little girl's change of attitude. Soon, under the guidance of the little girl at the front desk, Jiang Fei arrived outside Mr. Donner's office. This is the place. The young lady had originally planned to bring Jiang Fei in. Now that she had brought Jiang Fei to the door, she turned around and left. Jiang Fei shook his head and smiled. Then, he knocked on the door himself. Please come in. Mr. Donner's voice came from inside. Then, Jiang Fei pushed the door open and walked in. Mr. Donner. Jiang Fei nodded at Donner. Hee, you're here. Sit down. Donner pointed at the chair in front of him. Okay. Jiang Fei did not stand on ceremony and sat down opposite Donner. Colonel Kono has already told me about you. Young man, I did not misjudge you. You are indeed extraordinary, Donner said with a smile. In fact, he did not pay much attention to Jiang Fei back then, although the security guard named Ralph was very good at fighting. That was all. When Donna had transferred Jiang Fei to the Life Extension Center, he had actually used him as cannon fodder. Unexpectedly, Ralph had not only survived, he had also made a great contribution. Now, the military had asked him to arrange a very high-level position for Ralph. Although Donna did not think much of Jiang Fei back then, the situation was different now. Therefore, he could not say things like he did before. Mr. Donna, you are too kind. Jiang Fei knew that Donna was just being polite, so he did not take it to heart. I have already prepared the position of the head of security for you. Take this and go to the 7th underground floor to find Nicole to hand it over, Mr. Donna said as he handed a document to Jiang Fei. Okay, Mr. Donna, do you have any other instructions? Jiang Fei asked. No. Go ahead. Mr. Donner waved his hand and said, I'll be leaving then. Jiang Fei nodded and left with the document. After leaving Mr. Donner's office, Jiang Fei took the elevator directly to the 7th floor of the basement. He was not unfamiliar with this place. After all, he had worked as a security guard in the Life building for a period of time. After arriving at Nichols' office with ease, Jiang Fei knocked on the door. Come in. Nichols' voice was heard. Instructor, we meet again. Jiang Fei smiled and sat opposite Nicole. Humph. Nicole glared at Jiang Fei. Of course, she knew what Jiang Fei was doing. Mr. Donner had already talked to her. Therefore, Nicole knew that her position had been replaced by this guy in front of her. Although Mr. Donner had arranged another position for Nicole, which was even higher than the head of the security department. It was an idle position. In Nicole's eyes, it was this Ralph who had pushed her away. Therefore, she naturally did not treat Jiang Fei well. Instructor, don't be so angry. I didn't want to do this either, Jiang Fei said with a cheeky smile. When he saw the girl's angry face, Jiang Fei did not know why he was so happy. It was as if bullying this little girl would bring him pleasure. Chapter 2855, Chapter 2843 entered the subtop level. Stop talking nonsense. Give me the documents, Nicole said angrily. Okay, instructor. Jiang Fei handed the documents in his hand to Nicole. As she did not want to see Jiang Fei, Nicole was very efficient. In just a few minutes, she had completed all the procedures. Okay, you are now the head of the security department. You need to finish these documents by tomorrow afternoon. I'm leaving. Nicole's handover was very simple. She directly piled the stack of documents on the desk. Then, she stood up and left. Ever since she was called by Mr. Donner to have a talk yesterday, Nicole knew that she would be replaced by that guy called Ralph. Therefore, she had stopped working since yesterday. All the documents were piled up there. Now, she threw them all to Jiang Fei. This little girl. Jiang Fei looked at Nicole's back and smiled. Then, he began to read the documents. Back then, Jiang Fei was the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire. Although he was usually in charge of the Empire's fleet, almost all of the fleets were under the command of Aurelia. Jiang Fei would occasionally be on duty. As the Grand Marshal, the number of documents that he read was much more than this. Therefore, when Jiang Fei was dealing with documents, it could be said that it was a piece of cake. These documents that had been piled up for 2 days and would take 7 to 8 hours to complete were all finished by Jiang Fei in less than 3 hours. Everything was done in less than 3 hours. Sigh! All the work is done. Let's go for a walk. Jiang Fei placed the documents on the table. Someone would come to send the documents away in a while. He did not have to deal with this personally. After coming out of the office on the 7th floor, Jiang Fei went straight upstairs. Although the subtop floor of the game development team was no longer of much significance to Jiang Fei was still very curious about it. Taking the elevator, Jiang Fei went straight to the subtop floor. Now, he was the head of the security department. His access card was very high. There was almost no place in the entire Life building that he could not go. After arriving at the subtop floor, the elevator door opened. As soon as Jiang Fei came out, he saw a few security guards with unfamiliar faces. Who are you? You are not allowed to enter this place. One of the security guards came forward and said, Okay. Jiang Fei shook the work card on his chest. Huh? The security guard frowned. Then, he reached for the weapon on his waist. These people had not received any notice from Mr. Donner. So they had no idea that the head of the security department had changed. In their memories, the head of the security department was still Nicole. Now, a man had suddenly appeared. He was wearing the work card of the head of the security department. They subconsciously thought that this was a forged work card. This guy was a fake. What are you doing? Are you rebelling? Jiang Fei glared at these people. Then, he roared, I am the new security manager. Nicole has been transferred to another department. You can call Mr. Donner to confirm. Seeing that Jiang Fei was so certain, the two security guards hesitated. They did not immediately take control of Jiang Fei. Instead, one of them held a weapon and monitored Jiang Fei. The other person began to make a call to confirm. Very quickly, that person completed the confirmation of Jiang Fei's identity. As the higher-ups had already received the notice, a person named Ralph was recommended by the military to become the new head of security. Therefore, it was very easy to verify Jiang Fei's identity, although the security guard could not contact Donna. After making a few calls to the heads of other departments, they confirmed that Jiang Fei was indeed the new head of security. Nice to meet you, Chief. Nice to meet you, Chief. After confirming Jiang Fei's identity, the attitude of the two security guards changed drastically. As the saying goes, a county official is better than a county official. As the head of the security department, Jiang Fei was directly responsible for the bonuses and attendance of the security guards. If the security guards offended him, the first thing that would be damaged would be his wallet. Therefore, after the two of them confirmed Jiang Fei's identity, their faces were filled with joy. Their smiles were as if they were about to bite someone. How's the situation here recently? Jiang Fei asked in a fake manner. Supervisor, everything here has been normal recently. There are no signs of anything suspicious. The older security guard replied. You guys continue with your duties. I'll go in and take a look. Jiang Fei nodded. All right. The two security guards did not ask any further. As the supervisor of the security department, it was normal for Jiang Fei to come and inspect the place. Previously, Nicole had often come to check on work. As this was the place with the strictest security in the entire life building, the supervisors naturally paid attention to it. Previously, Nicole had come to check on the place at most 3 times a day. The purpose was to let the security guards be on high alert and not let their guard down. Therefore, the two security guards did not ask much about Jiang Fei entering the building because they felt that it was very normal. If they were to say that they were worried, they were also worried for their companions. If one of them was lazy and was caught by Jiang Fei, then the bonus for this month would be ruined. On the other hand, Jiang Fei walked along the corridor. The deeper he went, the more security guards there were. At this time, these guys had also received the notice that the supervisor of the security department had been replaced. Therefore, when they saw Jiang Fei, they were all in high spirits. They seemed to be very conscientious. After all, no one wanted to be the target of this new official. As he walked deeper, Jiang Fei soon approached the development team's office. However, at this time, he could not enter because the security guards in charge of security were no longer the security guards of the life building. Instead, it was the military police under the Archon's command. Sorry, it's a military restricted area. A military police officer refused Jiang Fei's request to continue entering. All right. Jiang Fei did not waste any more time. He turned around and left the subtop floor. Damn it! The security here is even tighter than I thought. Unless I force my way in, there's no way I can enter. At this time, Jiang Fei was very glad that he had been transferred to the Life Extension Center. Otherwise, if he forced his way into the subtop floor, even if he met the development team and killed all the members of the development team, the administrator would be able to gather another wave of developers and let the game resume. After learning about the snow beast from Lena, Jiang Fei knew that killing the development team was meaningless. If he wanted to solve the problem, he had to kill the snow beast. Could the snow beast be here? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. As Lena had never seen a snow beast before, she had no idea how big it was. If it was a giant beast, the life building would definitely not be able to hide it. However, if it was only the size of a cat or dog, the snow beast would most likely be hidden on the top floor of the life building. Chapter 2856, Chapter 2844. Creating Trouble. The security on the top floor is so strict this time. It's almost as strict as the Life Extension Center. If the development team is only working here, there's no need for such strict security. Right. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Looks like I have to find an opportunity to take a look. Jiang Fei made up his mind. Although he had just been coaxed back by the military police. And to avoid suspicion, Jiang Fei had left the subtop floor. However, his current identity was still the security chief of the life building. If he wanted to go to the subtop floor again, he would have plenty of excuses. However, the problem is how to enter the development team's office without alerting the military police. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Oh right, these members of the development team. They can't all eat and live inside. Right. Doesn't Natasha's brother go to work every day? I'll go up later to take a look. Jiang Fei's eyes rolled, and he came up with an idea. After staying in his office for a while, because all the documents had been processed, Jiang Fei, the head of the security department, was still quite free. Just as he was about to stay up until the evening to go to the next top floor, there was a knock on Jiang Fei's office door. Knock. 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 When he heard the knock on the door, Jiang Fei shouted, "Come in!" The door opened and a young man in a security uniform walked in. Chief. Chief. The security guard was clearly not used to seeing Jiang Fei. After all, they had always been looking for Nicole. Now, there was a new man. Everyone was still a little confused. What's wrong? Jiang Fei asked. Sir, something has happened, the security guard said to Jiang Fei. What happened? Jiang Fei was very calm. There was a disturbance on the 6th floor. Our people went over, but they were all overturned on the ground, the security guard said. 6th floor? Jiang Fei was stunned. The light building was an office. Although there was a special underground place for the poor to play, there was no KTV upstairs. It was usually an office floor. In such a place, no one would easily cause trouble. Yes. The security guard nodded. Which company is that? Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to deal with the situation. Supervisor. I'm not sure either. I'm on the 12th floor. I just noticed the problem when I was changing shifts, said the security guard. Bang! 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 At that moment, the door of Jiang Fei's office rang again. Come in! Jiang Fei shouted. Bang! The door opened. A security guard, who was sweating profusely, shouted. Supervisor, something's wrong. There was a fight on the 6th floor? Jiang Fei asked. Supervisor, you already know about it. The security guard was stunned. What is the 6th floor for? Jiang Fei asked. The 6th floor is a company that produces game equipment. It seems to be used to make a gaming cabin for some high-level game, the security guard said. Poor people like them rarely came into contact with such games. Therefore, he was not very familiar with the details. Oh! Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Then, he stood up and said, Let's go and have a look. Please come quickly. The panting security guard led Jiang Fei in the direction of the elevator. Tell me the details, Jiang Fei asked as he walked. Isn't it just those things? The security guard shrugged. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, Previously, there were a few waves of troublemakers. However, they were all pacified. The reason was because they were playing some stupid game. In the end, it was as if they had finished a few people in a vegetative state. The family members of those people always came to the company that produced the gaming cabin to cause trouble. They were just asking for compensation. I see. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he asked, Is it always like this? Not really. The security guard frowned. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, Previously, although these people occasionally came to cause trouble, once we rushed them, they left. The worst case scenario was that the company spent some money and they passed. However, this time was different. These guys seemed to have come prepared. They did not accept mediation at all. The amount of compensation offered was too large. The company that produced the game cabin could not accept it. Therefore, they started to cause trouble. When we drove them away, we were beaten up. I see. Jiang Fei nodded and followed the security guard into the elevator. Soon, the elevator reached the 6th floor. As the elevator door opened, Jiang Fei heard a loud noise. Today, you have to give us an explanation. That's right. There's something wrong with the game cabin that you produced. Otherwise, why would our child be in a vegetative state? It's just a normal child. Shouldn't you be responsible for it? Madam, we have already compensated you previously. After you received the compensation, you came in and expressed that you had reconciled with us. Now, you're making trouble again. Don't you think it's too much? Too much? Our child is gone. Why would I be too much? Do you think that just a few dollars can buy the life of our child? Let me tell you, this is not over. If you don't compensate us with $1 billion in cash and 10 houses, this is not over. Are you kidding me? $1 billion in cash and 10 houses? You are extorting us. Do you understand? Extortion? Well, if you compensate us with our child's health, we will not take a single cent. You're forcing us to do this. Humph. Why don't you call your boss out? Well, beat him into a vegetable as well. That'll be the end of it. Jiang Fei listened briefly at the exit of the elevator. Very quickly, he confirmed the nature of the matter. These people were clearly here to cause trouble. Not to mention that they had already received the compensation and had expressed that they had reconciled. Just by listening to their demands, one could tell that they had no intention of reconciling. These people were either clearly here to extort money, or they were used by someone to cause trouble. After turning a corner, Jiang Fei saw a group of people gathered in front of a company. This group of people did not look like the family members of the victims. They were all full of confidence, except for the woman in front of them. Among the rest of the people, none of them looked sad. There were even a few burly men with fierce faces. Their faces were filled with smiles. Where are our people? Jiang Fei turned around and asked. Where are they? The security guard, who had just reported the news, pointed to a corner. There were 3 security guards crouching there. In front of these 3 security guards stood 2 burly men. These 2 big men were covered with all kinds of mantis shrimp and fish tattoos. They didn't look like good people. Chapter 2857, Chapter 28. Let's go! Jiang Fei's voice was not loud. He led the 2 security guards to the outside of the crowd. Come! Make way! Jiang Fei's voice was still normal. However, the noise in front of him was very loud. So the 2 people in front of him did not hear him at all. Excuse me, Jiang Fei said again. At that moment, the guy in front of Jiang Fei turned around and looked. He saw a guy in a suit coming from the opposite side. There were 2 security guards behind him. From the looks of it, he should be someone of some status. So, he looked at Jiang Fei and asked, What do you do? I am the head of security here, Jiang Fei said. Stinky security! Get lost! When the man heard that Jiang Fei was not the senior manager of the life building or the manager of the company that produced the game cabin, his face immediately fell. You better watch your mouth, Jiang Fei said calmly. My mouth is not clean. What can you do to me? The man said as he poked Jiang Fei's chest with his finger. His attitude was extremely arrogant. Do you know what happened to him the last time someone pointed at me and talked to me like that? Jiang Fei asked calmly. What do I care? The man said disdainfully. He's dead. Jiang Fei did not lie at all. The instructor who pointed at his nose and shouted at him was now cold. F***CK! I was so scared. The brawny man looked at Jiang Fei disdainfully. Although the guy in front of him was quite strong, he looked like he was wearing a suit. He was probably trained in a gym and could not fight at all. Moreover, the 2 security guards behind him were nothing to be afraid of. They were only relying on fighting for a living. It was not a problem for them to deal with a few security guards. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, everyone, including the strong man, did not put Jiang Fei, the security supervisor, in their eyes. They were just here to cause trouble. Moreover, the person who hired them had also said that they were free to cause trouble. After causing trouble, someone would take responsibility. Are you done? If you're done, move aside. Jiang Fei still maintained his last restraint. Scram! The burly man said very arrogantly. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. When he raised his head again, his entire aura had changed. At this moment, Jiang Fei was like a ferocious beast that wanted to devour people. The burly man in front of him was so scared that he could not help but take half a step back. F***CK! Kid, you're not convinced. The brawny man was probably angry because he had been scared away. He was about to push Jiang Fei when Jiang Fei grabbed his wrist. Then, he moved forward and crashed into the brawny man's arms. I'll go! As Jiang Fei roared. The moment he crashed into the brawny man's arms, he pushed his shoulder up. At the same time, he exerted strength with his arms. The brawny man was instantly lifted up by Jiang Fei. Bang! The burly man drew a beautiful arc in the air. Then, Jiang Fei landed heavily on the ground. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, the burly man immediately fainted. His entire body was breathing more air than air. You dare to hit me! The other burly men immediately refused to accept it. Beat him up! As he roared angrily, the other burly men immediately surrounded him and attacked Jiang Fei without any explanation. Buzz! Jiang Fei took out his lightsaber from his waist. Although he had turned in his weapon, he had secretly kept the lightsaber, because this was the corridor of the building. The terrain was narrow, and the opponent was fighting in a group. Even though Jiang Fei had rich combat experience, he was only using the body of an ordinary person, although this body was very strong. However, he saw that the enemy had secretly taken out a dagger. Once he was attacked by these people, Jiang Fei's body was still an ordinary body. If he died here, Jiang Fei would be at a great disadvantage. Therefore, he would rather make a big deal out of this and kill a few people. He did not want his carrier to be destroyed. Therefore, as soon as the group of people surrounded him, Jiang Fei immediately took out his lightsaber. Swish! 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 Jiang Fei brandished his lightsaber. After experiencing so much, he had long understood a principle. Since he had already unsheathed his lightsaber, he had to see blood. Since the conflict had already escalated, he had to completely resolve it. It was not good to suppress it temporarily. Therefore, after Jiang Fei unsheathed his lightsaber, he immediately used a heavy blow. Although he did not injure anyone, in the blink of an eye, the corridor was filled with broken limbs. In an instant, the entire corridor was filled with the smell of meat. While the blazing lightsaber cut off the limbs of these strong men, it also burned their wounds and completed the operation to stop the bleeding. However, as a price, the wounds that were cut off by a thermal weapon, like the lightsaber, could not be reattached. This meant that these strong men were destined to be disabled for life. Age. Mom. Oh my god! It hurts so much! The entire 6th floor of the building was filled with screams. Not to mention the people who came to cause trouble. Even the staff of the company that developed the game cabin were shocked silly. When had they ever seen such a violent security chief? What's wrong? What's wrong? At this moment, a group of higher-ups of the life building arrived late. Send them to the hospital, Jiang Fei said calmly. Ralph, what happened? Donner was the leader of the group of higher-ups of the life building. He did not expect that Ralph, who had just taken office, would cause such a big incident. 7 or 8 people had their limbs amputated. This was too cruel. Those who cause trouble, just send them to the hospital. Let them pay the medical fees themselves, Jiang Fei said indifferently. Let them pay for the medical fees themselves. What can they do? An executive beside him muttered. Why don't you just ask them? Jiang Fei smiled. Then, he walked up to the brawny men with broken limbs and asked, I'll get someone to send you to the hospital later. Do you plan to pay for the medical fees yourself? Or do you want me to pay for the funeral fees? We will do it ourselves. We will do it ourselves. The men were all scared out of their wits. As the saying went, gods and ghosts were afraid of the strong. This was a truth that had never changed since ancient times. Although these strong men were specifically in charge of causing trouble, they usually committed all kinds of evil deeds. They were even capable of bullying others. However, when they encountered a tyrant like Jiang Fei, they knew that they were afraid. Dot! The executives, including Donner, looked at each other. They did not know what to do. In the end, everyone turned to look at Mr. Donner. After all, he was the one who arranged for Ralph to be here. However, Donner was also feeling bitter. It was not as if he had accepted Jiang Fei's bribe. He was not very close to Jiang Fei. The reason why he was able to arrange for Jiang Fei to be the head of security was because of the pressure from the military. However, he could not tell anyone else about this. So he was really worried sick. Chapter 2858, Chapter 2846, Disregard for Human Life. What should we do now? Several executives of the life building looked at each other. They finally looked at Mr. Donner. What's wrong with you? How could you hit me so hard? Donner came in front of Jiang Fei and asked in a low voice. Nothing much. They're just a bunch of hooligans, Jiang Fei said casually. What do you think we should do now? Donner asked. Just throw them into the hospital, Jiang Fei said. What if they call the police? Donner asked. If they call the police, just call the police. When the time comes, just get the military police to look for me, Jiang Fei said indifferently. Sure. Donner had been waiting for Jiang Fei to say that. All he needed was a scapegoat. As for the crippled hooligans, he did not care at all. Just now, he was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. It was not because he was afraid of what these hooligans would do, nor was it because he was afraid of taking responsibility. It was because he did not know how to deal with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was forced in by the military. Donner did not know what kind of background this guy had. Now that such a thing had happened, it was naturally not easy for him to make a decision. However, now that Jiang Fei had said so, He was relieved. Soon, a group of security guards came up and carried these guys who were missing limbs out of the building. The rest of the troublemakers were also dumbfounded. They were all scared out of their wits. They did not dare to say anything else. One by one, they left the building of life with their tails between their legs. The security guards did as Jiang Fei had said. They left these thugs in the hospital and did not care about them. As for whether these people could afford the medical fees, that was not their concern. After the troublemakers confirmed that it was safe, they called the police. After all, they had suffered such a huge loss. How could they remain silent? Moreover, the troublemakers had another idea, which was to take the opportunity to blackmail the life building. If this could be done, they would have nothing to worry about for the rest of their lives. Speaking of which, these troublemakers were really capable. They had just saved their lives, and now they were thinking about extorting the life building. After calling the police, the military police quickly came over. The hoodlums added fuel to the fire. Of course, they could not admit that they had gone to the life building to cause trouble. These hoodlums simply explained the reason. They emphasized on Jiang Fei's cruelty and the ruthlessness of the life building's executives. The military police made a record. They did not care much about these hoodlums from the slums. Even when these hoodlums were disabled, they were happy because these hoodlums were disabled. It would not be so convenient for them to cause trouble in the future. This also saved the military police a lot of trouble. However, the military police still had to do their job. After all, this was their job. After taking notes, a military police officer brought a few people to the life building to understand the situation. When the military police arrived at the life building to investigate the situation, Donna asked someone to send them to Jiang Fei's side. Anyway, Jiang Fei had already said that he was responsible for this matter. Naturally, Donna was happy. When the military police arrived at Jiang Fei's office, Jiang Fei was sitting on the sofa at the side of the office, drinking tea with Chinook. "Mr. Ralph, we have something that we need your help with," the leading military police officer said straightforwardly after entering the office. At that moment, Chinook was facing away from the door of the office, so the military police did not recognize him. Come! Come! Let's sit down and talk," said Jiang Fei calmly. He stood up and greeted the military police. "Okay, we are just here to ask for some information." The military police officer was still polite to Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei's identity was from the slums, the military police would not know without checking his documents. At that moment, Jiang Fei was in a high position. Therefore, the military police subconsciously treated Jiang Fei as a rich man. Although Jiang Fei had hurt others maliciously, and even maimed more than 10 people, the class barrier in the gamma space was still quite strong. After the rich had hurt the poor, very few people were actually sentenced. Most of the time, they would just give some money to settle it privately. Some of them even simply dealt with the poor. Anyway, as long as they did it cleanly, the military police would not pursue the matter too much. Therefore, when the military police came, they did not plan to capture Jiang Fei. They just wanted to understand the situation and ask Jiang Fei to fork out a few money to settle the matter. Moreover, they could also earn some pocket money from it. Sit! Jiang Fei let the military police sit down and began to pour tea for them. "Sir, why are you here?" Suddenly, the military police officers realized that Chinook was sitting with his back to the door. "I'm having tea with a friend," Chinook said. "This Mr. Ralph is your friend?" the leading military police officer asked. "Then he'll be climbing up the ladder." "He's a friend of Colonel Kono," Chinook said. The military police officers were dumbfounded. If this Ralph was a friend of Colonel Kono, then they would not be able to earn pocket money. Come! Everyone, have some tea." Jiang Fei handed them some tea. Thank you. The few military police officers quickly stood up and took the tea. Although they had a good attitude when they came, it was to earn money. Now, their faces were filled with joy. "Everyone, about this." Jiang Fei was just about to describe the situation. The military police officer immediately said, "Mr. Ralph, since you are Colonel Kono's friend, this is no longer a problem. Don't worry about it. We will go back and help you settle this matter. Is that okay?" Jiang Fei asked. "What's wrong with that? It's just a few gangsters from the slums," said the military police officer in the lead. "Thank you very much. I have a cup of tea for you. You have come all the way here. Go back and buy a cup of water to quench your thirst," said Jiang Fei as he took out a stack of red packets. Each red packet contained $1,000 in cash. This was what he had taken out previously. Oh! This is not suitable for you. The police officer in the lead did not dare to take the red packet. Instead, he looked at Chinook. Take it. Chinook nodded. Then, we won't stand on ceremony. The leader of the military police took the red packet with a smile. Then, he gave one to each of his brothers behind him. There were still 7 or 8 left in his hand. After deducting the few brothers who did not come, he could still have 3 or 4 left. Drink some water. Drink some water. Jiang Fei raised his teacup and said politely, All right. All right. The few military police officers took a sip of their tea. The leader of the group stood up and said, Mr. Ralph, please continue chatting with the officer. We won't disturb you anymore. Don't worry about this matter. We'll settle it when we get back. Chapter 2859, Chapter 2847 Recruitment. Brother, thank you. After the military police left, Jiang Fei smiled and said to Chinook, although they were all paid to do things, there was a big difference between having Chinook around and not having Chinook around. With Chinook around, Jiang Fei was rewarding the military police who helped him. If Chinook was not around, it would be like the military police were extorting and blackmailing him. It's just a matter of words. You're welcome. Chinook smiled. He was Colonel Chinook's trusted aide. Therefore, he knew the Archon's intention. Therefore, he was naturally willing to sell him to Jiang Fei. After the two of them drank tea and chatted for a while, Chinook stood up and left. All right. The troublesome matter has been resolved. I still have to go back to work, Chinook said with a smile. If you have something to do, I won't keep you. Let's have a meal together another day, Jiang Fei said with a smile. No problem. I promise to be on call, Chinook said with a smile. After Chinook left, Jiang Fei sat back in his office chair. Then, he looked at the ceiling and thought to himself. It seems that the gamma space is really corrupt. It's hard to say how the upper level is, but the bottom level is almost rotten. After what happened today, Jiang Fei realized that the society in the gamma space was not as good as he looked. Although Jiang Fei had previously discovered that the slums were a huge hidden danger. However, he did not expect the social status of the poor to be so low. Being crippled or even beaten to death was actually something that could be done with money. Moreover, the military and police would cooperate to help you. The public security officer was also useless back then. What kind of clone did he do? He directly instigated the revolt of the poor in the slums and armed them. Now, the gamma space has changed, Jiang Fei muttered to himself. No matter what, Jiang Fei was the beneficiary of this matter. Although he had spent some money, the matter was settled. However, although the matter was suppressed, Jiang Fei's heart was not calm. This was because today's matter was clearly instigated by someone. These people who came to cause trouble were obviously under someone's command. The reason why Jiang Fei was so violent was to intimidate these people. He wanted to prevent them from coming back a few days later after today's matter was settled. That was why Jiang Fei had cruelly attacked those brawny men who were causing trouble. His goal was to let those guys know that there were people in the life building that they could not afford to offend. They should not come here to court death. Obviously, Jiang Fei's plan was effective. After a week, nothing happened in the life building. No one dared to come here to cause trouble anymore. Although the guy behind the scenes was still instigating them. However, everyone had a fear. Whether it was the families of the vegetative state or the hooligans. They finally knew the risk of coming to the life building to cause trouble. Therefore, no matter what kind of benefits the person behind the scenes promised, there was no one who dared to come to the life building to cause trouble. While the life building was safe and sound, Jiang Fei went to the top floor a few times. Sometimes, he even went there when the development team was off duty. However, he still did not get anything. He was behind the military police, who were in charge of guarding the building. It was not just a password door. Although Jiang Fei took the opportunity to look inside, there was still a door behind the door. Therefore, he naturally did not find anything. Do I have to kidnap a development team member? Jiang Fei thought to himself. For this reason, Jiang Fei had even followed a few development team members. One of them even included Natasha's brother. After understanding the route of these people and confirming their residences, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to make a move. Just as Jiang Fei was about to pick an opportunity to kidnap a member of the development team, another person came from his office. Are you Mr. Ralph? A guy in a suit asked. I am. Jiang Fei nodded. I am an employee of the magistrate's office. My name is Alden. The guy introduced himself first. Yes, please take a seat, said Jiang Fei as he pointed at the chair in front of him. All right. said Alden as he sat down opposite Jiang Fei.
Is there anything I can help you with?
Asked Jiang Fei.
Well, the magistrate is very grateful for your help. He would like to have dinner with you to express his gratitude,
said Alden.
Dinner?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
Yes.
Alden nodded.
When?
Jiang Fei asked.
The night after tomorrow,
Alden said.
Do you need me to prepare anything?
Jiang Fei asked.
Just try to dress as formally as possible,
Alden said.
Yes, I understand.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Oh, right. Mr. Ralph, are you satisfied with your current job?
Alden suddenly asked.
I'm fine. What's the matter?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
Nothing much. The magistrate is more concerned about your life. He said that if you have any needs, we can try our best to meet them,
Alden said.
I don't have any needs at the moment,
Jiang Fei said.
Okay, that's good. If you have any needs, you can contact me. Here is my number,
Alden said as he left a card with his personal number and the number of the magistrate's office.
Okay, thank you very much.
Jiang Fei smiled as he put away the card.
Then you can go on with your work. I won't disturb you anymore. The day after tomorrow night, I will send a car to pick you up,
Alden said.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded. Alden stood up and Jiang Fei walked him to the elevator. After Alden left, Jiang Fei returned to his office.
Looks like the magistrate is planning to recruit me. If that's the case, he'll have to hurry if I want to reach the top of the exploration sublevel.
Jiang Fei thought to himself. If he was recruited by the magistrate, he would definitely agree to it. After getting close to the console, he would be able to learn more about the snow beasts. However, if he was recruited by the consul, Jiang Fei would have to leave the Building of Life. By then, although he would become the consul's trusted aide, he would not have the authority to freely enter and exit the subtop floor of the Building of Life. Therefore, Jiang Fei planned to take advantage of the fact that he was still working in the Building of Life. Before he left, he would first search the subtop floor. Before that, he would have to kidnap a member of the development team to probe for information.
Who should I choose?
Jiang Fei was very hesitant because he did not know much about the members of the development team. He also did not know who had more information.
It seems that I should go to Natasha to ask about the situation first.
Finally, Jiang Fei made a decision. The next day, Jiang Fei stayed on the first floor of the Life Building for a while. When he saw Natasha's brother get on the elevator, he left the Life Building and drove straight to Natasha's home. Chapter 2860, Chapter 2848 Supervisor. After confirming that Natasha's brother had gone upstairs, Jiang Fei drove to Natasha's house. Before going to Natasha's house, Jiang Fei went to a fast food restaurant and bought Natasha her favorite hamburgers and drinks.
Knock, knock, knock.
Jiang Fei knocked on Natasha's door with delicious food.
Dot!
There was no response in the house.
Natasha, it's me. Are you at home?
Jiang Fei shouted from outside the door.
Dot!
There was still no response.
Natasha?
Jiang Fei shouted again. At that moment, a small crack opened in the window on the third floor. A pair of big eyes looked out through the crack.
Natasha?
Jiang Fei called out for the third time.
Does this girl not live here anymore? Did her brother arrange for her to live somewhere else after the last time she was in danger?
Jiang Fei muttered and was about to turn around and leave. However, at that moment, Natasha's voice came from the window on the third floor.
Handsome! Wait a moment!
Immediately after, Jiang Fei heard the sound of fast footsteps on the wooden stairs. Then, the door was opened.
Natasha, you're home,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Handsome! I missed you so much.
Natasha immediately threw herself into Jiang Fei's arms.
All right. Be good. I'm here to see you.
Jiang Fei smiled and comforted the crying little girl. After a long while, Natasha calmed down and pulled Jiang Fei into the house.
Bang!
As the door closed, Natasha jumped into Jiang Fei's arms again and cried loudly.
Handsome! I'm so scared. I'm afraid that I'll never see you again. All right. It's all in the past. Don't be afraid.
Jiang Fei gently stroked Natasha's little head and comforted her gently.
With Handsome here, Natasha is not afraid of anything.
The little girl raised her little face and said. At this time, there were still tears at the corner of her eyes, which made people feel sorry for her.
Oh right. Natasha, did you fall asleep just now? Why did you ignore me even after I shouted a few times?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
I was afraid. Moreover, Brother also told me that there are bad people outside now. He told me to stay at home and not make a sound.
When Natasha said this, there was still some fear in her eyes. It seemed that she had been frightened before. Even now, she had not fully recovered.
All right. Brother has already chased away those bad people. You don't have to be afraid anymore.
Jiang Fei comforted her. He really treated Natasha as his own sister. Therefore, when he saw Natasha like this, he felt very sorry for her.
I knew that handsome brother would be able to protect me,
said Natasha as she crawled into Jiang Fei's arms again. Fortunately, she was a little girl in her teens. Otherwise, Jiang Fei might not have been able to withstand the pain if she had just crawled into his arms.
Natasha, look what I brought you.
Jiang Fei took out the delicious food that he had brought in order to distract Natasha from the unpleasant experience.
Wow! Delicious! Handsome boy. You're the best.
Natasha was indeed a child. When she saw the delicious food, she immediately became excited. She first kissed Jiang Fei on the cheek, and then snatched the burger and drink away.
Hee hee.
Jiang Fei smiled and shook his head. He really did not think that hamburgers were very delicious. However, these things were very popular among children. As he watched Natasha eat the burger in big bites, Jiang Fei could not help but feel a warm feeling in his heart.
Perhaps I also yearn for this kind of peaceful days.
Jiang Fei sighed. Very soon, Natasha finished her burger and drank a lot of drinks. The little girl burped in satisfaction, and then leaned against Jiang Fei's side to watch TV. Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to ask Natasha about anything. Anyway, her brother would only be back in the afternoon when he went to work. It was not even noon yet. Jiang Fei had plenty of time. Therefore, in order to make the little girl happy, he patiently watched those boring cartoons on TV with her. Leisure time always passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 to 3 hours had passed. Natasha even leaned on Jiang Fei's shoulder and fell asleep. Jiang Fei adjusted his body slightly to make Natasha sleep more comfortably. As a result, the little girl slept so soundly that her saliva dripped onto Jiang Fei's arm. It was only until 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Natasha finally had a full sleep. The little girl stretched herself and opened her eyes.
Ah!
Natasha cried out in surprise. Then, she looked at Jiang Fei and said in embarrassment,
Handsome, why didn't you wake me up? What time is it now? If you're sleepy, you should sleep a little more. It's the time to grow your body. I'm fine. Why did I wake you up?
Jiang Fei smiled and then replied,
It's almost 3 o'clock now. You wasted a lot of time. Handsome, it was not easy for you to come and see me. I actually fell asleep. What a pity,
said Natasha with a pout.
It's okay. Brother will come often in the future,
said Jiang Fei.
It's a deal,
said Natasha with her pinky.
It's a deal.
Jiang Fei pulled a pinky with Natasha.
Handsome brother. You're so nice,
said Natasha as she leaned over and kissed Jiang Fei on the cheek. After that, Jiang Fei played with Natasha for a while. When it was almost time to get off work, he asked,
Natasha, does your brother usually tell you about his work? Brother's work? Occasionally. He would talk about it, but not much,
said Natasha as she tilted her little head. She was completely unwary of Jiang Fei.
Did he mention his colleague?
Jiang Fei asked.
Colleague? I think he mentioned it a few times when he complained,
said Natasha after thinking for a moment.
What did he say?
Jiang Fei asked.
I don't remember.
Natasha shook her head and said, when her brother complained, she did not care much about it. Naturally, she could not remember all of it.
Did your brother ever mention who was their supervisor or who had higher authority?
Jiang Fei asked.
I think so. Let me think.
Natasha tilted her little head and thought for a long time. Then, she said to Jiang Fei,
There seems to be a guy named Nair something or Pru something. Brother said that he was their supervisor, and he did not seem to have a good relationship with brother. Brother always complained about him. Thank you, Natasha,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Handsome brother. Why are you asking about this?
Natasha asked curiously.
I have something to talk to him about,
Jiang Fei said vaguely. Chapter 2861, Chapter 2849, Kidnapping Operation.
Oh,
Natasha replied casually. She did not ask why Jiang Fei was looking for that person, because she did not care at all. She was not interested. Anyway, in Natasha's eyes, Jiang Fei was definitely doing the right thing. As long as he could find time to play with her, that would be enough. After playing with Natasha for a while, Jiang Fei stood up and said,
Natasha, your brother is about to get off work. I have to go. Handsome brother. When will you come and look for me again? Natasha asked. In 2 days,
Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment.
Then I will wait for you at home.
Natasha laughed.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded and left Natasha's house. Not long after Jiang Fei drove back to the life building. The members of the development team on the subtop floor all got off work, including Natasha's brother. A group of people left the life building one after another. Jiang Fei did not choose to do it on this day because he needed to confirm the identity of this person first. After returning to his office, Jiang Fei began to search for information. As the head of the security department of the life building, Jiang Fei's authority was quite high. At the very least, he could search for everyone's identity card information. That way, he could find this guy through the floor and the name that Natasha provided. There were not many people working on the subtop floor. Besides the members of the security department, there were also some military police who had ID cards. Otherwise, they would not be able to go up, because the entrance and exit of the corridor were sealed from the inside of the subtop floor. There was no way to enter from the outside. So the only normal way to enter the subtop floor was the elevator. And the elevator had to use ID cards to go to the subtop floor. After eliminating all these people, the remaining 10 or so people were probably members of the development team. One of them was Natasha's brother. Jiang Fei carefully looked at the identity cards of these people. He looked for the person with the name of Nalu or Pulu. Soon, Jiang Fei found the person Natasha was talking about.
Pulu Donis. It should be him.
Jiang Fei nodded. Among the 10 or so people, he was the only one with the name of Nalu or Pulu. This was a man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. His specific position in the development team was ominous, as his identity card did not indicate this. Jiang Fei would not have needed to ask Natasha in the group. He would just have to find the supervisor and kidnap him. After confirming the target, the rest of the matter was easy to handle. As it was already after work today, it was too late for Jiang Fei to chase after the person. Therefore, he should eat, work, and go back to rest after he was done. He went to recuperate. The next morning, Jiang Fei went to the hall on the first floor under the name of patrolling. Soon, he saw the guy named Platonis. He looked a little fatter than the ID card. He was about 35 years old. He looked smart and capable. He was well dressed, but his temperament was not very outstanding. However, the people in the development team were all semi-scientific researchers. They did not like to dress up. Therefore, none of them, including Natasha's brother, looked very handsome.
Sir! Please wait!
Jiang Fei stepped forward and stopped Platonis.
What's the matter?
Platonis was stunned. He saw that Jiang Fei was wearing a suit with a badge from the security department. So he asked,
It's like this. It's a routine check.
Jiang Fei said.
Oh.
Platonis nodded. As Jiang Fei was wearing the badge of the head of the security department and Platonis had done nothing wrong, he was not against this kind of check. Then, Jiang Fei took a device and scanned Platonis' body twice. This device was used by the security department to check metal items. After a routine inspection, there were no prohibited items found on Platonis' body. Therefore, Jiang Fei smiled and said to him,
I'm sorry. Sir. Sorry to disturb you. It's okay. You guys are just doing your routine work.
Platonis smiled and walked towards the elevator.
Now! You won't be able to escape.
Jiang Fei's lips curled into a smile. During the inspection process just now, he placed 2 small gadgets on Platonis' body. One of them was a recording device. The other was a positioning device. These were the tools of the security department. Now, they were all used by Jiang Fei for personal use. As the saying goes, one had to put on a full show. For the next few hours, Jiang Fei stayed in the hall on the first floor. Then, he carried out random checks on the people who came to the life building. After lunch, Jiang Fei did not go out again. He returned to his room and began to make preparations. After all, he was going to make a move tonight. Time passed by slowly. After Jiang Fei made his preparations, he began to rest. Perhaps only a person with a big heart like him could fall asleep at this time. If it was anyone else, at this time, they would not be able to match his eyes. When it was time to get off work in the afternoon, Jiang Fei's condition had been completely adjusted. He came out of the life building with a GPS in his hand. Then, he sat in a car. This car was also part of the security department. Yesterday, Jiang Fei had driven it to Natasha's house. Soon, Jiang Fei found his target. Platonis came out of the life building. As he was relatively rich, his home was near the life building. This guy did not need to drive to and from work. He only needed to walk, and he would be home in 5 minutes. Jiang Fei drove the car and secretly followed Pradoni's. Soon, his car stopped across the road from Pradana's house. Jiang Fei stayed in his car. He was not in a hurry to go out. He waited patiently, according to the data on the GPS. After Pradoni's return home, he never went out again. Jiang Fei was also waiting by his watch. He needed to wait until it was dark before he made his move. While he was waiting, time passed very slowly. Finally, when the sky turned dark, Jiang Fei finally opened his car door. When he arrived outside the courtyard wall of Pradana's house, Jiang Fei took 2 steps back. Then, he suddenly accelerated. His feet stepped on the wall for a few steps before he rushed up. Then, Jiang Fei put his elbow on the top of the wall. Then, he moved his legs and rode on the top of the wall. After he climbed up the wall, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to jump down. Who knew if the house had a dog? Therefore, Jiang Fei took out a treasure from his bag beside him. He had prepared this before. It was a ball the size of a child's fist. It was made of steamed sticky rice. It was mixed with mincemeat and long hair of a woman. After the ball was done, he fried it with sesame oil and blew it under his nose. Chapter 2862, Chapter 2850. Torture. Pa! Jiang Fei threw the meatball into the yard. The purpose of this thing was to attract evil dogs and the like. If there were animals like dogs in the yard of this house, they would definitely come over and eat the meatball that had been fried and stuffed with meat. Once they ate it, the dog would be considered useless. This was because this thing was made of sticky rice. It was sticky to the teeth. Moreover, there was a woman's long hair in it. After the dog ate it, it would only take a few bites before the hair was stuffed into the gaps of its teeth. The dog would then feel uncomfortable. It could not care about anything else. Dogs did not know how to pick their teeth. By the time it figured it out, it would already be dawn. Jiang Fei would have finished his work and left. The meatballs were fried with sesame oil. Firstly, it would taste better and attract more dogs to eat them. Secondly, it was to prevent the surface of the food from sticking to the skin. Otherwise, a few sticky rice balls would be packed in a bag and would not even be used. It would become a big lump. Pa-da! The meatballs fell into the yard. Jiang Fei waited quietly on the wall for a while. As expected, a series of soft footsteps could be heard. Jiang Fei tilted his ear and heard that there was more than one dog. Therefore, he casually threw a few more meatballs. He had to make sure that every dog had something to eat. After smelling the fragrance of the meatballs, the 3 dogs in the yard surrounded him. Initially, the big dogs wanted to fight over it. However, Jiang Fei threw a few more in at this time. Therefore, the big dog stopped fighting over it. One of the dogs held a meatball in its mouth and started eating it. Once the meatball entered the mouth, the taste was indeed indescribable. It was filled with meat, and it was fried in sesame oil. Not to mention the dogs. Everyone loved to eat it. However, the problem was that the 3 big dogs realized that something was wrong after just 2 bites. The meatball made of sticky rice was sticky to the teeth. The woman's hair inside the meatball was even more so. After a few bites, the 3 dogs' mouths were wrapped up like rotten eggs by the long hair and sticky rice balls. If they were humans, they could reach into the buttons and vomit them all out. But dogs couldn't. They retched and wanted to vomit the balls out. But their hair was wrapped around their teeth. How could they vomit so easily? So the 3 big dogs didn't care about anything else. They all lay on the ground and whimpered softly. They were picking the things in their mouths. But if they just relied on the tip of their tongues, it would become more and more entangled. Therefore, at this moment, the 3 big dogs were lying on the ground. They could not care about anything else. Swoosh! Jiang Fei jumped into the yard. He walked past the 3 big dogs. The 3 big dogs did not even look at Jiang Fei as they continued to lie on the ground and clean the rotten eggs in their mouths. Jiang Fei easily passed through the lawn in the yard. He came to the outside of the house and pushed the door lightly. The door was locked. Jiang Fei did not choose to break the door violently. Instead, he walked around the house. This is it! Very soon, Jiang Fei noticed that a window on the 2nd floor was open. This was clearly the best place to enter. After taking a few steps back, Jiang Fei accelerated and ran up. Then, he leaped up with all his might. He took a few steps on the wall and jumped up 3 to 4 meters high. Then, he grabbed the bottom edge of the windowsill with both hands and pressed down with his arms. He jumped 1 meter high again and stood on the windowsill. Swish! Jiang Fei pulled out the dagger from his waist and cut open the window screen. He entered the house through the window.
The renovation is not bad.
Jiang Fei looked around. As the sky had just turned dark, Plotinus had not rested yet, so the lights were still on. Jiang Fei listened for a moment. There was no sound upstairs. He could hear the sound of a television coming from downstairs. It seemed that the person was still in the living room downstairs. Jiang Fei tiptoed through the corridor and quietly went down the stairs to the first floor. When he was still on the stairs, Jiang Fei found his target. Plotinus was watching television. This was a sports show. The competition was very close, so he was very engrossed in watching it. After quietly walking down the stairs, Jiang Fei came to the back of Plotinus. This guy did not even notice. After all, it was his home. Most people would be very relaxed. This was not a ghost movie, who would always be on high alert in their own home. Therefore, it was normal for Jiang Fei to quietly sneak up behind Plotinus.
Pa!
After taking out a hood and putting it on his head, Jiang Fei patted Plotinus on the shoulder.
Stop fooling around.
Plotinus subconsciously hid Jiang Fei's hand. Then, he suddenly realized that he was not in the office, but at home. There was no one else in his house except for himself. There was no one else.
Who is it?
As he shouted, Plotinus turned around and saw Jiang Fei wearing a black hood.
You? Who are you?
Plotinus asked in fear.
Don't be afraid. I have something to ask you,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Why does your voice sound familiar?
Plotinus urged him. At this time, even if he recognized the other party, he had to pretend that he did not know him. The other party was wearing a hood because he did not want to expose his identity. If he said that, wasn't he asking the other party to kill him to silence him?
Hee. Let me ask you a few questions. I hope you can cooperate.
Jiang Fei ignored Plotinus' doubts.
You? What do you want to ask?
Plotinus asked.
About your work,
Jiang Fei said.
You don't have to say any more. I signed a confidentiality agreement, so I won't tell you anything.
Plotinus refused flatly.
It seems like you have a problem.
Jiang Fei smiled.
What problem?
Asked Plotinus.
I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm just telling you a fact,
said Jiang Fei.
Anyway, I won't say anything,
said Plotinus.
You will.
Jiang Fei smiled. Then, he took 2 steps and arrived in front of Plotinus. The kid wanted to resist, but was defeated by Jiang Fei in one move. After subduing Plotinus, Jiang Fei did not continue to talk nonsense with the kid. He did not have a good impression of all the members of the development team. After all, Jiang Fei had been forced by these guys before. There were a few times when his life and his family's lives were threatened. Therefore, when Jiang Fei faced these guys, he did not show any mercy. Jiang Fei grabbed Plotinus' collar and brought him to the bathroom.
Have you thought about it? Are you really not going to say it?
Jiang Fei asked.
I want.
Before Plotinus could finish his words, Jiang Fei grabbed his collar and pressed him into the toilet. The water in the toilet made the boy unable to breathe. He struggled crazily, however, in front of Jiang Fei's strength. This fellow who was doing scientific research could not resist at all. Chapter 2863, Chapter 2851, Mystery Solved.
Gulp! Gulp! Gulp!
Plotinus choked on the water and drank several mouthfuls. He even choked on the water into his windpipe.
Cough! Cough!
After being pulled out of the water by Jiang Fei, Plotinus coughed and panted heavily. He really felt like he was going to die just now.
Have you recovered? Let's do it again!
Jiang Fei let Plotinus catch his breath and pressed him down again.
Gulp, gulp, gulp.
The water in the toilet began to bubble again. Plotinus was also struggling desperately. However, under Jiang Fei's powerful strength, his struggle was futile.
Huff, huff.
After more than 10 seconds, Jiang Fei pulled Plotinus out again.
How is it? Are you going to tell me or not?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile.
Oh my god!
Plotinus cried out.
You're not going to tell me, are you? Then, let's continue.
Jiang Fei had no sympathy for the members of the development team. He pushed Plotinus into the toilet water again.
Gulp, gulp, gulp.
Plotinus drank a few more mouthfuls of water. The crazy suffocation had tortured him to the point that he was going crazy.
Say it?
Jiang Fei asked after pulling Plotinus out.
Say it. I wanted to tell you just now. I told you everything you asked.
Plotinus was on the verge of tears. He could not take it anymore. He wanted to say everything. However, he had just sighed. In the end, he was pressed down by Jiang Fei.
You should have said it earlier. There's no need to talk so much nonsense.
Jiang Fei laughed coldly. He knew that this kid would not be able to hold on for long.
Aye.
Plotinus was speechless. To be honest, he really wanted to die rather than surrender. However, the feeling of dying just now was too unbearable. His ideals were fulfilled, but reality was cruel. Prodonis did not expect that being tortured would be so terrifying. In fact, Prodonis did not know that the waterboarding was just the beginning. If he could really hold on, Jiang Fei still had more tricks up his sleeve.
If I ask you anything, just tell me honestly. Don't lie. Or else,
Jiang Fei said as he glanced at the toilet beside him.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you whatever you ask.
At this moment, Prodonis was almost having a toilet phobia. The moment he saw the toilet, his entire body trembled.
Let's talk about your identity first,
Jiang Fei asked calmly.
Aye.
Prodonis hesitated for a moment. He was considering whether or not to lie. If he hid his identity, the other party might not ask him too many confidential questions. However, on second thought, Prodonis gave up on the idea of lying. Since the other party spoiled him, it was likely that they had already figured out his identity. If he lied about this, he would definitely be exposed instantly. Then, he would definitely be punished again. After thinking about this, Prodonis said honestly,
My name is Prodonis. I am the executive team leader of Plan Z. Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. It seemed that Natasha's information was indeed correct. This guy was really a leader.
Big brother, what I said is true,
Prodonis quickly said. He was really afraid of being pressed into the toilet again.
At least you are sensible. Next is the second question.
Jiang Fei nodded and said,
Then, please introduce Plan Z.
Prodonis thought for a moment. He did not intend to lie about this question. Because in his opinion, if the other party did not understand Plan Z, then why did he come to him? Therefore, if he lied about this issue, it would be very easy to be exposed. Therefore, after slightly organizing his words, Prodonis said to Jiang Fei,
Plan Z is a population increase plan personally supervised by the Grand Consul. Because with the development of technology,
our ability to reproduce the population has become lower and lower. Naturally born babies are more and more likely to die. In order to continue the race, we have to start increasing the number of newborns in the Life Extension Center. To produce clone babies, we need souls. Therefore, we have used the power of the snow beasts to develop a game that can connect to the three-dimensional world. When people have fun, they can also release more souls in the three-dimensional world.
Prodonis spoke briefly, but the content was not much different from what Lena had said.
Snow beast? What is that?
Jiang Fei asked,
pretending to be confused. You don't know about the snow beast?
Prodonis was also stunned. If he had known that the other party did not know about the snow beast, he would have just lied. Now that the snow beast was mentioned, he had no choice but to explain.
You better answer the question,
Jiang Fei said coldly.
I'll talk.
When he heard Jiang Fei's unfriendly tone, Prodonis immediately gave in. He said to Jiang Fei,
This snow beast is the only strange beast in our gamma dimension. I don't know how long it has lived. It seems to have existed since the beginning of our dimension. You caught it?
Jiang Fei asked.
We did not capture it. It was captured a long time ago. One of the important duties of the previous consoles was to lock it up and feed it. Because the babies in the Life Extension Center also needed it to bewitch souls from the three-dimensional world.
Prodonis paused for a moment. Then, he continued,
we only used its huge spiritual power to open a new channel. Through this channel, not only did we complete the transmission of consciousness, but we could also directly influence the three-dimensional world. Can we control the three-dimensional world at will? Slaughter them at will? Let them release their souls?
Jiang Fei asked.
In theory, we can do that. But the price is too high, according to the spatial compensation mechanism. If we directly use the suppression of the high-dimensional space to kill the creatures in the low-dimensional space, then we will be punished accordingly. If it's serious, we might die,
said Prudence.
Oh!
This was the first time Jiang Fei had heard of this spatial compensation mechanism. Previously, he had always thought that the development team could easily influence the three-dimensional world.
Do you think that we can control the three-dimensional world as we please?
The spatial law was fair. Although we were in a higher dimension and could easily change everything in the three-dimensional world, the law limited our abilities. If we forcefully killed the creatures in low-level space or destroyed their space, we would also be punished horribly. In order to deduce the spatial compensation mechanism, we have already lost several of our colleagues,
said Platonis with a sigh.
That's not right. Since we can't kill people at will, why don't we slaughter the three-dimensional creatures in the game and let them release their souls? No one will be punished,
Jiang Fei asked. Chapter 2864, Chapter 2852 Apostle Story.
That's because it was done by their own people.
Through the transfer of consciousness, we allowed those people's souls to ascend. Meanwhile, we entered the three-dimensional world as players. Although it was our will that was killing people, it was the creatures in the three-dimensional space that completed the killing action. Therefore, we would not be punished. This might be considered a loophole, said Prudence.
I see. Jiang Fei nodded. Now, he was finally getting to know the things that he wanted to know. From Predonis' words, Jiang Fei could tell that this spatial compensation mechanism was quite powerful. At least, the people in the development team were very afraid of it. However, there was a loophole in this rule. Therefore, they used this loophole to achieve their goal. This way, they could avoid being punished.
But why did you let those apostles destroy the three-dimensional world? Isn't the three-dimensional world the source of your souls? If you completely destroy the three-dimensional world, wouldn't that be the same as fishing in a pond? When that time comes, where will you find the source of your souls?
Jiang Fei asked. Initially, there were apostles who wanted to create a bunch of black holes and destroy the three-dimensional world.
Sigh.
After hearing Jiang Fei's question, Prudence sighed and said to Jiang Fei,
Those apostles were not created by us. I know that. But weren't they bribed by you later?
Jiang Fei asked.
We were not the ones who bribed them. It was the people of the sheriff. There was a traitor in our development team. It was that kid who was manipulating these things. When we discovered it, it was already too late. Fortunately, that apostle was killed. If he really destroyed the three-dimensional world, we would really be sinners, said Prudence. What exactly is going on?
Jiang Fei asked.
The apostles that you mentioned are a bunch of guys with cheats. We still don't know where their cheats came from. However, we can be sure that that person must be related to our development team. Otherwise, he would not be able to get the data interface, said Prudence.
Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. He knew the source of these cheats. Through his previous contact with the Apostle Simon, Jiang Fei could basically be sure that Simon, the developer of the cheats, was Natasha's brother. However, Natasha's brother did not develop the cheats because he had defected to the sheriff. Instead, he simply wanted to help his sister realize her dream. However, Natasha was too naive. She easily gave these cheats to a group of people in the slums. She initially thought that they could join her in the game to stop the evil players. In the end, the naive Natasha lost control of the apostles. In fact, Natasha's idea was also good. She learned from Jiang Fei that many players were doing evil in the three-dimensional world. Therefore, she wanted to build her own army and help her handsome brother to stop the players. On the other hand, Natasha's brother was a spoilsport. Under his sister's persuasion, he used his position to develop a series of cheats and gave them to Natasha. Then, the little girl organized the apostles. In the end, Natasha's idea was very good. However, in the end, the people who really went to complete her quest were the two sisters, Aisha and Lorna. They were the only ones who did not use the power of cheats to do evil. In the end, they were taken in by Han Tianyu. The other apostles, either because of their own selfishness or because they were used by the subordinates of the sheriff. In the end, without exception, they all used the cheat in their hands to destroy the three-dimensional world. And this was completely contrary to Natasha's idea. After these cheaters appeared, we tried to clean them up, but soon found out that their cheat was actually directly connected to the data interface. Unless we seal the data interface, completely take the game offline, and cut off the three-dimensional world, there was no way to stop them. In the end, we had to arrange for a powerhouse from the three-dimensional world to kill them, said Prudence. However, what he did not know was that the three-dimensional world's powerhouse was right in front of him. And then? Jiang Fei nodded. As for how to eliminate these apostles, there was no need for Prudence to explain. He had done all of this himself. And then? That three-dimensional world's powerhouse was indeed powerful. He almost killed all of those cheaters, said Prudence. Didn't you say that these people were all related to one of the traitors among you? Jiang Fei asked. That was something that happened after that. After the incident with the sheriff was exposed, we also conducted an internal investigation and found out that Chica was actually one of the sheriff's men. Those apostles were not discovered in time because he helped them to cover up their tracks, said Prudence. These people wreaked havoc in the three-dimensional world just to obtain the magistrate's soul? Jiang Fei asked. Yes, Prudence said. They massacred wantonly in the three-dimensional world and created a panic. This way, Many people would choose to sacrifice their bodies in despair, and their souls would ascend. I see.
Jiang Fei only now knew how the clone warriors under the magistrate came about. Now, it seemed that he had sold the magistrate to the right person. Although the magistrate was not a good person, he was also exploiting the three-dimensional world. Even this game was created by him. However, compared to the methods of the magistrate was more gentle.
Alright, these things are in the past. Now, I want to know about the snow beast.
Jiang Fei finally asked the crucial question.
This.
Predonis was a little hesitant. He was the confidant of the magistrate, and the snow beast was the top secret. Therefore, he really did not want to say anything.
You have already said so much. Is it not enough to sentence you to death for leaking these secrets?
Jiang Fei laughed coldly.
Sigh.
Platonis sighed. Jiang Fei's previous words had completely defeated him. He had already revealed too many secrets. With his current crime, he was already enough to be shot to death. Therefore, no matter how much he said, that was it.
Say it. Otherwise, you will still have to suffer.
Jiang Fei said.
Sigh. After I say it, you will give me a quick death.
Predonis had already thought it through. He had said so many secrets. There was no way he could survive. Even if the guy in front of him did not kill him, he would still be executed, although it was a death sentence. If Predonis did not say it, Jiang Fei would torture him. Therefore, in order to avoid physical pain, Predonis could only tell him everything he knew. Chapter 2865, Chapter 2853, Silence.
Okay. Go ahead.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Okay.
Predonis took a deep breath. Then, he said,
Actually, I don't know much about the snow beast. In our office, there are only a few data interfaces. We don't know how these excuses are connected to the snow beast. You don't know?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
However, there is one thing that I am sure of. The snow beast is in this city. I even suspect that it is under the Life Building or Life Extension Center,
said Prudence.
Oh, how do you know?
Jiang Fei asked.
Because the data transmission of this kind of mental excuse is limited. The transmission of the special cable cannot be too long. At most, it cannot be more than a kilometer. Therefore, I am sure that the snow beast is in the center of our office. The distance in a straight line is not more than a kilometer. Then, I will refer to the surrounding environment. That is, the underground of the Life Building and Life Extension Center is the most suitable,
said Prudence.
I see.
Jiang Fei thought for a moment. The Life Building and the Life Extension Center were next to each other. They were located in the center of the entire gamma space. Other than these two buildings, there were also many tall buildings around them. However, those buildings were all ordinary companies. Therefore, Platonis' analysis was very reasonable. The snow beast hiding under the ground of these two buildings was the most reasonable explanation. However, when it came to these two places, Jiang Fei had more or less understood them. Currently, he lived and worked on the 7 floors of the Life Building. The Life Building's underground building had a total of 10 floors. The 3 floors below were used to store materials and dangerous equipment. Of course, the 10 floors were only public information. As for whether there was a secret underground 11 floors, that was not something Jiang Fei could come into contact with. Jiang Fei had once worked in the Life Extension Center. He had even managed to get to the core of the Life Extension Center. There, he had personally witnessed the sheriff's men catalyzing the clone. Although he had reached the core of the Life Extension Center, the situation was very chaotic. Moreover, the situation was urgent. Jiang Fei did not have the time to observe. Therefore, he did not dare to confirm if there were any buildings underground in the Life Extension Center.
It seems like I have to find an opportunity to explore.
Jiang Fei made up his mind.
I have told you everything I know. Just kill me,
said Platonis.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Although Platonis did not have a personal grudge against him. As the person in charge of the development team, he was responsible for the evil deeds that the players had committed in the three-dimensional world. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not feel any psychological burden in killing Predonis.
Are you ready?
Jiang Fei asked.
Can I have another sip of wine?
Predonis asked.
Of course.
Jiang Fei picked up the wine glass on the table and personally filled a glass for Predonis.
Can you tell me who you are?
Predonis drank the wine in a glass in one gulp.
Am from the three-dimensional world,
Jiang Fei said.
As expected. It's exactly as I guessed. Alright, let's do it. It's time to pay the price for my evil deeds,
said Predonis calmly. As the saying goes, when a man is about to die, his words are kind. At this moment, He had really moved on.
Take care.
Jiang Fei pulled a ribbon from the sofa and strangled Prodonis to death. Then, he disguised the scene as a suicide hanging. After everything was done, Jiang Fei left Prodonis' house. After driving back to the light building, Jiang Fei went straight to the 7th floor. Although he had the intention to explore the 10th floor, Jiang Fei knew that he could not be anxious. As the saying goes,
when in a hurry, there will be chaos. When in a hurry, there will be mistakes.
Jiang Fei did not want to let his previous efforts go to waste just because he was anxious. Therefore, after returning to the 7th floor, he went straight to his office. Then, he began to use his authority to search for information. There was not much information about the 8th to 10th floor underground. Although Jiang Fei was already the head of the security department, the information he could find was still very limited. Among the limited information, Jiang Fei only knew that the 8th floor underground was used to store all kinds of conventional items. The underground floor was used by the security department to store all kinds of equipment, including firearms and other dangerous weapons. The information about the 10th floor underground was more vague. There were only 4 words: material warehouse. There were no other introductions.
I can go to the 9 underground floors at any time, but I don't have the authority to go to the 10 underground floors.
Very soon, Jiang Fei was stunned again. As the head of the security department, he could go almost anywhere in the entire light building. Even the heavily guarded subtop floor was the only underground floor that he could not go to.
Forget it. I'll go to the 9th floor tomorrow,
said Jiang Fei after thinking for a moment. As the 9th floor was a warehouse that belonged to the security department, there was no need for Jiang Fei to go there. After making the decision, Jiang Fei returned to his own residence. After a night of rest, Jiang Fei went to work the next day as usual. However, today was destined to be an extraordinary day because the project manager of the development team had skipped work. If it was an ordinary person who was absent from work, they would at most be fined. However, Prudence's identity was extraordinary. After trying to contact him, but there was no news. A large number of military police officers immediately came to Prudence's home. Then, they found that he had hanged himself in the living room. When the military police arrived, everything was as usual at Prudence's home. Even the television was still on. However, the scene was fixed on the result of a sports game. The huge headline on the screen was Manchester United had lost. Prudence, the confidant of the governor, the project manager of the development team, and the elite of society, had actually hanged himself because his favorite team had lost. No one was willing to believe this conclusion. However, after the military police investigated 3 times, they did not find any suspicious signs. Therefore, although they did not believe it themselves, they could only make this conclusion. The military police found out about the death of Prudence and their investigation. This was within Jiang Fei's expectations. After all, if such a person suddenly did not come to work, he would definitely be the center of attention. However, Jiang Fei had done it in a hurry. He did not leave any traces. Therefore, he was not afraid that someone would investigate. While the military police were investigating at Prudence's home, Jiang Fei had already used his authority to go down to the warehouse of the security department on the 9th underground floor. There were many light weapons stored there. After all, the security guards did not usually need big things like energy cannons. Jiang Fei's focus was not on the pistols or batons. He carefully looked at the structure of the warehouse. Under normal circumstances, the main structure of the building was fixed. What would the 9th floor look like? What would the 10th floor look like? If it was different again, there must be something fishy going on. Chapter 2866, Chapter 2854. Stealing the chess card. After wandering around the warehouse on the 9th floor, Jiang Fei secretly drew a rough map in his mind.
The problem now is how to get down to the 10th floor,
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. If he were to forcefully enter, Jiang Fei had many ways. The simplest way was to use his lightsaber to forcefully break the ground, or destroy the elevator, and then go down the elevator shaft. However, if he did that, he would definitely alert the people of the light building. Moreover, they could tell with one look that someone had gone down from the 9th floor. There were only so many people who could legally enter the 9th floor. It would be very easy for Jiang Fei to get himself into trouble. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Jiang Fei was not willing to take this risk. Unless he could confirm that the snow beast was down there, Jiang Fei did not care. He would just go down and kill the snow beast. Then, he could go home. However, what if the snow beast was not there? With his identity exposed in advance and his purpose exposed, He probably would not be able to get close to the Life Extension Center. Jiang Fei stayed on the 9th floor for almost 3 hours. He wanted to know how to go down to the 10th floor without alerting anyone. Unfortunately, there was no safe passage from the 8th floor. The elevator was the only way to get to these floors. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to either dig a hole on the 9th floor to get to the 10th floor or use the elevator shaft. There was no other choice.
What kind of authority does one need to get to the 10th floor?
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. As the head of the security department, he was already considered to be a middle-level manager. However, he could only get to the 9th floor. Moreover, this was because the 9th floor belonged to the security department. Therefore, if he wanted to enter the 10th floor, he would have to be an executive of the Light Building. When he thought of this, a face appeared in Jiang Fei's mind. Mr. Donner. He was an executive of the Light Building. He should have the authority to enter the 10th floor underground. If he could get his identity card, Jiang Fei might be able to sneak in. Moreover, he used Mr. Donner's identity card. Therefore, even if the incident happened later, Mr. Donner would still be the one being investigated.
I have to think of a way to get his identity card.
After Jiang Fei made his decision, he turned around and took the elevator back to the 7th floor underground. Sitting in his office, Jiang Fei took out his identity card and looked at it carefully. Then, he thought for a moment and came out of his office. Then, he went straight to the elevator. After entering the elevator, Jiang Fei directly chose the floor where Mr. Donner's office was located.
Mr. Ralph, are you looking for Mr. Donner?
Donner's secretary asked with a smile. At this time, Jiang Fei had already become the management of the Life Building, so he naturally received sufficient respect.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Please wait for a moment.
The secretary smiled at Jiang Fei. Then, he spoke into the communicator.
Mr. Donner, Mr. Ralph wants to see you. Let him in.
Donner replied. He thought that Jiang Fei was here to talk about those troublemakers. Previously, Jiang Fei had crippled those troublemakers. Although the matter was quite big, it was quickly suppressed. This made Mr. Donner even more convinced that Jiang Fei had a considerable background in the military. In fact, Jiang Fei had only spent a little money on this matter. Of course, he had also borrowed the name of Colonel Kono.
Mr. Dona,
Jiang Fei greeted after entering.
Yes, you're here. Have a seat.
Mr. Dona nodded.
Mr. Dona, the main reason I'm here is to report to you about what happened earlier.
Jiang Fei was also trying to find something to talk about.
Okay, take your time,
said Dona as he looked at Jiang Fei.
This time, I'm here to intimidate those troublemakers. If they compromise every time, they will never stop. I'm from the slums. I know these people too well,
said Jiang Fei.
That's right. Previously, we always tried to keep the peace. However, these people always make things worse,
said Mr. Dona as he nodded.
As for those guys who were beaten up, they have all been dealt with. The military and police have already suppressed this matter. Public opinion will also be guided well,
said Jiang Fei.
You handled this matter very well.
Donner nodded. In the past, they did not use such violent means. The main reason was that no one wanted to take on this responsibility. Everyone knew that those gangsters from the slums would take an inch and take a mile. However, those who were heavy-handed would definitely follow suit. Therefore, no one took the initiative to bring up this matter. Now that Jiang Fei had taken action and solved the problem in one go, everyone was naturally very happy.
Mr. Dona, can we just let this matter go?
Jiang Fei said as he moved forward. At the same time, he used his left jacket pocket to point at the identity card on Mr. Dona's chest. In Jiang Fei's jacket pocket, there was a miniature camera. Jiang Fei had brought it up from the 9th floor underground. It belonged to the security department. Jiang Fei had brought it out. The main reason was to take a picture of Mr. Donner's chest card.
Sure. This matter is considered to be over.
Mr. Donner nodded.
Then, is there anything else that you need to remind me of?
Jiang Fei asked.
In the future, you'd better take it easy on this kind of thing. Sometimes, it's very difficult to deal with public opinion,
Mr. Donner said.
I understand.
Jiang Fei nodded.
That's good.
Mr. Donner smiled.
Mr. Donner, if there's nothing else you need me to tell you, I'll go back to my work.
Jiang Fei had already achieved his goal. He had already secretly taken a photo of Mr. Donner's chest card. So he got up and left.
Go on.
Mr. Donner nodded. Then, Jiang Fei got up and left his office. After returning to his office, Jiang Fei took out the miniature camera from his pocket. Then, He pulled out the image inside and captured a clear image. The content of the image was Mr. Donner's chess card.
This is it!
Jiang Fei smiled in satisfaction and printed out the image. With this image, Jiang Fei left the 7th floor underground. After leaving the life building, he drove straight to the slums. An hour later, Jiang Fei arrived at the slums.
Oh! There's a big shot here!
Jiang Fei's arrival caused the people in the slums to discuss animatedly, as Jiang Fei was driving a car that was assigned to him by the life building. As he was a middle-level manager, Jiang Fei's car was indeed not bad. This might not be a big deal in the wealthy district. However, when he arrived at the slums, it was very eye-catching. Jiang Fei drove around the slums. The poor people who had seen him twice were always looking at him. Jiang Fei was also looking for his target. Chapter 2867, Chapter 28.
It's you guys!
Very quickly, Jiang Fei found the person he was looking for. Not far in front of Jiang Fei's car, in a small alley, a few kids were wandering around. These people all had their shoulders slanted. They did not even lift their shoes. They just stepped on the heels of their shoes. When they walked, they lifted their hands up. When they walked, these kids all had their hands half clenched into fists, and their palms were slightly held outward. Moreover, they were clearly not injured, but they were all dragging their legs as they walked. It was as if one of their legs was disabled. The way they walked, it was as if they wanted to be beaten up as much as possible. After seeing these kids, Jiang Fei knew that he had found his target. He directly drove to the front of these kids and rolled down the car window.
Come here!
Jiang Fei said rudely.
Who are you?
The leader of the gang glared at Jiang Fei.
Do you want to work for money?
Jiang Fei asked.
What kind of work?
As soon as Jiang Fei said that, the eyes of these guys lit up. For these gangsters, they would be happy to earn money, but they still had to put on airs. Therefore, the leader of the punks put on a nonchalant look and asked,
Do you know where I can make a fake ID?
Jiang Fei asked.
That's against the law.
The leader of the punks said,
It's none of your business. Just take me to earn some money.
Jiang Fei said bluntly.
How much are you offering?
The punks asked.
200.
Jiang Fei said casually.
Just 200.
The thug said unhappily. He had 7 or 8 underlings under him. 200 was not enough to split it.
200 each.
Jiang Fei said.
Oh!
The eyes of these thugs lit up. $200 might not even be enough for a meal for the people in the rich district. However, in the poor district, this money was enough to live for half a month. After all, the people here usually work for only $1,800 a month.
Are you in?
Jiang Fei asked.
The
leader of the gangsters wanted to stretch it further. What if he could give more money? After all, it was very embarrassing for people from the rich district to come out and make fake IDs. Therefore, the gangster concluded that it was unlikely that Jiang Fei would ask for directions from someone else.
Cut the crap. If you're not in, you'll find someone else.
In the end, Jiang Fei did not fall for his trick.
All right. It'll take you there. All right?
The gangster rolled his eyes. From the car, he could tell that the guy inside was rich. If he could rob him, it would be more than a few $100s. These gangsters were also desperate. They had nothing better to do than to turn their attention to Jiang Fei.
Let's go inside.
Jiang Fei did not get out of the car. He drove the car slowly to follow these people. At the same time, he did not let them get into the car. This was not because Jiang Fei was wary of them. He was afraid that they would have any bad thoughts. Instead, Jiang Fei simply thought that letting these guys get into the car would dirty his car. Although Jiang Fei was not a car lover, the car was still his. He felt uncomfortable if someone dirtied it. After following these guys for a while, Jiang Fei found that the alley was getting narrower and darker. Although it was impossible to get a fake license in an open and above-board place, Jiang Fei could tell that these guys were up to no good. However, Jiang Fei did not care at all. If these unlucky guys were looking for trouble, Jiang Fei would be happy to help them.
This is the place,
the leader of the gangsters said as he turned around.
Okay.
Jiang Fei got out of the car and took out a handful of money from his wallet.
This is your reward.
Jiang Fei handed the money to the leader of the gangsters.
Give us the rest as well,
the gangster leader said.
I have no intention of doing that,
Jiang Fei replied calmly.
But now, I want you to give me the rest as well. Then, you can drive your car and get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude,
the gangster leader threatened. He had never thought of snatching Jiang Fei's car because he had nowhere to sell it. Moreover, he did not dare to drive it. Once the other party went back and reported it to the police, he would be courting death by driving the car. Therefore, the gangster leader had never thought of stealing the semi-luxury car. Moreover, he had never thought of making a big deal out of it. In the gangster leader's opinion, as long as he threatened them, these rich people would definitely be afraid of being beaten up. In the end, he handed over the money. However, he did not expect that Jiang Fei would not fall for their tricks.
Looks like you don't even want this money anymore.
Jiang Fei sighed and kept the money.
Kid, are you looking for a beating?
When they saw Jiang Fei put the money away again, the hooligans became anxious.
Come and try.
Jiang Fei laughed.
F***CK. How dare you?
These hooligans were ultimately a group of hooligans. They did not have a good temper. Although they did not want to hurt Jiang Fei in order to avoid getting into trouble, Jiang Fei's attitude instantly made them angry. Once they were angry, who would be able to remain rational? Therefore, a group of gangsters swarmed forward. They took out pickaxes, sticks, and other weapons from God knows where, and started to attack Jiang Fei directly.
You dare to mess with my car? I'm not done with you.
Jiang Fei shouted and rushed up to the gangsters. In the blink of an eye, these gangsters were lying on the ground. If one had to describe it, it would be called a flash of recognition. It was like a person holding a needle in his left hand and a thread in his right hand waiting in the dark night. At that moment, there was a flash in the sky. This person found the needle, and the thread went through it. The entire process was so fast. Jiang Fei's speed in defeating these hooligans was just that fast. Think about it. What did Jiang Fei do? He was a professional at beating people up. The lowest level of battle he had experienced was a true immortal level expert. Although he had changed carriers, his consciousness and skills were still there. Even if he had changed carriers, this carrier was also the strength of a special forces soldier. These local hooligans might not even be able to eat their fill. The difference between the two sides was definitely not something that a few wooden sticks could make up for. Therefore, in just one exchange of blows, these hooligans did not even understand what was going on. They were all knocked to the ground. At that moment, they either felt a sharp pain in their arms or felt a sharp pain in their chest. One by one, they fell to the ground and wailed non-stop. Only two of them did not scream. However, these two guys did not do it because they were stubborn. Instead, they were knocked unconscious.
I say, why do you have to do this? You have to do it the hard way.
Jiang Fei said with a cold smile.
Ouch. It hurts so much.
At that moment, these hooligans did not have the time to answer Jiang Fei's words. All they had left was ouch. Chapter 2868, Chapter 2856 refused to help.
Now! Can you take me to where I want to go?
Jiang Fei asked with a cold smile.
Okay. We will send you there now.
The gangsters were scared. Jiang Fei had been quite ruthless just now. Although these people did not leave behind any major disabilities, each and every one of them had broken bones and broken tendons. If they did not take care of them for 2 to 3 months, they would not be able to come out again.
What a bunch of B***stards.
Jiang Fei sneered and returned to his car.
Big brother, what should we do? Should we bring him along?
One of the gangsters asked in a low voice.
Nonsense. Can we not go? Do you want to get beaten up again?
The leader of the gangsters glared at the kid.
Boss, I think I know this guy.
Another gangster suddenly said.
You know him?
The gangster leader was stunned.
I haven't seen him before. But I heard my second brother mention that they went to Life Building to extort money. Several bosses were actually crippled by a strong man.
The little gangster hadn't finished his sentence. A few guys at the side echoed.
That's right. I also heard about it. It is said that that guy is the newly appointed head of the security department of Life Building. He is not just any ordinary ruthless person. Moreover, he has a very strong backing. After crippling several bosses, not only did they not get a single cent, they were even warned by the military police. They said that whoever dares to say anything, I guarantee that they will die without a complete corpse. Really?
A few hooligans who were not very well informed asked.
Of course it's true. My second brother was at the scene, but he didn't cause any trouble at that time. So he was spared.
The hooligan from before added.
From my second brother's description, this guy is very similar to that violent security chief. Then why didn't you have King tell us earlier?
The head of the hooligans was anxious at that moment. If they had known that the person in the car was that demon, they would not have bothered to look for trouble. Fortunately, this master was in a good mood today. Otherwise, they might have been crippled. Although they were gangsters who fought fiercely, these people usually relied on their physical strength to earn a living. When they did not have money, they had to go to the station or somewhere to carry big bags. If they were crippled, then they would have no way to earn money. At that time, it was inevitable that they would freeze and starve to death. The people above would not care about the lives of these poor people. After helping each other to get up, these gangsters limped forward. Jiang Fei continued to follow them in his car. After about half an hour, these gangsters stopped in another alley.
Sir, this is it.
The leader of the gangsters pointed at a dark cell door and said,
Come with me,
said Jiang Fei.
Sir, I want go up,
said the leader, as he did not want to spend any more time with Jiang Fei.
Do you want me to treat you?
Jiang Fei's face darkened. The leader immediately changed his words.
Sir, come with me. It'll take you up. Let's go,
said Jiang Fei in a bad mood. These hooligans were so mean. If they did not walk, they would be forced to retreat. After that, Jiang Fei followed the hoodlum into the unit's door. Then, they walked up the dark corridor. This kind of old-fashioned house did not even have an elevator. But then again, these poor people could not afford to pay for the maintenance of the elevator. Soon, the head of the hoodlum brought Jiang Fei to a door. The door was covered with small advertisements. It looked messy. Moreover, the door was already covered in rust. One look and one could tell that it had been in disrepair for a long time.
How is this person doing with his fake ID?
Jiang Fei asked.
I guarantee that it's flawless,
the leader of the gangsters said.
Knock on the door.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Knock. Knock. Knock.
The leader of the gangsters knocked on the door.
Dot.
There was no movement inside.
Knock. Knock again,
Jiang Fei said.
Sir, we can't knock anymore. If we knock again, this door will not open,
the leader of the gangsters said.
Oh.
Jiang Fei was stunned.
What he did was illegal. Of course, we have to be careful. If an ordinary person comes to knock, he won't open the door. Only when a regular customer comes and knocks on the right password will he open the door,
said the leader of the gangsters.
No wonder.
Jiang Fei nodded. When the leader of the gangsters knocked on the door just now, it was a special rhythm. After waiting for about 3 minutes, the door opened.
Who are you looking for?
An old man stuck out half of his head.
Second uncle. It's me,
the hooligan said.
Get lost.
The old man did not say anything and was about to close the door. However, at this time, the hooligan took a step forward and shoved his arm into the crack of the door.
Second uncle. It hurts. It hurts,
the hooligan shouted loudly.
Sigh.
The old man sighed and opened the door.
Second uncle. I'm bringing you a client. How could you do this to me?
The head of the hooligan complained as soon as he entered the door.
It's already good that you don't cause me any trouble.
The old man did not even look at the head of the hooligan. He walked straight into the room. Jiang Fei looked around. This place was no different from an ordinary pauper's house. It was messy and gave off an unpleasant smell.
Second uncle, I really brought you a big client this time. Look at this gentleman. He's from the wealthy district. He has something to ask of you,
said the gangster leader.
Sigh. This gentleman. My nephew is not good. He lied to you. I'm just an old man. I don't have much ability. I can't help you.
The old man ignored the gangster leader and said to Jiang Fei.
You didn't even ask me what I want to do. But you said you can't help me. Isn't that a little too perfunctory?
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
I'm just an ordinary old man. I don't know anything. I definitely can't help you,
the old man said, shaking his head.
Hey, raise $10,000. If you think it's not enough, I can add more.
Jiang Fei did not waste any time and took out a stack of cash from his pocket. Jiang Fei knew that to a poor person, even if you told him to transfer $1 million to him, it would be better to take out $20,000 and throw it in front of him. Poverty had already limited the imagination of these people. It was not that they did not know that $1 million was more than $20,000. However, $10,000 was an astronomical figure to them. It was actually no different from $1 million. Because these two numbers were things that they would never earn in their entire lives. So how much money you told him would not be very effective. Because they simply could not imagine what kind of concept it was. But if you threw a stack of money directly in front of him, the real thing would instantly stimulate his senses. Let him understand that this was a huge sum of money.
Second uncle. So much.
The gangster's eyes were wide open.
I really cannot help you.
The old man is still unmoved. Chapter 2869, Chapter 2857 has been completed.
All right. If that's the case, I shall take my leave.
Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. Then, He turned around and prepared to leave. When Jiang Fei reached the door, he suddenly turned around and said,
"Old sir, the remnants of the sheriff usually do not end well. You?"
When the old man heard Jiang Fei's words, he was stunned. At that moment, Jiang Fei opened the door and was about to walk out.
"Wait!"
The old man called out to Jiang Fei.
"What's the matter?"
This time, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry.
"How did you know that I used to be a member of the sheriff's department?"
The old man asked.
Hee. What do you mean used to be? You must be loyal to the sheriff now. Otherwise, you would have thrown this thing away a long time ago.
After Jiang Fei closed the door, he went to the corner of the living room. Although the place was messy, there were some small gadgets. Jiang Fei picked out a medal from among them. This medal was awarded to the most core members of the magistrate. This was the information that Jiang Fei had obtained from Lina. When he had assassinated the magistrate, Jiang Fei had talked to Lina about a lot of things. This medal was one of them. Previously, when they were chatting, Jiang Fei had inadvertently asked about the medal that Lina was wearing. Lina said that it was the identity certificate of their core members. Only the most core members would be awarded this thing. Therefore, after finding this thing in the old man's house, Jiang Fei immediately concluded that the old man was a direct descendant of the sheriff. Now that the sheriff's faction had collapsed, the sheriff and Lina had been arrested and were awaiting trial. It was impossible for the sheriff's faction to turn the tables. However, under such circumstances, the old man did not get rid of the medal. Instead, he carefully placed it in a relatively secret place. From this, it could be seen that he was very loyal to the sheriff.
"Then what do you want? To hand me over to the military police?"
The old man asked.
"No, I'm just here to ask for a favor,"
Jiang Fei said.
"What kind of ID do you want?"
The old man asked straightforwardly. His weakness had been grasped by the other party. He had no choice but to help.
"Second uncle, please accept this business deal."
The head of the gangsters was still thinking about the money.
"Get lost."
The old man went up and gave the head of the gangsters a slap. If this guy didn't bring him here, would he be in such a passive situation? As the confidant of the sheriff, if he was caught by the military police, would he have a good ending?
"Second uncle, why did you hit me? If I had not brought him here, would you have transferred so much money? It's fine if you did not share the money with me, but you still hit me."
The gangster leader cried out with an aggrieved look.
"Get out of here."
The old man beat and scolded the gangster leader until he chased him out. At the same time, he hated this kid to death in his heart.
"Can you do this?"
Jiang Fei took out his identity card.
"Don't you have it?"
The old man looked at Jiang Fei.
"Can I do it?"
Jiang Fei asked.
"If I can do it, I can definitely do it."
The old man nodded.
"How about this?"
Jiang Fei showed the old man the picture he had taken earlier.
"The appearance can definitely be done, but I can't do anything about the information recorded inside. After all, you did not bring out the original card. If you must, I can copy the contents of your card into this new card,"
the old man said.
"No need. I just need to make it look exactly the same,"
said Jiang Fei.
"That's easy."
After the old man said that, he turned around and entered a room. He then locked the door. He did not even bring the picture that Jiang Fei had taken in. Time passed by slowly. Jiang Fei waited patiently in the living room. During this time, he went through the plan that he had previously thought of in his mind. After confirming that it was feasible, he began to walk around the living room. About 3 to 4 hours after he entered the room, the door to the room opened. The old man walked out with a card. He asked Jiang Fei,
"Is that what you said? Good job, old man."
Jiang Fei took the card and compared it with his own card. Whether it was the texture, the lines, or the texture, it was almost identical. Jiang Fei could not tell the difference anyway. After that, Jiang Fei took out the picture and compared it. The contents of the two cards were exactly the same. Even if he used a magnifying glass, he could not see anything unusual.
"This is your reward,"
Jiang Fei said as he left the $10,000 on the old man's table.
"I have helped you,"
the old man said to Jiang Fei.
"Don't worry. I will keep the matter of the sheriff in my heart. However, I have a piece of advice for you. Although this thing is a dream, it is also a time bomb. Especially that nephew of yours. He is too unreliable,"
Jiang Fei said.
"I know."
The old man nodded. He had just made a decision. After Jiang Fei left, he would bury the medal.
"I'll take my leave then."
Jiang Fei took the new identity card and left the old man's house. After returning to the car, Jiang Fei left. The gangster leader, who was squatting beside him quietly, went upstairs. when the gangster leader came to the old man's house. The old man was stroking the metal. He was about to bury it. The old man really could not bear to part with it. However, just as Jiang Fei said, keeping this thing was a ticking time bomb, especially since his nephew was such a good-for-nothing. If this thing was exposed because of him, the old man would be dead. Just as the old man was stroking the metal with a reluctant look, the thug leader went straight to the pile of money that Jiang Fei had left behind. When the thug leader picked up the pile of money, he initially stuffed it into his pocket. However, for some unknown reason, he actually took it out and took out half of the stack of money. Then, he put the other half back on the table.
Second uncle, I brought this client here. I have to take half of it,
the gangster leader said and left with the money. From the beginning to the end, the old man did not even look at him. His eyes were always on the metal. When Jiang Fei drove back to the life building, it was already late. Jiang Fei looked at the time. It was almost time to get off work. After parking the car, Jiang Fei arrived at a place that Mr. Donner had to pass on his way home. Because Mr. Donner lived nearby, he did not need to drive home. This was the middle of the entire road. It was relatively dark. Time passed by slowly. Jiang Fei hid in the dark and waited attentively. Of course, he did not want to use this fake card to open the door, because the card did not record any information. There was no way to open the elevator door. Therefore, Jiang Fei only had one thing to do at that moment: switch. Chapter 2870, Chapter 2858. The Secret Passage. Jiang Fei chose this time to make his move. The main reason was that Donna had already left work. He had taken the fake card back home. He did not need to swipe the card at home. Therefore, he would definitely not notice that there was something wrong with the card. That way, before he went to work the next morning, Jiang Fei would have one night to make full use of. If he was stealing the card during the day, as long as Donna left his office, he would be able to find out that there was something wrong with his identity card. He would find that there was something wrong with his identity card. After a while, Donna, who had just gotten off work, walked over. Jiang Fei walked out from the back and walked up to him.
Mr. Donna.
Jiang Fei smiled and greeted him.
Where are you coming from?
Donna said casually.
I just went out to do something,
Jiang Fei said.
Oh.
Donna nodded and did not ask much. Although Jiang Fei was promoted by him, it was because of Colonel Kono. He was not very close to Jiang Fei. The two of them did not have much to say. After they greeted each other, they did not speak anymore. At this time, Jiang Fei and Donna were almost face to face. The distance between them was less than 2 meters. The place that Jiang Fei chose was perfect. There was no surveillance equipment around. Just as he was about to pass Donna, Jiang Fei's spiritual power suddenly began to circulate rapidly. Time barrier. Jiang Fei immediately activated his ability. Although this skill consumed a lot of spiritual power, a few seconds of time freeze was enough for him to do a lot of things. With one step, Jiang Fei arrived in front of Donna. Then, Jiang Fei quickly swapped the forged identity card on his body with the real card on Donna's chest. Then, he took a step back and returned to his previous position. Then, he removed the time barrier. As time was frozen, Donna did not feel anything unusual. He did not feel any pause between Jiang Fei and himself. In Donna's mind, Jiang Fei had just greeted him. Then, the two of them were about a meter apart. They crossed each other and had zero contact with each other. After crossing each other, Jiang Fei did not look back. He walked forward. However, at that moment, he had a real executive identity card in his hand. With this identity card, Jiang Fei would have no problem entering the 10th underground floor. After returning to the life building, Jiang Fei was relaxed. He first went to eat, then went back to sleep. When he woke up, his mental state had already recovered a lot. Although his mental state was still not at its peak, it was enough to deal with some unexpected situations. Looking at the time, it was already about 10 o'clock in the evening.
It's time to do it.
Jiang Fei nodded secretly. Then, he found a set of ordinary security guard's clothes and put it in his bag. Then, he found a black cloth that covered his face and stuffed it into it. After coming out of the room, Jiang Fei went around a few corners. After finding a blind spot in the camera, he changed into the set of ordinary security guard's clothes. Then, he covered his face with the black cloth. Then, Jiang Fei went straight to the elevator. When he got into the elevator, Jiang Fei swiped Mr. Donner's ID card. Therefore, when the elevator opened, the button on the 10th underground floor was already lit up.
This meant that Jiang Fei already had the authority to go down to the 10th underground floor. After pressing the button, Jiang Fei quietly waited for the elevator to slowly descend. Ding! With a pleasant ring, the elevator door opened and Jiang Fei arrived at the 10th underground floor. The 10th underground floor was also a warehouse. Its structure was similar to the 9th floor, but there were some differences in the details. Jiang Fei could tell at a glance that this floor had been secretly modified. Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to find anything. He first took a simple tour around the 10th underground floor. Most of the things piled up here were strange things. They looked like antiques and relics. However, because Jiang Fei was not from this space, he did not know anything about these things. After a simple tour around, Jiang Fei began to look for the difference between the 10 floors and the 9 floors. Soon, Jiang Fei arrived in front of a wall. There was no wall in the 9 floors underground. On the contrary, there was a lot of space behind it. Pa pa pa! Jiang Fei reached out and knocked on the wall. The sound was like a solid wall. It did not seem to be an empty partition. After that, Jiang Fei knocked on the entire wall. It was all solid walls. Moreover, there was no sign of any hidden door. That's strange. Jiang Fei frowned. Logically speaking, the structure of the 10 underground floors should be the same as the 9 underground floors. However, why would there be such a large space here that had disappeared? Forget it. It's a one-time deal anyway. Let's just do it. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. After he realized that he could not understand it, he chose the simplest and most brutal way to deal with it. Buzz! The lightsaber leaped into Jiang Fei's hand, and the lightsaber bounced out. Swish! 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 Jiang Fei waved the lightsaber. The blazing lightsaber easily cut into the wall, like a hot knife cutting into butter. As the lightsaber danced in Jiang Fei's hand, Jiang Fei quickly dug a large hole in the opposite wall. The thickness of the wall was about 50 centimeters. With such a thick wall, it was impossible to crack it. It was impossible. However, when Jiang Fei dug through the wall, he found the hidden space. D*MN. There must be a hidden door here. I just did not find it. Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, it was meaningless now, because he had already dug through the wall. Whoosh! Jiang Fei leaped into the space behind the wall, as he was still holding the light blade in his hand. Although the space was dark, it was still illuminated by the red light of the light blade. Click! Jiang Fei took out a handheld searchlight and lit it up. In an instant, the entire space was as bright as day. It's very clean. It's definitely not a gap that was accidentally left behind when I was building the wall. With just a glance, Jiang Fei knew that this was definitely a secret passage. As he walked along the passage, Jiang Fei quickly found a door that led to the underground. However, the door had already been locked. Break the door? Forget it! Jiang Fei took 2 steps back. Normally, such a door would be equipped with a damage alarm device. If one were to break the door and enter, they would definitely be alerted. However, Jiang Fei was good at digging walls. He was not someone who would take the usual route. After taking a few steps back, he waved his light blade and started digging the ground. Speaking of which, it was unfortunate that the light blade landed in Jiang Fei's hands. After only a few battles, he had cleaned up some of the work done by shovels. Chapter 2871, Chapter 28. As there was a hidden door not far ahead, Jiang Fei was certain that there was an 11th floor below the 10th floor. As for whether there was a deeper floor, that would depend on the situation. It was precisely because of this confidence that Jiang Fei was quite persistent in digging, even though the depth of the digging was already more than a meter, and he could even see rocks and soil. Jiang Fei did not give up. After digging more than 2 meters deep, Jiang Fei stabbed again and finally pierced through the ceiling of the 11th floor. After a few strikes, Jiang Fei dug a hole with a diameter of about 50 centimeters. This hole was enough for him to pass through the ceiling of the 11th floor. Clack! As usual, he threw a sticky rice ball down in case he was attacked by any strange creatures. Dot! The area below was quiet. There was no movement. Jiang Fei then extended his spiritual power. Although his spiritual power was greatly suppressed in the gamma space, it was not a problem for him to explore the area. Soon, Jiang Fei confirmed that the area below was safe. Then, he jumped down from the round hole and entered the 11th underground floor. It was dark all around. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had a searchlight in his hand. He used the searchlight to look around and saw that there were password cabinets everywhere. Damn! Why does this look like a bank secret vault? Jiang Fei suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. Swish! Swish! Swish!
Jiang Fei swung his sword a few times. Jiang Fei hacked open a few safes. Inside were some gemstones that were shining brightly. Jiang Fei knew a little about these things. This thing was called the Moon Spirit Crystal. It could be used in some of the Gamma Space's technological products. However, their greatest value was as an equivalent item, which was equivalent to the gold on Earth. This was clearly the Gamma Dimension Central Bank's vault. These moon crystals were the collateral for the bank's currency.
Get some and leave. Otherwise, this matter will not be easy to explain.
Although Jiang Fei was not interested in these moon crystals, he still wanted to get some. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain his reason for entering the 11th underground level. If Jiang Fei had stolen a large number of moon crystals, when Donner found out that his identity card had been stolen and traced to the 11th underground level, he would naturally blame the robbers. At that time, even if someone suspected Jiang Fei, they would only think that he was greedy. They would not think that his real purpose was actually the legendary snow beast. Jiang Fei waved the lightsaber in his hand. One by one, the safes were opened. Then, Jiang Fei began to throw the moon spirit crystals into the inheritance space. Although his mental strength was suppressed, when throwing a living person into the inheritance space, the consumption was doubled. Fortunately, these moon spirit crystals were not living things and did not contain much energy. Therefore, although there were a lot of them, the consumption of mental strength was still within Jiang Fei's acceptable range. Very quickly, Jiang Fei had looted more than a third of the moon spirit crystals that were stored here. When he saw that there was almost enough, Jiang Fei stopped. If it was not necessary, he did not want to waste his mental strength on these moon spirit crystals that were no different from glass balls to him. After collecting the moon spirit crystals, Jiang Fei checked the 11th underground floor again. After confirming that there was no 12th underground floor, and that there was no sign of the snow beasts, Jiang Fei prepared to leave. On the way back, Jiang Fei was quite fast. After entering the elevator from the 10th underground floor, Jiang Fei did not go directly to the 7th underground floor. Instead, he took the elevator directly to the 1st underground floor. Then, he left the house. Outside the life building, Jiang Fei found a place that was empty. Then, he changed out of his normal security uniform and the black scarf on his face. After changing back into his own clothes, Jiang Fei found a cafe and sat there for half a night before returning to the building of life. At that moment, Jiang Fei had already thrown Donut's ID card away. He used his own ID card to enter the elevator and then returned to the dormitory on the 7th floor of the basement. After returning to his room, Jiang Fei immediately laid down on his bed. He let out a long sigh of relief. Although he had used up a lot of his mental strength this time, he had at least confirmed one thing. The snow beast was not underground in the building of life. In that case, its possible location could only be underground in the Life Extension Center.
It seems that I can only accept the recruitment of the sheriff.
Jiang Fei took a deep breath. If he did not accept the recruitment of the sheriff, he would have no power or influence. It was almost impossible for him to enter the Life Extension Center again. It was the same even if he was the head of the security department of the Life Extension Center. However, if Jiang Fei could make a meteoric rise by the side of the sheriff and could even take over the task of rebuilding the Life Extension Center, then Jiang Fei would be able to enter the Life Extension Center in a legitimate manner. He would be able to investigate what he wanted to know. After that, he took out a moon spirit crystal from his body. Jiang Fei held it in his hand and played with it continuously. He had put all of these things into the inheritance space. He only kept this one as a toy in his hand. This thing was really useless to him, although he could exchange for a large amount of cash. Jiang Fei was not really in need of money. He did not spend money even if he had the money. He did not have the time to spend it. Although these little things were not of much use to Jiang Fei, he had made a big mess by stealing them. The central bank of the Gamma space had lost more than 1/3 of the currency collateral. Once the news was known to the outside world, then there would be the phenomenon of the common people running against each other. If one did not rush to exchange for them, then when the bank's lunar crystals were all exchanged, the banknotes in one's hand would become useless. With this kind of thinking, the common people would definitely run against each other like crazy. When the bank issued the currency, he did not just give $1 as collateral. He had leverage. He might issue $2 or $3 as collateral for $1. Usually, the common people trusted the bank. Everyone used paper money. No one cared about the collateral. So it didn't matter even if the bank added leverage. However, once a bank run appeared, it would be over. If the bank didn't restrict it, the common people would be able to exchange all the moon spirit crystals very quickly. They wouldn't have more moon spirit crystals to pay for the remaining paper money. However, if the bank refused to pay, then the value would immediately depreciate, and the rate of depreciation would be very fast. At that time, the entire Gamma Space's financial system would collapse along with it. As for Jiang Darren, he did not think about how big of a mess he had made. If he could think of it, he would definitely be more ruthless. Because the more chaotic the Gamma Space was, the easier it would be for him to strike. If the Gamma Space was peaceful, he would have to attract a large number of military police. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not lack thoughts of revenge. After all, the people of the Gamma Space had done a lot of evil in the three-dimensional world. If he came to cause trouble, it would be an eye for an eye. Chapter 2872, Chapter 28. Jiang Fei had a good night's sleep. The next morning, he went to work as usual. However, when Mr. Donner arrived at the Life Building, he was dumbfounded because his ID card could not open the elevator door.
What happened? Did it fail?
Donner was stunned for a moment. Then, he could only let the security guard open the elevator door for him. Then, he pressed the button to go to the floor where his office was located. Because Mr. Dona was a senior executive of the Life Building, the security guards knew him. That was how he arrived at his office successfully.
Ring! Ring!
Ring. Not long after, the phone in Jiang Fei's office rang.
Hello?
Jiang Fei asked.
Dona. My identity card has failed. I need a replacement card.
Dona said to Jiang Fei.
All right. It'll be right there.
Jiang Fei replied. Then, he smiled. With a few simple items, Jiang Fei left his office and went straight to the elevator. When he arrived at Mr. Dona's office, the secretary was already waiting for him.
Mr. Ralph, Mr. Dona is already waiting for you,
the secretary said to Jiang Fei.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he pushed the door open and entered Donner's office.
Mr. Donner, what's wrong with your identity card?
Jiang Fei pretended to ask.
It should be invalid. I'm not sure about the details,
Donner said.
Please give me your identity card. I'll check it,
Jiang Fei said. Although the security department could not produce an identity card, they could verify the authenticity of the identity card and the condition of the malfunction. If it was invalid, then Jiang Fei, the head of the security department, would have to destroy the card and report it to the higher-ups. The department that produced the ID cards would then send Dona a new card.
Here!
Dona handed his own ID card to Jiang Fei. After receiving the ID card, Jiang Fei first pretended to check it. Then, he inserted the card into the instrument.
Beep beep beep.
The device sounded an alarm. Jiang Fei took the card out, wiped it, and then inserted it into the device.
Beep beep beep.
The device called the alarm again. Jiang Fei repeated it again.
Beep beep beep.
When the device called the alarm for the third time, Jiang Fei's face fell. He said to Mr. Donner,
Mr. Donner, that's not right. Your card is fake. Fake? Isn't it invalid?
Donner was completely stunned. This card had never left his body.
Mr. Donner, I checked 3 times. This card is a fake.
When Jiang Fei said this, he did not blush at all.
How is that possible?
Mr. Donner still did not believe it. He took the identity card from Jiang Fei's hand. After wiping it, he inserted the device again.
Beep beep beep.
As expected, the device called the police again.
How is this possible? Oh no!
All of a sudden, Donner cried out. Then, he immediately said to Jiang Fei,
Get me all the surveillance records. Oh?
Jiang Fei was deliberately stunned.
Get the surveillance records. Especially the surveillance in the elevator.
Donner almost shouted out these words.
Oh! Oh!
Jiang Fei pretended to jog out of Donner's office. He ran straight to the surveillance room. He had already checked all the surveillance cameras. He had gotten rid of any mistakes. As the head of the security department, if Jiang Fei were to steal from himself, he had too many ways to clean up his mess. Just as Jiang Fei left Mr. Donner's office, Donner immediately picked up his phone and frantically contacted the other senior executives of the Life Building. Soon, a few other executives, who were not often in the Life Building, gathered in Donner's office. As Donner's tone was quite anxious, these people put down the things in their hands and rushed over.
Everyone, my identity card has been stolen,
Mr. Donner said with a serious expression.
Age? Has it been stolen or lost?
One of the executives asked.
It was swapped,
Dona said.
What? Swapped?
The other executives immediately became nervous. If it was just lost, then they still had a chance to get lucky. However, if it was swapped, then it meant that they had a purpose.
The 11th floor.
Another executive shouted.
Let's go take a look.
Donna led the executive straight to the elevator. At the same time, Jiang Fei came back with a handheld computer.
Mr. Donna, the surveillance camera that you wanted,
Jiang Fei said.
We'll talk about it later.
Donna led the people to the elevator in a hurry. Jiang Fei followed him. Donna and the others were panicking, so they did not care if Jiang Fei had enough authority. They took the elevator and quickly arrived at the 10th underground floor. Although Donna had lost his identity card, there were still many executives here. Among them, there was no lack of people who had authority to go to the 10th underground floor. As soon as they entered the 10th underground floor, everyone was dumbfounded. A big hole had been punched in the wall. Needless to say, someone must have been here.
I hope it's okay. I hope it's okay,
Donner and the other executives muttered. However, they knew that this prayer was just a lie, since they had already found the location. How could they not find the hidden door?
I'll go and open the door,
said one of the executives.
Why open the door? Let's just enter through the hole,
said another executive snappily. The group of people went through the hole in the wall and entered the tunnel. Someone turned on the lights in the tunnel and immediately, everyone saw the big hole in the floor in front of them.
Oh no!
Donner felt his vision go black. He almost fainted. This was a big mess.
Open the door! Open the door!
The group of executives did not have the ability to jump down from the hole. This place was more than 3 meters above the ground. If they jumped down, they would definitely break it. One of the executives opened the secret door. Jiang Fei had looked for the switch of the secret door, but he could not find it. Its location was very hidden. After the secret door was opened, a folding ladder extended to the ground of the 11th underground floor. A few executives went down one after another. Jiang Fei followed them down.
What is this place? There are so many safes?
Jiang Fei finally spoke.
Why are you here? Do you have the authority?
One of the executives questioned.
Forget it. He has already come down. Moreover, he is from the security department. He has to know about this. Otherwise, how are they going to investigate?
Another executive said.
That's true.
The other executives nodded.
There are a few safe deposit boxes here that have been damaged,
Jiang Fei said as he pointed to the other side.
Where?
A few executives quickly ran over. However, when they looked over, they saw that a bunch of safes had been violently opened.
It's over. We're dead.
Donner could not hold on any longer and fainted immediately. Chapter 2873, Chapter 2861. Farewell to Kono.
Donner! Save him first! Save him first!
Several executives rushed to Donner's side. They rubbed their chests and patted their backs. It took them quite a while to wake Donner up.
It's over. It's over.
This was all Donner had left after he woke up. Although he didn't know how many months' worth of crystals he had lost. It was all because he had lost his identity card. Therefore, he definitely couldn't escape this responsibility.
Come! Let's count how many we've lost.
The senior executives had to make a simple calculation so that they had a clear idea. Therefore, the senior executives checked the secret vault and finally found that more than 1/3 of the safes were broken. And all the moon spirit crystals in these broken safes were gone.
1/3.
A few executives looked at each other. Each of them had a bad look on their faces. Although the responsibility was Donna's, and it had nothing to do with them. The impact of this incident was too terrifying. Once the financial crisis broke out, none of them would have a good ending.
The most important thing now is to seal the news.
The few executives looked at each other, and then looked at Jiang Fei.
What's wrong?
Jiang Fei pretended to be confused.
Do you understand what happened here?
One of the executives asked. At this time, Donner could not speak. He was completely dumbfounded.
I lost something,
Jiang Fei said with a shrug.
Which university did you graduate from?
Another executive asked.
What university? I didn't even finish middle school,
Jiang Fei said according to Ralph's identity.
UH.
The executive was stunned by Jiang Fei's high education. Then, he said helplessly,
It's okay.
As for what happened here, the executive could not explain it to a guy who had not even graduated from middle school. The head of the security department, who came from the slums, could not understand the significance of the theft of the moon crystal.
What happened here must be kept a secret. You are not allowed to tell anyone. Once you do, you will be fired immediately and rushed back to the slums. Do you understand?
Another executive said to Jiang Fei. From their point of view, it was good that Jiang Fei did not understand. This way, He would not spread the news about the stolen moon crystal, although 1/3 of the moon crystal had been lost. As long as the news did not spread and the people outside did not know about it, there would naturally not be a stampede. In a short period of time, the impact of the loss of the moon crystal would not be visible. During this period of time, if the security department of the life building cooperated with the military and police to seize the time to investigate, they might be able to catch the suspect and recover the stolen moon crystal before the impact of the incident broke out.
Oh right. Didn't you say that you brought the surveillance footage?
An executive suddenly remembered what he had said when he met Jiang Fei previously.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded and said,
Mr. Donner asked me to prepare it. Take it out and have a look,
said the executive.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he took out his handheld computer and began to play the surveillance footage. Jiang Fei had specially brought all the surveillance footage in the elevator so that the person could watch it for a while longer.
It's useless to look at these. Just look at the ones coming from the 10th underground floor,
said one of the executives.
Oh.
Jiang Fei nodded and then pulled up the video. In the day yesterday, there were only 2 people who came to the 10th underground floor. The first one was Donner. He should have entered the 10th underground floor as a routine patrol. However, at this time, it seemed a little suspicious. The second time was at night. A guy wearing a security uniform and a black mask came to the 10th underground floor. Because the security department could not monitor the contents of the 10th and 11th underground floors. Therefore, after getting out of the elevator, the security department's surveillance video was gone.
A normal security uniform. This thing is too easy to get. It's not even a clue.
A senior executive frowned. The other party's face was covered. It was impossible to see his face clearly.
Go and ask Donna. See when his card was lost.
There was no clue in the surveillance. Therefore, these executives placed the breakthrough point on Donna's body.
If you guys can see the problem, that would be a miracle.
Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. He had deleted all the surveillance cameras that were suspicious. So, let alone these guys. Even if the military police that specialized in criminal investigation came, it would be useless.
Donna, do you remember when your identity card was switched?
An executive came over and asked.
I don't know. I only found it when I came to work this morning. This card has never left me before.
Donna had a blank look on his face. He was carefully recalling the events that happened the day before. Even if he had made physical contact with someone, he did not find anything suspicious. Donner had never thought about Jiang Fei. Although he had met Jiang Fei when he got off work yesterday, the distance between the two of them was about 2 meters. Jiang Fei could not have changed his identity card out of thin air. Right? What Donner did not expect was that Jiang Fei had really changed his identity card.
Let's lock down this place for now. No one is allowed to enter.
A few executives looked at each other and finally made a decision. After that, the group returned to Daigan's office upstairs. The 10th underground floor was locked down. Even those with authority could not get down the elevator.
Report to Colonel Kono and the consul. We can't suppress this matter anymore,
said one of the executives.
But?
Donner looked anxious. But there was nothing he could do. Although he would definitely be unlucky if he reported it. This matter could not be suppressed at all. Soon, the matter was reported to the consul and Colonel Kono. The consul was furious at that moment. He ordered Colonel Kono to do his best to investigate this case. If it was just a loss of some money, it would not alarm him. However, the stability of the entire Gamma space was threatened. Once the financial system was in trouble, it would cause the people to rebel. After more than an hour, Colonel Kono personally brought people to the life building. The people around him were all experts in criminal investigation. When these people arrived at the life building, the first thing they did was to go to the 11th underground floor. After investigating the scene, they returned to Mr. Donner's office and made a statement to everyone who had gone to the 11th underground floor. This included the executives and Jiang Fei.
Hee hee. I really did not expect such a big thing to happen.
Kono smiled when he saw Jiang Fei.
Isn't it just a little thing that was lost? Why did you all make such a big fuss?
Jiang Fei continued to act like he was illiterate. Therefore, his face remained indifferent, as if nothing had happened at all. Chapter 2874, Chapter 2862. Verbal agreement.
Yes. Something is missing. But do you know what is missing?
Colonel Kono asked.
I'm not sure about the details. It seems to be something important or valuable,
Jiang Fei said casually.
Alright. It's good that you don't know.
Colonel Kono nodded, and then changed the topic to something else.
The consul will see you tomorrow. Right.
Colonel Kono asked.
I think so.
Jiang Fei nodded. If he did not know that the consul was planning to recruit him, he would not be in such a hurry to go down to the 11th underground floor. Although the adventure this time had yielded nothing, Jiang Fei had at least eliminated one suspicious location. Now, it seemed that the most likely place for the snow beast to exist was underground in the Life Extension Center. Actually, it made sense. In the beginning, there was no development team. When there was no such game, the Life Extension Center was the only place to communicate with the three-dimensional world. Although the channel they used was not quite the same as the development team. However, it was also achieved through the snow beasts. Therefore, it was very reasonable for the snow beasts to be in the Life Extension Center. Now that he had eliminated a suspicious location, Jiang Fei's goal became clearer.
Then, do you have any plans?
Colonel Kono asked after a moment of silence.
Who knows why the Archon is looking for me? What plans could I have?
Jiang Fei pretended to be stupid.
Let's not beat around the bush. Although you are from a poor family, I know that you are a smart person. Do you not know why the Archon is looking for you?
Colonel Kono did not want to beat around the bush with Jiang Fei anymore.
Hee.
Jiang Fei laughed. But he did not continue the conversation.
Since you are pretending to be ignorant, then let me be the one to start this matter.
Colonel Kono shook his head helplessly. Then, he said to Jiang Fei,
I don't care if you are really ignorant or pretending to be ignorant. Anyway, the Archon wants to see you tomorrow. He definitely wants to recruit you. The purpose of his recruitment of you is very simple. That is to help you to balance me.
Oh, Jiang Fei replied foolishly.
Although the consul is playing the game of balance, I hope you can understand that we are not enemies.
Colonel Kono said to Jiang Fei.
We are not enemies in the first place.
Jiang Fei laughed.
That's right. We are not enemies. However, the consul wants us to be able to fight against him. Therefore, we have to give him face. On the surface, we have to fight head-on. However, in private, I hope that if we have any conflicts, we can communicate with each other first to avoid unnecessary conflicts.
Colonel Kono said.
Sure.
Jiang Fei nodded. Since Kono had already said so much, if he continued to play dumb, he would be looked down upon.
Then, it's a deal. You have just started. If there's anything you need, you can tell me.
Colonel Kono said to Jiang Fei. Because the magistrate would definitely not sit idly by and watch Colonel Kono take over. This was the balance of power of a ruler. Especially after he had suffered at the hands of the magistrate. The magistrate would pay more attention to balancing the strength of his subordinates. This was to prevent them from threatening his own rule. Therefore, even without Jiang Fei, the Archon would still groom another person to be his opponent to prevent Colonel Kono from taking over. Under such circumstances, Colonel Kono was of course willing to sell Jiang Fei out in advance. If the two of them just acted out their discord in front of the Archon, their lives would be much better. After a simple verbal agreement, Colonel Kono chatted with Jiang Fei for a while. The two of them did not sign any agreement. After all, this was something that could only be understood in the dark. If they really had to produce any evidence, the two of them would be in big trouble.
Alright, I still have some matters to attend to. The underground 11th floor is very troublesome. I have to focus on this matter for the time being. If you have any needs, let Chinook come to me.
Colonel Kono finally stood up and said,
Alright, go and do your thing,
said Jiang Fei with a smile. From the beginning to the end, Kono did not ask Jiang Fei much about the underground 11th floor robbery because in his eyes, Jiang Fei was not capable at all. There was no reason for him to do such a thing. In fact, in Kono's eyes, it was impossible for a country bumpkin like Jiang Fei to know the secret of the underground 11th floor. Actually, it was not only Kono who had such thoughts. It was the same for everyone else. Jiang Fei's identity as a member of the slums had actually made him the first person to be eliminated as a suspect. After all, he was from the slums. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not even have the qualifications to enter the 10th underground floor. It was even more impossible for him to know about the existence of the 11th underground floor. After sending Colonel Kono away, Jiang Fei's lips curled into a smile. This result was within his expectations. Moreover, he had stolen these moon spirit crystals in order to make the gamma dimension chaotic. Therefore, Jiang Fei planned to spread the news of the moon spirit crystals being stolen in 2 days. He would find an opportunity to spread the news that the moon crystals had been stolen. This was so that the citizens of the gamma dimension would panic. They would then rush to the bank and withdraw the moon crystals in their inventory. This way, all the eyes of the ruling class, including the magistrate, would be focused on this place. This way, Jiang Fei would have a chance to sneak into the Life Extension Center.
Of course, Jiang Fei would not blindly release the news. After all, the lunar crystals had been stored in the inheritance space. Even if these people went to the heavens, they would not be able to find them again. Therefore, it was impossible for them to make up for the deficit of the lunar crystals this month. The only thing the ruling class of the Gamma space could do was to keep the secret. Only then would society remain stable. Once the news was leaked, then there would be chaos. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not have to worry at all. The initiative had already fallen into his hands. He could first talk to the magistrate, if he could directly obtain higher authority. Moreover, he had the right to freely enter and exit the core of the Life Extension Center. Then, he could immediately release the news and create chaos. If he could not obtain the authority for the time being, then Jiang Fei could slowly run the business. He could gain the trust of the magistrate. When he obtained these rights, Jiang Fei released the news. Anyway, the moon crystals would never be recovered. Therefore, the remote-controlled bomb in Jiang Fei's hand would never lose its effect. He had the right to detonate it at any time. On the other hand, Colonel Kono had brought his men to investigate everywhere. They had almost turned the entire life building upside down. However, they had not found anything. This was because Jiang Fei had long used the rights in his hands to clean up the traces that he had left behind. Now that Colonel Kono had brought his men over, what else could they find? Therefore, Colonel Kono and the higher-ups of the Building of Life were all anxious like ants on a hot pan. However, Jiang Fei was happy. He should eat and work. In the eyes of those people, he was a country bumpkin who did not know anything. Ignorance made him fearless. Chapter 2875, Chapter 2863 Recruitment. With his identity as a country bumpkin as a cover, Jiang Fei's days were very comfortable. A day passed quickly. Everyone, including Colonel Kono, was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Only Jiang Fei was in a good mood. Of course, the one who was most anxious was Donner, who had lost his identity card. This guy was really tricked by Jiang Fei. Even if the person who stole the Moon Spirit Crystal was caught, the lost Moon Spirit Crystal would be recovered. He would not be able to escape the blame. However, if the Moon Crystal could not be recovered, Dona would be even worse off. With so many Moon Crystals, he would not be able to make up for the loss even if he tried. Although all the higher-ups were focused on the missing Moon Crystals, the consul still sent a car to pick Jiang Fei up as promised. Mr. Ralph, I am the Archon's administrative secretary. Are you ready now? A young man came to Jiang Fei's office. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. He had deliberately dressed more formally today. After all, he was going to meet the Archon. He was the highest ruler of the Gamma space. Moreover, Jiang Fei also hoped to leave a good impression in front of the Archon. If he was not highly valued by the Archon, it would be very difficult for him to get close to the Life Extension Center and enter the depths of the underground core. Then, please follow me, the young man said with a smile. He was a person beside the Archon. So of course, he knew what the Archon was thinking. Although this Ralph in front of him was not a big deal at the moment. However, it was almost inevitable that he would be highly valued by the Archon. Therefore, this guy's meteoric rise was just around the corner. As an administrative secretary, was his brain not good? Therefore, the young man was very polite to Jiang Fei. All right. Thank you. Jiang Fei was also very polite to the young man. As the saying went, a 7th grade official was in front of the Prime Minister. Although the administrative secretary was not an official, he was a close relative of the magistrate. A person like him, who was not an official, usually had more power than some high-ranking officials. Soon, Jiang Fei followed the young man out of the life building and got into a hover car. Unlike what Jiang Fei had initially thought, the magistrate did not work in the administrative building in the center of the city. Normally, he would stay at home. However, things were different now because of the assassination attempt on Lena. The magistrate's mansion was already in ruins. Therefore, the magistrate now lived in a different villa. The administrative secretary drove Jiang Fei out of the city center and into the suburbs. The car stopped in front of a mansion. Why did the consul come to such a remote place? Jiang Fei asked curiously. During the previous assassination attempt, the consul was shocked, so he needed to rest. This is his private mansion. Most officials are rarely summoned here, the administrative secretary said. Oh, I see. Then I'm really honored. Jiang Fei smiled. You could say that, Jiang Fei said politely. He did not expect the administrative secretary to take it seriously. When the car stopped, Jiang Fei got out of the car and followed the administrative secretary into the villa. Please follow me. Under the guidance of the administrative secretary,
Jiang Fei came to a room on the second floor.
Please wait a moment. I will report to the magistrate.
The administrative secretary said to Jiang Fei.
Please go ahead.
Jiang Fei nodded and sat down on the sofa. 2 minutes later, a waiter walked in. He brought Jiang Fei a cup of coffee and some desserts.
Please enjoy your meal. Sir!
After the waiter put down his things, he turned around and left. Jiang Fei was in the living room. He was drinking coffee and eating snacks. Then, he quietly waited for the arrival of the magistrate. In the end, he did not come. He waited and waited. 2 hours passed.
What do you mean? It's been so long. And you still haven't come? Are you testing me?
Jiang Fei frowned.
Forget it. Since I'm here, you'll just let it be.
Although he was a little angry at first, Jiang Fei quickly calmed himself down. Then, he leaned on the sofa and waited quietly. He did not even drink coffee. It was not too late to eat the pastries. After about an hour, the magistrate finally arrived. However, as soon as he entered, he apologized to Jiang Fei.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I had something to take care of just now, so I was delayed. It's okay. Consul, you have a lot of things to take care of every day. Of course, you'll be very busy. It's okay for me to wait here for a while,
said Jiang Fei humbly. He had a favor to ask of the consul, so he naturally had to behave himself. As long as Jiang Fei could gain access to the Life Extension Center and find an opportunity to kill the snow beast, he would not care about the Bulsh Asterisk T Archon at all.
Hee. I'm a little busy, but I don't have a lot of things to attend to. You're overpraising me.
Although the Archon was humble, he looked very happy. Clearly, Jiang Fei's flattery was just right.
You're too humble. Sir,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Ha ha ha.
The consul laughed happily. Then, he said to Jiang Fei,
speaking of which, it was you who saved me last time. It's been so many days, and I haven't had the chance to thank you. Sir, please don't make fun of me. My brain was also in a daze at that time. I was bewitched by them and almost made a big mistake. Fortunately, you reminded me in time, so I came to my senses.
Jiang Fei's words were really not blushing at all.
Don't say that. Young people will always be tempted by all kinds of temptations. To be able to rein in the situation in time, that is a good thing.
As the consul wanted to recruit Jiang Fei, he had a high opinion of him.
Thank you for your compliment.
In order to gain the consul's trust, Jiang Fei had to keep his attitude low.
All right. Enough with the pleasantries. I want beat around the bush with you.
The Archon smiled and said to Jiang Fei,
My lord, please speak your mind.
Jiang Fei said,
It's like this. The last time we met, I found out that you are a talent. Although you were bewitched, you were able to stop yourself in time. This shows that you have a good nature. Therefore,
I hope that you can stay by my side and help me manage some things. What do you think?
The Archon said with a smile.
Thank you, sir, for not abandoning me. Ralph is willing to follow by your side and follow your lead.
Jiang Fei said immediately. He had been waiting for this opportunity.
Chapter 2876, Chapter 2864. Captain of the Guards.
Very good. Welcome.
When the consul saw that Jiang Fei had accepted his offer, he immediately laughed out loud. After that, Jiang Fei and the consul exchanged a few more polite words. Then, the consul said to him,
Ralph, I want you to be my captain of the guards. What do you think? It's my honor to be of service to you.
Jiang Fei lowered his attitude. Although the captain of the guards did not sound like a high-ranking official, the problem was that he was a close relative of the consul. Therefore, the position of captain of the guards was not a high position. He had a lot of power. Moreover, he would always be by the Archon's side. That was someone who could influence the Archon's decision-making. Therefore, Jiang Fei was naturally not dissatisfied. Most importantly, Jiang Fei did not come to the Gamma space to get promoted and get rich. His goal was to kill the Snow Beast. He wanted to know more about the Snow Beast's secrets and determine its location. There was no better way than to stay by the Archon's side. The Archon understood very well that Ralph had a chance to kill him before. If Ralph really wanted to kill him, he would have done it long ago. He would not have waited until now. Therefore, in the Archon's heart, although Ralph had tried to assassinate him before, he was the safest person. It was also because of this that the magistrate had chosen Jiang Fei to be his guard captain. Firstly, Jiang Fei was someone he could trust. Secondly, he had seen Jiang Fei's skills with his own eyes. Therefore, in the opinion of the magistrate. As long as Jiang Fei did not want to kill him, no one would be able to kill him with him by his side. Both the magistrate and Jiang Fei could be said to have gotten what they wanted. Therefore, when the magistrate made this request, Jiang Fei immediately agreed to it. Although being able to become the manager of the Life Extension Center was the best position for Jiang Fei, how could he make such a request to the consul? To directly say that he wanted to go to the Life Extension Center? Wasn't his goal too obvious? When that time came, it would cause unnecessary suspicion. It would be even more troublesome. Therefore, Jiang Fei chose to agree to the consul's request and become the chief of his guards. Then, he would use a period of time to gain the consul's trust. He would also use indirect methods to find out the exact location of the snow beast. As for whether or not there were any traps there, once he obtained all the information, he would attack the snow beast. At that time, there would be absolutely no mistakes.
Then, go and complete the formalities now. You can come to work tomorrow,
the magistrate said to Jiang Fei with a smile.
Yes, my lord.
Jiang Fei nodded and then left the magistrate's office. The secretary brought Jiang Fei to go through the formalities. Soon, Jiang Fei received his new identity card, a series of equipment, and a room card. This room card corresponded to the consul's room card, whether it was in the official residence or in other temporary residences. Jiang Fei's room was always next to the consul's. He needed to protect the consul's safety at all times. Once the administrator was in danger, he had to rush to the scene immediately. After completing all the formalities, Jiang Fei was sent back to the life building. He needed to go through the resignation procedures and bring his personal belongings with him. Then, he would go to the administrator's villa to take up his post. The resignation procedures were very smooth. After all, Jiang Fei had been chosen by the administrator. The people of the life building might be in a mess now. But it was clearly not the right time to ask the head of the security department to resign. However, the magistrate's orders were as big as the sky. Therefore, they could only give priority to Jiang Fei's departure. After the formalities were done, Jiang Fei did not have any personal items to bring with him. He could buy clothes and toiletries anywhere. As for personal items, Jiang Fei did not have anything at all. He only had a lightsaber with him. Jiang Fei could be said to have nothing in the Gamma dimension. After the procedures were completed, Jiang Fei saw that it was just past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He had nothing to do, and the development team was still working. Therefore, he bought some snacks. Then, he went straight to Natasha's home. Natasha was naturally very happy to see Jiang Fei. Since Jiang Fei had nothing to do in the afternoon, he simply took Natasha out. Since Jiang Fei had a car now, it was convenient for him to go anywhere. He took Natasha directly to the amusement park. The two of them played crazily for the whole afternoon. When the development team was about to get off work, Jiang Fei sent Natasha home.
Do I count as abducting an underage girl?
After leaving Natasha's house, Jiang Fei touched his nose. Although he had always treated Natasha as his sister. However, it was not nice to always look for her behind her brother's back. However, when he thought of Natasha's happy smile that afternoon, Jiang Fei made up his mind. Even if the snow beast dropped, he would still come to look for Natasha. Although Natasha was already worthless to him at the moment. To Jiang Fei, Natasha was never a person to be used. Even if he did not need Natasha's help in the future, he would still treat Natasha as his sister. After leaving Natasha's house, Jiang Fei drove straight back to the magistrate's villa in the countryside. Although the magistrate told him to come to work tomorrow, Jiang Fei was welcome to stay here in advance. After all, he was such a good bodyguard. If he stayed by his side, he would feel much safer. Especially after the assassination attempt led by Lena. The magistrate had always felt a faint sense of unease in his heart. Although Lena and the magistrate had both been captured. If it was not for the shocking robbery at the life building, the magistrate and his men would have been put on trial right now. The next morning, Jiang Fei went to report to the magistrate.
My lord!
Jiang Fei bowed to the consul.
You don't have to be so polite. From now on, you will be by my side. All the guards will be under your command. If you find anything suspicious, you can ask for instructions. If you don't have time to ask for instructions, you can make your own decision.
This time, the consul was taking a big gamble. He gave Jiang Fei considerable authority. He was betting that Jiang Fei would not betray him. The reason why the magistrate had invested so much was firstly because he valued Jiang Fei's strength. Secondly, it was because he believed in his own judgment of people. Thirdly, it was because Jiang Fei had been able to kill him previously that he did not kill him. Therefore, He believed that as long as he was worthy of Jiang Fei would have no reason to kill him.
Thank you for your trust, sir.
Jiang Fei bowed to the magistrate once again. This guy really knew how to use people. He was truly able to use people without suspecting others. If Jiang Fei was really a Gamma Space native who came from a poor background, then he would really be moved by the consul's sincerity and focus on helping him. Chapter 2877, Chapter 2865. Financial Crisis.
Come, have a seat. I have nothing to do today. Let's chat,
the consul said to Jiang Fei with a smile.
Yes, my lord.
Jiang Fei sat on the sofa opposite the consul. He tried to sit as respectfully as possible, but he did not sit by much standards. After all, he was from the slums. It was normal for him to be a little reserved when sitting opposite the consul. However, if he sat upright, it would not make sense if he looked like an old bureaucrat.
Who else is in your family?
The consul asked with a smile.
My parents died when I was young. I have been living on the streets ever since I was young,
Jiang Fei said. Ralph's background was indeed quite tragic.
Sigh. He's also a pitiful person.
The consul sighed and began to chat with Jiang Fei about family matters. As they chatted, the conversation was over. As the consul spoke, he changed the topic to current affairs.
What do you think about the robbery at the Life Building?
The consul asked casually. He really did not intend for Jiang Fei to say anything. He just chatted and casually brought it up.
To be honest, I do not know much about it. Although I was the head of the security department of the Life Building at the time, the floor structure map in my hands only went to the 10th floor. Moreover, the contents of the 10th floor were hidden. Therefore, I did not know that there was an underground 11th floor,
Jiang Fei said.
Then, when I heard that something happened, you went too?
The consul asked.
Yes, I went too. There were many safes on the 11th floor. I don't know what was stored in them. It seemed to be very important. About a third of the safes were opened,
Jiang Fei said honestly, because these things were too easy to find out. If he lied here, he would be making himself uncomfortable.
Don't you know what's in the safe?
The magistrate asked.
I don't know. It seems to be very important. However, they did not tell me. They also told me not to tell anyone about the theft,
Jiang Fei said.
Do you know about the Moon Spirit Crystal?
The magistrate did not know what he was thinking. Perhaps he really trusted Jiang Fei very much. Perhaps it was because he wanted to nurture Jiang Fei to fight against Colonel Kono. Therefore, he actually mentioned the moon crystal to Jiang Fei.
I know. This thing is very valuable. It can be exchanged at the bank at any time,
Jiang Fei said.
That's right. Generally speaking, it is like this. The bank relies on a large number of moon crystal as a base to issue paper money. If there is no moon crystal as a guarantee, they will only issue waste paper. No one will admit it,
the administrator said.
What do you mean?
Jiang Fei pretended to be dumb.
Think about it. If the bank guarantees that you can bring the notes over any time, and it can exchange them for moon crystals anytime, would you think that the notes and moon crystals are equivalent? Moreover, it would be more convenient to use the notes. Therefore, you would keep the moon crystals in the bank and use the notes for your daily consumption?
The consul also knew that Ralph, who came from a poor background, he had never been to school before. However, in order to nurture him, he patiently explained to Jiang Fei.
That's right. It's very inconvenient to buy things with the moon spirit crystal. Moreover, if you buy some small items, it will be very troublesome for others to find change.
Jiang Fei continued to play his role.
But if the moon spirit crystal in the bank suddenly disappeared and could not be exchanged, what would you do?
The consul continued to persuade him patiently.
Of course. I have to find the bank quickly. I have to exchange as much as I can. Otherwise, what's the use of holding that waste paper?
Jiang Fei said.
Then why don't you exchange it usually?
The consul asked.
Usually, the bank has enough moon crystals. When he has it, then why would I exchange it?
But if he doesn't have that much, if I don't exchange it, wouldn't everyone else have already exchanged it? Wouldn't the notes in my hand be useless?
Jiang Fei said.
That's right. So, when everyone goes to exchange for the notes, wouldn't the bank go bankrupt?
The administrator asked.
How is that possible? Since the bank promised that they could exchange for the notes at any time, it means that they have enough moon crystals to exchange for the notes.
Jiang Fei continued to play dumb.
Sigh. You really need to read more books. When the bank issues notes, they don't issue the corresponding notes with just one moon crystal. They issue notes that are twice or even 3 to 4 times the amount of one moon crystal.
The administrator said.
Isn't that cheating? If everyone goes to exchange, won't they be exposed?
Jiang Fei asked deliberately.
What did you say just now? As long as they promise to exchange at any time. You want go to exchange.
Even if someone is willing to exchange, the bank can give it to them. However, after a few days, once you realize that the bank has always been able to fulfill its promise, you will find it troublesome to use the Moon Spirit Princess. You will also exchange them back into notes. Therefore, as long as the bank promises to be able to handle a certain level of exchange, they will be able to issue more notes without a problem,
said the consul.
If that's the case, why are you so afraid now?
Jiang Fei continued to ask.
Now, 1/3 of the moon crystals in the bank have been stolen. If this were to spread out, wouldn't the people go crazy? Everyone was afraid that they would be too late and not be able to exchange for the moon crystals. Therefore, they would definitely go to the bank to run a bank run. The bank itself was already overissuing the money. Now that they have lost 1/3 of the moon crystals in the bank, they would definitely not be able to cash in,
said the consul.
And then?
Jiang Fei asked.
Then, the bank only has 2 choices. The first is to continue to redeem the money. When all the moon crystals have been exchanged, they will be bankrupt. The remaining notes will all become waste paper,
said the consul.
What's the second choice?
Jiang Fei asked again.
The second choice is to refuse to exchange or to limit the exchange. This way, although the notes will not immediately become waste paper, they will still depreciate crazily. If you could buy an item, you might not even be able to buy half or 1/3 of it,
said the consul.
If that's the case, then there will definitely be chaos,
said Jiang Fei.
That's right. So, now you understand why this matter must be kept a secret. Right,
asked the magistrate.
I understand. But the problem is how to solve it,
asked Jiang Fei.
The most important thing now is to suppress the news. However, there is no such thing as an airtight wall. Sooner or later, the news will spread out. Therefore, we must take this time to capture the robbers and summon the lunar crystals. When this news is released, the people will be at ease. If they do not focus on the bank run, the bank will be able to continue operating,
said the magistrate.
Oh,
Jiang Fei nodded. Actually, other than this method, there were other ways to solve this problem. However, those were the ideas of the financial experts in the 3-dimensional world. The gamma space was relatively too small. The financial world here was relatively stable. Therefore, they had never experienced a crisis. It was already very good that they could think of these 2 possibilities. Chapter 2878, Chapter 2866. Layout. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Jiang Fei was considered highly regarded by the Archon, as he had been by the Archon side all day. The Archon would teach Jiang Fei some knowledge when he was free. Although Jiang Fei was more proficient than the Archon in the knowledge that the Archon spoke of, Jiang Fei still pretended to be enlightened. The Archon seemed to be very good at being a teacher. Therefore, Jiang Fei's cooperation made him happy. Naturally, he liked and trusted Jiang Fei even more. Although he had gained the Archon's trust, Jiang Fei had not heard any news about the snow beasts in the past few days. This was not because the Archon was wary of him, but because he had nothing to say about the snow beasts. The snow beast was the biggest secret in the Gamma dimension. Only the previous Archon and his team would know about it. If the Archon or his team leaked the news after he left office, the new Archon would immediately order the secret police under him to clean up the place. When that happened, whether it was the person who leaked the secret or the person who was told the secret, they would be quietly cleaned up. Therefore, for so many years, the snow beast was still the top secret in the Gamma dimension. Other than a few people, no one knew about the existence of the snow beast. As for the location of the snow beast, other than the Archon himself and a few other members of the Elder Council, no one else knew about it. As there were very few people who knew about the snow beast, the Archon could not possibly be talking to himself. Right? This caused Jiang Fei to be unable to find out anything about the snow beasts even though he was by the consul's side.
No, I have to think of a way to get the consul to mention the snow beasts,
Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, as the days passed, Jiang Fei could not take the initiative to ask the consul about the snow beasts. Therefore, he could only wait for an opportunity. However, an opportunity was not something that could be obtained just because one wanted it. Under such circumstances, Jiang Fei had to think of a way to create an opportunity.
Looks like the gamma space has to be a little more chaotic.
Jiang Fei felt that it was time to release the news of the stolen moon spirit crystal. After that, Jiang Fei found an opportunity to take a vacation. He quietly went to the slums alone. After putting on a little disguise, Jiang Fei found a group of hooligans.
Do you want to make a fortune?
Jiang Fei said as he lifted the thugs with his chin.
Of course, I want to make a fortune. What's the matter? Did you send money to the few of us?
A few of the thugs came over while shaking their arms. The group of thugs even faintly surrounded Jiang Fei.
I do have an opportunity to make money here. But you have to listen to me,
Jiang Fei said.
Listen? To who? You?
The leader of the thugs asked disdainfully.
If you want to make money, you have to listen to me,
Jiang Fei said.
Then tell me first,
the leader of the thugs said.
Now, you guys go and get as much money as you can. Then, go to the bank and exchange it all for moon crystals,
Jiang Fei said.
Why exchange it? It's quite inconvenient. Isn't it good to use money?
A thug asked.
If you want to make money, you have to listen to me. There's $100,000 in cash here. After you exchange it for moon spirit crystals, it's all yours. If you run away with the money, don't blame me for being rude,
Jiang Fei said.
$100,000? For us?
The gangsters were dumbfounded. They had never even seen $10,000, let alone $100,000.
That's right. But I also have a request,
Jiang Fei said.
What request?
When they heard that there was $100,000 to be earned, the gangsters' eyes were wide open. Now, let alone Jiang Fei asking them to do something. They could even call him father.
After you have exchanged all these moon spirit crystals, release a message. The bank's moon spirit crystal reserves have been stolen. Now, they are unable to exchange all the paper money for moon spirit crystals. If they are late, the money in their hands will become useless paper,
Jiang Fei said.
What? Really?
The gangsters were dumbfounded.
That's why I asked you to get as much money as possible and then exchange it for moon crystals,
Jiang Fei said.
What about the moon crystals?
The gangsters asked.
Once we're done. Well, wait. When everyone goes to the bank to exchange, because the bank will definitely not have enough moon crystals, they will definitely limit the exchange. At this time, it's your turn. You guys exchange the moon crystals in your hands. Originally, a month's worth of moon crystals could be exchanged for $1,000. But you want $2,000. In order to not let the money in your hands become useless paper, the commoners will definitely exchange it,
Jiang Fei said.
That money is useless now. What do we need it for?
The leader of the thugs asked.
Are you stupid? Isn't the bank still trading? Even though it's limited, what do you do? After you chase away the people at the door, you can bring your own money to exchange for it,
Jiang Fei said.
That's right. This way, we can earn twice as much out of thin air.
The thug's eyes lit up.
So, this 100,000 is the capital I gave you. When the time comes, other than the 100,000 moon spirit crystals,
we will split the profit 50-50.
Jiang Fei said.
Hee. I think 50-50 is not necessary. Leave the money, and you can leave now.
The head of the gangsters smiled coldly.
What are you doing? Do you want to take advantage of us?
Jiang Fei asked. At this moment, he was also thinking about whether he should take this opportunity to run away or beat these gangsters down. If Jiang Fei took this opportunity to run away, it would be equivalent to him throwing away $100,000. However, it would cause chaos in the Gamma dimension. Moreover, even if these hooligans were eventually caught, they would not be able to expose Jiang Fei, because Jiang Fei was wearing a mask. These hooligans had also paid attention to who he was. If Jiang Fei beat up these hooligans, then he would have some control over these hooligans. Moreover, he could also take back the $100,000. However, as he came into contact with these hooligans, the chances of him being exposed would also increase. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Fei chose to leave the box and run away. The $100,000 from Gamma Space was not very meaningful to Jiang Fei. Moreover, these hooligans were not high-level people. They could only play a leading role. Soon, the big hooligans who found
business opportunities
would chase away the guys in front of Jiang Fei and monopolize the exchange of the moon spiritual crystals. Therefore, Jiang Fei's control over these small hooligans was not very meaningful. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Fei chose to leave. He had already set up the plan and did not close his eyes to personally participate in it. When Jiang Fei left, the gangsters started to take action. These guys were crazily getting money everywhere, either borrowing or robbing. In just 2 short days, these guys were really not soft-hearted. In the end, they still managed to gather $50,000, with $150,000 in cash. These hoodlums went to the bank and requested to exchange for the moon spirit crystals. Such a large amount of exchange quickly attracted the attention of the bank. However, before the news was confirmed, the bank's people still gave them the money to exchange. Chapter 2879, Chapter 2867. The crisis broke out. After exchanging for the moon spirit crystals, these hooligans were very happy because their first step of making money had been successfully completed. As for the bank, because they still didn't know the purpose of these hooligans, it wasn't easy for them to stop them. Because once they stopped them, as long as they didn't give a reasonable reason, they would definitely trigger a wave of bank runs. In comparison, a mere 100,000 yuan worth of moon spiritual crystals was nothing to the bank. Although they had lost a third of their reserves of moon spiritual crystals, but 100,000 yuan worth of moon spiritual crystals was still a drop in the bucket for the bank. But when these hooligans got their hands on the moon spiritual crystals, they immediately released the news. That afternoon, a large number of commoners poured into the bank to request to exchange for the crystals. As the news gradually spread, more and more people came to run for the crystals. At first, it was because they were all commoners. Even the majority of the people in the slums did not request to exchange for a large number of crystals. However, it was obviously abnormal for so many people to exchange for the crystals at the same time. Therefore, the bank reported the matter to the higher-ups while they were exchanging for the moon spirit crystals. Soon, the higher-ups were alerted.
What? Did the news get out? What should we do? We still have no clue about the moon spirit crystal robbery. If we let them run wild, the bank will soon collapse. Let's try to hold on for a few days. If we refuse to exchange now, the financial system and the monetary system will collapse. We can only do this. Fortunately, only the poor are exchanging now, so the quantity is not very large.
At this time, because the news was only spread in the slums, although there were many people exchanging, everyone was very poor. Each family could not exchange for 2 or 3. So for the banks, they could totally support themselves. Moreover, the higher-ups of the banks had another idea, which was that they would always keep the exchange open. This would increase the credibility of the banks in the hearts of the common people. As long as they kept it like this for a few days, then the common people would feel that the bank could completely pay for the moon spirit crystal, and it was inconvenient for them to use the moon spirit crystal. At that time, they would deposit the moon spirit crystal back and change it into banknotes. The bank's idea was beautiful, but when the news spread to the wealthy district, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Although the number of wealthy people was relatively small, they controlled the vast majority of the wealth. These guys were also afraid that the cash in their hands would turn into waste paper. So they all ran to the bank. They requested to exchange the money they had into moon spirit crystals. This way, the pressure on the bank instantly increased.
No! We must restrict the rich people from exchanging. If this continues, in less than 3 days, all of our moon spirit crystals will be exchanged out. At that time, if we can't continue to pay, the bank's collapse will be small, and the entire Gamma Space's financial system will collapse.
Other than the bank's higher-ups who were restless, the news was also reported to the administrator.
Damn it! How did it come so quickly?
The administrator cursed angrily. Jiang Fei, who was beside him, was laughing in his heart.
The good show has finally begun.
Although Jiang Fei was happy in his heart, his face showed that he did not know what to do.
I see.
The consul pondered for a moment. He had been trying to come up with a solution for the past few days. Although there was no effective solution, he had come up with a way to temporarily stop the pain.
Tell the higher-ups of the life building to gather some moon crystals and lend them to the bank first. Then, tell the bank to exchange a limited amount of moon crystals for 50 million each day.
The consul ordered.
Yes.
After receiving the order, the consul passed the order to those people. Soon, the higher-ups of the life building gathered some moon spirit crystals with unhappy faces. Because they were the ones who made the mistake, they had to lend the money. However, even if the life building borrowed money, it was just a drop in the bucket. They had said before that when the bank issued notes, they would exceed the limit according to the ratio. When everything was normal, the common people would not run against them. Therefore, everything was normal. However, once the people ran against it, everything would be gone. Even if the 1/3 of the moon spirit crystals were not stolen, They would not be able to pay in full because the amount of moon spirit crystals they had in reserve was not as much as the amount of notes issued. In fact, it was only 1/3 of the amount of notes issued, or even less. As expected, after hearing the order of the consul, Jiang Fei nodded secretly. The other party had no choice but to choose to exchange limited amounts of money in the end. As a result, the common people became even crazier. The limited exchange by the bank had undoubtedly proved the accuracy of the rumors. The bank was no longer able to pay all the money. Now, they had to seize the money. Otherwise, the money in their hands would become useless paper. More and more people crowded around the bank. After the day's limited exchange, the remaining common people did not leave at all. They surrounded the bank's door. The next day, when the bank opened, they squeezed in. Everyone hoped that they would be lucky enough to exchange all the money they had into moon crystals. As a result, the moment the bank opened, the limit for the day would be emptied out by a few people. The people outside could not enter, and that would not be far from a riot. Under such circumstances, the magistrate could only give another order. The bank not only limited the total amount of exchange, but also limited everyone to only 1 moon crystal per day. This seemed to have eased the situation slightly. However, this balance was quickly ended. Everything was as Jiang Fei had expected. Ever since the bank began to restrict the exchange, the Gamma Space's currency had started to depreciate. At first, the black market price had changed from $1,000 per moon crystal to $1,200. Then, the price of 1,314,000 moon crystals was almost on the rise. 2 days later, it turned into a lunar crystal that cost 2,000 yuan. This meant that the currency of the Gamma Space had depreciated by 50% in 2 days. It was not just the lunar crystals that had gone up in price. Everything else had gone up in price, because the currency in their hands could turn into waste paper at any time. The merchants were not willing to accept it. Now, they were all demanding to pay for the lunar crystals. They were even willing to barter, and were not willing to accept paper currency. When the bank started to restrict each person to exchange 1 moon spirit crystal per day, those gangsters appeared again. They sold the moon spirit crystals in their hands on the black market and earned double the difference in price. Then, they violently chased away the people who were queuing at the bank's entrance and hired people from the slums to queue for them to exchange. The people from the slums were hit even more miserably by the economic crisis. They were now willing to risk their lives for a cake, not to mention lining up for the gangsters. So these gangsters instantly became big shots. One by one, they made a lot of money. Chapter 2880, Chapter 2868. Jiang Fei's plan. Although the gangsters who were awakened by Jiang Fei had indeed made a large sum of money in the past 2 days, they were only small gangsters after all. Moreover, the methods they used were not top secret. Very soon, a bigger gangster organization took over from them. These people had more funds and also had more power. After they defeated the gangsters that Jiang Fei had awakened, they occupied the entrance of the bank. What happened next was the same as before. These gangsters went into the bank to exchange for moon crystals. Then, they took out the money in the hands of the common people. Although the common people knew that they would be robbed, they could not enter the bank if they did not exchange the money in their hands to these gangsters. It would be a piece of waste paper, because most merchants no longer accepted paper money. Therefore, the commoners at the bottom had no choice. They could only give more than half of their assets to these hooligans and exchange them for a small amount of moon spirit crystals. The hooligans became more and more greedy. In the beginning, they still maintained the exchange rate and collected the banknotes at a price of 2,000 to 1. However, towards the end, the greedy hooligans even offered 2, 500, 3,000, or even 4,000 to 1. This could no longer be considered as extortion. This was robbery. Colonel Kono also sent out military police, but it was useless. As soon as the military police arrived, the hooligans swarmed forward. They blended into the crowd and could not find out who was who. The common people wanted to report them. However, they were afraid of being taken revenge, so they could only pinch their noses and admit defeat. The military police were also ordinary people after work. They and their families were also afraid of the revenge of these hooligans, so no one dared to go too far during the encirclement and suppression. In addition, the leader of these hooligans was very good at playing. Although he made a lot of profits through the financial crisis, he did not take it all for himself. He bribed everyone, from Colonel Kono to the ordinary military police officers, so that no one would bother with the gangsters. When society was in turmoil, the darkness in it was something that ordinary people could never imagine.
Only when they experienced it themselves could they understand the cruelty in it. In the financial crisis, the rich people were badly hurt, but they only lost their property. The poor people were miserable. There was a time when the ignorant poor people were looking forward to the financial crisis. They felt that as a result, the money in the hands of the rich people was worthless, and they had no money in their hands, so the loss was negligible. But when the financial crisis came, the ignorant poor found themselves too naive. The rich did lose more than 2/3 of their wealth, but at least they could still eat. The poor quickly ran out of what little money they had, and then they found that if they wanted to eat, they had to sell what little assets they had. But because of the severe devaluation of the currency, the difficulty and cost of trading rose sharply. When you bought things, everything was expensive. But when you sold things, you found that the things in your hands were all worthless. Under this impact, the poor quickly sold all their possessions to eat, to survive, and in the end, they could only sell their children. When the financial crisis reached such a stage, the whole society was in turmoil. The common people could accept the poverty, but they could not accept the outcome of being starved to death. If the government could not solve this problem, they had to think of a way themselves. And the poor people who did not have any resources in their hands, in order to eat, they could only think of one way: robbery. For a moment, there were fewer pedestrians on the street. The shops were closed one after another. The doors were locked tightly. The warehouses were welded shut to prevent people from entering and stealing or robbing them. Under such circumstances, everyone was in a panic. No one knew what would happen next. Perhaps it would be a riot, or perhaps it would be the end of the world.
Damn it! How did a robbery end up like this?
The Archon frowned. Beside him, Jiang Fei was also thinking. However, Jiang Fei was not thinking about how to pacify the people. Instead, he was thinking about how to obtain sufficient benefits for himself during this chaos. Although he had been by the Archon's side for a period of time, Jiang Fei had not heard any news about the snow beast. This made him feel a little anxious because he could not stay here forever. If it took 3 to 5 years to gain enough trust, Jiang Fei really could not afford to wait.
Do I need to show off?
Jiang Fei thought to himself.
Ralph, what do you think of the current situation?
At this moment, the Archon asked Jiang Fei casually. In fact, he did not expect Jiang Fei to come up with any good suggestions. He only asked this question when he was anxious. After all, in the eyes of the magistrate, Jiang Fei was just a country bumpkin from the slums who was relatively skilled. Although he could be trusted, he could only be a bodyguard. As for the administration, the magistrate did not expect Jiang Fei at all. It was just that the people under the magistrate were at their wits' end. Therefore, he had no choice but to ask this question casually.
Sir, actually, I do have an idea,
Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Fei finally decided to use this chaos to make himself the Magister's confidant. He would also show off his abilities and let the Magister use him. Only then would he be able to gain access to top-notch secrets. Instead of being a bodyguard like he was now, he would only be able to get in touch with the Magister's mistresses.
Oh, you have another idea? Tell me.
The governor did not mind. He did not believe that Jiang Fei, this country bumpkin, would be able to solve this problem.
Sir, since the current currency has collapsed, why don't you cripple it?
Jiang Fei said casually.
Cripple it? That's not bad. Now, it's just a devaluation, and the world is already in chaos. If it's crippled, wouldn't the people under it be the same?
The governor pursed his lips when he heard that. Although he trusted Jiang Fei, he did not think that he had the administrative ability, especially in the financial field. This was a very professional field.
Now, it's almost crippled. Almost no one will accept this thing anymore. Moreover, more than half of the bank's only moon spirit crystals have been exchanged. If this continues, it won't be long before the bank goes bankrupt. The currency will still be crippled,
Jiang Fei said.
That's right. That's why I'm so anxious,
said the consul.
Therefore, I suggest that you directly scrap it and issue a new currency. Use the new currency to exchange for the old one. Let the bank exchange it one by one. The new currency will not be linked to the moon crystals. In this way, the bank will be able to avoid the danger of being unable to pay,
said Jiang Fei. Chapter 2881, Chapter 2869. After the crisis.
However, even if we destroy the existing currency, what's the use of reissuing a new currency? Without the support of the lunar crystals, the common people will not admit to it. By then, wouldn't it be a pile of waste paper?
Asked the consul.
That's the key. You have to decouple the currency from the lunar crystals in order to resolve this crisis. Otherwise, even if the robbed lunar crystals are recovered, the banks will not be able to complete the exchange because of the overissue of paper currency, said Jiang Fei. I understand the logic. However, the problem is how to get the people to recognize the new currency, said the consul. That is simple. You and your government can just endorse the currency directly, said Jiang Fei. Oh? The consul was stunned by Jiang Fei's words. Look, your government wants to collect all kinds of taxes and fees from the gamma space. This is a very stable wealth. As long as the government exists, this income will increase steadily. Therefore, it is more valuable than the moon spirit crystal, in addition to the authority and credibility of the government. As long as you stand up and endorse the new currency, the people are willing to admit it. Because when you collect taxes, you accept the new currency. Therefore, the merchants will recognize it and use it when they buy and sell things. Once the merchants recognize the new currency, the ordinary people can spend the money to preserve the value of the currency. So, why don't they recognize it? Jiang Fei said. That sounds feasible. The Archon's eyes lit up. Although Jiang Fei's explanation was more general, he, who was in a high position, quickly understood the essence of it. Of course it's feasible, Jiang Fei thought to himself. The transition from the gold standard currency to the era of the French currency had already been experienced on Earth. As long as the ruler did not go crazy printing money, the monetary system was relatively stable. After all, as long as the government existed in a stable and healthy manner, the currency endorsed by the government would definitely remain stable. Alright, since it's a desperate situation now, let's try your plan. The magistrate immediately summoned his staff. Then, he told everyone about Jiang Fei's plan. After having the plan, these staff members did not give it to him for free. Very soon, everyone had filled up Jiang Fei's sloppy plan. One day later, the consul gave an order to abolish the original currency. However, everyone could go to the bank to exchange for the newly issued currency at a ratio of 1:1. The newly issued currency could not be directly exchanged for moon spirit crystals. However, this currency was recognized by the government. In the future, the government's taxes, fines, and the costs of various public services would all be settled in the new currency. The salaries of the government's personnel would also be settled in this new currency. On the day the order was issued, the common people still didn't quite believe it. However, there were still people who would be the first to try it. After these people exchanged for the new currency and paid their taxes with the new currency, after buying things in the government-operated shops, the common people flocked to the banks. They all began to exchange for the new currency. After all, with a new currency that was recognized by the government 1:1, who would be willing to spend 4 or even 5 times the price to buy a moon crystal? Most importantly, the government no longer recognized the status of the moon spirit crystal as the basic currency. This meant that you could no longer use the moon spirit crystal as a normal equivalent to trade goods. After losing the status of a normal equivalent, the moon spirit crystal itself didn't have much use. It was like a gemstone, and its value began to depreciate rapidly. The people who held the most moon spirit crystal were undoubtedly those gangsters. The bank took this opportunity to recycle a lot of old notes. With the government's endorsement, these old notes were converted into new notes. Then, they became the bank's reserves. This time, the bank had money again. Although the people suffered heavy losses in the financial crisis, the crisis was passed in time. Although everyone's wealth was lost, at least they were pulled back from the point where they couldn't live anymore. The people were actually very easy to appease. When they were cornered and had no food to eat, they would definitely rebel. However, as long as they were given half a stick, they could make do with their lives. The vast majority of the people were still willing to live in peace. With the issuance of the new currency, the society in the gamma space quickly stabilized. However, the problem was not completely solved. After all, after the crisis, the wealth of the people had generally decreased significantly. Although a few people had made huge profits during this period, most people had fallen below the poverty line. Ralph, not bad. You can actually come up with such a good solution. Although the Archon still had many problems to solve, he had at least managed to resolve the imminent problem. Naturally, the person he was most grateful for was Jiang Fei. Hee, it was just a whim of mine, Jiang Fei said with a silly smile. Actually, there was a big flaw in his plan. However, he did not say that because the gamma space was too stable. It was not a good thing for him. Therefore, Jiang Fei naturally had to leave something in his hands. I have to say, You're really a genius. The magistrate smiled and continued. This time, it's all thanks to you. What reward do you want? Reward?
Jiang Fei deliberately pondered for a moment and then said to the consul.
Sir, it's boring for me to stay by your side all day. You're quite safe now. I want to find something to do. Oh, find something to do?
The consul frowned. He knew that Jiang Fei was asking him to become an official. Jiang Fei had just made a great contribution, so he should be rewarded. Therefore, it was not good to reject him directly. However, the problem was that the magistrate also felt that Jiang Fei had met a dead rat. He might not have the ability to do so. If Jiang Fei placed him in an important position, he would mess things up. Then, he would have to clean up his own mess. Therefore, to be fair, although the magistrate trusted Jiang Fei, he did not believe in his ability. Therefore, he would rather give more money and more treatment. However, he did not want to give Jiang Fei an important position so that he would not be ignorant. He would cause trouble.
How about this?
The magistrate thought for a long time, but he was too embarrassed to directly reject Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei had made a great contribution this time. Therefore, he thought of a way to make Jiang Fei back down.
Look, because of the previous crisis, the people are now living in poverty. Although the new currency has stabilized society,
many people have returned to the poverty line because of this crisis. Do you have a way to solve it?
If you have a solution, I will let you do this.
The consul was deliberately making things difficult for the people. His government now had nothing, and the people were even poorer. Although the new currency had been issued, the little money that the people had was cheated by the hooligans. So it was impossible to exchange for the new currency. To put it bluntly, no one had money. Chapter 2882, Chapter 2870, Work for Food.
All right, sir, leave this to me,
Jiang Fei said after a moment of silence.
You have a plan?
The consul was stunned. He and his staff had been worried for days. They did not expect Ralph to agree to it so easily.
I have a plan,
Jiang Fei said.
What do you plan to do?
The magistrate asked.
2 words: work for food,
Jiang Fei said.
Work for food?
The magistrate was confused.
Sir, the reason the people can't eat is because they don't have money. It's not because the merchants don't have food. Right?
Jiang Fei asked.
Yes.
The magistrate nodded. Because the financial crisis had only happened for a short period of time. It was not enough to affect the production of food. Therefore, the grain merchants had food in their hands. Moreover, the crops in the fields were growing well. However, the problem was that the gamma space was not highly centralized. Although the consul looked like he was dictating, he could not order the grain merchants to confiscate the grain in their hands and distribute it to the hungry people. If they wanted to provide disaster relief, then the government could sell grain from the grain merchants and distribute it to the hungry people. However, the problem was that the government did not have money in their hands now. And you always gave the people free grain. This was a bottomless pit. And there was no end to it. That was why the magistrate and the others were worried. Although the last step was to force the grain merchants to open the grain storehouse to release the food. If that was the case, the wealthy class would definitely unite to boycott the magistrate. When the time came, he would not be replaced by the magistrate. Instead, he would be kicked out by the wealthy class. That would not be worth it. This was also the reason why the magistrate was reluctant to take action.
Since there is no shortage of food, and the people cannot eat because they do not have money, then why don't we just let them have the money?
Jiang Fei laughed.
It's easy to say, but we do not have the money to send them to relieve the disaster,
the magistrate said.
Why should we give it to them for free? Didn't I just say that we will work for relief?
Jiang Fei laughed.
What do you mean?
The Archon seemed to have thought of something.
We are not giving them money for free. We are giving them work. You see, after the previous 2 riots, the entire city has suffered great losses. This life extension center will definitely have to be rebuilt. Many of the houses in the rich areas have also been destroyed. That place will also have to be rebuilt. In addition to the other things that have suffered losses, we have a lot of reconstruction tasks. However, reconstruction requires people. People need to work. Aren't these poor people who can eat the food the best laborers?
Jiang Fei laughed.
Let them work, and then we'll pay them?
The consul was enlightened.
That's right,
Jiang Fei said.
But the problem is, we don't have the money to pay them.
The consul spread his hands. Although they had agreed to fight the war against the sheriff, the consul and his government were now in a tight financial situation.
Isn't it easy if we don't have the money? Let the bank print more paper money, and then we'll have the money. Right.
Well, use this money to pay the workers. Then, they'll definitely buy food and eat. Once there's a business activity, we can collect taxes. Then, well, use the tax money to pay the workers next month's wages. Won't the money be rolling in?
Jiang Fei laughed. Interesting.
The Archon's eyes lit up. This Ralph's idea could be said to be empty-handed. The bank would print out more money and distribute it to the working workers. The workers would buy food and supplies, and the shops would pay taxes. After the taxes were collected, the government would be able to pay the workers again. Although there would still be some losses, the government did not suffer any losses. A large amount of infrastructure construction would have been completed. If this were any other time, the government would have spent even more money, because the government itself has the budget to rebuild the infrastructure. This money has to be spent no matter what. Instead, by using this method of work for relief, it not only saves money, but also let the entire market's financial trade to return to normal. This is simply killing two birds with one stone.
How did you come up with all these ideas?
Asked the consul as he looked at Jiang Fei. He felt that Wu Fu from the slums was too talented. How could he come up with such a genius idea?
I just had a sudden thought,
Jiang Fei said vaguely. He had learned these things from history textbooks when he was on Earth. He just took them here and used them.
You are really a genius. Okay, I'll leave this to you,
the magistrate said on the spot.
Thank you, sir, for your trust.
Jiang Fei was very happy. Other than gaining the trust of the magistrate, he was also happy because he had unknowingly dug a big hole for the magistrate. The law currency was endorsed by the government. It did not require any real high-value items as collateral. Its normal operation depended on the government's reputation. If the government knew how to play and was willing to play, everything would go smoothly. However, if the government did not know how to play, or did not intend to play, the law currency was the best weapon to plunder the people, as there was no need for something like the moon spirit crystal as collateral. It seemed that the people who printed the paper currency did not even need to consider the leverage that was several times the amount of the moon spirit crystal as collateral. Instead, they could simply print the paper currency at will. This caused the government to be responsible. This would limit the amount of paper money that could be issued. This would make it conform to the laws of finance and maintain the stability of the currency. However, if the government wanted to plunder the wealth of the people, they could just simply print whatever they wanted. They could just print as many as they wanted. If the government ran out of money, they could just start printing money. The result would be inflation. The currency would depreciate crazily. In the end, the value of the currency would not even be as valuable as the paper that printed the currency. This had happened more than once on Earth. Jiang Fei was well aware of this. Therefore, Jiang Fei had inadvertently revealed a piece of information to the consul. If there was no money, he could just turn on the printing machine and print some money. However, he did not say that this matter could not be messed with. If there was no money, he could just print it. If there was no money, he could print it. In the end, there would be trouble. This foreshadowing was equivalent to Jiang Fei planting a big bomb in the Gamma Dimension. The previous financial crisis was easily averted. That was because the Gamma Dimension had a strong government backing it. It was endorsed by the government. The new currency was quickly recognized. However, if the government overissued the currency and caused a new round of financial crisis, the financial system would not be the only one to collapse. The government's credibility would also collapse. If the government lost its credibility in the hearts of the common people, no matter what currency they issued, the common people would not approve. Therefore, at that time, the Gamma Dimension would be in complete chaos. Jiang Fei had left this foreshadowing behind just in case. If he could successfully kill the snow beast, Jiang Fei did not mind giving the Archon a warning in advance. He did not want the Archon to issue too many banknotes. However, if Jiang Fei was in trouble, this foreshadowing would be his way out. Once the Gamma Dimension was in complete chaos, who would care about him? Chapter 2883, Chapter 2871. Inducement. After receiving authorization from the Archon, Jiang Fei began to build things in the Gamma space. Whether it was the destroyed streets or the Archon's mansion, they all needed to be repaired or rebuilt. In these projects, a large number of the poor became the labor force. During the financial crisis, the unemployment wave had not yet subsided. Most of the people had no jobs and could not support their families. Therefore, although the income that Jiang Fei provided was not particularly high, it was still better than nothing. In order to be able to eat, a large number of poor people joined in enthusiastically. In this way, the poor people received their wages after working. They were able to buy food and daily necessities so that their families could survive. Meanwhile, The government quickly completed a large number of infrastructure repairs and reconstruction. Under the instructions of the governor, the bank printed a batch of currency as the initial capital that the government had invested. As the government was not short of money for the time being, the currency did not need to be printed anymore, as long as it was printed according to the normal demand. The small amount of additional currency did not cause too much of an impact on the financial system. It was quickly digested by the market. Therefore, after Jiang Fei took over the baton, the entire Gamma space instantly became prosperous. Although it could not repair the damage caused by the financial crisis in a short period of time, at least it gave everyone hope. The people's request was actually very simple. Sometimes, just a little bit of hope was enough for them to struggle through the hardships. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Jiang Fei's relief work had gone very smoothly. However, the magistrate had never approved the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center. This made Jiang Fei very unhappy. Jiang Fei had done so much because he wanted to take the opportunity to rebuild the Life Extension Center to see if there was a hidden space underground and if the snow beast was there. Unfortunately, the Archon had approved all the other reconstruction projects. However, the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center had been temporarily suppressed. In fact, the Archon had suppressed the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center not because he was deliberately wary of Jiang Fei. Instead, he was worried that some evil people would take the opportunity to infiltrate the migrant workers and cause damage to the Life Extension Center. Therefore, he had never made up his mind about the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center. However, the Life Extension Center was very important to the entire Gamma space. Now that the Archon's clone factory had been destroyed, the Life Extension Center became the only way to replenish the population. If this place continued to be abandoned, the human population in the Gamma space would fall into negative growth. If this continued for a long time, the survival of the entire Gamma space would be threatened. However, the more the Archon refused to approve the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center, the more Jiang Fei was convinced that the snow beast was underground. Time passed day by day. As there were not many streets that had been destroyed, a large number of poor people joined the project to provide food for the needy. The reconstruction of the streets was very fast. It took about 2 weeks. The destroyed streets had been completely rebuilt. Jiang Fei even had the poor renovate the newly built houses under the guidance of professional workers. Even so, 2 weeks later, Jiang Fei faced the first problem. The workers had no more work to do. After all, the Gamma space could not compare to the advanced civilizations in the three-dimensional universe. It could not even be compared to Earth. This place was only the size of a palm. It could be counted as such a city. It was just a large area around it. The size of the Gamma space made it so that there were not many projects that could be done here. However, using work as relief was not something that could change the fate of the poor in a short period of time. Once the project was stopped, the workers would lose their jobs again. Then, they would return to their previous poor state. Sir, the workers have no more work now. If you do not approve the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center, we will have to find other jobs for them. Otherwise, once the project is stopped, our previous efforts will be in vain. Jiang Fei said to the magistrate, do we have to continue like this forever? If that is the case, so what if we rebuild the Life Extension Center? We cannot always provide them with jobs. The consul asked. For a short period of time, we have to provide them with jobs. We can only stop the project after they have accumulated some initial wealth. Jiang Fei said. How long will that take? The magistrate asked. At least 2 to 3 years. Or even 10 years. Jiang Fei replied. That long? The magistrate frowned. Unless you want to let one of the ghettos exist, and one of them struggle on the food and clothing line. In that case, if there is any movement, these people will instantly become the most dangerous thugs. To be honest, the magistrate had always been short-sighted. If he could mobilize these poor people, it would be difficult to say anything. Jiang Fei said. The magistrate was speechless. He knew that Jiang Fei was not lying. At that time, it was really not difficult for the magistrate to incite these poor people. He did not even have to pay much. He just had to draw a big cake for these poor people. These people would play the name game with him. Moreover, most of the poor people in the Gamma space, once these people rebelled, it would be a huge threat to the magistrate. As long as they have property, will they be able to settle down? The magistrate asked. Of course. Sir, haven't you heard of it? As the saying goes, those who have property have perseverance. Jiang Fei said. Tell me about it. The consul had never heard of it before. Sir, you also know that there are costs involved in a rebellion. For example, the magistrate, if he failed in his rebellion, the outcome would be predictable. The same goes for the common people. As long as they could survive, who would be willing to risk their lives for a rebellion? If they followed the rebellion, it could only mean that they were really desperate.
Jiang Fei said.
So?
The consul asked thoughtfully.
So, as I said earlier, those who have property have perseverance. You told the common people that being loyal to the king and the country is nonsense. He can't even afford to eat. Why would he care so much? In comparison, if he had a certain amount of assets, would he support the revolution of others? Not only would he not, he would even join you in protecting the government and his assets.
Jiang Fei said.
That seems to make sense.
The consul nodded.
My lord, this is just a little idea of mine. If you think it's useful, just listen. If you think it's useless, just take it as him talking nonsense.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Let me think about it.
The consul nodded. Chapter 2884, Chapter 2872 was granted. 3 days later, Jiang Fei was summoned by the consul.
I have thought about it. What you said makes sense. The Life Extension Center indeed needs to be rebuilt. Moreover, those poor people also need to work.
The consul said to Jiang Fei.
Then, what are your plans?
Sir? Jiang Fei was delighted. It seemed that the consul was going to allow him to rebuild the Life Extension Center. Let's begin the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center. However, we must strictly select those who participate in the reconstruction. We must not make any mistakes. That place is very important to our world. Do you understand?
The Archon said.
Yes, I know. You have mentioned this to me before. My lord.
Jiang Fei nodded. As long as the Archon allowed him to lead the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center, everything else was not important.
All right. I'll leave this matter to you,
said the Archon.
Sir, although the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center is a huge project, it cannot be built forever. However, these poor people cannot lose their jobs for a long period of time. Therefore, during this period of time, you and your staff should think of a way to find something to do. When the construction of the Life Extension Center is completed, you can arrange a new job for them,
said Jiang Fei.
I will think of a way.
The consul nodded. At that moment, the consul had an unusual amount of trust in Jiang Fei. In his opinion, although this guy named Ralph was born in the slums, he was a super genius. He could actually think of a perfect solution to the financial crisis. Moreover, he could instantly solve the problem of the poor eating. Sometimes, the consul wondered how he came up with such a genius idea. The Archon already felt that Jiang Fei was loyal. Now that Jiang Fei had shown his superhuman administrative ability, why would the Archon not trust him? Therefore, after some consideration and discussion with the core staff, the Archon finally decided to hand over the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center to Jiang Fei. However, he did not know that, this time, he had handed over the entire Gamma Space's lifeblood to a foreign guest who hated this place. After receiving the Archon's authorization, Jiang Fei left the Archon's country villa. He took a car and arrived at the administrative hall in the city center. This was where he currently worked.
Not bad, brother. It has only been a few days, and you have already obtained such power.
In the administrative hall, Jiang Fei met Colonel Kono.
It was just a fluke.
Jiang Fei smiled. He was now on the same level as Kono. One of them was in charge of the army, and the other was in charge of the people. Now, he was the right-hand man of the magistrate.
Brother, you are too kind. I wonder what important task the magistrate has given you this time.
Kono was a little sarcastic. Although he had already reached an agreement with Jiang Fei, he also knew that the magistrate wanted to support Jiang Fei to fight against him. However, Colonel Kono was still very uncomfortable with Jiang Fei's promotion speed. He did not expect that Jiang Fei had only used a few weeks to climb to this position.
The magistrate has asked me to rebuild the Life Extension Center.
Jiang Fei did not hide anything, because he was about to carry out an on-site investigation and then break the ground to start construction. There was no way to hide this matter.
All right, I can do it.
Kono was even more upset after hearing that. After all, the Life Extension Center was the lifeblood of the Gamma Space. As the core leader, Kono was very clear about this. The magistrate had given the reconstruction of the place to Jiang Fei. From this, it could be seen how much trust the magistrate had in him. However, Kono could understand that Jiang Fei could gain such trust. After all, Jiang Fei had used a strange trick to solve the two biggest problems that the magistrate faced. Not only did he manage to get the entire Gamma Dimension through the terrifying financial crisis in a short period of time, but he also managed to solve the hundreds of thousands of starving people. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. Seeing Kono leave with an expression that said that he had eaten a dead fly, Jiang Fei shrugged. He could actually understand Kono's feelings. Although he had long known that the Archon wanted to nurture new people to fight against him, he definitely did not expect it to be so soon. Moreover, Kono had not only put in a lot of effort, but he had also spent decades to get to this position. However, Jiang Fei had almost arrived on a rocket. Although he had solved the two major problems that troubled the Archon, it was hard for anyone to accept the fact that he had landed on the same level as Kono. Actually, Kono was not the one who felt the most uncomfortable. After all, he was still on the same level as Jiang Fei. Moreover, he was still in charge of the army. However, the bureaucrats under Jiang Fei were different. In their opinion, just a few months ago, this guy, Ralph, was still fighting in the slums. How did he become the leader of the bureaucrats in the blink of an eye? This was the most infuriating thing. In the beginning, it was not that these bureaucrats did not want to put Jiang Fei in his place. They had also tried to use Jiang Fei as an excuse. However, who was Jiang Fei? Did he spoil you? Jiang Fei was not a bureaucrat who had risen from level to level. He relied on the trust of the magistrate and did not play by the rules at all. The few bureaucrats who had led the trouble were directly fired by him. The one who had caused the most trouble was even sent to prison by him. Normally, Jiang Fei's actions were against the rules and were also against the law. However, one could not resist the support of the consul. In order for Jiang Fei to continue his policies, the consul had acquiesced to Jiang Fei's tyranny. When the bureaucrats saw that the consul was so supportive of Jiang Fei, who would dare to provoke him for their official titles? With his authority, Jiang Fei was able to carry out his decree much more easily. The officials below knew that the newly appointed Lord Ralph was extremely cruel. Therefore, they did not even dare to cut corners. They did not even dare to deduct public funds. That was why Jiang Fei's policy was carried out so smoothly. Lord Ralph! Sir! You're here! When Jiang Fei arrived at his office, all the officials greeted him respectfully. No one wanted to offend this tyrant. You? You? And you? Call the people from the construction department. All of you. Follow me. Jiang Fei did not waste any time. Now that he had obtained the authority, of course, he had to go straight to the Life Extension Center. As for bringing these administrative staff, they were just a cover for him. After all, if Jiang Fei went to the Life Extension Center himself, he would definitely arouse the suspicion of others. Bringing such a large group of people along for a field trip, then, no one would be able to find fault with him. Yes, my lord. A few bureaucrats immediately nodded. Then, they handed over a few people from the construction department and followed Jiang Fei. Chapter 2885, Chapter 2873, Transfer of Contradiction. As the administrative office was not too far away from the Life Extension Center, Jiang Fei and the rest walked over. After entering the Life Extension Center, Jiang Fei realized that this place was completely different from the previous time he went to work. At this time, the Life Extension Center could be said to be in a complete mess. The buildings on the ground were already half destroyed. There were signs of the energy cannons collapsing everywhere. There were bullet holes everywhere. Let's go in and take a look. Jiang Fei took the lead and walked into the building. Is this place going to collapse? Yeah. It looks like it's on the verge of collapse. A few of the officials muttered as they walked. All of them, as officials, cherished their lives very much. These people believed that a gentleman would not stand under a dangerous wall. If Jiang Fei had not been the first to walk in, they really did not want to go in. However, these people understood Jiang Fei's temper too well. They knew very well that if they dared not come in from the outside, the official hat on their heads would be worn to the end. Moreover, they might even be hated by this violent boss. They might even be sent to prison. Therefore, because of Jiang Fei's tyrannical power, although these people were a little afraid, they gritted their teeth and followed Jiang Fei into the building. After entering the building, Jiang Fei walked up the stairs. Other than the obvious signs of battle on the first floor, everything upstairs was fine because the security officers' troops had gone straight underground. Therefore, the parts upstairs did not suffer any damage. Although there was no damage, the main structure of the building had been damaged. Although it had not collapsed, its sturdiness was not up to standard. Therefore, it was necessary to demolish and rebuild it. After pretending to patrol the building twice, Jiang Fei led a group of people into the underground building. Hiss!
This is too scary. Good God. How fierce the fight will be.
Once they entered the underground building, the bureaucrats around Jiang Fei curled their lips. Although the corpses had been cleared away, the traces of the battle were still very obvious. The entire first floor of the underground building. There were craters everywhere. Bullet holes were everywhere. A few of the pillars that were responsible for supporting the underground building had been destroyed. The entire underground building seemed to be unstable.
Go back and call a team of government construction workers over. Have them reinforce the supporting pillars first,
Jiang Fei said to an official from the construction department.
Yes, sir.
The official felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He could also see that the underground building was full of hidden dangers. It was a great thing to be able to escape from here. Therefore, after receiving the order, the kid ran all the way back to the surface.
Let's go down and take a look.
Jiang Fei took the lead and went down to the second underground floor from the entrance. The officials behind him looked at each other. Although they were not willing to take the risk, they did not dare to say anything. They had no choice but to follow him down. The battle on the second underground floor was equally intense. There were bullet holes everywhere. Moreover, there were some parts of the mech that had not been cleaned out in time.
There must have been a lot of casualties in the battle here,
an official said as he looked at the large pool of blood at his feet.
It's more intense than you can imagine,
Jiang Fei said at the front. The military police and security guards, who were in charge of guarding the Life Extension Center, were almost completely wiped out. At that time, Jiang Fei could be said to be the only survivor. Other than him, everyone was killed by the clones who broke in.
These security guards are really brave. They actually fought to the last moment like the official military police,
said a female official.
There's no way out. We have no choice but to fight to the death,
said Jiang Fei. The security guards did not have as strong a fighting spirit as the official military police. However, the problem was that the clones did not accept surrender. There was only one exit to the underground building in the Life Extension Center. That was the entrance to the attack of the clones. Under such circumstances, the security guards had no choice but to fight to the death. They had no choice but to retreat. The other party would not accept surrender. If they did not fight to the death, they would be slaughtered with their hands raised. Who would not resist? During the battle, some people were not very brave. Instead, they had no other choice.
No matter what, they are also protecting the lifeline of our Gamma dimension,
said the female official.
That's right.
Jiang Fei nodded. He was a little sad when he said that because his companions had also died in the battle here. As they walked down, they could clearly feel that the intensity of the battle was decreasing with each level down. The clone warriors that broke in were alone. As they continued to break in, although they were unstoppable along the way, they were also constantly suffering losses. So their combat strength was also decreasing. If the underground structure of the Life Extension Center was 2 levels deeper, if there were more security guards and military police stationed here, the clone warriors might have failed. If that was the case, they would have no chance to break into the core of the Life Extension Center, and they would have no chance to activate the clones. However, there were not that many ifs. In reality, the clone warriors had succeeded. They had successfully activated a large number of clones and brought them out through the portal. Unfortunately, the magistrate had made a mistake in his decision. If they had stayed in the city and did not leave, if they had not attacked the D5 industrial area after leaving and instead attacked the granary or other important nodes, then everything was hard to say. However, a series of mistakes in his decision-making had led to the magistrate's victory. The magistrate was forced to take a risky move and had Nicole lead people to assassinate the magistrate. In the end, Jiang Fei had even switched sides at the last minute. In the end, everything was lost.
Oh right. Do you know how the magistrate is now?
Jiang Fei asked casually.
He's still locked up. Right. I heard that there's going to be a public trial. Most of the evidence has already been collected. If it wasn't for the mess that happened, he would have been tried already,
said an official.
He.
Jiang Fei laughed. Everyone knew that collecting evidence and conducting a public trial was just a formality. Since ancient times, the winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. Now that the sheriff had lost, it naturally meant that he was guilty of something. He had to be guilty of something. As for the evidence, wasn't it just a formality? Moreover, Jiang Fei also felt that the public trial of the magistrate and Lena was coming soon, because the magistrate really needed to divert the people's emotions. Now that the Gamma space had suffered a catastrophe, all the people had suffered losses. Whether it was the rich or the poor, everyone needed a place to vent. At present, all the people were dissatisfied with the government. because they felt that the financial crisis had caused them this loss. And the cause of the financial crisis was the government's incompetence. Now, the consul wanted to use the trial of the magistrates to shift the blame onto them. At that time, as long as they said that all the losses were caused by the magistrates' rebellion, and that the financial crisis was caused by the remnants of the magistrates' forces stealing the moon spirit crystal, then the anger of the people would be transferred to the magistrates. The government would be at ease. Chapter 2886, Chapter 2874. Confirming the Snow Beast. After a brief chat about the sheriff, Jiang Fei continued down the stairs. He was not very concerned about the sheriff. The reason he brought it up just now was just a casual question. To Jiang Fei, the sheriff was not a key figure. His existence was just to disrupt the stability of the Gamma space and help Jiang Fei integrate into the storyline NPC. After a fake investigation, Jiang Fei finally arrived at the core of the Life Extension Center. The trestle had collapsed. At the bottom of the trestle, which was more than 10 meters deep, many petri dishes had been opened. The clones inside had been activated and became the cannon fodder of the sheriff. The remaining clones had also died because the Life Extension Center had been destroyed and the life support system could not function properly. This destruction was undoubtedly devastating to the Life Extension Center. A large amount of equipment had to be rebuilt. Even the structure of the entire underground building had to be reinforced. Give a simple assessment of the scale of the reconstruction of the building. As for the equipment, that is none of your business, Jiang Fei said to the officials behind him. Yes, my lord. The officials nodded and began to get busy. At this time, the official who had just called the construction team had returned. Although he was extremely unwilling to return to this dangerous place, he had to follow the construction team down in order to protect his official title. As the construction team arrived, they also brought some tools and equipment. After Jiang Fei borrowed a long ladder from them, he went down the ladder to the bottom. At that moment, the officials were busy measuring the top. No one noticed Jiang Fei. This was the best time for Jiang Fei to handle his personal matters. Bang bang. Bang bang. Jiang Fei seemed to be casually strolling around at the bottom. However, he stomped his feet every few steps to determine if there was another layer of space underground. This is strange. When Jiang Fei walked around the bottom of the space, he frowned. This was because Jiang Fei did not find any entrance to the underground. Even when he stomped his feet, he did not find any empty space underground. Every time he stomped his feet, there would be a dull sound. This meant that the ground was either solid or the layer in the middle was very thick. It was so thick that he could only stomp his feet. There was no way to find out if there was another layer. Why don't I try using my spiritual power? Jiang Fei had an idea. Because the Gamma space was too strong to suppress spiritual power. Sometimes, Jiang Fei even forgot that he still had spiritual power to use. After that, Jiang Fei opened up his mind power and spread it down. However, very soon, Jiang Fei's mind power met with a powerful obstacle. When Jiang Fei's mind power was 15 meters deep into the ground, a gentle force blocked it, preventing Jiang Fei's mind power from exploring further down. There really is something. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. This mind power that was fighting against him was very powerful. Although it was very gentle, it was extremely mellow. It was even stronger than Jiang Fei's mind power. After all, Jiang Fei had obtained a large amount of the will core. His spiritual energy could be said to be as vast as a sea of smoke. If it was not for the Gamma space's suppression of spiritual energy being too strong, he could be invincible here just by relying on his spiritual energy. This guy must be the Snow Beast. Jiang Fei was now confident. In the Gamma space, the only thing that could rival his spiritual energy was the Snow Beast. After finding the Snow Beast, Jiang Fei felt much better. However, he did not plan to act now. The underground situation was unknown. He did not know what kind of Snow Beast it was. If he went down recklessly, if he could not kill the Snow Beast, he would alert the enemy instead. Anyway, the Life Extension Center would have to be rebuilt under Jiang Fei's leadership. Jiang Fei had plenty of opportunities to get close to the Snow Beast. There was no need for him to turn the assassination of the Snow Beast into a one-time deal. He could take his time. First, he had to figure out the Snow Beast's background and kill it in one fell swoop. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei withdrew his spiritual power. Then, he rushed up and shouted, "Two men, come down and survey this place." Coming, sir. An official in charge of the project led two workers down the ladder to the bottom. Then, he began to survey the bottom. When can we start rebuilding? Jiang Fei asked the official. Sir, It's hard to say. We have to first summarize all the measured data and then produce the blueprints. After you approve the blueprints, we can talk about the start of the project," said the official. "Okay. Make the blueprints as soon as possible. I have to go and apply to the magistrate," said Jiang Fei. "Yes, sir. We will definitely make the blueprint as soon as possible," the official promised. "Okay." Jiang Fei nodded and prepared to go up the ladder. "Sir, for this reconstruction, do you plan to build it according to the original scale, or do you have any other requirements?" the official asked. "I will ask the magistrate about that first." Jiang Fei did not answer directly. "All right. Sir, you have to hurry. Otherwise, we will not be able to produce the blueprint," said the official. "All right. You guys do the measurements first. I will go and see the console now." Jiang Fei nodded and climbed up, leaving the officials to continue measuring the data. Jiang Fei left the ruins of the Life Extension Center alone and drove straight to the consul's country villa. After arriving at the villa, Jiang Fei quickly met the magistrate. The current Jiang Fei was no longer the same as before. He was currently the most popular person in the magistrate's eyes. Even Colonel Kono would not be able to meet the magistrate as easily as Jiang Fei. Now, he was just a step away from pushing the door open. However, he only needed the secretary at the door to inform him. There was no need to make an appointment. "My lord!" Jiang Fei greeted the consul as soon as he arrived at the consul's office. "Oh, you're here. Have a seat." The consul looked up at Jiang Fei and continued to write on the table. "My lord, I'm here because I have something to ask you," Jiang Fei said. "Speak." The consul did not even raise his head. "It's about the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center. As I do not know much about construction, I have come to ask you, will the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center be done according to the original size, or will new facilities be added?" asked Jiang Fei. "I knew you would come for this," said the consul with a smile. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, "Although you're quite a genius, you can't be all-rounder. Now that I see it, you can't do anything about construction. Can you?" "I'm sorry, my lord," Jiang Fei said with a slightly red face. Chapter 2887, Chapter 2875 Drinking Poison to Quench Thirst. Hee hee. What's there to laugh about? After all, no one is perfect. If you know everything, that would be abnormal, the Archon said without meaning to. But Jiang Fei did listen. "I have indeed been a little too eye-catching recently. It seems that I will have to keep a low profile in the future," Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, he said, "Sir, you must be joking. How would I know anything? I just occasionally get a little clever. Ha ha. Don't be modest. Regarding the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center, we have already prepared the blueprint. You can just ask the officer in charge to follow this," said the consul. At the same time, he passed Jiang Fei a draft that he was still working on. "Just follow this blueprint?" Jiang Fei asked. "This is just a draft. Give it to a professional and they will know what to do," said the consul with a smile. "Okay, I understand." Jiang Fei nodded. In the following period of time, the consul asked Jiang Fei some more questions about work. Jiang Fei did not hide anything, and he answered truthfully. After leaving the magistrate's office, Jiang Fei drove straight back to the administrative office. At this time, the officials responsible for the investigation had also returned. After all, it had been almost a day. "Follow this sketch." Jiang Fei handed the blueprint to the official responsible for the building. "Okay, sir, I understand." The official looked at the sketch and nodded. After all, he was a professional. Jiang Fei could not understand the diagram. He only needed 2 eyes to understand what was going on. "All right, go do your work." Jiang Fei waved his hand. "Yes, sir." The official left Jiang Fei's office. While waiting for the official blueprint to be published, Jiang Fei suddenly became idle. In order to not let the poor people idle, he drew a few roads around the city and began to let the poor workers carry out the construction. Speaking of which, it did not take hundreds of thousands of workers to rebuild the Life Extension Center. Jiang Fei was just looking for an excuse to sneak into the Life Extension Center and investigate the whereabouts of the snow beasts. The poor people wanted jobs and jobs. That was mainly dependent on the construction of roads. After all, a road around the city was a relatively large project. At the same time, it could solve the employment problem of many people. As for what to do when the road was completed, then he would build another ring. Moreover, after the road was completed, the ring could be built. Once all kinds of basic projects were built, it did not matter whether they were useful or not. First, he would let these poor people have something to do. As long as they had food to eat, that would be enough. As for what to waste, what sustainable development, that was not a problem for Jiang Fei to consider. He was not from the Gamma space, and he would not stay here for long. If anything went wrong in the future, that was not his concern. In any case, to Jiang Fei, he was spending tomorrow's money in the Gamma space to do what he did today. As for what would happen tomorrow, Jiang Fei would return to his own world. The Gamma space could do whatever it wanted. With such thoughts in mind, Jiang Fei did things boldly and decisively. He did not care about what kind of hidden dangers he would cause in the future. While he was waiting for the blueprint, Jiang Fei took the time to build a few buildings for Natasha. When he found out that Natasha was not her brother's sister, Jiang Fei had the intention to bring Natasha back to the three-dimensional world. When he was in the life building, Jiang Fei had seen the information about Natasha's brother. It was also from that time that Jiang Fei knew that Natasha was not her brother's sister, but a clone from the Life Extension Center. However, compared to the clone under the sheriff, Natasha was much happier. She was like a normal Gamma space person, having a complete life. Except for normal people who were born from their parents. She was born from a petri dish. She had also experienced the entire process of growing up from a baby. Moreover, Natasha's mind was not implanted with anything. Therefore, she was no different from a normal little girl. Moreover, Natasha's childhood was not like other clones, who grew up in an orphanage in the Life Extension Center. She was adopted by her brother since she was young. Therefore, the entire process of growing up, she was no different from a normal little girl. The only difference was that Natasha did not have parents. She only had one brother. During these few encounters, Jiang Fei had tested Natasha's attitude. He wanted to know if she was willing to return to the three-dimensional world with him. However, Natasha seemed to be very reluctant to part with her older brother. Similarly, she was also reluctant to part with Jiang Fei. Therefore, she seemed to be in a dilemma. However, Jiang Fei did not force Natasha to make a decision. After all, he had not yet figured out the situation of the snow beasts. There was still some time before he returned to the three-dimensional world. After another 2 days, the new blueprint was finally completed. Jiang Fei brought the blueprint to the magistrate's office.
Sir, this is the blueprint after it is completed. Do you see anything else that needs to be modified?
Jiang Fei handed the blueprint to the magistrate.
HMM.
The magistrate took the blueprint and looked at it carefully for a long time. Then, he said to Jiang Fei,
Yes. Follow this. Yes. Sir.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Oh, right. Recently, the financial department has told me that their funds are a little tight. At the moment, they are unable to maintain the work for food situation. Moreover, the necessary infrastructure has almost been built. Do you think that there is a need for us to continue?
The magistrate called out to Jiang Fei, who was about to leave.
My lord, the poor have just been fed and fed. If we stop providing food for the needy, they will return to their original state in an instant. When that happens, there might be chaos,
said Jiang Fei.
But the money that we collect from taxes cannot afford to spend like this,
said the consul.
My lord, I have considered this problem before. So, I have calculated that we can print another batch of notes,
said Jiang Fei.
Is that possible?
The magistrate felt that it was too easy to get money like this. He was afraid that there might be some hidden dangers.
As long as the regime is stable, the currency will not collapse. You have let these poor people live a good life. Will they oppose you? If everyone does not oppose you, then how can the regime be unstable?
Jiang Fei made a trap. He put the consul in.
It sounds like it.
The consul nodded. Although he was not stupid, it was his first time coming into contact with the magical currency. He did not understand the concept at all. Jiang Fei deliberately changed the concept. Therefore, it was expected that he would be framed. Chapter 2888, Chapter 2876 Chief Examiner.
What you said makes sense. How about this? I will discuss your plan with the others. I will give you an answer tomorrow,
the consul said to Jiang Fei after thinking for a moment. Although he was confused by Jiang Fei's words, he did not immediately agree to Jiang Fei's request.
All right, sir. I will wait for your news when I return.
Jiang Fei nodded and prepared to leave the consul's office.
Wait a moment.
The consul called out to Jiang Fei again.
What is it? Sir? Do you have any other orders?
Jiang Fei asked.
It's like this. You see, we have basically passed the crisis. There are some things that we need to clear up.
the consul said to Jiang Fei.
Please enlighten me. Sir,
Jiang Fei said.
You know, although the rebellion of the consul caused a huge loss to our world, it was fortunate that he did not succeed. In the end, he and his daughter were captured. His clone warriors have also been dealt with. However, this matter cannot end like this. I have to give him a fair trial,
the consul said.
My lord, what do you plan to do?
Jiang Fei asked.
I thought about it before. The most suitable person to be the chief examiner is you.
The magistrate smiled and said to Jiang Fei.
My lord, this is not appropriate. I am not a judge. I have never studied law. It doesn't make sense for me to be the chief examiner,
Jiang Fei said.
It's okay. The judges below are professionals. You just need to hold a post. When the time comes, you can just read the verdict or something,
said the magistrate.
All right then.
Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that he could not decline anymore, although the magistrate had been talking to him with a smile on his face, as if he was very important and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. This time, the magistrate was clearly trying to test him. In the end, Jiang Fei had joined the magistrate's camp before. If he did not betray the magistrate at the last minute, he would be carrying out the mission of assassinating the magistrate. Therefore, during the trial of the magistrate wanted to test Jiang Fei's intentions. He wanted to use this trial to see how Jiang Fei's attitude towards the magistrate was. At the same time, he wanted to see how Jiang Fei's character was.
Sir, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first,
Jiang Fei said after he nodded and accepted the task.
All right, go ahead. The magistrate's trial is next Monday,
the consul said.
I understand. I'll make some preparations in advance.
Jiang Fei nodded and left the consul's office. After leaving the consul's country house, Jiang Fei returned to his residence in the city. By then, the house that Colonel Kono had promised Jiang Fei had been completely renovated. He was also living in Crystal Street now. Therefore, it was very convenient for him to look for Natasha. After a simple meal, Jiang Fei sat on the sofa. He needed to clear his mind. Today, the consul seemed to be unintentional, but his intentions were very deep. For this guy to be able to sit in this position, he must be a wily old fox. Although in the financial field, he was fooled by Jiang Fei. However, that was because the magistrate and the entire Gamma Dimension had never come into contact with such things. However, in terms of power and tactics, the magistrate was just like every other person in power. He had countless schemes in mind. This time, he had asked Jiang Fei to be the main judge to handle the case of the magistrate's rebellion. It seemed simple, but in fact, it was very difficult to handle. If Jiang Fei showed sympathy for the magistrate during the trial, or even showed favoritism, then, in the magistrate's heart, Jiang Fei would definitely be unable to forget his old master. His loyalty would be in question. However, if Jiang Fei did not care about his old friend during the trial and directly attacked the magistrate, then in the magistrate's eyes, Jiang Fei would obviously become a person who did not recognize his own family. He could even do the same to his predecessor's boss. Then, one day, when the political situation changed again, would he also do the same to himself? If that was the case, would the consul not be wary of Jiang Fei? Therefore, no matter what Jiang Fei did, the consul would be suspicious of him. If he wanted to avoid such a situation, Jiang Fei could only act appropriately and let the consul feel that he had no one to forget. He also did not have the temperament to be cold and indifferent.
It's really not easy to deal with.
Leaning against the sofa, Jiang Fei was so worried that he was gnashing his teeth. The next morning, Jiang Fei had to go to the government office to work. He first handed the blueprints to the officials in the construction department and told them that the blueprints had been approved. Then, he asked them to prepare according to the blueprints. After all, such a large project could not be started with just the blueprints. After settling this matter, Jiang Fei went to coordinate with the road construction. After all, this was his biggest achievement right now. There were still 4 days before the court hearing next Monday. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not particularly anxious about this matter. His main task today was to wait for the governor's news. He wanted to see if he had approved his proposal and let the bank issue more money. When it was almost night time, the governor's order finally came. After discussing with his staff, the governor finally approved Jiang Fei's proposal. After a long discussion, the final conclusion was just as Jiang Fei had said. As long as the regime is stable and the currency is stable, it is no big deal to overpay. It is a pity that the consul, who does not know much about finance, does not know that a little overhair, leading to a slight inflation, will not lead to a financial crisis, but will stimulate economic growth. But the problem is that inertia is a fear of everything. Once he gets used to overissuing money, when the consul runs out of money in the future, he will think of this trick. And when he used this trick before, not only did nothing happen, therefore, when the time came, he would print money without even thinking. However, the problem was that once too much money was issued, its purchasing power would naturally decrease. No matter what the government said, the people were not stupid. Businessmen were not stupid either. When everyone had a lot of money in their hands, when there were still so many goods, money would naturally be worthless. At that time, no matter what the government said, the businessmen would no longer sell their goods at the original price. However, this would not be reflected in a short period of time. Moreover, every time Jiang Fei overissued money, there was a calculation. He allowed the overissued money to maintain a healthy ratio with the growth of the economy. Therefore, when he did not want the economic crisis to occur, this healthy financial situation would continue to exist, unless the governor skipped over him and directly understood that the banks were overissuing money. Therefore, for now, everything was still within Jiang Fei's control. After getting the money from the bank, Jiang Fei naturally started the second wave of road construction. The people had jobs, money to earn, and food to eat. Of course, everyone lived and worked in peace. Therefore, the entire Gamma space appeared to be thriving. This situation was even better than before the rebellion of the security officers. Chapter 2889, Chapter 2877 Meeting an old friend. After dealing with the administrative matters at hand, Jiang Fei took advantage of the fact that Natasha's brother was at work on Friday to spend another day with Natasha. Then, on Saturday, he rested at home alone for another day.
I'll go and see the consul and Lena tomorrow.
After thinking about it carefully, Jiang Fei decided to go and see the two people before the trial. At the very least, he did not want to appear too impersonal. Although Jiang Fei did not have much feelings towards the two people, even because of their actions. As a person from the three-dimensional space, Jiang Fei still had some resentment towards the two people. However, at the very least, he had to make the magistrate feel that he was still a little nostalgic for their old friendship. Although this size was not easy to grasp, Jiang Fei still felt that it was necessary for him to go. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei went to the prison where the magistrate and Lena were held the next day, which was Sunday, in order to avoid collusion. And because of the difference between men and women, the magistrate and Lena were held separately. After Jiang Fei arrived here, he first asked someone to bring the magistrate up, as the most popular person in front of the magistrate, and also the chief judge of the trial. Jiang Fei's request was quickly met. The magistrate was brought to him.
Sigh.
After seeing the magistrate, Jiang Fei sighed. Once upon a time, the magistrate was still standing on the high platform, facing a group of clone warriors. But now, Jiang Fei could not even imagine it. The sloppy, listless, dull-eyed middle-aged man in front of him was the former magistrate.
Lord Magistrate, we meet again,
Jiang Fei said.
You?
The sheriff looked up at Jiang Fei. He had no impression of Jiang Fei at all. Back then, Jiang Fei was just an ordinary clone under the sheriff's command. He was not even a clone warrior of the direct line of descent. Therefore, how could the sheriff remember a small soldier like him?
You may not have any impression, but I was in your clone army back then,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
You're a clone?
The sheriff frowned.
Am not a clone. I just happened to get in,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Whatever. It doesn't matter anymore.
The sheriff shook his head.
You'll be in court for trial tomorrow,
Jiang Fei said.
Tomorrow? It seems like my death is not far away.
The sheriff sighed. He looked even more dispirited.
I'm the chief examiner tomorrow. The main reason I'm here is to ask if you have any other requests,
Jiang Fei said.
Do I really have no chance? Can you let me see the magistrate?
I know I'm wrong now. Can you help me plead for mercy and let him go easy on me? Just leave me a way out.
The magistrate suddenly held Jiang Fei's hand and said,
I can help you pass on this message. But please don't have too much hope.
Jiang Fei paused for a moment. Then, he continued,
I advise you to think about what other wishes you have. This is all I can help you with today. Let me see the magistrate. Please, let me see him. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
The magistrate suddenly pounced on Jiang Fei. He grabbed Jiang Fei's clothes with both hands and pounced on Jiang Fei.
Sigh.
Jiang Fei sighed. This man was almost crazy. He only wanted to live. However, Jiang Fei knew that it was impossible.
Take him down. Get him some good food. If he has any other requests, try to satisfy them. If you need to spend money, use this card,
Jiang Fei said to the prison guard beside him. At the same time, he handed over a card. There were hundreds of thousands of dollars in this card. It was what he had obtained from Colonel Kono. It was also the reward for saving the magistrate. Yes, my lord.
The prison guards nodded and left with the magistrate.
Bring Lena up as well,
Jiang Fei said.
Yes, my lord. Please wait a moment.
The prison guard replied. Soon, they brought Lena up. At that moment, although Lena was not in a good condition, she was much better than the sheriff. At least, Lena still maintained her haughty attitude. Although Lena was wearing a prison uniform that was not very nice, she washed herself very cleanly. Moreover, her head was always held high, unlike her father who was sloppy.
We meet again.
Jiang Fei did not expect that Lena would take the initiative to greet him.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded.
It seems that you have been promoted and made a fortune. You should have sold us for a good price. Right.
Lena smiled and said to Jiang Fei.
I guess so.
Jiang Fei did not deny it.
Are you here to make a fool of us?
Lena asked with a condescending expression. It was as if Jiang Fei was the prisoner.
That's not it. I've been quite busy recently. As you know, the entire city has been severely damaged. It needs to be rebuilt,
Jiang Fei said.
Hee hee. I didn't expect you to climb up so quickly. From the looks of it, you have earned the trust of the magistrate,
Lena said with a cold smile.
Yeah. He gave me the position of the chief inquisitor this time,
Jiang Fei said.
Oh, it seems like our lives and deaths are up to you to decide?
Lena said disdainfully.
You can't say that. I'm only in charge of reciting the judgment.
Jiang Fei shrugged.
So you're not trusted. You're using us to test you.
Lena immediately understood.
I guess so.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Then, why did you come to see us?
Lena asked.
After all, we are acquaintances. Although I cannot influence the outcome of the trial, at least I can satisfy some of your small requests before the trial,
Jiang Fei said.
Oh.
Lena was stunned. Then, she looked at Jiang Fei and asked,
Can I see my father? I should be able to make the decision. However, you cannot communicate with him. I can only let you see him through the glass.
Jiang Fei said.
That's fine. It's good that you can see him.
Lena nodded. Soon, Jiang Fei had arranged everything. The sheriff was brought to an interrogation room. Jiang Fei brought Lena to the room next door. Through the one-way glass, Lena could see the sheriff next door. However, the sheriff could not see her.
Father!
Lena muttered to herself. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei finally saw tears on this strong woman's face.
Did you hit him?
Lena asked. The sheriff's dispirited look at that moment made her heart ache.
No. His will is depressed,
Jiang Fei said.
Sigh.
Lena sighed.
I've seen him. Do you have any other requests?
Jiang Fei asked.
If possible, help us fight for a dignified way to die,
Lena said as she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 2890, Chapter 2878. Mercy. Faced with Lena's request, Jiang Fei was at a loss for words. When faced with death, human nature was revealed. The previously arrogant sheriff. When faced with death, he was so decadent. However, his daughter, Lena, although she was a woman, she was so strong. This made Jiang Fei have to look at her in a new light.
I can't guarantee that either. However, I will help you fight for it. If possible, I will try to fight for an ending like life imprisonment for you,
Jiang Fei said.
Thank you for your kindness. I would rather die than spend my life in prison,
Lena said.
Sigh. Why are you doing this?
Jiang Fei sighed.
All right. I'm a little tired. I want to go back.
Lena turned around. She was also afraid of death. But she did not want outsiders to see her cowardly appearance.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, a prison guard brought Lena away. After coming out of the prison, Jiang Fei drove straight to the magistrate's country villa. Soon, he met the magistrate.
Sir!
Jiang Fei greeted him formally.
Have you gone to see them?
The magistrate asked with a smile. It was obvious that Jiang Fei's every move was under the magistrate's control. This time, the magistrate and Lena were the main judges. It was clearly a test for Jiang Fei.
Yes.
Jiang Fei did not hide anything.
What was the result?
The magistrate asked.
The magistrate does not deserve to sit in his seat. Sir, you have made a mistake,
Jiang Fei said.
Oh,
The magistrate did not expect Jiang Fei to say such a thing. His interest was piqued. So, he asked,
since you think that I have made a mistake, what is your evaluation of him? To do great things, one should cherish one's life. To see small benefits, one should forget one's life,
Jiang Fei said.
Interesting. Why do you say that?
The magistrate laughed.
Actually, I already have this opinion about the magistrate. This is also an important reason why I chose you in the end.
Jiang Fei paused for a moment. Then, he continued,
am not afraid to overthink it. Sir, when I made the decision back then, I was purely weighing the pros and cons. I wanted to follow the person who had the highest chance of winning, not to die with the loser. So, you think highly of me?
The consul laughed.
That's right. If I had continued to stay on the side of the consul and killed you, the outcome would not have been as simple as the consul had imagined. He would not have become the controller of the Gamma space just because of your death. On the contrary, Colonel Kono might have become the person who would have the last laugh.
Jiang Fei said.
Why do you say that?
The consul asked.
It's because of my previous comment. The consul is a man who cherishes his life for the sake of big things and forgets his life for the sake of small benefits.
Jiang Fei said.
What do you mean?
The consul seemed to be even more interested.
Although I have not been with the consul for long, I can tell from his decision-making that he is a coward. Moreover, he is short-sighted. He is obsessed with the interests in front of him. Therefore, he is not enough to achieve anything. Therefore, I am certain that even if I kill you, he is not a match for Colonel Kono, who wants to avenge you.
Jiang Fei said.
You haven't told me yet. How did you come to this conclusion?
Asked the consul.
The reason I gave him this conclusion was mainly because of his decisions.
Jiang Fei paused for a moment. Then, he continued,
the first time was when we were fighting in the streets of the city. At that time, although you had the advantage in terms of military strength and more matches, the military and police were clearly a little timid during the battle. It was very obvious that they were afraid of hurting the rats. Although I do not know what they were afraid of hurting, I can foresee that as long as we hold on there, you will eventually choose to give in. After that, we can negotiate or think of other ways. However, it is still better than being driven out of the city. The soldiers would not even be able to eat. What else?
The magistrate nodded. At that time, he did have some taboos. If the clone army of the magistrate chose to defend, he would not dare to attack them all.
Also, when we were stationed in the suburbs, the magistrate and his trusted aides were well fed. However, they let their soldiers eat the food of livestock. Even so, the soldiers could not eat their fill. When the army was defeated, the magistrate could only rely on these soldiers. If he had any brains, even if it was just for show, he would have to share the joys and sorrows of the soldiers. However, he enjoyed it alone and did not care about the suffering of the soldiers.
Jiang Fei continued.
Is there anything else?
The magistrate asked.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he continued,
in the last decision, when the magistrate's soldiers were all hungry, he did not choose to attack the granary nearby. Instead, he chose to travel a long distance to attack the distant D5 industrial area. To be able to make such an unwise decision, his talent is not much better. This magistrate has already been described as useless by you. Doesn't he have any good qualities?
The magistrate asked.
Yes.
Jiang Fei's answer surprised the magistrate.
What are his qualities?
The magistrate asked.
He gave birth to a good daughter.
Jiang Fei said.
What do you mean?
The magistrate asked.
I don't need to praise Lina's ability too much, but it is at least several times better than the magistrate's.
Jiang Fei said.
It seems that you admire her,
said the magistrate.
I guess so.
Jiang Fei did not deny it.
Then, what is the purpose of your visit to me this time?
Asked the magistrate.
I am here to plead with you,
said Jiang Fei.
On behalf of the magistrate or his daughter?
Asked the magistrate with a smile.
The magistrate must die. I will not do such a useless thing,
said Jiang Fei.
So, you are here to plead on behalf of his daughter?
Asked the magistrate.
Yes.
Jiang Fei readily admitted.
Then, how do you think I should deal with her?
The magistrate continued to ask.
Let her go,
said Jiang Fei.
Let her go just like that. No punishment at all?
The magistrate was stunned. In his opinion, Ralph really did not play by the rules.
To Lina, there is not much difference between you killing her and not killing her. She is different from the sheriff. The sheriff is the main culprit. Not killing her is not enough to deter evil officials. Moreover, if you do not kill the sheriff, the people will not be able to answer to you.
However, Lena is different. Whether she lives or dies is not that important. Moreover, she does not pose a threat to you even if she is alive. It can even be said that if you forgive her sins, you can show your mercy,
said Jiang Fei.
Ralph, I only thought that you were a genius in the field of administration. I did not expect you to be so good at lobbying,
the consul said with a smile. Chapter 2891, Chapter 2879 Seeds.
My lord, you flatter me. In just speaking my mind,
said Jiang Fei.
I can agree to your request and release Lena. However, I have a condition,
said the consul.
My lord, if you have any requests, feel free to ask. Even if you don't release Lena, I will do my best,
said Jiang Fei.
All right.
The consul nodded. Then, he looked into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked,
Then, tell me, what is your identity in the three-dimensional world?
Jiang Fei was clearly stunned. He really did not expect the consul to suddenly ask such a question. However, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Fei secretly shook his head. It seemed that he was still too ostentatious. There were so many problems in the gamma space that even the elites could not solve. For a guy who came from the slums to solve the problem right away, there must be something going on.
I'm still too conceited,
Jiang Fei said to himself. Back then, even Lena could doubt his identity, let alone an old fox like the Archon. However, Jiang Fei was not very nervous about this, because he had already thought of a countermeasure.
My lord, have you noticed?
Jiang Fei smiled and asked.
It was just a guess before, but now I'm very sure.
The consul smiled and said,
Then, aren't you going to call them guards?
Jiang Fei asked.
Why would I call them? If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it long ago. Why did you wait until today?
The consul smiled and asked.
Hee. There are some things that I have been hiding from you. However, you should be able to understand. For someone like me, whose memory has not been wiped clean, I believe that everyone would be very careful to hide their secrets.
Right? Jiang Fei said with a smile.
That is the truth. If it were me, I would definitely not tell anyone about it. After all, I would be risking my life.
The Archon nodded. Like Lena, the consul did not think that Jiang Fei had come to the Gamma Dimension on his own. He also thought that Jiang Fei was a baby born in the Life Extension Center. However, he did not know if it was due to God. His memory had been partially or completely retained. Unlike other babies born in the Life Extension Center, his memory had not been completely erased. It's good that you can understand, sir,
said Jiang Fei.
It seems that you have hidden quite well over the years. You have so much knowledge, yet you are willing to live in the slums. It seems that you are quite good at hiding it. Then, why are you showing it now?
Asked the consul calmly. It was as if he did not care that Ralph had retained the memories of his previous life.
Who wouldn't want to seize an opportunity when it's right in front of them? Who would want to live a life of hardship?
Jiang Fei asked.
That's true.
The consul nodded. Although the children from the Life Extension Center looked like ordinary people, they did not have parents or family backgrounds after all. Therefore, it was obvious that they would not be able to survive in the rich areas. In the end, most of them would end up in the slums. Therefore, the consul was not surprised by what happened to Ralph in the first half of his life.
Then, what do you think of the three-dimensional world and the current world?
The consul asked.
You should have guessed it. Right. We are all smart people. Why bother with this charade?
Since I've come, I'll just settle for it. Although I still have a part of my memories. The three-dimensional world has nothing to do with me anymore. Although this place is far less exciting than the three-dimensional world, I can't go back. So, why bother with this?
Jiang Fei said with a carefree smile.
As expected, it's so fun to talk to smart people,
the Archon said with a smile. The reason why he did not attack Ralph after he guessed that Ralph might have retained the memories of the three-dimensional world was because he felt that Ralph was a smart person. Since he could not return to the three-dimensional world, this place would be his home. He had to live here. Therefore, he could not destroy this place for the sake of the three-dimensional world. As a ruler, as a person standing at the top of the gamma space, the consul could not understand the concept of sacrifice, because in his view, everything had to serve him, and he had to sacrifice himself. To exchange for the happiness of others was something that only an idiot would do. A smart person would not do such a thing. Therefore, the consul had never thought that Ralph would sacrifice himself to destroy the passage between the gamma space and the three-dimensional world in order to save the three-dimensional world. Moreover, according to the consul's knowledge, Ralph could not know anything about the snow beast. Even if he wanted to destroy it, he would not be able to find the way. Based on these thoughts, up until now, the consul still felt that Ralph was a useful person and did not choose to get rid of him. After all, there were many difficult situations in the Gamma space that required his advice.
All right, sir. I have said everything that I need to say. As for my identity in the three-dimensional world, I really can't say it out loud. I only have a part of my memory. As for my identity, I seem to have a very high status in the Universe Empire. However, I don't remember the specifics,
said Jiang Fei.
Okay.
The magistrate nodded. He actually did not care about Jiang Fei's specific identity. The purpose of his showdown with Jiang Fei today was to know whether Ralph would deny it or face it calmly. If Ralph refused to admit it, the consul would have to be more careful. However, if Ralph told him everything, it meant that he had really thought it through. He wanted to start over in the Gamma dimension. For such a person, he could totally continue to use it.
Sir, what about Lena?
Jiang Fei asked.
I can let her go. But what about after I let her go? What do you plan to do with her? Hide a mistress in a golden house?
The consul showed an expression that all men understood.
My lord, don't joke around. I personally sentenced her father to death. Can she follow me?
Jiang Fei shrugged.
Women, you don't have to be careful. You can just have her,
the consul said with a smile.
But? Jiang Fei wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by the consul.
All right. You don't have to say any more. If you want me to let her go, then you have to take her in. Only then will I be at ease. If you don't want her, then I will just kill her directly. This way, I can avoid any future troubles,
the consul said.
Then, all right. Thank you for your grace, my lord.
Jiang Fei bowed to the consul. However, in his heart, he knew that these old schemers were not to be trifled with. After leaving the consul's place, Jiang Fei returned to his residence on Crystal Street. Tomorrow was the day of the public trial. Although the consul was bound to die, he had at least saved Lena. However, Jiang Fei had saved Lena not for some private affair. Instead, he had saved her for the sake of leaving a seed for the Gamma Dimension's chaos. Chapter 2892, Chapter 2880. The trial began. After returning to his room, Jiang Fei lay down on his bed. He began to recall everything that had happened in the magistrate's office today.
It seems that I have underestimated the magistrate.
Jiang Fei nodded to himself. All this while, Jiang Fei had thought that he had fooled the magistrate. However, how could a person who could rule a region be stupid? Even Lena could guess that Jiang Fei was related to the three-dimensional world, let alone the Archon. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had been prepared from the beginning, so he did not panic at all. He immediately brought out the words that he had prepared beforehand. This was because the people of the Gamma Dimension had never thought that people from the three-dimensional world could come to their territory voluntarily. In fact, in their understanding, it was impossible to take the initiative to cross over from the bottom up. Therefore, regardless of whether it was Lena or the Archon, none of them had ever thought that Jiang Fei was someone who had come to the Gamma Dimension from the three-dimensional world and had the ability to return. It was precisely because they had never considered this possibility. Therefore, although they had their suspicions about Jiang Fei, it was within a certain limit. Moreover, as high-ranking people, they had never had any thoughts of self-sacrifice. Therefore, when Jiang Fei said that he was willing to stay in this space and live in this space, the consul and the others did not doubt him. When people were thinking about something, they would subconsciously put themselves in it. They would put themselves in their shoes and think about what kind of choice they would make if they were in that position. Whether it was the consul or Lena, if they were clones whose memories had not been completely erased, they would definitely be content with the current situation. They would live in this space as a Gamma space person and use these memories. They would seek a better life for themselves. Just like what Jiang Fei was doing now. It was precisely because of this kind of empathy that made selfish people like the magistrate and Lena feel that Jiang Fei's actions were justifiable.
Although I have managed to muddle through for the time being, I cannot let my guard down. Since the magistrate has become suspicious once, he will have a grudge in his heart. He will not be able to trust me as much as before. Therefore, I have to hide it better,
Jiang Fei thought to himself. Regarding the trial that was going to start tomorrow, Jiang Fei thought about it. The magistrate was obviously hopeless. However, in order to win Lena over, he decided to help the magistrate again. although he had no right to help the magistrate avoid the death penalty. As Lena had said before, he could still help the magistrate find a relatively decent way to die. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Although Jiang Fei slept for a while in the second half of the night, he did not sleep too well. The next morning, Jiang Fei opened his eyes. After washing up, he did not eat breakfast. Instead, he drove to the court. There was only one city in the entire Gamma space, so it was not very big. Almost all the administrative offices were near the administrative hall. Therefore, Jiang Fei was quite familiar with the place.
Chief Examiner. Good morning. Chief Examiner.
After Jiang Fei arrived at the court, everyone took the initiative to greet him. After all, everyone now knew that he was the most popular person in front of the magistrate.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded to everyone who greeted him kindly, even though he had no idea what these people were doing. After waiting in the lounge for a while, someone came to inform Jiang Fei that the trial was about to begin. Although Jiang Fei did not understand the procedure of the trial at all. As the magistrate had said, he was just going through the motions. Other than the final reading of the verdict, there were naturally professionals who would handle everything else. After Jiang Fei took his place, a lot of people came to the court. Other than the prosecutor and the other judges, there were also a large number of reporters and civilians in the gallery. The meaning of the magistrate was very clear. He clearly wanted to rely on the public magistrate to put all the blame on him. He wanted to channel the anger of the people onto the magistrate to reduce the pressure on the current government. After about 20 minutes, everything was ready. A judge at the end of the court shouted, "Bring the defendant." Then, a bailiff brought the sheriff and Lena up. Jiang Fei looked down at the sheriff and Lena from above. It was obvious that both of them had been dressed up. Lena was fine. Her previous state was not particularly bad. Now, it was not much different from yesterday when Jiang Fei saw her. However, the sheriff was different. He was clearly well-groomed. The messy stubble on his beard had been shaved clean. His face that was full of oil had been washed clean. He had even been given a clean blow on his head. The magistrate obviously did not want anyone to find any evidence that he had abused the magistrate, or even tortured him into confessing. Now that he was the victor, he could make up the charges against the magistrate at will. So he paid a lot of attention to these details. He did not want to let these small matters affect his reputation. Soon, the sheriff and Lena were brought to the dock. They didn't carry any instruments of torture on them. Normally, a felon like the sheriff would have to wear shackles. But in order to show his mercy, the consul didn't put any instruments of torture on the father and daughter of the sheriff. Although the consul did this so that he could have a reputation of being merciful. In fact, it also saved the last bit of face for the sheriff and Lena. After all, they used to be at the top of the Gamma space. If they were to appear in court with their arms and legs shackled, it would be a humiliation to them.
Now, please read the indictment,
the judge shouted. Then, the prosecutor next to him began to read the indictment of the magistrate. This was a 35-page indictment. According to the description in the indictment, the crimes of the magistrate were uncountable. Death was not something to be regretted. Jiang Fei listened quietly. The contents of the indictment were half true and half false. Even if it was false, it was not the wish of the magistrate. It was just that the magistrate had shifted all the responsibility to him. It was very obvious that the magistrate intended to use the death of the magistrate to shift all the class conflicts onto him, and then eliminate them all. The 30-odd pages of the indictment were read out by the public prosecutor for nearly 2 hours. The reporters below were fine. After all, they were doing this job. But the commoners who were listening in could not take it anymore. At first, these commoners were still excited when they heard about the crimes of the magistrate. One by one, they wished they could eat his flesh and his blood. But in the end, everyone's patience was exhausted by this lengthy indictment. They all began to feel drowsy. Chapter 2893, Chapter 2881 Judgment. Finally, the long and boring indictment book was finished. Even Jiang Fei, who was sitting in the courtroom, was drowsy from listening to it. Let alone the ordinary people who were listening to the trial. After reading the indictment book, it was time for the sheriff's defense lawyer to appear. However, this time, Jiang Fei really felt that the consul had gone too far because the sheriff's defense lawyer had betrayed him in court. Not only did he not defend the magistrate, he even scolded the magistrate for his crimes. How could he still be a lawyer protecting his client?
The magistrate's behavior is a little ugly,
Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, this was not arranged by the magistrate. It was the lawyer who made the decision on his own. He felt that no matter how hard he tried to defend this trial, it was impossible for him to win this case. Even his defense would not have any effect. Therefore, in order not to appear too incompetent and not to affect his reputation as a lawyer, the lawyer decided to betray him in court. He began to criticize the crimes committed by the magistrate in a righteous manner. In his words, although he was a defense lawyer for the magistrate, the justice in his heart did not allow him to defend this villain at all. Even if he had to sacrifice his own defense success rate, he would still send his client to the gallows.
TSK, TSK, TSK. How impressive.
Jiang Fei had long heard that some people in the profession of lawyers were very shameless. Today, he had really opened his eyes, seeing that his own lawyer was throwing dirty water on him. The sheriff was expressionless. He was already numb to it. Yesterday, he had been able to beg Jiang Fei to let him meet the magistrate. That was his last attempt. He had not been able to meet the magistrate until the court session. At that time, the magistrate had already understood his fate. He had given up fighting.
Shameless!
Lena scolded the lawyer.
Humph! What right do you have to scold me? You be asterisk TCH? You just used your father's power to do whatever you want in our city. Now that your father has fallen, you are finished too,
the lawyer said fiercely to Lena.
Even if we die, it's because our careers have failed. As for you, although you're still alive,
Lena said disdainfully.
Your Honor, she attacked me personally,
the lawyer complained shamelessly to Jiang Fei. In his opinion, as the chief examiner, Jiang Fei was definitely arranged by the magistrate. Now that he was openly pointing at the magistrate, it was obvious that he was on the same side as the chief examiner. Therefore, Jiang Fei would definitely help him.
If she was insulting the prosecutor, I would definitely make a fair judgment. However, as their defense lawyer, you should be on the same side as them.
Right. It would be difficult for me to interfere in your internal dispute. Moreover, you were the one who insulted Miss Lena earlier. If you insist, I think I should punish you first,
Jiang Fei said calmly.
Your Honor?
The lawyer was stunned. In his opinion, Jiang Fei should be on his side. Why would he speak up for Lena?
Let the trial continue.
Jiang Fei ignored the lawyer. In Jiang Fei's eyes, the trial was a farce that had been arranged. All he had to do now was to wait quietly for the results to be read out.
Yes, Your Honor.
Although the lawyer was dissatisfied with Jiang Fei's favoritism towards Lena, he did not dare to say anything. After all, in the court, Jiang Fei's authority was not to be challenged. After that, the trial continued. The public prosecutor began to read out Lena's crimes. As they had previously reached an agreement with the magistrate, the public prosecutor's prosecution of Lena was only a minor offense. The most serious offense was to cover up for her. She did not mention anything about Lena's important role in the rebel army. She also did not mention that she had brought people to assassinate the magistrate.
During the subsequent debate, the lawyer continued to smear the magistrate's name as usual. In the end, Jiang Fei could not stand it anymore. In a fit of anger, he kicked the lawyer out of the court. Although the lawyer was kicked out, the magistrate had clearly accepted his fate. He did not defend himself at all. On the contrary, Lena continued to defend her father and berate the magistrate for his evil deeds. Unfortunately, her speech was blocked by the media. Although there were reporters interviewing her, this trial was not a live broadcast. The content of the trial could only be broadcast to the people after it was reviewed by the censor team sent by the magistrate. The people who came to listen in were also loyal supporters of the magistrate. Therefore, the real content of the trial would not be known by the ordinary people. They only knew what the magistrate wanted them to know first. As the trial progressed, Jiang Fei felt more and more bored. Sometimes, he felt sorry for Lena because her passionate defense would not have any effect at all. Not only would it not have any effect on the trial, it would not even be known by anyone outside of the court. On the contrary, the magistrate had a better understanding of human lives. He had to accept his fate because in the entire Gamma dimension, there was no one who could save him. The only person who had a chance to save him was Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei was not willing to pay an extra price to save him. In the end, the outcome of the trial was out. It had nothing to do with the process in the middle. This outcome had already been decided before the trial.
All rise.
As the judge spoke, everyone stood up, including the reporters and the people in the auditorium. Jiang Fei stood up as well. He held the result of the trial in his hands.
After the jury's discussion, I now announce the result of the trial.
Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Then, he continued to read aloud.
Former Sheriff Rodermo has committed treason, conspiracy to subvert the state, and murder, war crimes, Multiple offenses are punishable by hanging. Immediate execution. Lena, guilty of covering up. Sentenced to 1 year's imprisonment. Suspended for 2 years. Age?
Unlike the ashen-faced magistrate, Lena widened her eyes. She never thought that she would be sentenced to such a light sentence.
Dot!
Jiang Fei did not say anything but nodded at Lena. Lena gave Jiang Fei a pleading look. Clearly, she hoped that he could save her father. However, Jiang Fei only smiled bitterly and shook his head. This was not something that he could do.
Your Honor, I request that you sentence me to death. I am willing to be hanged together with my father,
said Lena.
Do you think that the law is a game? Do you think that the court is a place for playing house? The verdict has been handed down. This is the final judgment. No appeal is allowed,
Jiang Fei said with a dark expression. Although it was against the rules to have the first trial be the final judgment, it was specially approved by the magistrate. In a regime that was close to dictatorship, it was not a new thing to deal with traitors like this. Many people were even executed without trial. Chapter 2894, Chapter 2882 Lena's Determination.
Court is adjourned.
As Jiang Fei forcefully ended the trial, Lena and her father were taken away. When Jiang Fei finished packing his things and came out of the court, Lena was also going through the release procedures. Although she had also been sentenced to a year of imprisonment, she had a 2-year probation period. If she performed well during these 2 years, that year in prison did not have to be spent in prison. Moreover, as the gamma space was not very big, there was no fear of the suspended prisoners escaping. Therefore, when Lena was released after going through the procedures, she was not even required to put on electronic shackles or anything like that. She was directly released.
Why didn't you let me die with my father?
Lena asked.
I am partly responsible for your father and daughter's arrest. Although I could not save the sheriff, I will try my best to save him,
Jiang Fei said.
Do you think that I will be grateful to you for this?
Lena looked into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked.
I don't need your gratitude,
Jiang Fei said calmly.
From a pampered girl who spent her days in the upper-class society to a prisoner, to a homeless person, I could no longer be accepted by the upper-class society. I could only end up in a place like the slums. Do you think that saving my life is a mercy to me?
This is even more cruel than letting me die,
Lena said desperately. At this moment, she no longer had the calmness that she had before.
You can live with me,
Jiang Fei said.
Have you finally revealed your true nature? When I was still a princess, I proposed to be with you. You did not agree. Why? Now that I am a prisoner, do you think you can control me completely and do whatever you want to me?
Lena said with a cold smile.
I think you need to calm down. You have already lost your rationality,
Jiang Fei said calmly.
Yes, I am not calm now. But how can I calm down? My father is about to be executed in front of me. What about me? I live with the person who killed my father. Teach me. How can I be calm?
Lena screamed. It did not matter who said it. But no matter how calm she was, no matter how intelligent she was, Lena was still a woman. In the face of such a tragic situation, the fact that she did not break down showed that her mental capacity was strong enough. Her voice was hoarse. Jiang Fei could completely understand.
Cry. All of you. When you have calmed down, I will take you to see your father one last time,
Jiang Fei said expressionlessly. Although he felt that he had let Lena and her father down, he did not feel too guilty. After all, both sides were on completely different sides. The reason he came to the Gamma Dimension was not to benefit this place.
Why don't you just let me die too?
Lena rushed forward and punched Jiang Fei's chest repeatedly with her small fists. Jiang Fei did not resist, but he did not do anything else.
Sob. Sob.
Lena seemed to have cried out all her grievances. She threw herself into Jiang Fei's arms and cried bitterly. Jiang Fei was a little embarrassed. He raised his hand and wanted to hold Lena in his arms. But in the end, he gave up.
Sob, sob, sob.
Lena cried her heart out. At first, she was still beating Jiang Fei madly. Later on, she simply threw herself into Jiang Fei's arms and hugged Jiang Fei as she cried.
Sigh.
Jiang Fei sighed. He did not move. Instead, he let Lena cry loudly in his arms. After about half an hour, Lena gradually stopped crying.
I'm sorry. I lost my composure,
Lena said to Jiang Fei. At this time, she had already regained her rationality. The wanton crying just now had allowed her to vent all the emotions in her heart. At this time, she had returned to her usual intellectual and capable state.
It's okay. It's fine as long as you cry. You'll get sick if you keep holding it in.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Can you arrange for me to meet my father now? Lena asked. I think so.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Thank you.
Lena said.
You're welcome.
Jiang Fei replied. After that, Jiang Fei went to look for the prison guard who was responsible for escorting the sheriff. Although he was sentenced to death by hanging, he could not be executed on the spot. Therefore, the sheriff had to be sent back to the prison. They had not left yet.
Do you know when my father will be executed?
Lena asked as she was on her way to meet her father.
And not sure. You'll have to ask the sheriff about that.
Jiang Fei said.
Then, can you help me ask?
Lena asked.
Do you want to send him off?
Jiang Fei asked.
Yes. If it's possible. I want to help him collect his body.
Lena said.
I will help you ask,
said Jiang Fei.
Thank you,
said Lena as she nodded at Jiang Fei. As the two of them spoke, they arrived at a reception room at the back of the court. The sheriff had been brought here under the custody of 4 bailiffs. Father!
Lena walked in.
Dot!
The sheriff was silent.
Father! I'm sorry. I could not save you,
said Lena.
Live well.
The sheriff looked out of the window. His emotions were very complicated at the moment. Although he couldn't escape death, his daughter was still alive. This was something worth being happy about. Unfortunately, he couldn't be happy. After all, he wasn't the kind of warrior who could look at life and death with a smile.
Dad.
Lena had 1,000 words to tell her father.
Let's go!
The sheriff waved his hand. He didn't want his daughter to see him in this state. Although his character was weak, as a father, he still didn't want to leave a bad image in his daughter's heart.
Father! You can go without worry.
Lena came to the back of the sheriff and lowered her voice. She said in a voice that only the magistrate could hear.
Father! I will avenge you. I will kill the magistrate with my own hands. And that Ralph. Lena. You? Just lie well.
The magistrate turned around, his eyes full of complicated emotions.
Father! Believe me. I will do what I said.
Lena said.
Sigh.
In the end, the sheriff didn't say anything. He turned around again, with his back to his daughter. The sheriff knew his daughter too well. What she had decided to do. No one could persuade her. Moreover, his persuasion would expose Lena's desire for revenge, which would attract the suspicion of the governor. That would be letting Lena down too much. Therefore, the magistrate gave up his persuasion in the end. He was already a dying man. Whatever Lena wanted to do, he would let her do it.
Dad, I'm leaving. When that day comes, I'll come and send you off,
Lena said to the magistrate.
Go.
The magistrate waved his hand without turning his head back. At this time, his face was already covered in tears. Chapter 2895, Chapter 2883. The Powerful Woman. After coming out of the meeting room, Lena looked at Jiang Fei.
Do I have to live with you from today onwards?
Lena asked as she looked into Jiang Fei's eyes.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Then what do you want me to do? Become your lover? Pet? Or slave?
Lena asked with an indifferent expression. It was as if she was not talking about her own fate, but someone else's.
We only live together. This is the condition for the magistrate to release you. He asked me to keep you by my side or I will kill you,
Jiang Fei said honestly.
I understand.
Lena nodded. She was so smart. How could she not understand the magistrate's thoughts? Although the magistrate had shown great trust in Jiang Fei, how could she not test him?
That's good. When the time comes, you will live in my house. Although I will not restrict your freedom. It is best that you do not go out. The consul will definitely push all the responsibility to you and your father. You might not know this in prison. Previously, the entire city was in an economic crisis. During that period of time, it could be said that there were starving people everywhere. The wealth of the rich had also been greatly reduced. Therefore, everyone hates you and your father. If you go out alone, I am afraid that someone will harm you,
Jiang Fei warned.
I know.
Lena nodded. Then, she stared into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked,
Don't you have any other requirements? What requirements?
Jiang Fei asked back.
I eat your food and live in your house. Don't you charge some interest? For example, do you want me to accompany you in bed?
Lena asked expressionlessly.
No need.
Jiang Fei shrugged.
Am I not beautiful?
Asked Lena.
Yes, very beautiful,
said Jiang Fei.
I'm really starting to doubt your orientation now,
said Lena.
Don't make wild guesses. In short, I have no intention of crossing the line with you. You can rest assured about that,
said Jiang Fei.
What if I'm willing?
Asked Lena in return.
I am not willing,
Jiang Fei directly refused.
Dot!
Lena did not say anything else. She just obediently followed behind Jiang Fei and returned to the residence on Crystal Street with him.
This is my home. You will live here. Just treat this place as your own home. You are welcome,
Jiang Fei said.
Okay.
Lena nodded. Then, she sat down lazily on the sofa. Although she was still wearing her prison uniform, her lazy and relaxed appearance still looked very attractive.
There is food in the fridge. You can make it yourself or order takeout. I have some cash on the table in the living room. You can use it as you wish. I'm going to work now.
After leaving Lena at home, Jiang Fei turned around and left. At the moment, Jiang Fei did not want to have too much contact with Lena. He had to give Lena some time to calm her down and let her think about a plan for revenge. Jiang Fei kept Lena by his side. Firstly, it was to reduce the Archon's suspicion of him. Secondly, it was to let Lena use him. He needed someone to cause trouble for the Archon when he was not free. That way, he could focus on finding a way to get close to the Snow Beast. After returning to the city hall, Jiang Fei went to the construction department to ask about it. The reconstruction plan was almost ready. Now, the basic preparations were almost complete. It was estimated that in 2 to 3 days, they would be able to break ground and start construction. Other than the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center, the nationwide road construction project led by Jiang Fei was also proceeding smoothly. One ring after another of roads were laid down. It seemed that the construction of these roads was still. Jiang Fei deliberately reduced the investment in construction vehicles. The purpose was to increase the number of jobs, so that the young and strong laborers could have jobs to do. The main factor of social instability was that the young and middle-aged had too many jobs. Such a group of young and strong people were wandering around the market all day long. Moreover, they lived without meals. If it was not chaotic, it would be strange. However, these young and middle-aged laborers were sent to the construction site. They were tired to death every day. If they went home and wanted to sleep, they would not have the experience to cause trouble. In addition, with work, there would be income. With income, his entire family would be able to eat. With a peaceful life to live, who would be willing to make themselves uncomfortable? The people who were struggling in hunger and poverty were actually very easy to appease. As long as there was food to eat and work to do, they would be easily satisfied. Only if the conditions were good, they would not have to worry about food and clothing. If the government had nothing to do, they would be given welfare. That was where the unruly people were the most likely to appear. The scariest thing was that after these unruly people were spoiled, they would still ask for welfare benefits in the face of disaster. Author's thoughts on Ice Punk equals smiley face. At night, Jiang Fei returned home. As soon as the structure entered the door, he could smell the aroma of the dishes. He turned around the living room and came to the dining room. There was a whole table of delicious dishes. He counted them casually, and there were actually no less than 7 or 8 dishes.
So sumptuous?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
Thank you for taking me in. This table of dishes is my thanks to you,
Lena said to Jiang Fei with a smile. At this time, she was completely new. The prison uniform on her body had long been removed. Jiang Fei could see that. Not only did Lena change her hairstyle, but she also bought a few clothes that were very homely. Moreover, she was very relaxed. It was as if she was not the one who was on trial in the morning, and was not the one who was separated from her father.
This woman is really amazing,
Jiang Fei thought to himself. To be able to hide her hatred so quickly in the depths of her heart and act as if nothing had happened. Such a woman was too scary.
You're welcome. From now on, we can be considered a family.
Jiang Fei smiled and nodded.
Wash your hands and eat. Try my cooking,
Lena said as she hung up her apron. Then, she handed Jiang Fei a hot towel.
Okay.
Jiang Fei took the towel and wiped his face. Then, he washed his hands and returned to the dining table. At this time, Lena had already helped him fill his food.
This is my specialty.
Lena used a pair of chopsticks to pick up some food for Jiang Fei. Then, she took a bite of it herself, seemingly unintentionally.
Try this. This is also very delicious.
Lena kept picking up food for Jiang Fei. However, every time she picked up food, she would personally taste it. Although it seemed unintentional, the meaning was clear. She wanted to prove to Jiang Fei that she did not poison him. She had no intention of harming Jiang Fei. She wanted him to eat it without worry.
Hee hee. It's very delicious. Thank you.
Jiang Fei laughed. In fact, he was not only worried that Lena would poison him. He knew that Lena would definitely want to kill him too. However, That was definitely after killing the magistrate. Before killing the Archon, Lena would definitely not touch Jiang Fei. If she did not use Jiang Fei, she would not even have a chance to get close to the Archon, let alone take revenge. Chapter 2896, Chapter 2884 Pillowcase. After dinner, Lena took the initiative to clean up the dishes and did all the housework.
Lena, you don't have to do everything. I can do all the housework too,
Jiang Fei said to Lena. This was the third time he had been chased out of the kitchen by Lena. Every time Jiang Fei wanted to do something, Lena would take the initiative and do all the housework. Jiang Fei even wanted to drink water. However, before he could take the cup to the water dispenser, Lena took the cup and poured the water in front of him. Although Jiang Fei understood that Lena was trying to make him lower his guard and make use of him, he still felt a little uncomfortable being waited on so meticulously.
It's okay. I can't stay here for free. It's only right to do some housework.
Lena had always used this as an excuse.
Sigh. All right.
Jiang Fei sighed and turned around to go upstairs. He did not want to get involved in such a small matter. Lena wanted to make use of him, and he needed to be used by Lena. The two of them could be said to have gotten what they wanted. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not expose Lena's intentions. After going upstairs, Jiang Fei took care of some personal matters. Then, he went to take a shower. However, when he returned from the shower and was ready to go to bed, he found that Lena had already washed her body until it was white. After changing into a set of very sexy pajamas, she leaned on his large bed. The translucent lace pajamas made Lena's body faintly visible. In addition, the woman's almost perfect figure and the intellectual and proud look on her face. Almost any man who saw her would have a desire to conquer her. Even Jiang Fei was no exception.
Dot!
Jiang Fei frowned. He forcefully suppressed his instinctive desire as a male.
Am I beautiful?
Lena asked in a very seductive tone.
Very beautiful. But you can go back to your room and sleep now,
Jiang Fei said expressionlessly.
I just saw lust in your eyes. This means that your orientation is normal. Moreover, I am also within your aesthetic acceptance ability. But why aren't you moved? Or, what are you afraid of?
Lena looked straight into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked.
What a powerful little girl.
Jiang Fei thought to himself. Lena's observation ability was too strong.
You are very beautiful. But you are not my type,
Jiang Fei said.
You can't lie to me about this. Just now, your eyes clearly showed a desire to conquer me. Why? Don't you want to conquer me now?
Lena said, as she gently stroked her thigh with her jade-like hands. Her slender legs under her flesh-colored silk stockings looked especially alluring under her snow-white little hands.
Goodbye.
Jiang Fei turned around and left the room. He closed the door behind him. He had to admit that this woman was too powerful. She knew how to seduce men too well. Jiang Fei knew what he was capable of. He did not want to continue staying here and fail in the gutter. Jiang Fei knew that he could not have anything to do with Lena. Firstly, he had to be honest with his brother, who was still in the three-dimensional world. No matter what, Lena and Han Tianyu had a romantic relationship. Secondly, Jiang Fei knew his character very well. If he slept with Lena, based on Jiang Fei's character, he would definitely not be able to use Lena purely as a target. When that time came, there would definitely be many complications. Therefore, in order to avoid these troubles, Jiang Fei chose to avoid them. Fortunately, there were many rooms in Jiang Fei's villa. After he came out of his room, he went to the room next door and locked the door. When Jiang Fei entered the door, he heard Lena coming out of his room. He wanted to chase after her, but unfortunately, the locked door blocked her outside.
Ralph, what are you afraid of?
Lena asked from outside.
Let's sleep,
Jiang Fei said.
Okay, open the door. We'll sleep together,
Lena said.
Dot.
Jiang Fei did not say another word. He knew that if he continued to chat, this topic would never end. Lena spoke a few more words outside. When she realized that Jiang Fei was determined not to answer, she could only return to Jiang Fei's room resentfully. Even if Jiang Fei ran away, Lena did not return to her room. Instead, she returned to Jiang Fei's big bed and wrapped herself in the blanket.
Father, don't worry. I can sacrifice everything, as long as I can avenge you.
Only when she wrapped herself in the blanket, even when she hid her head in the blanket, did Lena become her real appearance. Tears continued to drip down from the corners of Lena's eyes. As a lady from a wealthy family, Lena was not a shameless slut. She seduced Jiang Fei so shamelessly in order to avenge her father. However, when she hid under the quilt, all the humiliation surged into her heart. As a girl who was only in her 20s, Lena cried her heart out. The night passed quickly. The next day, Jiang Fei woke up very early. He wanted to go to work before Lena woke up. However, when he came out of his room, he found that Lena had already prepared breakfast in the kitchen.
Morning. You can eat after washing up.
Lena smiled and said to Jiang Fei as if nothing had happened last night.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. He did not say much. He simply washed up and ate some food that Lena had prepared in the dining room. Then, he got up and prepared to leave.
I won't be back for lunch. You can do it yourself. If you don't want to cook, you can go out and eat. You can also order takeout. There is some money on the table. You can use it as you please.
Jiang Fei had just placed some cash on the table. It was enough for Lena to use.
All right. I'll prepare dinner for you tonight.
Lena acted as if she was the mistress of the house. As she agreed, she came up to Jiang Fei and tidied up his clothes. She then sent him out.
You?
After getting into the car, Jiang Fei looked at Lena, who was waving at him with a smile. He thought to himself,
this woman is indeed powerful. She would really do anything for revenge. However, this is also good. You have the determination and ability to help me attract the attention of the magistrate.
Then, Jiang Fei started the car and went straight to the city hall. After returning to the city hall, Jiang Fei first took care of some things on the ring road. Then, he began to focus on the work that he was focusing on the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center.
How are the preparations for the reconstruction going?
Jiang Fei called a construction department official in front of him.
Master Ralph, the preparations are ready. The demolition of the surface buildings is now underway.
The official replied. Chapter 2897, Chapter 2885. Victory was in sight, as the underground structure of the Life Extension Center had been destroyed. It was obvious that simple reinforcement would not meet the requirements. Therefore, everything had to be done over and over again. Therefore, the first thing to do was to demolish the surface buildings. The next step was to excavate and clean up the underground buildings. Only after all the underground buildings had been cleared could they be rebuilt. The underground buildings of the Life Extension Center had as many as 7 floors. Each floor was 4 to 5 meters tall. Therefore, the entire project was very large.
Okay, I got it. Inform me when the excavation is completed.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Yes, sir,
the official replied. As the supervisor of this matter, it was only natural for Jiang Fei to go and inspect the place after the completion of the first stage of the mission. In the next few days, Jiang Fei would come to the city hall to work as usual. At night, he would go home to eat and sleep. Lena would prepare dinner every day and wait for Jiang Fei to return home. After dinner, she would change into all kinds of attractive pajamas and go to Jiang Fei's room. Even if Jiang Fei ran away quickly, she would not mind. A week passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Jiang Fei went to his office as usual. However, before he could start dealing with official business, his phone rang.
Hello?
Jiang Fei picked up the phone.
Hello, Sir Ralph. I am the secretary of the magistrate's office. The magistrate would like to invite you to his official residence.
The other party said.
The official residence in the city?
Jiang Fei confirmed.
Yes, Sir Ralph,
the secretary said.
Now?
Jiang Fei asked again.
Yes.
The secretary confirmed again.
Okay, I'll be right there.
After Jiang Fei put down the phone, he stood up and left his office.
Sir, are you going out?
The officials who were passing by greeted Jiang Fei when they saw him.
Yes, I have something to do. I'll leave you to continue your work.
Jiang Fei nodded. After leaving the city hall, Jiang Fei drove to the magistrate's mansion. Previously, a part of the magistrate's mansion had been destroyed during Lena's assassination. However, after a period of repair, it had become brand new.
Sir, you were looking for me.
When Jiang Fei arrived at the magistrate's residence, the magistrate was drinking tea in the living room.
Come, sit.
The magistrate beckoned Jiang Fei to sit across from him.
Sir, what's the matter?
Jiang Fei asked.
Why? Are you so busy right now? Why can't I find you for a cup of tea?
The magistrate asked with a smile.
No matter how busy I am. I will be the first to arrive when you summon me. Sir.
Jiang Fei lowered his posture.
That's more like it.
The consul nodded in satisfaction. Then, he handed Jiang Fei a cup of tea and said,
Here, try my tea. Thank you. Sir.
Jiang Fei took the teacup and took a sip.
How is it?
The consul asked.
Good tea.
Jiang Fei nodded. At this time, not only was the tea not bad, even if it was rotten grass, he had to say that it was good tea.
Hee hee. This tea is not easy to come by,
the consul said proudly.
Sir, you did not ask me to come here for tea.
Right? Jiang Fei asked directly.
Yes, I do have something to talk to you about.
Seeing that Jiang Fei did not want to exchange pleasantries, the consul said,
How are you and Lena doing? That little girl is developing quite well.
After the consul said that, he showed an expression that any man would understand.
Pretty good.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Ha ha. You're lucky.
The consul laughed loudly.
Sir, you're making fun of me.
Jiang Fei pretended to be embarrassed and smiled.
The reason I called you here is because of Lena,
the magistrate said.
Sir, please speak.
Jiang Fei nodded.
The execution date for Rodermo has been fixed. It will be the day after tomorrow. Do you want Lena to go and see him?
The magistrate asked.
Lena is his only family member. It's only right that she goes to collect his body,
Jiang Fei said.
If that's the case, you can make the arrangements. I'm too lazy to do this. Why don't you take charge of supervising the execution?
The magistrate said casually.
Yes, my lord.
Jiang Fei did not say anything else. Although it seemed like the magistrate had said it casually, it was clearly a test for him. At the same time, it was also to cause trouble for Jiang Fei in front of Lena. Although he knew everything, Jiang Fei could not refute the magistrate. He could only accept the mission and go to jail for the magistrate.
All right, that's all. Let's talk about something else.
The magistrate then pulled Jiang Fei to chat for a while. After about an hour, Jiang Fei finally came out of the magistrate's official residence. After returning to the city hall, Jiang Fei continued his work for the day. He was now on the right track of providing food for work. After the last additional investment, the poor people also had some money in their hands. When the commoners had money in their hands, the economy of the entire Gamma space became active. Subsequently, the development of the entire Gamma space was stimulated. As for finance, as long as the money was circulating, that was the best news. If money was like a pool of stagnant water, staying in a certain place without moving was the greatest crisis. Therefore, when the people had money in their hands and began to spend, the entire economy of the Gamma space began to operate. The entire society began to flourish, including those poor people who worked for the government. They all saw hope. Everyone's faces were filled with smiles. The magistrate was very satisfied with this. He was very glad that he had discovered a talent like Ralph. If it was not for this kid, the entire Gamma space would have suffered a heavy blow during the economic crisis. Who knew how many years it would take to recover? Although Jiang Fei was busy with these things, his attention was always on the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center. In a week's time, the surface buildings had been demolished. Now, the construction team had begun to demolish the underground buildings. They were also cleaning up the rubble outside.
Dig! Dig! Quickly dig to the last floor. I want to see what this snow beast looks like.
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. He was now waiting for the construction team to finish. Once all the underground buildings were cleared, it would be the easiest time for Jiang Fei to get close to the snow beast. When that time came, Jiang Fei was ready to detonate the seed. Lena. He wanted her to cause some trouble for the magistrate so that Jiang Fei could have a chance to assassinate the snow beast. Once the snow beast was killed by Jiang Fei's quest in the Gamma space would be completed. When that time came, he could return to the three-dimensional world. Chapter 2898, Chapter 2886, Idle Development Team. That night, Jiang Fei returned to his own house. As usual, Lena had already prepared dinner and was waiting for Jiang Fei to return home.
You're back. Quickly wash your hands and eat.
Lena was the mistress of the house.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. He was not in a hurry to mention that the sheriff was going to be executed. Instead, as usual, he washed his hands, wiped his face, and sat down at the dining table, as Lena did not know that her father was going to be executed the day after tomorrow. She kept putting food into Jiang Fei's bowl as usual. Lena's cooking skills were very good. During the time that she was at Jiang Fei's house, she cooked dinner for Jiang Fei in a variety of ways every day. During these few days, there was almost no duplication. Only a few dishes that Jiang Fei loved to eat were cooked by her once or twice. During this period of time, Jiang Fei's life was indeed pretty good. This made him even like this very regular life. He went to work on time every day and then returned home on time. There was also a woman at home who had prepared a meal waiting for him. Jiang actually yearned for this kind of life. Unfortunately, this kind of life was destined to be out of his reach. Even if one day he solved the threat of the gamma space, Jiang would return to the three-dimensional world. The large group of women at home, as well as his status in the three-dimensional world. These would not allow him to live such a mediocre, but very happy life. After dinner, Jiang did not rush upstairs. Instead, he sat down in the living room. He held the remote control of the television in his hand and changed the channel from time to time.
Why aren't you in a hurry to go up and rest today?
Lena walked out after cleaning up the dishes. However, as soon as she said this, her expression changed.
Is the time out?
Lena bit her lips and asked. With her intelligence, she had already guessed that Jiang was here to tell her something. The content was most likely about her father.
Yes. The morning after tomorrow.
Jiang nodded.
Dot.
Lena did not say anything. However, tears were dripping down her face.
Don't be sad.
Jiang only tried to persuade her. He could not say the rest of his words. How could he continue to persuade her? Her father was about to be executed. At this time, unless she said that she could save him, everything else was nonsense. Words like condolences were useless. No one would be able to handle this matter. Jiang stood up from the sofa and walked to Lena. He pulled her into his arms. This was the only thing he could do now.
Wah!
Lena finally could not control her emotions anymore. Although she was mentally prepared, she still could not control her emotions when it came to the situation. Lena cried for a very, very long time, until her throat became hoarse and her tears dried up. She still lay in Jiang arms and sobbed.
Live well. Your father will definitely hope that you can live safely,
Jiang said to Lena.
Yes. I know,
Lena said in a hoarse voice.
I can arrange for you to meet tomorrow,
Jiang said.
No need. We will go the day after tomorrow morning.
Lena wiped her tears and said. She did not want her father to know that his death was imminent. If she did not tell him 1 minute earlier, it would be an extra minute of torture for him. Waiting helplessly for death was always the scariest and most torturous thing.
All right.
Jiang nodded. Then, he asked Lena,
do you need me to prepare anything for you? Help me prepare a plate of roasted mutton from Old Fortune at 14th Crystal Street. That's my father's favorite,
said Lena.
All right. I'll prepare it.
Jiang nodded.
I want to go back and rest first,
said Lena to Jiang.
Okay. Go ahead.
Jiang nodded. Following that, Lena returned to her own room. This was the first time since she came to Jiang house that she had stayed in her own room. Previously, she had stayed in Jiang room and forced Jiang to go to another room. However, today, Lena really did not have the mood to flirt with others anymore. Although Lena had returned to her own room, Jiang did not go to the master bedroom to rest. The smell of Lena was everywhere on the big bed. Jiang was not that perverted. He went back to his room and slept for the night. The next morning, Jiang thought that he would have to eat something outside. He did not expect that Lena had already prepared breakfast as usual.
Why didn't you rest more?
Jiang asked.
I'm fine now. I'm really sorry for crying last night. I've upset you.
Lena smiled at Jiang.
This woman is really amazing.
Jiang could not help but exclaim in his heart. Lena had managed to suppress all her sadness and hatred in just one night. How strong was her self-control. At the same time, when this woman had the opportunity to unleash her full power, Jiang could almost foresee how brutal Lena would be at that time.
No. I have to think of a way to protect Natasha.
Jiang heart suddenly trembled. Although he was deliberately hatching the seed of Lena, he did not want Lena to hurt that girl Natasha. After breakfast, Jiang went to work as usual. Today, as usual, the Life Extension Center was still under construction. The infrastructure of the entire Gamma space was also continuing. Everyone was busy. It was a sign of prosperity. However, at this time, there was a group of people who were idle. They were the members of the development team, including Natasha's brother, because of the great changes in the Gamma space. Starting from the rebellion of the sheriff, the number of players in the game began to decrease rapidly. By the time the financial crisis broke out, the number of players who were still in the mood to enter the game could be counted on one hand. Although the rich had never been worried about food and clothing, the First Mate's shrinking assets also made these people busy. They had to work overtime to earn back all the lost wealth. In the meantime, no one's in the mood to play games, because of the loss of a large number of players, leading to the three-dimensional world side of a much easier, without these players to mess around. The three-dimensional world ushered in a long-lost peacetime. Correspondingly, because there were no more players entering the game, the development team had nothing to do. But the game could not be stopped. After all, after the crisis was over, Gamma Space still pointed to the game to expand the supply of souls in 3 dimensions. So all this time Natasha's brother had been checking in at the office, doing some simple maintenance work, then getting off work at midnight, and sometimes even getting home early. Chapter 2899, Chapter 2887 Looking for Trouble. The idleness of the development team had allowed Natasha's brother to leave work early. This was not good news for Jiang Fei, because Natasha's brother had been at home for a long time. It was not convenient for him to look for Natasha.
No, I have to find something for the development team to do,
Jiang Fei thought as he sat in his office. After that, Jiang Fei took the opportunity when he had nothing else to do and drove straight to the magistrate's mansion.
I want to see the magistrate,
Jiang Fei said to the magistrate's secretary.
Please wait a moment. Sir Ralph.
When the secretary saw that it was Jiang Fei, he did not dare to be negligent. Now, everyone knew that Ralph had become the second most important person under the magistrate. His position even surpassed that of Colonel Kono, who controlled the military.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded.
All right. Sir Ralph, you can go in now. The magistrate is waiting for you in the living room,
the secretary said to Jiang Fei.
Thank you.
Jiang Fei smiled at the secretary and nodded. Then, he walked in. After entering the living room, Jiang Fei found that the magistrate was drinking tea again. He seemed to be very fond of tea.
Sit.
The consul pointed at the chair next to him and poured Jiang Fei a cup of tea.
Thank you, sir.
Jiang Fei bowed to the consul and sat down.
Why? Did you encounter any problems this time?
The consul asked.
I did not encounter any problems. I just happened to have an idea, so I came to report to you. Sir,
Jiang Fei said.
Oh, what idea?
The magistrate asked.
It's like this.
Jiang Fei organized his words slightly. Then, he said to the magistrate.
Sir, you see, the Life Extension Center is still under reconstruction. It is temporarily at a standstill. Even if there are souls in the three-dimensional world that want to be sacrificed, it is impossible to convert them into our population. Moreover, the number of players has been severely reduced. The members of the game development team are basically idle. That's true. What are you trying to say?
The consul frowned slightly. Whenever he mentioned the Life Extension Center and the development team, he would instinctively be very cautious. Jiang Fei was already at the core of the power. He could indeed access these secrets. Otherwise, the consul would have already given the order to arrest them.
I think we should let these people idle. Why don't we give them something to do?
Jiang Fei said.
Give them something to do? Could it be that you don't have enough people on your construction site and want them to work for you?
The magistrate laughed.
Sir, you're joking. These people are all technical talents. Wouldn't it be a waste to let them work as coolies?
Jiang Fei waved his hand.
Then what do you want them to do?
The administrator asked with interest.
It's like this. Sir,
Jiang Fei pondered for a moment and said,
the management system we are using now is very old-fashioned. Since the elites of the development team are idle now, I think it's better to let them develop an administrative system to use this system to distribute labor and allocate resources. If we have such a system, our management efficiency will definitely be greatly improved. It will also save a lot of costs. Can this save money?
The magistrate was interested. The government was very short of money right now. Although Jiang Fei had already suggested printing more money twice, it did not cause any problems. However, the magistrate instinctively felt that this was not a good idea. Therefore, he had always been against this plan in his heart. However, he did not have any other solution. So he could only let Jiang Fei print more money. Now that he heard that Jiang Fei could save the government expenditure and reduce costs, the magistrate's interest was immediately piqued. If he could save some money, he would be able to live a more comfortable life.
Yes, sir. Now, we are using a purely human-based management model. No matter how big or small it is, we need someone to operate it. This requires too many managers. Moreover, the authority of these managers overlaps with each other. Sometimes, there will even be conflicts. This has caused a great waste of resources. If we have a system that can connect everything together, we can save at least 30% of the human cost.
Jiang Fei said the truth. However, the data was just nonsense.
Are you sure?
The magistrate asked.
My lord, the development team is free anyway. Moreover, You are paying them every cent. Even if it is useless. There is nothing to lose. What if it is effective?
Jiang Fei asked.
That's true.
Jiang Fei's words really touched the magistrate, since there was no work in the development team, and the magistrate had to pay them every cent. The magistrate? It was a waste of money.
Then well, do as you say. After the execution tomorrow, you can go to them,
said the magistrate.
Yes, sir.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Is there anything else?
Asked the magistrate.
Nothing else for the time being. I just felt that the efficiency of the office was a little low today. That's why I thought of this,
said Jiang Fei.
All right. Then you can go back to your work. Don't forget to supervise the execution tomorrow,
said the consul as he served tea to send the guests off.
Yes, sir. I'll take my leave then.
Jiang Fei nodded and left the consul's mansion. After returning to the city hall, Jiang Fei continued his work. After getting off work in the evening, he returned to his own residence. When he reached home, Lena had already prepared dinner and was waiting for Jiang Fei to return.
This is the roast mutton that you wanted.
Jiang Fei handed Lena a food box. Inside was the old foghorn roast mutton that he had ordered people to specially buy. As this shop was an old-fashioned shop, and the taste was very good, there was a long line every day. Moreover, there would not be any more if he was late. Therefore, Jiang Fei had asked one of his secretaries to line up early in the morning. Although this was a little suspicious. Who would go against Jiang Fei over such a small matter? After all, he was currently at the height of his power.
Thank you.
Lena took the roasted mutton. Her expression was a little lonely.
Let's eat.
Jiang Fei washed his hands and sat down at the dining table. When they were eating today, Lena did not take the initiative to put food in Jiang Fei's bowl, although she had suppressed all her emotions in the morning. As the time for her father's execution got closer and closer, in the end, Lena was still unable to overcome the emotions in her heart, especially when she saw her father's favorite roast mutton. Lena could not hide the emotions in her heart even more. After a simple dinner, although the dishes today were much worse than before, Jiang Fei did not say anything. He went straight back to wash up and sleep, leaving Lena alone in the living room downstairs. Chapter 2900, Chapter 2888. Execution Day. The next morning, when Jiang Fei woke up, he realized that Lena was not waiting for him in the kitchen as usual. She had made breakfast. After Jiang Fei washed up, he went to the kitchen and poured some milk. He baked some bread. His culinary skills were not on the same level as Lena's, but he could still fill his stomach with simple food. After breakfast, Jiang Fei waited in the living room for a while. Today, he did not have to go to the city hall to work, so he was not in a hurry. About 20 minutes later, Lena walked out of the room with a haggard look on her face. That night, she almost did not sleep. She watched as her father was executed. However, there was nothing she could do. This made Lena suffer the entire night. Although she had already known about her father's ending and was planning to avenge her father's death was approaching. Lena was still in pain.
Sorry, I woke up late,
Lena said to Jiang Fei.
Go and wash up. I made a normal breakfast. Take a few bites and we'll be on our way,
Jiang Fei said.
Okay.
Lena nodded and went to the bathroom. About half an hour later, Lena returned to her room. After a while, Lena walked out of the room. Jiang Fei could see that Lena had put on makeup, but not heavy makeup. The main purpose of her makeup today was to cover up her haggard appearance. She did not want her father to worry about her when he was dying. Today, Lena's attire was very simple and very solemn. It was similar to attending a funeral, but it was not as solemn.
Eat some.
Jiang Fei handed over the milk and bread.
I can't eat.
Lena shook her head. She wanted to control her emotions, but she really could not.
All right. Forget about the bread. Let's drink the milk and leave,
Jiang Fei said.
Okay.
Lena nodded and drank the milk. Then, she took out the food box from the fridge. Other than the sheriff's favorite roast lamb, there were also a few of his favorite side dishes and soju. These were all prepared by Lena for him yesterday. After bringing the food box, Lena and Jiang Fei walked out of the house and got into Jiang Fei's car. After that, Jiang Fei drove straight to the prison where the sheriff was being held. As the entire Gamma Dimension city was not very big, an hour later, Jiang Fei arrived at the entrance of the prison.
Sir Ralph, you're here.
The prison guards at the entrance had been waiting for Jiang Fei for a long time. They knew that today was the day of the sheriff's execution, and Jiang Fei's incarnation, Ralph, was the prison officer.
Did everything I told you go right?
Jiang Fei asked.
Sir, don't worry. I specifically told him that no one would dare to mention the sentence to the prisoner.
The warden immediately said.
How is his condition?
Jiang Fei asked.
He's still the same. He's a little dispirited, but he's still okay.
The warden said.
All right, let's go in.
Jiang Fei nodded and walked into the prison. Lena followed behind Jiang Fei with a food box in her hand. Logically speaking, Lena and the things that she brought with her should be inspected. However, she had followed Jiang Fei, and after all, the warden would definitely give Jiang Fei face. Moreover, today was the day of the execution of the prisoner. Even if Lena brought some things in, it was not a big deal. Anyway, the gamma space was too small. Breaking out of the prison was equivalent to courting death. Therefore, the warden was not worried at all. After entering the prison, Jiang Fei and the rest were led by the warden to the prison where the sheriff was being held.
Sir, he is in the innermost cell. We will not follow him.
The warden tactfully stopped at the end of the corridor. Naturally, his men were also there.
Thank you.
Jiang Fei nodded at the warden and then led Lena into the prison.
Can you go in alone?
Jiang Fei asked.
Sure.
Lena nodded. Then, Jiang Fei gestured to the warden. The warden pressed the remote control button and the lock on the sheriff's cell was unlocked. Then, Lena pushed the door open and walked in. At that time, the sheriff was still sleeping. However, he was very light sleeper. The sound of Lena entering woke him up.
You're here.
The sheriff glanced at Lena.
Yes. Dad, I brought you some food,
Lena said.
Are you okay outside?
The sheriff asked.
I'm fine. Don't worry. It'll definitely succeed,
Lena said with a determined look.
Dot.
The sheriff shook his head. He knew that Lena was referring to the matter of avenging him. But now, the sheriff had already accepted it. As Lena spoke, she took out the dishes from the food box. The food box had the function of heating, so the dishes had already been heated up.
So sumptuous. There's even roast mutton.
The sheriff did not wash his hands and directly grabbed a piece of meat and put it in his mouth.
Yes. Old foodie.
The sheriff's eyes lit up. And then he asked Lena,
This thing is not easy to buy. You've been waiting in line for a long time. Right. As long as you like it.
Lena squeezed out a smile.
Hee hee. I also like to eat this bite,
the sheriff said halfway. His expression suddenly froze. And then he looked at Lena and asked,
Don't lie to me. Today. Right. Yes.
Lena nodded with tears in her eyes.
Sigh. What should come will come sooner or later.
The sheriff sighed. At this time, he was not as afraid of death as before the trial. Perhaps it was because these days he had thought it through. Or perhaps it was because the approaching death had made him open his eyes. In any case, the death penalty was already unavoidable. Therefore, the sheriff knew that no matter how much he struggled, it would be useless. He might as well face it calmly.
Dad, don't worry. I won't let it go just like that,
Lena said through gritted teeth.
Forget it. You're a girl. Just live the rest of your life obediently.
Don't be reckless. The sheriff poured himself a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp.
I won't forget it. I won't forget it just like that,
Lena said firmly.
Silly girl.
The sheriff sighed and said to Lena,
Come. Have a few drinks with Daddy. Okay.
Lena nodded with tears in her eyes. At this moment, she didn't know how she swallowed the food or how the wine got down her throat. But Lena could clearly feel. Her tears were constantly dripping into the wine glass.
Don't cry. Silly girl. The winner takes all. I lost. This ending is natural. I'm already very happy that you survived,
said the sheriff.
Dad.
Lena finally couldn't help but throw herself into the sheriff's arms and burst into tears.
Dot.
The sheriff didn't say anything. He just held Lena in his arms and gently patted her back. Chapter 2901, Chapter 2889, The Death of the Sheriff. Lena cried for a long time. Jiang Fei, who was outside, stopped the warden.
Give them some more time,
Jiang Fei said.
Sir Ralph, I will give them another half an hour at most. You know that there is a specific time for the execution. I cannot afford to delay it,
said the warden.
I will not make things difficult for you,
Jiang Fei said as he stuffed an envelope with a stack of bills.
Sir Ralph, you? How could I?
Although the warden said that, he did not hesitate to accept the red envelope. After taking the money, the warden waited outside with Jiang Fei. However, half an hour did not take long. Jiang Fei did not go in to urge him. Therefore, Lena cried and cried.
The time was up. Sir Ralph, we really cannot wait this time. There are still procedures for the execution. If we delay any longer, it will be too late, said the warden. Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded and turned his back.
Creak.
The warden pushed open the door of the cell and walked in.
Sir Sheriff, congratulations,
the warden said with a smile.
Hee hee. I don't have any congratulations.
The warden sneered.
Your case is closed. Shouldn't you congratulate me?
The warden laughed.
Okay. Then congratulations too.
The warden rolled his eyes.
No. No. No, you don't like it. We don't like it.
The warden waved his hand. He didn't want to be associated with the sheriff's bad luck.
All right. Cut the crap. This is what we do. Who's fooling who?
The sheriff looked at the warden and said,
Can you at least let my daughter and I have another drink? Please.
The warden took Jiang Fei's money, so he would still give him face. After all, a glass of wine would not take long. The sheriff first took 2 pieces of roasted mutton and put them in his mouth. Then, he chewed as he muttered to himself.
Sigh. Let's take this opportunity to eat a few bites. In a while, we won't be able to eat anymore.
The sheriff's words made Lena, who had just calmed down a little, burst into tears again.
Come, girl, drink one last glass with Daddy.
The sheriff raised his glass.
Okay.
Lena drank a glass with the sheriff while holding back her tears. Then, the sheriff stood up and said to the warden,
Lead the way, please.
The warden was also very polite. He did not let the prison guards escort the sheriff at all. Instead, he made a gesture of, please. After that, the sheriff strode out, leaving Lena crying in the cell.
Lord Sheriff, do you have any other wishes?
Jiang Fei asked after the sheriff walked out of the cell.
Help me take care of that girl. Don't let her do anything stupid,
said the sheriff. He knew Jiang Fei and knew that this guy was the judge who had judged him that day. Moreover, Lena had also mentioned this person to him.
All right.
Although Jiang Fei agreed, he knew that he could not complete this task. Firstly, Lena had already set her mind on revenge. Secondly, Jiang Fei also needed Lena to disturb the Gamma Dimension. After that, the sheriff was taken away by the warden. Jiang Fei was led to a room by another group of people. There was a large one-way glass window in the room. From Jiang Fei's room, he could see the room next door. However, the room next door could not see the side. Looking through the glass window, the room next door was very simple. There was only a gallows that had been set up. Other than that, there were 2 burly executioners. After a moment, the magistrate was brought to the room next door. Then, under the escort of the 2 prison guards, he walked up to the gallows. After he was on the gallows, the 2 executioners took the magistrate from the hands of the prison guards.
My lord, please.
The 2 executioners opened the rope of the gallows and said to the sheriff,
Do you know me?
The sheriff looked at the 2 executioners and asked,
Dot.
The 2 executioners looked at each other. They didn't know what the former sheriff meant. But the sheriff didn't say anything and took the initiative to stick his head into the rope. Things had already come to this point, so it was useless to say anything. If the sheriff resisted at this time, the 2 burly executioners were not going to be polite. Instead of letting the other party subdue them and stuff them into the rope, it would be better for them to die calmly, so that they would have more dignity. Seeing the sheriff get into the rope, the warden under the hanging platform looked at his watch. There were still about 5 minutes before the execution.
Lord Sheriff, do you have any last words?
The warden asked.
If possible, ask the warden next door to pass a message to the governor for me.
The warden looked in Jiang Fei's direction. Although from where he was standing, it was a solid wall. However, the warden knew very well that Jiang Fei was in the prison next door.
What message?
The warden asked.
Tell him that I lost. I admit defeat. All the dirty water can be poured on me. But I beg him to stop making things difficult for my daughter,
the warden said.
Dot.
There was no reply. Jiang Fei could not bear to lie to another person who was about to die. The warden did not dare to make such a promise for Jiang Fei.
Please.
The security officer looked in Jiang Fei's direction.
Time's up. Execute him.
After a moment of silence, following the warden's order, the 2 executioners next to the security officer pulled the switch. The floor beneath the security officer's feet suddenly cracked open. His entire body instantly fell down and was hung in midair by the rope. Due to the effect of gravity, the moment the fall stopped, the sheriff's cervical vertebra was torn off. He lost consciousness and his body could only twitch instinctively. After a few minutes, the sheriff was completely dead.
Sir, The interrogation is complete. The prisoner is already dead,
the warden said after checking.
Yes. Let's bury the body.
Jiang Fei nodded and came out of the room. At this time, Lena was squatting in the corner of the corridor with a lonely look on her face.
Is he dead?
Lena asked when she saw Jiang Fei coming out.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Can I take the body and bury it?
Lena asked.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded again.
Thank you.
Lena stood up and bowed to Jiang Fei. She knew that Jiang Fei had pleaded on her behalf. Otherwise, as the public security officer of the trader, it would be impossible for the family to retrieve the body.
Sai, don't be too sad. You still have to live. You have to move on,
Jiang Fei said.
I know.
Lena nodded and walked out of the building. On the other hand, Jiang Fei went to talk to the warden. After the body was buried, he found Lena and left the prison with the magistrate's body. Chapter 2902, Chapter 28. Jiang Fei did not bring the sheriff's body back to his house. After all, there was no place for a corpse to be placed in his house. The crimes of the sheriff also made it impossible for him to have a proper funeral. However, it was not the case that he did not spend money. Under the premise that Jiang Fei spent a lot of money, many people from the slums attended the funeral of the sheriff. His burial did not seem particularly shabby. However, it was obvious that the sheriff could not be integrated into the cemetery. Lena could only help him choose a quiet place to bury his bones deep in the mountains. After the simple funeral, Jiang Fei dismissed the poor people who came to attend the funeral with money. However, Lena was still unwilling to leave for a long time.
All right. The dead cannot be resurrected. The living still have their own things to do.
Jiang Fei let Lena stand in front of the tombstone for more than an hour before he went forward to persuade her.
Yes, I know.
Lena nodded and rubbed her face. When Lena raised her head again, she had already changed into a different state. The sad and dispirited little girl from before had disappeared. Instead, she was replaced by a serious-looking but determined elder sister.
Let's go home,
Jiang Fei said.
Okay.
Lena nodded and followed Jiang Fei away from the mountain where her father was buried. After returning to the city, Jiang Fei asked,
Shall we go home directly? Or do you want me to take you for a walk? Don't you need to go to work today?
Lena asked.
I don't have to go,
Jiang Fei said. His biggest task today was to supervise the magistrate. Now that the magistrate had been executed, his task today was considered to be over. As for whether he went to work at the city hall, that was up to him.
In that case, I would like to go out for a walk,
said Lena. Although she had already adjusted her state of mind, it was not that easy to completely calm her heart. Therefore, Lena also wanted to go out for a walk and adjust herself to the state of revenge as soon as possible. Her father was dead. No matter how much grief she felt, it would not be of any use. Now, Lena felt that she had to adjust herself as soon as possible and abandon all her grief. From now on, there would only be one thing in the depths of her heart. That was revenge. The first step of revenge was to get rid of this Ralph in front of her. Although this guy had always acted like he did not care about her. After the previous experiment, Lena knew that she was still very attracted to Ralph. After all, she was still very attracted to Ralph. Therefore, for Lena, the first step of revenge was to get rid of the Ralph that Jiang Fei was playing. With just Lena's words alone, she would not be able to avenge her father. Although she had been pardoned by the Archon, it was impossible for her to see the Archon again. Therefore, there was only one way for Lena to take revenge. That was to take down Ralph. Then, she would constantly bewitch him to go against the Archon. If she was lucky, this guy from the three-dimensional world, she could kill the Archon. When that time came, as the person next to her, it would be much easier for Lena to assassinate Ralph than to assassinate the Archon that she could not even meet. If Ralph failed, it would not be a loss for Lena. Although she could not kill the Archon, as the main culprit of her father's failure, Ralph would definitely die. In Lena's opinion, even if she could not kill the Archon, it would be a happy thing if she could make Ralph repeat her father's mistakes. In short, for Lena, whether it was the Archon or the Ralph that Jiang Fei was playing, it would be a good thing if both of them died. If both of them could be killed, then Lena's revenge would be completely avenged. Jiang Fei actually knew what Lena was planning. However, he did not expose her. He did not stop her because he and Lena were using each other. Lena hoped that he could take revenge through him. He also hoped that Lena could disrupt the entire Gamma space. Even though he knew that Lena wanted to use him, Jiang Fei still pretended that he did not know anything. Moreover, he would deliberately cooperate with Lena.
Do you want to go for a walk? Where do you want to go?
When he heard that Lena wanted to go for a walk, Jiang Fei immediately gave up on the idea of returning to the city hall.
Anywhere is fine,
said Lena. Her goal was to relax and have more opportunities to interact with Jiang Fei. After that, Jiang Fei drove around the city. Wherever Lena was interested, the two of them would get out of the car and go for a walk. No matter where Jiang Fei's car was parked, no one would dare to give him a ticket. After all, humans were sentient beings. After spending the afternoon, the relationship between Jiang Fei and Lena had become much closer. The estrangement between them had completely disappeared. The two of them were no longer as polite when they spoke to each other. Both of them were much more casual. However, the two of them had their own ulterior motives and used each other. Neither of them had any real feelings for each other. Therefore, it would be nonsense to say that either of them had a good impression of each other or that they had fallen in love with each other. That night, Jiang Fei and Lena did not go home for dinner. They chose a nice restaurant and had a candlelit dinner. The entire dinner went very smoothly. Other than Jiang Fei finding a spy in the corner, there was no other interference. Jiang Fei had actually found out about this spy a long time ago. However, even if he did, he could not do anything to the kid. This kid was the Archon's man. Jiang Fei had seen him in the Archon's mansion before. It was obvious that this kid was sent by the Archon to spy on Jiang Fei and Lena. If there was anything unusual about the two, the Archon would definitely receive a report. It was also because of this kid's existence that Jiang Fei behaved more intimately with Lena during dinner. This surprised Lena a little. She thought that Jiang Fei had finally been taken down by her attack. She was even secretly happy for a long time. Although the price for taking down Jiang Fei would definitely be her own body. To Lena, her body was just a vessel. It was not a big deal to be suppressed by someone. As long as she could avenge her father, Lena would do anything. She was already prepared to sacrifice herself. However, when she returned home, she realized that this Ralph seemed to have changed into a different person. After taking a shower, he hid back in the small room.
Is he shy? That's not possible. Could it be that he has some strange beliefs in the three-dimensional space? Or that his ability in that area isn't good?
At this time, Lena was completely confused about what Ralph meant. He was obviously interested in her, and he had just had a very intimate contact with her. Why didn't he continue to stick to her and take advantage of her when she returned home? Instead, he ran far away. What exactly was the meaning of this? Chapter 2903, Chapter 2891, Watering the Seeds. Lena was confused for the entire night. However, the next morning, she still had to get up and make breakfast for Jiang Fei. However, the next morning, Jiang Fei had changed. He was no longer the same as before. He was no longer just eating breakfast. Instead, he was constantly bragging to Lena. Even when there was food in his mouth, he was constantly nagging.
Lena, did you know that I was the only one who could easily solve the previous financial crisis? If it were anyone else, the entire Gamma dimension would be finished.
Jiang Fei said as he ate.
Why do you say that?
Lena was such a smart person. Of course, she would continue to brag for Jiang Fei.
Think about it. The last time, because the underground vault of the Light Building was stolen, a large amount of moon crystals were stolen. Is this thing going to be recovered in a short period of time?
Not to mention a short period of time. How long has it been? The military and police in charge of investigating this case still have no clue. Right?
Jiang Fei smiled and said,
That's true.
Lena nodded.
Moreover, even if they managed to recover the moon crystals, they would not be able to do anything about it. The banks have already increased their leverage when they issue the notes. Even if they managed to recover the lost moon crystals, they would not be able to deal with the mass run by the common people.
Said Jiang Fei.
That can't be. If the moon crystals were recovered, the common people would not continue to run the bank run as long as the news gets out.
Right? Asked Lena.
Humph.
You're thinking too simple. At that time, the people who ran against the moon spirit crystal were not the common people. Instead, it was those gangsters who controlled the entrance of the bank and did not allow the common people to enter to exchange for it. The common people did not want the banknotes in their hands to become waste paper. They could only exchange with these gangsters at a higher price. Meanwhile, those gangsters hired people to exchange with the bank to earn the difference in price.
Said Jiang Fei.
What does this have to do with my question?
Lena asked.
Of course it does. These hooligans earn a lot of interest. With such a huge profit margin, would they let go of this opportunity to steal money?
Jiang Fei did not wait for Lena to answer. He continued to say,
Of course not. in order to maintain the financial crisis. They would definitely release the news that the recall of the moon spirit crystal was fake. When the truth of the news is hard to tell, the common people tend to be prone to bad news or gossip. Therefore, their bank run will not stop at all. Even if the bank finds the moon spirit crystal, they will not be able to fully exchange for the notes that were issued after the leverage was added. What will happen in the end?
Lena asked.
The currency will collapse. When the bank admits that they can no longer exchange the money, the currency in the hands of the common people will be completely useless. At that time, everyone will be penniless. The money that they have worked so hard for their entire lives will just vanish like that. The anger of the people will definitely surge. When that time comes, if someone deliberately incites them, it will be normal for the common people to rebel,
Jiang Fei said.
So what? Even if these poor people rebelled, would they be able to defeat the military in the hands of the magistrate?
Lena asked.
It's not just the poor who rebelled. Most of the people in the rich areas will be robbed by the financial crisis. They will instantly become poor people with nothing. The military and police also have families. All of their wealth will be gone overnight. Do you think that they will continue to protect the magistrate?
Jiang Fei asked.
Are you saying that the army will mutiny as well?
Asked Lena.
That is not certain. If the consul can come up with a policy that prioritizes the interests of the army, then it will not happen. However, if he makes a mistake, then it will be difficult to say. However, no matter what, this turmoil is enough to pose a great threat to the consul's rule,
said Jiang Fei.
So, after you solve this crisis, you have been placed in an important position by the magistrate?
Asked Lena.
Yes, but only half of it is correct.
Jiang Fei drank a mouthful of milk proudly. Then, he continued,
other than solving this problem, I have also helped the magistrate to stabilize the people's hearts. The plan of using work as relief has instantly stabilized the people's hearts. The poor have jobs and a stable income. They have hope to survive and continue to struggle. Therefore, the Gamma space is now more stable than before because the poor no longer oppose the government. Instead, they support the magistrate.
When Jiang Fei said that, he was so proud of himself.
That's right. Now, the entire Gamma dimension is extremely stable. Everyone is thriving,
said Lena. Then, she added in her heart.
So, it's impossible to rebel again. The only way to take revenge is to assassinate. You can't say that. Although the Gamma dimension seems peaceful now, and everything is thriving, there's still a big bomb buried in the financial field. I'm just worried about how I'm going to tell the magistrate.
Jiang Fei's words seemed to be unintentional. However, a light flashed in front of Lena's eyes.
There is still a hidden danger in the financial field,
Lena asked.
Sai, let's not talk about it anymore. I have to go to work.
Jiang Fei deliberately stopped there. He wiped his mouth and went to work.
Is there still a hidden danger in the financial field?
If I detonate it, will it cause another economic crisis? If it is possible, can I make use of it? If it is really like what Ralph said, where all the people choose to overthrow the magistrate, then I might be able to take revenge myself.
Lena's heart suddenly became excited.
No, I have to escape this hidden danger. If possible, I have to get more knowledge from Ralph. This knowledge is too precious.
Lena made up her mind. On the other side, Jiang Fei poured some water on Lena's seed and went to work in peace. He was not in a hurry to let Lena's seed germinate. After all, the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center was not progressing very quickly. If he activated the seed too early,
it would not be beneficial to Jiang Fei. If the chaos happened early and the construction of the Life Extension Center was interrupted, Jiang Fei would lose a lot of money. After arriving at the city hall, Jiang Fei first cleared the backlog from yesterday. Then, he finished all the things that he needed to do today. After that, he left for the Life Building. Previously, Jiang Fei had already received authorization from the sheriff. After supervising the sheriff, he could go to the development team. When the time came, he would arrange some things for them to do so that Jiang Fei could meet Natasha. He would also arrange for her to take refuge. After all, under Jiang Fei's plan, the Gamma dimension would soon be in chaos. Chapter 2904, Chapter 28. As the city hall was not too far away from the Life Building, Jiang Fei did not drive. Instead, he strolled over. When he arrived at the Life Building, the young lady at the front desk greeted Jiang Fei warmly. After all, Jiang Fei had started out as a security guard. Therefore, when the young ladies at the front desk saw Jiang Fei, they did not think of him as a big shot. Instead, they thought of him as a promising family member. Jiang Fei did not put on any airs with these young ladies. Not only did he greet them one by one, but he also distributed some snacks that he bought along the way to these girls.
Brother Ralph is really amazing. We are all from the slums. How did he manage to climb to the side of the magistrate? Yeah. If I had known he was so amazing, I would have chased after him when he was a security guard. TSK. You don't have to say that. If I had known he would have this day, I would have chased after him too. Unfortunately, he is already rich now. Only those rich and beautiful people can be seen by him. Ugly ducklings like us are hopeless. That's right. Let's just find someone from the same class.
While the girls were discussing, Jiang Fei had already arrived at the elevator.
I don't have a card now. Can you help me swipe it?
Jiang Fei said to the security guard at the elevator.
Boss, what are you saying? Returning to the life building is like returning home. Tell me, which floor do you want to go to?
The security guard was once Jiang Fei's subordinate. Moreover, Jiang Fei had treated these security guards very well back then. Therefore, when he returned this time, the security guard was also full of smiles.
In going to Mr. Donner's office,
Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. After all, the sub-top floor was a key floor. The security guard did not have the authority to go up there. Moreover, it was against the rules for him to open the floor casually. Jiang Fei did not want to let the security guard be punished because of him.
Okay.
The security guard immediately helped Jiang Fei open the elevator door and chose the floor for him. After the elevator door closed, Jiang Fei took the elevator and arrived at Mr. Donner's floor.
Mr. Ralph, are you looking for Mr. Donner?
Outside Donner's office, Jiang Fei met the female secretary again.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Please wait a moment.
The female secretary pressed the communicator and communicated with Mr. Donner.
Please. No. They'll come out to pick you up.
When Donna heard that it was Ralph, his voice became excited. A few seconds later, Donna personally opened the door and picked up the call.
Ralph, I don't even know how to thank you.
That was the first thing Donna said when he saw Jiang Fei. Previously, Jiang Fei had solved the economic crisis, which was basically saving Donna's life. After all, the theft of the 11th floor of the life building was caused by Donna losing his identity card. Therefore, if the economic crisis could not be solved, he would be the first to die. Although Jiang Fei had never thought about Donna's life when he was solving the economic crisis. Objectively speaking, not only did he save Donna, but he also allowed Donna to continue sitting in this office. Of course, although Donna's head and position had been saved, he had also been fined a large sum of money by the board of directors. Basically, it could be said that he had lost all his money. However, he was still sitting in an executive position and had a generous salary. Therefore, it was only a matter of time for him to accumulate wealth. Regardless, it was a great thing to be able to save his head. Therefore, Donna was very grateful to Jiang Fei.
Hee hee. I came here to look for you.
Jiang Fei said straightforwardly.
What is it? As long as I can do it, I will definitely help.
Donna said.
It's not that exaggerated. I want to go to the sub-top floor. But as you know, I am no longer working in the life building. So, I do not have an identity card or permission.
Jiang Fei said as he shrugged.
Well, I did not mean anything by it. I just wanted to ask. Why are you going to the sub-top floor?
Donna was now much more cautious than before. Ever since he lost his identity card, he had become a little nervous. Moreover, the security level of the sub-top floor was not any lower than the 11th underground floor. Therefore, Donna had to be careful.
Oh, I am following the order of the magistrate. I have something to do with the members of the development team.
Jiang Fei said.
The order of the magistrate? Then, there is no problem. I will take you up.
When he heard that it was the order of the magistrate, Donna immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he personally led Jiang Fei out of the office.
Thank you.
Jiang Fei nodded and followed Donna to the elevator. Donna used his identity card to open the elevator and sent Jiang Fei to the top floor.
The security inside does not belong to the life building. I can't enter with my level, so I'll wait for you here,
Donna said from the elevator entrance. Actually, he could walk a little further. After all, the security guards of the life building were still on duty on the outer layer of the corridor. He could enter this place. However, Donna was very self-aware. Since he could not go in anyway, rather than taking a few steps forward, he might as well wait here obediently.
All right, I'll go in then.
Jiang Fei nodded and walked in.
Boss, you're back.
When the security guard saw Jiang Fei, They greeted him warmly.
How are you? How have you been?
Jiang Fei asked.
Thanks to you. If it weren't for you, we would have started our careers a long time ago,
the security guard said with a smile. Before the economic crisis, it had affected them as well, although they had a heavy responsibility to protect the development team. However, the salaries that these people received were all money that the bank had previously issued. Without the support of the Moon Spirit Crystal, that thing was no different from a piece of paper. If Jiang Fei had not solved the economic crisis, they would have either been employed or resigned. There was no other way. Fortunately, before the destructive power of the economic crisis could fully erupt, it was resolved by Jiang Fei. As soon as the government endorsed the money, the market immediately stabilized. Therefore, the security guards were not affected much.
I have an order from the consul. I need to find the members of the development team to do something,
Jiang Fei said as he took out the administrative order.
Boss, if you say so, we will believe you. There's no need to take it,
said the security guards.
Thank you very much.
Jiang Fei smiled and walked inside.
Sir Ralph, there's a restricted area ahead.
Although the military police at the door knew Jiang Fei, their discipline was much stricter than the security guards. Therefore, they had to stop whatever they could. Chapter 2905, Chapter 28.
This is the executive order of the consul.
Jiang Fei took out the document that he had prepared beforehand. This time, he had come openly. Therefore, he was not only worried about being interrogated.
Sir Ralph, I'm sorry. Please.
After checking the order, the two military police officers guarding the door opened the door and flashed to the side. Unlike the people from other systems, the military police system did not have much respect or fear for Jiang Fei because their leader was Colonel Kono. Although Colonel Kono had yet to have any conflict with Jiang Fei, the military police system did not have any conflict with Jiang Fei. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the consul had supported these two people. One was in charge of the military, while the other was in charge of the people. It was to check and balance each other. Therefore, the people in the military and police system had a more ordinary view of Jiang Fei. They would not give him any special treatment. After the door opened, Jiang Fei walked in. After passing through the door, there was another door not far from the inside. Outside the door, there were 4 military police officers.
This defense is even tighter than I thought,
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. He was secretly glad that he did not barge in earlier. After showing the Archon's token, Jiang Fei passed through the door again. Next, Jiang Fei passed through 4 to 5 doors. With each door, the number of guards would double. Starting with the 2 people at the first door. When Jiang Fei arrived at the 6th door, there was a small team stationed there.
Good God! There are 60 to 70 people in such a narrow corridor. It must be hard for you guys,
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. He guessed that there was no 7th door behind him, because the corridor could not fit more than 100 people. As expected, he took out his hand token. After passing through the 6th door, Jiang Fei finally saw the development team's office. Jiang Fei pushed the office door open and found that the door was locked. There was an electronic door lock next to it. Obviously, it required a special ID card to open it. Jiang Fei was not a member of the development team, so he could not open the door at all.
Knock! Knock! Knock!
Since he could not open the door, the best way was to knock.
What's the matter?
The microphone at the door rang. The members of the development team inside obviously thought that the military police were knocking on the door, so their attitude was cold.
My name is Ralph. I am here to look for you on the orders of the consul,
Jiang Fei said.
Ralph? Consul?
The person inside was stunned for a moment before he opened the door to the office. This guy did not suspect anything. If it was not sent by the consul, he would not have been able to pass the scrutiny outside. After the door opened, Jiang Fei saw a man around 30 years old. This guy was obviously not Natasha's brother. However, when Jiang Fei was working in the light building, he had seen him before. However, he was not anxious at all. He only knew that his name was Hymachenko.
Master Ralph, what business do you have with us?
Hymachenko asked.
Can I go in and talk? Or can you call everyone out?
Jiang Fei said.
Please wait a moment.
Hymachenko turned around and went in. He closed the door behind him, although it was only for a moment. Jiang Fei still took a look inside. The office was very large. Jiang Fei even suspected that it occupied at least half of the floor. There were electronic devices everywhere in Jiang Fei's line of sight. The red and green lights on them were flashing non-stop. As for the specific function, Jiang Fei had no way of knowing. About 5 minutes later, 17 to 18 men in white coats walked out and stood in the corridor. Clearly, there were too many secrets involved in this office. Even if Jiang Fei was the favorite in front of the magistrate and held the magistrate's warrant, he was not allowed to enter.
Is everyone here?
Jiang Fei asked.
Yes, sir. But please hurry up. The equipment inside must be watched by someone. Other than the problem, no one can afford it,
said a man in his 50s who was wearing a white coat.
All right. I'll make it short. The magistrate has a task for you. I want to select some of you to be responsible for compiling a new system,
Jiang Fei said directly. However, he slightly changed the order of the magistrate. According to the magistrate's words, the members of the development team could just randomly assign some people to do the system. However, when it came to Jiang Fei's words, it was his choice. However, this detail was not reflected in the warrant. Therefore, when Jiang Fei said this, the members of the development team would not notice.
All right. Sir, how many people do you need?
The man in his 50s asked. He was clearly the new leader of the development team. After his predecessor was killed by Jiang Fei, he became the leader of the team.
How many people do you need to be on duty here?
Jiang Fei asked.
At least 2 people have to be on duty at all times,
the man in his 50s said.
All right. 2 people per shift. If there are 3 shifts a day, there will be 6 people. I will leave 4 more people for you to handle the emergency. 10 people should be able to handle this.
Right? Jiang Fei asked.
If it's to maintain the current situation, that's not a problem.
The man in his 50s nodded. After all, the number of players had been severely reduced. Their current mission was to maintain the game's operation. Therefore, the amount of quests was not very large. 10 people were more than enough.
Then, the remaining 8 people will follow me.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the 50-year-old man,
You're the leader here. Right. Then, you have to stay here to preside over the matters here. I'll just randomly pick the rest. Okay.
The 50-year-old man nodded and said,
You, and you.
Jiang Fei randomly picked among the members of the development team. Of course, Natasha's brother would definitely be chosen among them.
You guys come with me,
Jiang Fei said to the 8 people.
Master Ralph, where are we going?
One of the selected guys asked.
The consul's country villa. It's quiet enough to allow you to focus on your work,
Jiang Fei said.
Master Ralph, how many days do we have to go?
Another guy asked.
Hard to say. It depends on your efficiency. If it's fast, ITLL take 2 or 3 days. If it's slow, ITLL take a week.
Right, Jiang Fei said.
Master, can I go home and have a look first? I only have an underage sister at home. If she needs to work outside for a long time, I have to arrange for her,
Natasha's brother suddenly said.
Sure. You can arrange for her to stay with relatives or friends. Or you can put her in a welfare center first,
Jiang Fei said.
No need. My sister is quite well behaved. I just need to buy some daily necessities for the next few days and give her some advice,
said Natasha's brother.
As you wish. Just report to the magistrate's country house before noon tomorrow,
said Jiang Fei generously. Chapter 2906, Chapter 2894. Delicacies.
Sir, we have to go home and explain ourselves. Yes. We also have our elders and children. This sudden business trip. We have to at least explain ourselves to our families.
After Natasha's brother made his request, the other selected members of the development team said one after another.
That's good too. Everyone, go back and explain yourself. It's just a few days anyway. You can report to the magistrate's country villa tomorrow.
Jiang Fei nodded. Jiang Fei did not care about these people going to work 1 day earlier and 1 day later. His main goal was to send Natasha's brother away for a few days so that he could find an opportunity to take Natasha away. Otherwise, when Lena took action, Jiang Fei was afraid that Natasha would be in danger. If it was any other time, if Natasha was in danger, Jiang Fei could still go and rescue her. However, this time, it was not possible. When Lena was in chaos, it was when Jiang Fei went to look for the snow beast and clean up the aftermath of the three-dimensional world. At that time, he could not afford to be distracted. Therefore, he had to settle Natasha down in advance so that Jiang Fei could be at ease to do his own things. In fact, Jiang Fei had already thought about it. When this matter was over, he would take Natasha away. When that time came, he would get a carrier for Natasha in the three-dimensional world. By then, Natasha would be able to live in the colorful three-dimensional world.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
The selected members of the development team thanked Jiang Fei one after another. After all, if Jiang Fei insisted on them leaving now, they would not be able to do anything about it. After all, Jiang Fei had the magistrate's warrant in his hands. After giving the members of the development team an explanation, Jiang Fei left the subtop floor.
Oh my god! I thought I was going to investigate the situation. I did not expect these guys to be so secretive. I came over with the Archon's order, but they did not let me in.
Jiang Fei muttered as he walked out. When he arrived at the elevator door, Donna was still waiting.
Is everything done?
Donna asked.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded.
If you have nothing else to do, let's have dinner together today. I'll be the host. After all, I haven't had the chance to thank you for what you did last time.
Mr. Donna said with a smile.
Sure.
Jiang Fei agreed readily. Anyway, he had nothing else to do today. All the administrative matters in the city hall had been dealt with. The development team had also been arranged. As long as the bunch of brats went to the magistrate's country house tomorrow, Jiang Fei would be able to look for Natasha in peace. Following that, Mr. Donner brought Jiang Fei to a very hidden restaurant. The owner of the restaurant was alone. He did not even hire a waiter. Moreover, the restaurant was very small. There were only 6 or 7 tables. The owner's kitchen was not far from the entrance. It was an open kitchen. One could clearly see the entire process of his cooking. The entire restaurant was not very big, but it was very clean. It could even be said that it was spotless.
It's very hidden, this restaurant.
Jiang Fei smiled.
Yes, the boss doesn't like to be lively. If it's not introduced by an acquaintance, he won't even entertain you.
Donna smiled. Then, he said to Jiang Fei,
You'll know in a while. The delicacies in this restaurant are definitely incomparable to other places. That good?
Jiang Fei was stunned. When he was in the three-dimensional world, the better the food, the bigger the place. Basically, if there was not a restaurant with a few floors and a few thousand square meters, it would be too embarrassing to call it a high-end restaurant. However, although the restaurant in front of him was not big, it gave people a very comfortable feeling.
Hi, Harris.
As soon as he entered the restaurant, Donna greeted the owner enthusiastically.
Yo, you brought a new friend over today.
Boss Harris was also very talkative. According to Donna, Boss Harris' favorite thing was to cook and chat with the customers.
Yes, this is the famous Ralph. If it weren't for him, our city would be in chaos.
Donna pointed at Jiang Fei and laughed.
You're Ralph. I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to open this shop.
Harris said to Jiang Fei with a smile.
Hee hee. I was just lucky. Even without me, there would have been others who would have come up with a solution.
Jiang Fei said humbly.
You're too kind. But since we're here, we're friends. What would you like to eat?
Harris asked.
This is my first time here. I don't know the rules. You can do whatever you want. I am not a person who is afraid of eating.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
All right. In order to thank you for saving the city, I have to cook something good.
Harris said with a smile.
Looks like I am here today. I have also benefited from you.
Donna said to Jiang Fei with a smile. After that, Jiang Fei and Donna sat down in front of a table. The two of them chatted casually with Harris. While Harris was chatting, his hands were busy. He was quickly and skillfully handling all kinds of ingredients. Harris' kitchen was very simple. It was not like Jiang Fei's home kitchen. There were dozens of seasonings. Harris basically had 2 kinds of seasonings. One was salt, and the other was a green plum. In Harris' words, the most important thing about a food was to retain its original taste. Seasonings only needed salt plum. The simpler it was, the more it accentuated the original taste of the food. Excessive seasonings would destroy the freshness of the ingredients themselves. At first, Jiang Fei did not care much about Harris' words. After all, Jiang Fei's home was a famous country of gourmet cuisine. Just the name of the cuisine alone was enough to make 2 slaps. However, in his hometown, generally, it was all about the temperature, the ratio of various spices, the secret recipe, and the old soup that were the source of the delicious food. Therefore, Jiang Fei, who was deeply influenced by this cooking habit, did not really agree with Harris' simple cooking method at first. However, when Harris brought the prepared dishes to the table, Jiang Fei was quickly conquered by the delicious food on the table. For things like delicacies, it was difficult to judge who was good and who was bad because everyone had different tastes and preferences.
However, Jiang Fei, who called himself a gourmet, when he first tasted the dishes that highlighted the original taste of the ingredients, he felt that he could completely accept it. Moreover, the taste was indeed very delicious.
How is it?
Harris asked with a smile.
Delicious.
Jiang Fei laughed.
It's great that you like it.
Harris laughed. After that, he turned around and returned to his own kitchen. Then, he continued to cook the next dish. Jiang Fei ate for almost 2 hours. Basically, they had finished eating one dish. Harris had just finished the next one the night before. Then, he brought it to their table. During the process, the three of them kept chatting. This meal could be considered as a feast for the guests and the host. Chapter 2907, Chapter 2895 Instigating Rebellion. After having dinner with Donna, Jiang Fei said goodbye to Donna and Harris and went home. As she had gone home earlier that day, Lena had not started preparing dinner. Therefore, Jiang Fei said to her,
I've already eaten outside. You can just make some for yourself. Okay. I got it.
Lena nodded. Then, she took some of the ingredients back to the fridge. Since Jiang Fei did not eat, she simply made some and ate a few mouthfuls. After dinner, Jiang Fei did not go upstairs immediately. Instead, he sat in the living room and continued to teach Lena a lesson.
Lena, don't you feel bored at home all day?
Jiang Fei asked casually.
It's all right,
said Lena. For the entire day, she had been thinking about what Jiang Fei had said in the morning. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it made sense.
Do you really hate me?
Jiang Fei asked.
Why do you say that?
Lena asked back.
Because without me, your coup might have succeeded,
Jiang Fei said.
Would you believe me if I said that I don't hate you?
Lena asked back.
No,
Jiang Fei said.
Hee hee.
Lena laughed lightly and did not say anything else. It was obvious that she tacitly agreed with what Jiang Fei said. Lena was a smart person. She would not say anything to Jiang Fei at this time. She did not hate him at all. Instead, she thanked him for saving her. Because of what she said, Jiang Fei did not believe her at first. Moreover, because of her dishonesty, she would be more guarded against her. Therefore, Lena simply tacitly agreed.
Then, do you know why I turned against you at the last moment?
Jiang Fei asked.
Is it because of that little girl?
Lena asked back. When the consul and Kono had threatened Jiang Fei, she had been beside him. Therefore, she knew the reason.
You're being a little naive. Since you know that I still have my past memories, do you think that I would make such a big change because of a little girl who is still underage?
Jiang Fei asked back.
Then why did you do that?
Lena really did not think about that.
Because I was certain that you and the sheriff would not succeed. That's why I abandoned you. That's because I don't want to die with you,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
How do you know that we won't succeed?
Lena asked back.
There's a saying that you might not like to hear, but it's the truth. Your father does not have that ability. Even you don't have that ability,
Jiang Fei said.
What do you mean?
Lena asked.
Perhaps you don't want to admit it, but when you decided to assassinate the Archon, you had already lost all hope in your heart. You had already seen that your father would definitely fail. You wanted to take a gamble, but you were naive. You thought that once the Archon died, your father would win. But that was not the case,
Jiang Fei said.
If the consul dies, the military and police will be in chaos. My father will be able to turn the tables,
Lena said.
Naive!
Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he continued, from the moment you left the city, you were destined to fail. Even if you succeeded in assassinating the consul, the final victor would still be Colonel Kono. At that time, the military and police were under his control. He could choose to suppress the news of the consul's assassination and continue to wipe out your father's army. He could also choose to publish the news and scold your father for his crimes. At that time, the military and police would not only be filled with anger, but they would also have a stronger fighting spirit. You will still die without a doubt. However, the consul will become Kono. Will that be the case? Lena was slightly shaken by Jiang Fei's words. It is precisely because I have seen through this that I do not want to continue with you. Because I have no relationship with Kono. If you assassinate the magistrate and Kono kills your father, I will definitely die with you. That is why I chose to betray you. This way, I will become the magistrate's savior. If the magistrate does not die, Kono will not have a chance to rise to the position. This way, I will be able to gain more benefits, Jiang Fei said. You think too deeply, Lena said as she looked straight into Jiang Fei's eyes. If I had thought too little, I would have ended up like the sheriff.
Jiang Fei laughed coldly.
You said that we were destined to fail ever since we left the city. Could there be a better choice?
Lena asked. She was sincerely learning from Jiang Fei because Lena had the heart to carry out another coup d'etat. Therefore, she needed this knowledge.
Of course. You actually had a chance to win back then,
Jiang Fei said.
What can we do to win?
Lena immediately asked.
You should not have left the city. You should have gone south and entered the slums,
Jiang Fei said.
What's the use of going there?
Lena asked. Puzzled.
What do you know?
Jiang Fei said angrily.
As the saying goes, a real estate owner has perseverance. If you want to carry out a coup, the people in the wealthy district live a good life. Who would risk their lives to do this with you? What about the people of the slums? They live a precarious life. They have no idea where to find food tomorrow. So, as long as you instigate them appropriately, you will get more soldiers than the clone soldiers. Is that possible?
Lena asked.
Of course not now. But it was possible before. Now, because of the policy I provided, the people of the slums have begun to live a stable life. They have hope in life. So naturally, they would not want to do any revolution. But it was different before. These people did not see any hope before. So, as long as you instigate them, in order to live the lives of the rich, many of them will sacrifice their lives,
Jiang Fei said confidently.
In other words, as long as these people are unable to survive, they will rebel with the instigation?
Asked Lena.
That's about it.
Jiang Fei nodded. Lena's awakening speed was faster than he had imagined.
What about after instigating these people?
Asked Lena.
Of course. They will lead people to raid the armory. Only by arming these people will they turn from a mob into a rebel army,
Jiang Fei said.
Will that be successful?
Lena asked.
Of course not. You still have to launch a publicity campaign to let everyone know that you can lead a better life than you have now. That way, even the military and police under the Archon's command will be disbanded,
Jiang Fei said.
It seems that father and I really made a wrong step back then,
Lena said.
That's right. If you had done as I said, you would have kicked the magistrate out of office long ago,
said Jiang Fei with a smile.
Sigh. It's a pity that there is no medicine for regret in this world.
Lena shook her head helplessly. However, her eyes were filled with a strange light. Although the poor people were now living a promising life, Jiang Fei had already revealed in the morning that he had a way to make the economy collapse again. Therefore, as long as he could get the method out, then Lena would have the chance to have another coup d'etat. Chapter 2908, Chapter 28. At this point, Jiang Fei felt that it was about time. He could not tell Lena everything in one go. This matter had to be subtly explained.
All right. It's getting late. I'm going upstairs to sleep.
After getting up, Jiang Fei went upstairs to take a shower and sleep. Only Lena was left in the living room in a daze.
Looks like I have a pretty good chance of getting my revenge.
Lena's heart was filled with joy. However, after the joy, she was confused.
What does he mean by telling me all this? Does he want me to rebel?
Lena guessed in her heart.
But what good does it do for me to rebel against him?
Lena frowned. She just sat in the living room in a daze. She did not sleep for the entire night. The next morning, when the sky was beginning to brighten, suddenly, a light flashed in front of Lena's eyes.
Could it be that he wants to usurp the throne?
Lena seemed to have grasped onto something. At this moment, Jiang Fei was already second to only one person. He was above all others. Similarly, as long as the Archon did not die, he would not be able to go any further. However, a guy who retained the three-dimensional memory knew all kinds of strategies. Moreover, his personal combat strength was also not to be underestimated. Would he be willing to work for someone else? He was not willing to submit to someone else. But he also did not want to take the risk of rebelling. What was his best choice? Of course, he would use someone to stand in front of him and let that person rebel. Lena carefully recalled what Jiang Fei had said before. He had once said that if Lena's assassination had succeeded, the person who would eventually rise to the top would not be the sheriff. Instead, it would be Colonel Kono, who had remained silent the entire time. Now, Jiang Fei had intentionally or unintentionally hinted that he had a chance to rebel and take revenge. Did he want to become the Colonel Kono at that time? The more she thought about it, the more Lena felt that her thoughts made sense. As the saying went, you can't get up early without benefits. Previously, Jiang Fei had already made it very clear that every step he took was to obtain greater benefits. Lena also agreed with this point. Although Jiang Fei's actions had directly led to her father's failure and execution, had directly led to her father's failure and execution. Lena felt that if she stood in Jiang Fei's position, she would have made the same choice. Therefore, after making this assumption, Lena felt that she was more and more opposed to Jiang Fei. She felt that Jiang Fei wanted to replace the Archon, but he was not willing to risk his own life to rebel. That was why he had subtly hinted at her, to teach her and make her the leader of the rebels. In the end, when Lena succeeded, Jiang Fei would think of a way to get rid of her. Then, he would naturally become the supreme ruler of the Gamma Dimension.
Using me as a chess piece?
Lena sneered. Then, she said to herself,
but so what? I have long lost the intention to fight for the right to rule. As long as I can avenge my father, even if I am a chess piece, what can I do?
At that moment, Lena had already made up her mind. She only had one goal, and that was revenge. As long as she could get revenge, she did not even care about her own body. Would she still care about being used by others? After guessing Jiang Fei's purpose, Lena was relieved, because she knew that in order to seize power, the method that Jiang Fei said would definitely work. As long as she did as he said, she would definitely be able to overthrow the Archon. If anything went wrong, Jiang Fei would definitely help in secret. Therefore, Lena was very confident in defeating the Archon and killing him to honor her father. As for Jiang Fei himself, Lena also wanted to kill him. However, that would have to wait until she killed the Archon. In Lena's opinion, once the Archon died, Jiang Fei would have to turn against her, although he might have made detailed preparations. After all of this was in his plan. However, Lena was not idle either. Although she was being used, she would still fight to the death in the end. If she won, both of her enemies would be killed. Her father's revenge would be avenged. Even if she failed in the end, she would at least be able to kill the Archon. That way, although she could not avenge all of her enemies, at the same time, she would be able to complete a part of the mission. It was better than having no hope at all. To Lena, she was in a state of despair before this. Her only method was to seduce Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei ignored her. Therefore, during that period of time, Lena was the most panicked. That was because she could not see any hope of revenge. However, it was different now. Lena had found a hope of revenge. Therefore, her mood was much better. At that moment, Lena finally understood. She finally understood why Jiang Fei had always avoided her even though he was clearly tempted. It was because Jiang Fei wanted to use her. Once he slept with her, if he developed feelings for her, he would not be able to push her to the front desk to carry out the rebellion mission. For Lena, it was very easy to understand that she would give up her romantic relationship in order to achieve big things. After all, she was born into that kind of family. Therefore, when Lena raised this conjecture, all of her previous doubts were solved. After confirming with each other, Lena was even more convinced that her conjecture was correct.
Come on! Use me! I will complete the mission that you gave me successfully. Then, I will wait for your final battle.
Lena made up her mind in her heart. As the sun rose, Jiang Fei got out of bed. He did not know that Lena had not slept the entire night. He also did not know that Lena had made up so many things in her mind. If he knew what Lena was thinking, Jiang Fei would definitely be overjoyed. This had saved him a lot of trouble. He had actually planned to explain many things to Lena when she was getting to the bottom of it. For this, he had made up a lot of reasons. Now, all these excuses were saved. The most important thing was that if Jiang Fei had made up the reason himself, Lena would definitely be suspicious if something went wrong. However, if Lena had made up the reason herself, when something went wrong, she would subconsciously make up for it herself. Therefore, Lena's imagination had saved Jiang Fei a lot of trouble. When Jiang Fei finished washing up and went downstairs, Lena had already prepared breakfast for him. Moreover, when Lena saw Jiang Fei, the smile on her face became even more cordial.
Good morning.
Jiang Fei greeted her. However, he secretly admired the woman in front of him. She clearly hated him to death. But she still had to serve him every day. Moreover, she still had to greet him with a smile. Jiang Fei asked himself if he was capable of enduring such humiliation. Even he himself might not be able to do it. After the rebellion, Jiang Fei went to work. First, he went to the city hall to make an appointment. Then, he drove straight to the magistrate's country villa. Chapter 2909, Chapter 2897 Goodbye Natasha. After arriving at the magistrate's country house, Jiang Fei stopped the car. He had borrowed this place from the magistrate. At this time, the magistrate had already returned to his official residence. When Jiang Fei entered the house, He found that 4 of the 8 development team members that he had selected had already arrived. Meanwhile, Natasha's brother had not arrived yet. However, there was still some time before noon, so it was not the time limit that Jiang Fei had given him.
Sir, you're here. Good morning. Sir!
A few of the guys who had arrived early quickly came up to greet him.
You guys are early.
Jiang Fei smiled and said,
No. We just arrived too.
The 4 members of the development team smiled and said, in fact, the earliest one of them had already arrived almost 3 hours ago.
The others have not arrived yet. Let's take a seat for a while,
said Jiang Fei as he invited them into the villa and sat down in the living room. As Jiang Fei had borrowed the villa from the magistrate, the butler and waiters had received the notice. When Jiang Fei brought the people in, they immediately served tea or coffee.
Come! Don't stand on ceremony. When everyone is here, let's talk together,
Jiang Fei said as he gestured for the people to sit down.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
The 4 people thanked him as they sat down. Naturally, the mansion of the magistrate was filled with good things. Whether it was tea or coffee, these were the best things. Everyone drank tea while chatting. They waited for the arrival of the others. At the beginning, the 4 of them were quite restrained. After all, Jiang Fei's status was extraordinary. He was now the second most important person after the magistrate. Therefore, everyone was mostly complimenting him. They did not dare to say anything else. However, as time passed, everyone began to chat more casually. After more than an hour, laughter began to come from the living room. One after another, the other 4 members of the development team arrived, including Natasha's brother.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, sir.
The few people who came late apologized.
It's okay. I'm early. You guys aren't late either.
Jiang Fei waved his hand to signal for everyone to sit down. Then, he said to them,
This matter is more urgent, so I have to let you guys work overtime. The equipment here is complete. Everyone can just start working. I need a management system. The requirements are like this.
Then, Jiang Fei described his requirements. In order to buy more time, Jiang Fei's requirements were not low. Moreover, there were some conflicts. His goal was to keep these people here for a period of time, so that he could have a chance to interact with Natasha alone. He did not have to worry that her brother might come back at any time.
Sir, don't worry. We will complete it as soon as possible.
A few members of the development team quickly looked at the requirements and agreed. They came here to curry favor with Jiang Fei. They also thought that it was not difficult to complete a mere management system.
All right. I will ask the butler to arrange your accommodation. You can start work this afternoon. After the system is completed, ask them to contact me. After I have completed the inspection, everyone can go home,
Jiang Fei said.
No problem. We will definitely complete it as soon as possible,
the leader of the team said.
Thank you for your help.
Jiang Fei smiled.
Of course.
The few of them said politely. After Jiang Fei asked the butler to arrange the rooms and offices for these people, he left the villa and returned to Crystal Street. After parking the car at the end of the street, Jiang Fei went straight to Natasha's house.
Pa.
On the other side, Jiang Fei knocked on the door. He vaguely heard footsteps coming down the stairs, but no one answered.
Natasha, it's me!
Jiang Fei shouted loudly into the door.
Handsome?
Natasha asked softly.
Yes,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Pa.
The door opened a small crack. Natasha peeked out from the inside and looked out. She saw Jiang Fei immediately.
Wow, handsome brother. It's really you.
Natasha was immediately excited. Although Jiang Fei had come to look for her every now and then, the past 2 days were different. Her brother suddenly said that he was going on a business trip and might not be back for a few days. Therefore, she was told to stay at home and not go anywhere. No one was allowed to open the door. Therefore, after her brother had left, Natasha was actually a little nervous and a little afraid. After all, when the security officers had rebelled, the sudden attack of the clones had really scared the little girl. Therefore, her brother could not go home for a few days. This naturally made Natasha panic. However, at this time, Jiang Fei came. This made Natasha's heart calm down. Jiang Fei gave her a sense of security that was even more than her brother. Moreover, that kind of natural affinity. This also made Natasha like being with Jiang Fei very much.
Handsome! Wait a moment!
Natasha closed the door with a bang. After removing the chains on the door, she opened the door again.
Did you miss me?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile.
Yes.
Natasha cried out happily. Then, she directly threw herself into Jiang Fei's arms.
Let's go in and talk.
Jiang Fei carried Natasha into the house. Jiang Fei had a special feeling about this little girl. It was difficult to describe it with words. It was as if the little girl was fated to be with him. When they reached the house, Jiang Fei closed the door. Then, he took Natasha to play in the living room for a while. Because Natasha's brother would not be coming back. He was very relieved.
Handsome brother, why didn't you bring me any good food?
Natasha said with some dissatisfaction. Before this, every time Jiang Fei came, he would bring her good food.
I won't bring it today. We'll go out to eat later,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
But brother told me not to go out,
Natasha said with some hesitation.
TCH, your brother also told you not to open the door.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Then, he smiled and said,
With me here, what are you afraid of? That's true.
Natasha nodded and immediately became excited. She had made several requests to Jiang Fei in one go. There were 3 or 4 places that she wanted to go.
No problem. Handsome has been accompanying you for the past 2 days. You can go anywhere you want to go,
Jiang Fei said with a smile. He had already dealt with most of the matters in the city hall. The rest of the small matters could also be dealt with by his assistants. Therefore, he still had quite a lot of time.
Hooray! That's great.
Natasha was so happy that she immediately picked up.
Let's go out and eat something delicious.
Jiang Fei did not directly talk to Natasha about business. Instead, he planned to take her out to play first. He would talk about it when she was happy. Chapter 29:10, Chapter 28:98 refused to leave.
Are you going out to eat? That's great,
Natasha cried out happily. It had been a long time since she had left the house.
Hurry up and change your clothes,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Okay.
Natasha ran upstairs quickly and changed into a very cute pink dress. For a little girl of Natasha's age, although she already knew that she loved beauty, she was not as conflicted as the young girls. She only needed to pick a dress that she thought was the most beautiful. She would not consider whether the dress matched the shoes or not.
Let's go!
When Jiang Fei saw Natasha get down, he pulled her out of the house and drove straight to the best fast food restaurant in the city. It was not that Jiang Fei was reluctant to spend money, but it was a little girl of Natasha's age. She was not interested in taking her to a big meal. Although the fried junk food was not balanced in nutrition, it was very stimulating to the taste buds. It gave people a feeling of happiness and satisfaction. A little girl Natasha's age had no resistance to this kind of food at all. After ordering a few of Natasha's favorite dishes, Jiang Fei took Natasha to a quiet corner and sat down. Looking at Natasha wolfing down the fried food, Jiang Fei smiled and nodded.
Handsome, why aren't you eating?
Natasha asked when she saw Jiang Fei staring blankly at her.
I'm not hungry. You can eat?
Jiang Fei smiled.
Then I'll eat all of them.
Natasha wrinkled her little nose and continued to focus on eating the food in front of her. When Natasha was almost done eating, Jiang Fei said,
Natasha, I'll be leaving in a few days. Handsome, where are you going?
Natasha asked as she ate.
I'm going back to the 3-dimensional world,
Jiang Fei said.
Oh?
Natasha was stunned. She put the food aside and looked into Jiang Fei's eyes.
Handsome, will you come back? I don't think so.
Jiang Fei shook his head.
What if I miss you?
Natasha's eyes turned red.
Why don't you come with me? Can you play in the 3-dimensional world with me?
Jiang Fei asked.
But brother won't let me play the game.
Natasha pouted.
It's not through the game. It'll take you back to the 3-dimensional world. Okay,
Jiang Fei asked.
Then can I come back?
Natasha asked.
If I go to the 3-dimensional world, it will be very difficult to come back,
Jiang Fei said.
Age? Then I'd better not go.
Natasha hesitated for a moment and eventually shook her head.
Natasha, don't you want to play with your brother?
Jiang Fei asked.
I want to. But what about my brother?
Natasha asked in a dilemma.
He should still be here. Right,
Jiang Fei said.
That won't do. I have to be with my brother,
Natasha said firmly.
Do you know that he is not your biological brother?
Jiang Fei took out his trump card. Although exposing the truth was a little cruel to Natasha as a little girl, in order to take Natasha away, he did not care about that anymore. Once Jiang Fei killed the snow beast, it would not be good for him to continue staying in the Gamma dimension.
I know. I was adopted by my brother.
To Jiang Fei's surprise, Natasha actually knew about her own background.
You know?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
Yes. When I was young, I accidentally found a picture of my brother hiding. Then, he told me.
Natasha nodded.
He told you about it?
Jiang Fei was stunned. When he was the head of the security department in the life building, he only found out from the personnel information that Natasha and her brother were not biological siblings. However, the information only mentioned that Natasha was adopted, but it did not mention the details.
Yes.
My brother used to have a lot of family members. He had parents and a sister. However, in a fire, his parents and sister died. My brother was very sad at that time. Later, he saw me in the orphanage and thought that I was very similar to his sister. So, he adopted me.
Natasha said.
I see.
Jiang Fei nodded. It seemed that Natasha and her brother were very close. If he wanted to take Natasha away, she would not agree.
Yes, brother is very good to me. I can't leave him,
Natasha said firmly.
All right then.
Jiang Fei sighed. Although he wanted to take Natasha away, it seemed that he could only think about it in the long run.
Handsome, are you unhappy?
Natasha asked.
No. Hurry up and eat. After that, well, go to the amusement park to play.
Jiang Fei took a deep breath and put on a happy expression.
Okay.
Natasha was still a child after all. When she saw that Jiang Fei was happy, she smiled. After a few bites of the remaining food, Natasha stood up and said,
Handsome, let's go and play. Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he took Natasha out of the restaurant and drove straight to the amusement park. For the next 2 days, Jiang Fei would only go to the city hall to make an appointment. After that, he would accompany Natasha to play. Sometimes, he would just stay at Natasha's house at night. If he went back to his own house,
he did not forget to continue teaching Lena. However, he did not mention how to create another economic crisis because it was not the time for Lena to do it yet. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. One evening, there was news from the country house that the new system had been developed. Jiang Fei was asked to go over and check it out.
Natasha, your brother will be back tomorrow. I won't be able to play with you every day,
Jiang Fei said to Natasha.
It's okay, handsome brother. I've been having a lot of fun these past few days. You can just come and visit me when you have time,
Natasha said very obediently.
Good girl. I'll come visit you in a few days,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Okay, handsome. If you return to the three-dimensional world, you must inform me in advance so that I can prepare a gift for you.
When Natasha mentioned this, her eyes turned red again. She had never forgotten about this. Once her handsome brother returned to the three-dimensional world, she might never see him again.
Okay, I will definitely tell you.
Jiang Fei nodded and promised.
Pinky swear,
Natasha said as she stretched out her pinky.
Okay, pinky swear.
Jiang Fei hooked his finger with Natasha's. After leaving Natasha's house, Jiang Fei returned to his own house. He planned to go check out the new system the next day. Tonight, he planned to teach Lena another lesson. Chapter 2911, Chapter 2899. Confidential information. Today, Jiang Fei was teaching Lena about strategy and tactics, especially guerrilla warfare skills. Back then, Jiang Fei's hometown was filled with guerrilla warfare talents. This great man had used Millet Plus rifles to defeat the enemy's aircraft and cannons. In the end, he had conquered the world. Therefore, Jiang Fei was very familiar with the theory of guerrilla warfare. Today, he had taught these skills to Lena without holding anything back. Lena was intoxicated listening to him.
If I could have learned this earlier, father, and I would not have failed so easily,
Lena sighed. However, there were not so many ifs in reality. After he finished telling Lena, Jiang Fei went upstairs to wash up and go to bed. However, Lena could not fall asleep. She tried hard to recall what Jiang Fei had just said. Then, she took out a small notebook and recorded everything down. These would be the tomes of battle tactics that she would use against the magistrate in the future. The next morning, Jiang Fei woke up and ate the breakfast that Lena had prepared. Then, he drove to the city hall calmly. At the city hall, he did not leave just like a few days ago. Instead, he took care of the backlog of official business that he had accumulated over the past few days. When everything was done, it was already afternoon. After Jiang Fei ate something, he drove to the magistrate's country house.
Sir, you're here.
Although the members of the development team had been waiting for Jiang Fei for a day, none of them dared to complain.
Is the program done?
Jiang Fei asked.
It's done. Please verify it,
the leader said.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he called an official behind him and asked him to verify the program. When he came, Jiang Fei did not come alone. He also brought a few of his subordinates with him. These people were in charge of scheduling and management. This program was developed for them.
After they have completed their inspection and confirmed that there are no problems, you can leave. However, it's quite late now. You can stay for one night and go back tomorrow,
Jiang Fei said to these people.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Several people wanted to thank Jiang Fei. This was the consul's country villa. Naturally, there was no need to mention the conditions. These people were addicted to staying here. They wished that they could stay for a few more days.
Sir, I still have an underage sister at home. I am worried. You see,
Natasha's brother could not stay any longer.
All right. You can go back first. If you have anything else,
you can come back.
Jiang Fei nodded. He had promised Natasha that her brother would go back today.
Thank you, my lord.
Natasha's brother bowed deeply to Jiang Fei.
I have to go back anyway. Do you want me to give you a ride?
Jiang Fei asked.
No need, my lord. I have a car,
said Natasha's brother.
All right. You can go now.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Then, sir, I'll take my leave first.
Natasha's brother turned around and left. Then, Jiang Fei drove away from the consul's country house. When he returned home, Jiang Fei found that Lena was waiting for him as usual. She had already prepared enough food for him. Moreover, the food was getting more and more sumptuous. After eating and drinking his fill, Jiang Fei continued to teach Natasha. Today's content was relatively simple. It was to tell her about some details that she had missed yesterday. Lena listened very carefully. Seeing that it was almost time, Jiang Fei went back upstairs to sleep while Lena continued to make notes. The next morning, Jiang Fei went to the city hall as usual after breakfast. However, when he was dealing with official business, a small official in charge of the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center ran in. Sir, the small official first bowed to Jiang Fei. What is it? Jiang Fei raised his head and asked.
Sir, during the process of clearing the ruins, we found some information. Do you need to take a look at this information?
The small official reported.
How much information is there?
Where is it? Jiang Fei asked.
Safes have been transported back to the city hall. They are now in the underground warehouse. What do you think we should do with these information?
The small official asked.
Take me there,
Jiang Fei said as he tidied up the things in his hands.
Okay.
The official nodded and brought Jiang Fei to the underground warehouse where the information was stored.
Sir, look. These are the 4 safes,
the official said as he pointed at the safes in front of him. These safes were originally locked. However, due to the collapse of the Life Extension Center during the demolition, these safes had been smashed. Therefore, they could be opened without the need to unlock them.
Have you read the information inside?
Jiang Fei asked.
No. The file bags are all printed with the words top secret. We did not dare to open them,
the official said.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he walked to a safe. He took out a file from the safe and opened the seal on it. Then, Jiang Fei opened the answer tape. Inside was an envelope made of brown paper. On it was written information about the 103rd batch of clones from the previous life. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Then, he opened the envelope and took out a piece of information. Clone 103,001. Current name, Mark. Date of birth, XXXX. XX. Gender, male. Previous life identity, 3-dimensional space. Dominic Galaxy. Planet Runkodo. Name, Babavilla.
They actually recorded the past and present lives of these clones?
Jiang Fei was shocked. If that was the case, it would be fine if the Ralph that he impersonated was also a clone. If not, it would be very easy for him to be exposed. Fortunately, when Jiang Fei displayed his abilities and was noticed by the magistrate, the Life Extension Center had already been destroyed during the battle. Therefore, the magistrate was unable to investigate the information for the time being. After that, Jiang Fei took over the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center. Therefore, when the information was dug out, it was handed over to Jiang Fei. Logically speaking, such confidential information, Jiang Fei should not have read it. Instead, he should have handed it over to the Archon. However, since he had discovered this, he had to deal with it. Otherwise, if the Archon found out that Ralph was not a clone, how would Jiang Fei explain his memories from the 3-dimensional world?
Phew? Thank God. Thank God.
Jiang Fei secretly rejoiced. It was fortunate that the officials in charge of digging had given him the information. If these people had sent the information directly to the magistrate,
it would have been troublesome.
Alright. This information is very confidential. I will pass it to the magistrate. You may leave first.
Jiang Fei waved his hand at the officials and followers.
Yes, sir.
The officials and followers did not know what the information was about. Moreover, they felt that Jiang Fei's qualifications were already very high. He was already the second in command. There should be no problem for him to read the information. So they did not think too much about it. Chapter 29:12, Chapter 2:9. After sending the others away, Jiang Fei stared at the information for a long time.
What should I do?
Jiang Fei hesitated. Although his goal was to find information on Ralph. If he did not have it, he would forge a copy. However, it was not an easy task.
Looks like I have to look for that old man,
Jiang Fei thought to himself. Previously, when he forged Dona's identity card, it was through an old man who was good at forging documents. That old man's skills were indeed superb. Even Dona did not realize that the identity card in his hand was fake. Therefore, if he wanted to forge Ralph into a clone, Jiang Fei could only look for this old man, because only he could forge such a realistic document.
Let's confirm it first.
Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Although he was ready to forge the document, he still had to confirm it first to see if this Ralph was a clone, because the storage of the information was very orderly. Jiang Fei quickly locked onto the files of one of the boxes according to Ralph's age. In the file box, there were all the clone files from the year Ralph was born. However, at that time, the development team's game had not yet come online. There were not many three-dimensional world souls that could be bewitched by the gamma space. In the year that Ralph was born, there were less than 100 clones born. Jiang Fei flipped through it, and sure enough, the name Ralph was not there.
Sure enough,
Jiang Fei sighed. Although Ralph was from the slums, he was not a clone. Although his parents might have been cloned from the slums, he was not.
This is troublesome,
Jiang Fei sighed. Ralph was not a clone. In order to cover up the lie, he had to fake Ralph's clone information. Moreover, in order not to expose any flaws, Jiang Fei was still trying to find ways to modify the identity information in the system, in order to make it correspond to each other. Other than that, Jiang Fei had to try his best to find information about Ralph's parents. After that, he had to change the information about his children as well. This huge amount of information modification was not a simple matter. If there were any flaws in any of the links, it would cause Jiang Fei's current legal identity to collapse.
This is really troublesome.
Jiang Fei frowned. In order to cater to Ralph's identity, he had to modify too much information. This was the last thing a spy wanted to see. For a spy who needed to disguise his identity, the simpler the process, the better. The fewer procedures, the better. The more complicated the process, the more cumbersome the procedures, and the greater the chance of a mistake. Any problem in any part of the process would cause the entire setup to fall apart.
Forget it. I'll not modify it. Once the magistrate finds out, I'll confess.
Jiang Fei suddenly thought of something. Rather than taking such a big risk to modify the identity information, he might as well admit that he was not Ralph. As long as Jiang Fei admitted that he had killed Ralph, then he found a doctor to print Ralph's identity number and disguise it as his identity. Then his original identity would be very easy to explain. After all, the magistrate had created so many illegal clones. It was understandable that some of them had not been brainwashed. Anyway, the magistrate already knew that Jiang Fei was a brainwashed clone. As for whether he was Ralph or Fula, it did not really make much of a difference. After thinking through this point, Jiang Fei's anxious heart was also relieved. Moreover, after Jiang Fei thought through this point, the information was no longer as important to him as before.
How should I deal with these things?
Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment. He had thought about burning these things down. However, after thinking about it carefully, he finally gave up. Once he destroyed these precious information, it would definitely cause the magistrate's dissatisfaction. This was not a good thing for Jiang Fei.
Oh right! Look for Natasha's information.
Suddenly, Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. Natasha was brought out of the orphanage by her brother. A large portion of the children in the orphanage came from the Life Extension Center. Therefore, the probability of Natasha being a clone was very high.
What kind of person was she in her past life?
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Then, he walked to the front of another safe. Jiang Fei knew Natasha's birthday. Therefore, according to her birthday, Jiang Fei quickly found the file box that was the same age as Natasha. because the development team's game had only been running for 1 or 2 years. Therefore, the teenage Natasha was born before that time. At that time, there were not many clones. After Jiang Fei took out the box, he found that there were a total of 103 files inside. Because there was no index, he could only flip through them one by one. He did not know whether it was because of Jiang Fei's good luck or other reasons. He had only looked through more than 10 files. On the cover of a file, he found the words Natasha.
As expected?
After finding Natasha's file, Jiang Fei nodded to himself. As he had expected, Natasha was really a clone. Moreover, her soul came from the three-dimensional world. Out of curiosity, Jiang Fei casually flipped through Natasha's information from his previous life. Following that, he was completely stunned. Clone number 101275. Current name, Natasha. Date of birth, XXXX. XX. XX. Gender, female. Previous life identity, three-dimensional world. Milky Way. Solar system. Earth. Name, Shang Guanqi.
Why is it her? No wonder I feel so familiar with her.
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. He had never thought that the little girl who had been pestering him was actually his god sister from back then. Back when he was on Earth, Jiang Fei had once saved a girl who had been trained to be a killing machine in the Soaring Cloud sect. This girl was deeply loved by Jiang Fei's parents, and they had adopted her as their goddaughter. Hence, Jiang Fei had a god sister. However, things did not last long. After Jiang Fei entered the universe to develop, he cut off contact with his family. When he returned home again, his parents told him that Shang Guanqi had died because of the many years of hidden injuries on her body. He died suddenly the second year after he left Earth. At that time, Jiang Fei and his parents had been mourning for a long time. However, they did not expect that Shang Guanqi, who was on the verge of death at that time, would actually be bewitched by the gamma space and enter this place with his soul.
I did not expect it. I did not expect it. In that case, I must bring you back.
Jiang Fei took a deep breath and said, if he did not know Natasha's true identity, then if Natasha insisted, Jiang Fei would not be able to forcefully take her away from her brother. However, now, Jiang Fei did not have so many worries. Whether Natasha was willing or not, he would eventually bring her back. Chapter 2913, Chapter 2901 Self-Destructing Identity. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei quietly put Natasha's information back into the envelope. Then, he put it back in its original position. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Fei acted as if nothing had happened. He turned around and left the warehouse. There were a few warehouse staff outside chatting at the door.
The two of you, call a truck over. There are some confidential information inside that needs to be transported to the magistrate's mansion.
Jiang Fei said to the two managers at the door.
Yes, Sir Ralph.
The two managers quickly responded. Then, one went to call for manpower, and the other went to call for a truck. After a moment, more than a dozen brawny men and 2 trucks arrived outside the warehouse. Under Jiang Fei's orders, the brawny men carried the safes and loaded them into the trucks.
Let's go! I'll go there myself.
Jiang Fei jumped onto the co-driver of one of the trucks.
Sir, where are we going?
The truck driver asked.
The magistrate's mansion,
Jiang Fei said.
Okay,
the truck driver replied. Then, he led Jiang Fei to the magistrate's mansion. The truck behind them followed. Half an hour later, 2 trucks stopped at the entrance of the magistrate's mansion.
You guys wait here. I'll go in for a while,
Jiang Fei said to the truck driver.
Sir, you're busy.
Of course, the truck driver would not say anything else. Jiang Fei went straight into the magistrate's mansion. The guards at the entrance did not stop him until he entered the front hall. The magistrate's assistant stood up and smiled at Jiang Fei.
Mr. Ralph, are you here to see the magistrate? Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded.
The magistrate is already waiting for you in the side hall,
the assistant said with a smile.
As expected?
Jiang Fei nodded to himself. It was obvious that the magistrate would have gotten the information before him after the information was dug out. If Jiang Fei really destroyed the information, then the magistrate would definitely be suspicious. When that happened, everything would be hard to say. At that time, Jiang Fei had considered this possibility. That was why he chose to confess on his own accord. Although the magistrate seemed to be obedient to Jiang Fei, how could there be an idiot in his position? Jiang Fei's every move could be said to be under the watchful eyes of others. The slightest carelessness could cause trouble. Therefore, Jiang Fei had always been very cautious in his actions. He knew his every move and the Archon was very clear about it. Therefore, he knew what the Archon should know and what not to reveal. He had done all of these very well. For example, Jiang Fei had never hidden his attitude toward Natasha, other than not letting Natasha's brother know. Jiang Fei was very clear in his heart. The Archon must have known that he had contact with Natasha. However, this was not a problem for the consul. He had a capable subordinate under him. So what if he had a special hobby? Although the girl that Ralph liked was a little young. As long as this matter was not reported to the media, it would not be a big deal. Moreover, Colonel Kono had already mentioned Jiang Fei's relationship with Natasha to the consul. It was because of her that Jiang Fei had temporarily defected to the consul's camp. Therefore, the consul would not stop Jiang Fei from dismissing Natasha. In fact, he was even happy to do so. In the eyes of a superior, he was not afraid of his subordinates being villains. On the contrary, he was afraid of having a saint under him. If a villainous person had the ability to be used by him, then a villainous person who was full of crimes was actually very easy to control. This was because he had hobbies and could be bribed. If he had crimes, he could be punished at any time. In the eyes of a superior, such a person had both the ability and safety. He could be controlled at any time. However, if there was a saint under his command, this person's ability was outstanding. And he had a noble character. He did not have money or lust. And he did not have any hobbies. This was the scariest thing. As a higher-up, he had to weigh the pros and cons in his heart. There was no absolute lack of desires in a person. He did not like money, did not like beautiful women, did not have any hobbies, and had a noble character. The common people all loved him. Then, was this guy thinking about the chair under his butt? Of course. What the higher-ups were most afraid of was that someone was thinking about the chair under his butt. However, this saint had no flaws. If you were suspicious of him, you would not be able to find anything on him. If you did not have anything on him, you would not be able to punish him. If you did not find a chance to make him guilty of something he did not do, you would not be able to defeat him in the future. You would not be able to defeat him. When Jiang Fei was in the three-dimensional world, he was the actual ruler of the universe empire. He had come into contact with too many higher-ups. He understood the mentality of these people very well. Therefore, he did not hide the fact that he and Natasha were getting close. There was no lack of reasons to make the Archon feel at ease. Today, Jiang Fei dared to expose his identity in front of the Archon because of this. He believed that the Archon would not punish him because of this. Moreover, he would gain more trust in Jiang Fei because he had another piece of evidence against him.
Mr. Ralph, please go quickly. Don't make the Archon wait for you.
Seeing that Jiang Fei was in a daze, the Archon's assistant urged him.
Okay.
Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. Then, he walked straight to the side hall.
Knock.
At the side hall's door, Jiang Fei knocked on the door.
Come in.
The magistrate's voice came out.
Yes.
Jiang Fei pushed the door open and walked in.
You're here.
The magistrate said calmly.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded and then sat down opposite the magistrate.
Why? What's the matter today?
The consul asked as he poured Jiang Fei a cup of tea.
My lord, I'm here to ask for your forgiveness,
Jiang Fei said directly.
Oh, what is your offense?
The consul asked with a smile.
My name is not Ralph. My identity is fake,
Jiang Fei said.
Not Ralph? Then what is your name?
The consul did not seem surprised at all.
I don't know. What I told you before is true. My memory is not complete. However, I know that I was one of the earliest clones of the sheriff. However, I am different from the other clones. There was a problem with my memory wipe. I did not lose all my memories. Moreover, my brainwashing was not successful,
said Jiang Fei.
Tell me more.
The Archon asked curiously. Although he knew that Ralph was fake, he was also very curious about his real identity.
It's like this. When I woke up, I was in a huge laboratory. There were nearly 100 clone warriors who woke up with me. However, all of their memories were erased and they were brainwashed. Only I was lucky enough to retain part of my memories, and I was not brainwashed. Later on, I was sent to a coffee shop for some unknown reason. Then, there was a gunfight there. So, I took advantage of the chaos and escaped.
It just hides the existence of Jiang Fei. Chapter 2914, Chapter 2902. Hidden Evil Intentions.
I see. Then, why did you suddenly think of telling me all this? Isn't it better to continue hiding it?
The consul asked with a smile. He did not seem surprised at all.
If I could, of course, I would not mention this. Although Ralph is from the slums and his background is not glorious. At least he is better than me. An illegal clone who does not even have an identity, said Jiang Fei with a bitter smile. Then, he continued, however, the Life Extension Center found some information. Initially, I did not pay much attention to it. However, when I casually flipped through a copy, I knew that my identity could not be hidden anymore. Therefore, I came to you to confess. Is it the identity information of the clones? Asked the consul despite knowing the answer. Yes. I did not know that you had recorded the identities of these clones. Moreover, that Ralph is not a clone. Therefore, I cannot continue to lie, said Jiang Fei frankly. Then, why don't you forge a document? Wouldn't that be able to hide the truth? The Archon asked with a smile. Sir, we are all smart people. Why are you testing me? Although I have started to conceal my identity, I have already told you the key information about my memories. Therefore, this small mistake is not worth investigating. However, if I forge the documents or even destroy the documents, I will have to do more things. For example, I will hack into the system and modify my previous information. If my previous information has been read, I will have to eliminate those who have read my information based on the reading records. This is not a small task. He will waste too much of my energy. Moreover, if you know about this crime, it will be unforgivable. I do not want to die yet. Therefore, I will not touch this red line. Jiang Fei replied as he looked straight into the Archon's eyes. Yes. In fact, I had already guessed that you would come this morning. Moreover, I realized that you are not Ralph. Just as you said, I do not care if you are Ralph or Fulla, as long as you have the ability and are willing to be loyal to me. And do not lie to me on key issues. I will not care about your small mistakes. You are very smart and made the right choice. The right choice not only saved you, but also won my trust, said the consul with a smile. My lord, how did you find out that I'm not Ralph? Jiang Fei asked. Jonathan! The consul only said one name, and Jiang Fei instantly understood. Jonathan was the doctor who had helped Jiang Fei print the ID on his arm. He was the only one who knew that Ralph was not the original Ralph. Then why didn't you immediately come and question me? Although Jiang Fei's eyes were wandering for a moment, he quickly regained his composure. Didn't I just say it? I don't care who you are. I only care that you can help me better manage this world. Moreover, you are smart enough to know how to make me feel at ease, said the consul with a smile. Sir, don't worry. I have ambitions, but I know when to advance and when to retreat, said Jiang Fei with a smile. I like smart people like you, said the consul with a laugh. As a superior, he really liked subordinates like Jiang Fei. He was able to maintain a tacit understanding with his superior. Moreover, as a leader, the consul knew that as long as he did not commit any major mistakes that would cause a person like Jiang Fei to have absolute confidence in overthrowing him, a smart person like Jiang Fei would definitely be the most loyal official. That was because they would never take the risk easily. To a true leader, sometimes, a treacherous official was more useful than a loyal official. Moreover, as long as they were used well, the treacherous official was actually more loyal than the loyal official. Those who were played to death by the treacherous official could only be said to be incompetent. The consul thought that he was not incompetent. He felt that he had the confidence to control Jiang Fei, the treacherous official. Therefore, just as Jiang Fei had guessed, not only would he not punish him, but he would also trust him more. Moreover, he would trust him more. Sir, how do I deal with this information? Jiang Fei asked. Have you brought it all? The consul asked. Yes, I've brought them all. The car is outside, Jiang Fei replied. Let them in. He'll take care of these documents. The magistrate nodded. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded and left the side hall. About 20 minutes later, he returned to this place. Is everything done? The magistrate asked. Yes. They have all been unloaded in the warehouse in your backyard, Jiang Fei replied. Is there anything else? The consul asked. Yes. I have a proposal to stimulate the economy here, Jiang Fei said as he handed over a document. The consul opened the document and began to read it carefully. After a moment, he asked, Is it possible? I think it's possible. You can discuss it with your staff. After all, I'm only one person. It's inevitable that there will be mistakes. You and your staff can help to check it, Jiang Fei said. All right. Let's leave the proposal here for now. I'll think about it, said the consul. I'll take my leave then. Jiang Fei stood up and said, Okay, The consul nodded. Then, Jiang Fei left the consul's mansion and returned to the city hall to continue his work. This time, the proposal that Jiang Fei submitted to the consul included two main elements. The first one was to print more money. However, the amount was not very large. Because of the recovery of the economy, the government's revenue was relatively stable. It was no longer a problem to pay the workers' wages. The purpose of Jiang Fei printing more money was to start another infrastructure project. The main purpose of Jiang Fei's proposal was to instill a concept in the magistrate. If the government did not have the money, they would have the bank start the machine to print money. Because the amount that Jiang Fei proposed was not particularly large, it would not affect the entire financial market. Therefore, the impact on the entire financial market was almost negligible. However, once this habit was formed, when Jiang Fei handed over his authority in the future, when the government did not have the money, the first thing they would think of would be to print more money. Without Jiang Fei's restrictions, they would start printing money. The more the merrier. When that time came, it would be strange if nothing went wrong. If the first proposal was said to be Jiang Fei's intention, then the second proposal could be said to be sinister and vicious. Because in the second proposal, Jiang Fei had used the name of stimulating the economy to request the banks to loosen the loan restrictions. Not only would they cut the reserve requirement ratio, but they would also lower the qualification requirements for lenders. On the surface, he was making more money flow. In fact, he was brewing a bigger crisis. Chapter 29:15, Chapter 29:03. The last two tasks. Actually, there was nothing wrong with Jiang Fei's two suggestions. Regardless of the angle, they were of positive significance to the current gamma space. It could indeed stimulate the economic recovery of the gamma space. It could speed up the accumulation of wealth. However, the problem was that the gamma space people lacked the necessary knowledge in the financial field. This resulted in a lack of necessary control once these two suggestions were implemented. If a tiger was locked in a cage, it could be displayed to make money. However, if one did not know how to lock the door, one could imagine the consequences. Among the two recommendations that Jiang Fei made, he emphasized the benefits of displaying a tiger. He told the consul, "Look, I have a cage. There's a tiger in the cage." There were a lot of people waiting outside with money to watch the tiger. As long as you nodded, the money would fly into your hands. However, Jiang Fei did not remind the consul to lock the door. Otherwise, the tigers would eat people. The consul was like an Australian aboriginal. He had never seen or even heard of a tiger. Therefore, he did not know that the big cat was dangerous. He also did not know that this thing could eat people. That was Jiang Fei's evil intention. He took advantage of the consul and his staff's ignorance in the financial field. He only gave them good news, but did not mention the risks. He also did not tell them how to manage the risks. This way, unless the Archon could withstand the temptation of huge profits. Once he nodded, his subordinates, who did not know how to play with finance, would have a 90% chance of dragging the Gamma dimension into the abyss. After Jiang Fei left the Archon's mansion, he did not have to worry about the rest. If the Archon nodded, his goal would be achieved. If the Archon could withstand the temptation, he would go again in a few days. If the consul insisted on rejecting his proposal, Jiang Fei would have to create some trouble for the consul and force him to agree. Right now, there was no one around the consul who knew anything about finance. Although Jiang Fei was not an economic expert, he had seen too many financial tricks in the three-dimensional world. With just a little, he could completely destroy the original financial system of the Gamma dimension. Therefore, after digging the hole, Jiang Fei did not have to worry about it anymore. At this time, he had two important tasks that he had to get ready to do. First, Jiang Fei had already made up his mind. He had to bring Natasha back to the three-dimensional world. He had to plan ahead, because he did not have much time left in the Gamma dimension. Second, the excavation of the Life Extension Center was nearing its end. When the information about the safes was dug out, the initial cleanup work was almost complete. Therefore, the team responsible for the excavation would not dig any further. That was the location closest to the snow beasts underground. Jiang Fei could find an opportunity to sneak underground and find trouble with the snow beasts. "Let's go and check on the situation tomorrow." Jiang Fei looked at the time. It was a little late today. It was almost time to get off work. When Jiang Fei returned home in the evening, what greeted him was still Lena's smiling face. There was also a table full of steaming hot dishes. At that moment, Lena was the mistress of the house. "It's been a hard day. Are you tired?" Lena took the coat from Jiang Fei's hand like a mistress and greeted him gently. am fine. I do this every day.
Jiang Fei smiled and handed the coat to Lena. At first, he was a little embarrassed. But after so many days, he had gotten used to it. After a simple wash, Jiang Fei sat down and had dinner with Lena. Then, in the evening, he taught her a lesson about guerrilla warfare. After that, Jiang Fei went back to his room and went to sleep. Recently, Lena had completely given up on seducing Jiang Fei with 0.1. This was because Lena had already seen through Jiang Fei's thoughts. She knew that she was just a chess piece for him. He would not fall for her. The next morning, Jiang Fei woke up as usual. After having breakfast with Lena, he went to work. After dealing with the administrative matters at hand, Jiang Fei called his secretary in.
Master Ralph, are you looking for me?
The beautiful female secretary was given to Jiang Fei by the administrator. Although she was a secretary on the surface, she also had the intention to spy on Jiang Fei secretly.
Yes. Go and inform the people in the engineering department. In a while, I will go to the construction site of the Life Extension Center to inspect it,
Jiang Fei said to the secretary. Although he knew that she was the administrator's spy, Jiang Fei still had to use her.
Yes, my lord.
The female secretary turned around and left. After another half an hour or so, Jiang Fei was done with all the matters at hand. Therefore, he walked out of his office.
Are the engineering department's people ready?
Jiang Fei asked.
The accompanying people are ready,
the female secretary replied.
Then, let's go.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Okay.
The female secretary called the engineering department official who was in charge of accompanying Jiang Fei. As the Life Extension Center was not far from the city hall, Jiang Fei and the group walked to the construction site.
Sir, please put this on.
The engineering department official handed over a hard hat.
Okay.
Jiang Fei put the hard hat on his head and led the group to the construction site. As they had informed the engineering department in advance, they had to make preparations. After all, the big boss was coming to inspect. They should not have let the boss see them. They had to make them disappear in advance. Jiang Fei did not care about this. He had asked the female secretary to inform the engineering department in advance so that they could make preparations. He was not here to investigate any hidden safety hazards. His main purpose of coming here was to step on the plates. At night, he would find an opportunity to sneak underground.
Sir, look here. Our construction is going very smoothly. Look, this place has been cleaned up,
the engineering department official explained to Jiang Fei as he walked. His purpose was nothing more than to take credit. Jiang Fei nodded as he checked his surroundings. Finally, he did not pay any attention to what the official said. As he checked, Jiang Fei opened up his spiritual power. He was carefully looking for a possible underground space. After all, according to the information he had obtained, there was a high possibility that the snow beast was here. Very quickly, Jiang Fei went through the entire construction site. However, because his spiritual power was greatly suppressed, his search did not yield any results.
Could it be that the snow beast is not here? Or could it be that it has hidden itself very deeply? I have to dig at least 30 meters down?
Jiang Fei frowned. Chapter 29:16, Chapter 29:04. The banquet. Jiang Fei, who had yet to find anything, knew that he would not have the chance to dig any further. In the name of rebuilding the Life Extension Center, Jiang Fei asked the construction team to dig out the blueprint of the Life Extension Center. He hoped that they could find the snow beast hidden underneath. However, the entire ruins had already been cleared. Jiang Fei could not dig any further openly. Otherwise, he would definitely arouse the suspicion of the magistrate. Although the Archon was obedient to Jiang Fei now, he had never stopped monitoring Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei continued to dig deeper into the Life Extension Center without a reasonable excuse, it would definitely arouse the Archon's suspicion. The Archon could tolerate Jiang Fei for many things. However, if he knew that Jiang Fei was targeting the snow beast, then no matter how talented Jiang Fei was or how important he was to the Gamma space, the Archon would kill him without mercy.
Could it be that the snow beast is not here?
Jiang Fei guessed in his heart. This place was already tens of meters deep. Moreover, Jiang Fei's spiritual power could extend down for tens of meters. Even so, he could not find any trace of the snow beast. This made him suspicious. With mixed feelings, Jiang Fei completed the inspection and returned to the city hall.
How is this possible? According to Perdones, the snow beast must be underground in the Life Extension Center.
Jiang Fei frowned as he returned to his desk. When Jiang Fei kidnapped Perdones, The project manager of the development team confessed everything because he could not withstand the torture. According to Perdones, he had never seen the snow beast with his own eyes. From this, it could be seen that the snow beast was not in the development team's laboratory. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to not have seen it as the project manager. Moreover, Perdones said that the special cable that could transmit spiritual power could not be too long. At most, it was only 1 kilometer long. If the height of the life building was deducted, the space that it could exist in was very limited. That was why Perdones had initially concluded that the snow beast was either underground in the life building or underground in the life extension center. Jiang Fei had already investigated the life building before. It had even caused an unusual financial crisis, causing chaos in the entire Gamma dimension. Therefore, Jiang Fei was almost certain that the snow beast was not underground at the life building. Therefore, the only place it could exist was underground at the life extension center. However, after today's investigation, it was not here either. Could it be that there was a problem with the previous information? What should I do next? The consul was extremely smart. If I tried to get information from him, it might expose my true intentions. This is not a good thing for me. Jiang Fei frowned. Pa. At this moment, the door of Jiang Fei's office rang. Who is it? Jiang Fei asked. Master Ralph. It's me. A woman's voice came from the door. Jiang Fei knew that this was the female secretary assigned to him by the Archon. Her name was Anita. She was actually a spy arranged by the Archon to be by Jiang Fei's side. Other than her, there must be other spies hidden in the dark. However, those guys were not so easy to find. Come in! Jiang Fei raised his head and said, click. As the office door opened, Anita walked in with cat steps. Master Ralph. Anita came in front of Jiang Fei with a document in her arms. What is it? Jiang Fei asked. The document that you sent to the magistrate yesterday has been approved. Anita placed the document in front of Jiang Fei. What's the result? Asked Jiang Fei. The proposal on printing more money has been approved. The magistrate has also agreed to carry out the construction of the new infrastructure project. However, regarding the relaxation of the loan restrictions, the magistrate said that he still needs to think about it, said Anita. All right. I understand. Jiang Fei nodded and asked, do you have anything else? There is a banquet tonight. The magistrate would like you to attend, said Anita. Sure. Jiang Fei nodded. Sir Ralph. Anita was a little hesitant. What is it? Jiang Fei asked. It is like this. This banquet requires a female companion to attend. Although the magistrate did not say it explicitly, I think it is best that you do not bring Miss Lena to attend. After all, the other guests may not be very friendly to her, said Anita after a moment of hesitation. Thank you for your reminder. Jiang Fei nodded, as the magistrate had pinned all the blame for the previous unrest on the magistrate. Lena was definitely being looked down upon by all the celebrities, even with Jiang Fei's protection. In such a public place, Lena would definitely be humiliated. Therefore, whether it was Anita's reminder or the magistrate's instructions, at least it was done with good intentions. This is what I should do. Sir! Anita smiled and nodded. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, Sir, if you do not have any other orders, I will leave first. Wait! Jiang Fei called out to Anita. Sir, do you have any other orders? Anita asked. Are you busy tonight? Jiang Fei asked. No. Sir, do you have any orders? Anita answered. Then, you can come with me to this banquet, Jiang Fei said. Me? Sir, is that okay? Anita asked with her eyes wide open. She did not expect Jiang Fei to invite her. Why not? Jiang Fei smiled. He did not know many women in the Gamma space. Other than Lena, there were only Natasha and Anita. Natasha was a child. It was definitely not appropriate to bring her to such an occasion. Moreover, her brother would definitely not agree to bring Natasha out at night. Jiang Fei could not bring Natasha's brother along. Right? Therefore, among the women that Jiang Fei knew, only Anita was left. Then, my lord, where am I waiting for you? Anita asked excitedly. Although she was sent by the Archon to spy on Jiang Fei, she was still a girl. Moreover, she was a single girl. Although Anita was very self-aware and knew that the Lord Ralph in front of her would not be interested in her. After all, no one would be interested in spying on her. However, a banquet like that was filled with young talents. If she could hook up with a rich husband, she would not have to do such an unwelcome job anymore. I'll pick you up at your house at 7 in the evening, Jiang Fei said.
Yes. Thank you. Sir! Sir! Can I go home a little earlier?
Anita asked Jiang Fei excitedly. She wanted to go home a little earlier. After all, before a woman attended an important event, the time that she chose clothes and makeup was something that men could not imagine. Chapter 29:17, Chapter 29:05. The theme of the banquet. After work, Jiang Fei returned home as usual. At this time, Lena had already prepared dinner and was waiting for him.
I won't be eating at home tonight. You can eat by yourself,
Jiang Fei said as he handed the coat to Lena.
What's the matter? Do you have a social event?
Lena took the coat very kindly and asked gently.
Yes. The Archon has a banquet, and he insisted that I go.
Jiang Fei shrugged.
It's not convenient for me to go to such an occasion. Have you got a date? If not,
I can recommend a few for you. I used to have a lot of close friends, Lena said with a smile. No need. I just called my secretary.
Jiang Fei did not hide anything.
Isn't she a member of the council? Lena asked. That's why I brought her along.
Jiang Fei said.
That's pretty good too.
Lena nodded and did not say anything else. Jiang Fei rested at home for a while. Then, he went to take a shower and change his clothes. Lena had already prepared a formal dress for him.
Hee. If it weren't for you, I would have been living a rough life,
Jiang Fei said with a smile as he accepted Lena's help to put on his clothes.
We live under the same roof. Of course, I have to help you clean up,
said Lena as she gently smoothed Jiang Fei's collar.
All right, I have to go.
After putting on his clothes, Jiang Fei looked at the time. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening.
Okay.
Lena nodded and watched Jiang Fei get into the car.
If one day, I completely take revenge, can I live such a peaceful life?
Lena muttered to herself as she looked at Jiang Fei's disappearing taillights.
Sigh. What am I thinking about? How can such a life belong to me? I'm already blessed to be able to take revenge alive. It's too much to ask for so much.
Lena shook her head. Then, she turned around and went back to her room. She did not eat a single bite of the food on the table. After Jiang Fei drove out of his house, he went straight to Anita's house. Anita had told him the address before, as the entire Gamma space was not very big. After only half an hour, Jiang Fei drove to Anita's house.
Beep beep.
After pressing the horn twice, Jiang Fei leaned back in his seat and waited patiently. Anita did not let Jiang Fei wait too long. After all, Jiang Fei was not his boyfriend, but her superior. So, after about 5 minutes, she came to Jiang Fei's car.
Master, sorry to have kept you waiting.
Anita smiled embarrassedly.
It's all right. Let's go.
Jiang Fei nodded and started the car. About 40 minutes later, Jiang Fei and Anita arrived at the magistrate's residence. Today, the magistrate's residence was decorated with lanterns and decorations. Although it was already dark, the courtyard was still as bright as day. At the entrance of the magistrate's residence, Jiang Fei got out of the car. Anita also came down from the other side.
Sir Ralph, leave the car to me. The magistrate is waiting for you inside.
An attendant immediately came forward and said,
Okay.
Jiang Fei threw the car keys to the attendant and then walked into the mansion. Anita, who was next to him, walked forward naturally and held Jiang Fei's arm. The two of them walked into the mansion. Jiang Fei was not unfamiliar with the magistrate's mansion. He had been here many times. The people on both sides kept greeting Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei was now a popular person in front of the magistrate. He could even be said to be the second most important person in the entire Gamma dimension. As Jiang Fei walked in, he greeted the bureaucrats and wealthy businessmen. There was no one who could come to this banquet. Anita held Jiang Fei's arm gently and did not say anything. She just leaned against Jiang Fei's side and kept smiling. Anita knew very well that her identity was not enough for her to talk and laugh with these executives or the rich. However, since she was here, she did not idle around. Although she followed Jiang Fei all the way in. However, Anita's eyes were constantly scanning between the guests. She was also looking for her target. Today, Anita had dressed up meticulously. Although Jiang Fei did not pay much attention to it, she was still dazzling. Although she was not the focus of the banquet, the men who passed by were willing to turn back and take a look. After passing through the front hall, Jiang Fei brought Anita to the flower hall at the back. This was considered the main venue of the banquet. Unlike before, those who could come here were all people of status.
Do as you wish. I'll go to the front and take a look,
Jiang Fei whispered into Anita's ear. Yes. Sir, please go ahead.
Anita nodded and took the initiative to let go of Jiang Fei's arm. Then, Jiang Fei walked forward. Not far away, the magistrate was chatting with Kono and the others. As he walked forward, Jiang Fei casually took a glass of champagne from the tray in the servant's hand. Then, he slowly walked to the front of the magistrate and the others.
Archon, Colonel Kono, am late,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
It's not late. It's not late. The banquet has not officially started yet,
the Archon said with a smile. In fact, this kind of banquet did not have a clear beginning and end. If you said that it had already started, then everyone had already started chatting. If you said that it had not started, the magistrate did not come up to the stage and say anything like the beginning of the banquet.
Sir, is there a theme for today's banquet?
Jiang Fei took a sip of champagne and asked.
Hey, this theme really has something to do with you.
The magistrate laughed.
Something to do with me?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
Yes. Didn't you pass me an administrative proposal 2 days ago?
The magistrate smiled and said.
Yes. Didn't you approve it this morning?
Jiang Fei nodded.
Yes. That's right. There is no problem with increasing the infrastructure. Just as you said, letting the poor have jobs will give them hope. It can indeed stabilize the society and stimulate economic development. Therefore, there is no problem with this proposal,
said the consul with a nod. Although Jiang Fei had only been in power for a short period of time, the effects of using work as a form of relief had already been shown. At this time, the Gamma space was even more stable and prosperous than before.
Thank you for your trust and support. Sir,
Jiang Fei bowed slightly to the consul.
However, regarding the second proposal, my staff is divided into 2 factions. The first faction supports you. They feel that your plan is feasible and can greatly stimulate the economic development. However, some people believe that this measure has not been implemented before, and that there might be some mistakes if it is implemented rashly. Therefore, I plan to gather these people from the political and business circles and see what everyone thinks,
said the consul. Chapter 2918, Chapter 2906. Guidance and Deception.
Anyway, I think this proposal is very feasible. As for whether there will be any risks, I really did not think of that. It would be good for you to brainstorm.
Jiang Fei nodded after listening to the consul.
That's good. Don't think too much about it. It's not that I don't trust you. After all, this is the first time we've tried something like this.
The consul smiled.
Don't worry. Sir, I won't overthink it,
said Jiang Fei with a smile.
That's good. Come. I'll introduce you to a few people,
said the consul with a laugh. Then, he brought Jiang Fei to a few people and began to introduce them. Although Jiang Fei was already the second most powerful person in the Gamma dimension, he had only been in this circle for a short period of time. He did not know many people. Although these people had heard of the name Jiang Fei, they also knew that he was the one who had led everyone out of the economic crisis. However, this was also the first time that they had actually met. On such an occasion, especially when the Archon was acting as the introducer, Jiang Fei and the other influential people were basically exchanging pleasantries and flattering each other. Each of them was more hypocritical than the other. Just when Jiang Fei was feeling very bored, Colonel Kono suddenly stood up.
Everyone, I have a different opinion on Ralph's proposal,
said Kono as he took a few steps forward.
Oh, tell me about it,
said the consul with a smile. In his eyes, Kono was just a boorish soldier. He actually had an opinion on such matters in the financial field. This made the consul very curious.
Ralph, you said that you want to relax the restrictions on loans so that more people can get loans from the bank. This will stimulate consumption and stimulate economic growth. This may sound right,
but how could the bank have so much money to lend out?
Moreover, what if these people don't repay the loans from the banks?
Kono's question could be said to have hit the nail on the head. It was not difficult to relax the audit. However, the assets of the banks were limited. He could not just make money out of thin air and lend it to others. Moreover, once the audit was relaxed, the bank's loans would have to bear more risks. Once these borrowers were unable to repay the loans, the bank would have to bear the losses.
This is easy.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He had already come up with a solution to this.
Oh, what solution?
The consul immediately looked at Jiang Fei. Actually, he had also thought about Kono's doubts. However, he was too embarrassed to mention this because with his status, once he raised his doubts, it would be equivalent to rejecting Jiang Fei's proposal. If it was someone else who raised their doubts, there was still room for improvement. After all, the Archon was the dictator of the Gamma Dimension. What he said was the same as closing the coffin. No one dared to refute it. Therefore, although the Archon had doubts, he waited for someone else to bring it up. This was because he was actually very interested in Jiang Fei's proposal. After all, once this proposal was put into action, the benefits would be huge. In the end, the consul wanted this proposal to stimulate the economy, but he did not want to take any risks. That was why he had organized this party. The purpose was to let these people debate with Jiang Fei. He wanted to see how feasible this proposal was.
2 words: leverage and guarantee.
Jiang Fei smiled and said his answer.
What do you mean?
Kono asked. The other high-ranking officials and dignitaries also looked at Jiang Fei. They had similar doubts. After all, there were many bankers and rich people here. However, because of their status, they did not want to offend Jiang Fei, a popular figure. Therefore, they did not say anything before this. Only Kono, who was at the same level as Jiang Fei and was also a political enemy, was the best person to ask questions.
Mr. Knotts? You are a banker, right?
Jiang Fei did not answer Kono. Instead, he turned around and looked at a fat old man beside him.
Yes, Sir Ralph.
The fat Knotts bowed slightly at Jiang Fei.
How much assets do you have in your bank?
Jiang Fei asked. Knotts hesitated for a moment. Then, he gritted his teeth and said,
About 3 billion. Then, what is the interest rate for your loan?
Jiang Fei asked again.
About 5%.
Knotts replied. This was not a secret.
Then, have you heard of the term leverage?
Jiang Fei asked.
What does that mean?
Knotts was stunned.
If I, on behalf of the government, allow you to increase the leverage by 30 times, that is to say, allow you to use 90 billion to lend, would you dare?
Although Jiang Fei asked with a smile. However, Knotts was still scared out of his wits. This time, Knotts was really hesitant. This was the first time that Knotts had heard of the so-called leverage that Jiang Fei had mentioned. However, this word had deeply shocked him. If he could really use the leverage by 30 times, he would be able to lend out 90 billion. And 5% interest rate meant 4.5 billion interest income. What did 4.5 billion interest income mean? It meant that Knotts' bank assets had more than doubled. Such a huge profit made Knotts' heart pound. However, while he was excited, Knotts also thought of another problem. It was not necessarily profitable to invest in a loan. What if he lost it? Similarly, with 5% interest, it would be a loss of 4.5 billion. In that case, Knotts, who only had 3 billion capital, would lose all of his money. He would still have to owe 1.5 billion in foreign debt. Leverage, while it brought high returns, it also brought high risks.
You're a little hesitant, aren't you?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile.
Yes. The risks are too great.
Knotts nodded. He did not dare to make a decision easily.
What if I ask you to take out 1/3 of your profits to buy insurance? Once there are bad debts, the guarantor will pay you back?
Jiang Fei suddenly asked.
Of course. I'll do it.
This time, Knotts did not even think about it. Based on the current situation, Knotts' 3 billion was only 150 million with 5% of the income. However, if he used leverage, he could have 4.5 billion in income. Moreover, he only needed to spend 1.5 billion in profits. He could eliminate the risk. This was equivalent to earning 3 billion for nothing. On one side was 150 million in revenue, and on the other side was 3 billion. Moreover, there was no risk. As long as Knotts was not a fool, he would definitely do it.
Mr. Bollock.
Jiang Fei turned to a tall and thin old man.
Master Ralph.
Bollock nodded at Jiang Fei. He was a very wealthy person in the Gamma Dimension.
If I hand over all the bank guarantee business in the Gamma Dimension to you, they will spend 1.5 billion to buy insurance from you. If his investment fails, you will have to pay 4.5 billion. Are you willing?
Jiang Fei asked. Bollock fell silent. He did not dare to make a decision on such a big deal. He had to calculate it himself. Chapter 2919, Chapter 2907 approved. In the entire Gamma space, there were about 20 banks. If each bank was worth 1.5 billion, Bollock would be able to receive about 30 billion in insurance premiums. Based on Bollock's understanding of these banks, the default rate of their investments was very low. It was almost no more than 1%. Now, Jiang Fei was implementing a policy of providing relief for work. The entire Gamma space's economic situation was thriving. Even the lowest class poor had a stable income. Therefore, even if the banks relaxed the auditing policy, their default rate would not exceed 5%. What did 5% mean? It meant that out of the 20 banks, only one needed to be compensated by Bollock. The rest of the insurance premiums would be earned for free. In this way, Bollock only needed to pay $4.5 billion for the $30 billion insurance premiums. He would have earned more than $25 billion for free. Moreover, he did not need to invest in this because he would first collect the premium and then pay for the compensation. This was completely empty-handed.
I'll do it.
Bollock's hesitation did not last long. In less than a minute, he immediately raised his head and said to Jiang Fei,
Master Kono, do you have any questions now?
At this time, Jiang Fei turned to look at Colonel Kono and asked,
Air.
Kono looked at the consul in confusion. He was a soldier and did not understand these things. Therefore, when he saw that Jiang Fei had successfully solved all his problems, he did not know what questions to ask anymore. The consul looked at Knots and then looked at Bollock. These two people were businessmen, not officials. They would not sacrifice their own interests just to please Jiang Fei. Therefore, since these two people were willing to agree, they must be able to make money. Jiang Fei's guidance just now seemed to have formed a perfect closed loop for the proposal. The banks were responsible for lending, and the people were responsible for lending and spending to stimulate the economy. Once they were unable to repay the money, then Bollock would be the one to compensate. This way, the bank's earnings would be stable. They would definitely not die because the loans were not repaid, causing another financial crisis.
What do you guys think?
The consul looked at the others.
It seems to be really feasible. Yeah, I think we can give it a try.
The high officials and wealthy people around the consul were discussing animatedly. They seemed to have been persuaded by Jiang Fei's proposal.
In that case, let's try to implement it for a period of time.
In the end, the consul made the decision.
Yes, my lord.
Jiang Fei was secretly happy. He had once again planted the nail in the coffin. Next, he had to arrange the second step. This second step did not require the approval of the magistrate. There was nothing important to do during the rest of the banquet because the magistrate had invited all these people over. The main purpose was to discuss the matter regarding Jiang Fei's proposal. Now that the problem was solved, the banquet became a place for everyone to chat and exchange their feelings. Although Jiang Fei was not interested in such an occasion, due to his current status, he still followed the Archon around and kept in touch with these high-ranking officials and the rich. When he was bored, Jiang Fei inadvertently turned his head. He realized that Anita seemed to have gained quite a lot tonight. At this time, she was chatting passionately with a handsome blonde man.
Hee hee.
Jiang Fei laughed. He did not have any thoughts about his female secretary. Therefore, when he saw her with another man, he did not mind at all. It was only until midnight that the banquet finally ended. For others, this night could be said to be a feast for the guests. However, for Jiang Fei, other than achieving one goal, the entire night was very boring.
Anita, do you still need me to send you back?
Jiang Fei walked over to Anita and the handsome man and asked.
Sir, you don't have to worry about me,
Anita said shyly. It was obvious that she had a special event that night.
I'll give you half a day off tomorrow. Have fun,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Thank you, sir.
Anita thanked him while her face was red with embarrassment. Then, Jiang Fei did not care where the two of them were going. He left the magistrate's mansion and drove back to his own home.
You're back.
Lena was still awake. She opened the door and took Jiang Fei's coat. At that moment, she and Jiang Fei were like an old couple. Although they slept in separate rooms, Lena was still the mistress of the house.
Why are you still awake?
Jiang Fei asked.
I'm waiting for you,
Lena said calmly, as if it was a matter of course.
Sleep early.
Jiang Fei nodded and prepared to go upstairs to wash up. There was nothing going on between him and Lena. When he was about to go upstairs, Jiang Fei suddenly turned around and asked,
Is there anything in the gamma space that is rare but useless? What do you mean?
Lena was stunned by the question.
It means that there are few of them, and they are useless,
Jiang Fei said.
In that case, it should be the Moon Spirit Crystal. Right,
Lena said. In the past, the Moon Spirit Crystal was the equivalent of the Gamma Dimension. Although it was rare, it was also useless. After it was recognized by the public, it had been used as the monetary base for hundreds of thousands of years. When Jiang Fei proposed the theory of the legal currency, the currency was endorsed by the government. The Moon Spirit Crystal instantly lost its value that had been inherited for thousands of years, and became a pile of useless stones.
There is some money in this card. You should think of a way to buy some moon spirit crystals. The more, the better.
Jiang Fei threw a card on the table.
Why are you collecting those things? Aren't they useless?
Lena asked.
Go ahead and collect them. You'll find out in the future.
Jiang Fei left a mysterious smile on his face. Then, he turned around and went upstairs. The next morning, Jiang Fei went to work as usual after breakfast. Although he had given the female secretary a break, he still had to do what he had to do. After dealing with the official matters at hand, Jiang Fei began to prepare to increase the bank loan. As Jiang Fei had given Anita the day off, he had to do the drafting of the documents himself, although it was more difficult. With Jiang Fei personally handling it, some of the details could be handled better. Very quickly, the 2 authorization documents were drafted. After Jiang Fei read them a few times and confirmed that there were no problems, he signed Ralph's name and pressed his official seal. In the afternoon, Anita came to work. This girl looked radiant today. It was obvious that she had been nourished.
Anita, help me send these 2 documents out later. The first one will be sent to Bollock, and the second one will be sent to each bank separately.
Jiang Fei said to Anita.
Okay, Master Ralph.
Anita carried the documents and turned to leave. Chapter 2920, Chapter 2908 Works of Art. In the afternoon, all 21 documents were sent out by Anita. Bollock and the bankers all received Jiang Fei's authorization documents. The bank was allowed to use up to 30 times the amount of leverage. Bollock was granted exclusive authorization to be the guarantor of the bank's investment. After these documents were sent out, the bankers immediately sat down with Bollock at the negotiating table, because they could not wait to start this super profitable business. The negotiations between the bankers and Bollock went very smoothly, because Jiang Fei had already calculated their respective profits. They only signed a contract together. In just a few hours, all the agreements were signed and completed. However, what the bankers and Bollock did not expect was that even though they had signed the agreement, they did not start to make money like Jiang Fei described. Even though the 20 banks had put up banners at the door the next day, they publicized their loan policies. However, the problem was that the common people did not have many projects to invest in. Their current needs were very simple. They only needed to eat and wear well. Jiang Fei's policy of providing food for work was enough for them to do so. Therefore, the common people did not have much interest in loans, because they did not need so much money to spend. After a few days, these happy bankers could not sit still anymore. They did not earn the portion of money that Jiang Fei promised. Therefore, they were all dissatisfied. However, the problem was that Jiang Fei's status was special. Therefore, they did not dare to come and question him. At that moment, a new art company was quietly established. At the beginning, the company was very low-key. They quietly acquired the existing moon spirit crystals on the market. Then, they processed them into exquisite art pieces and sold them. The art pieces that were processed from the moon spirit crystals were very exquisite. The design and style were incomparable to the local crafts in the Gamma space. However, the price was not very expensive. It was just that the basic price of the moon crystals had slightly increased. Once this kind of artwork appeared, it was immediately sought after by the wealthy. After all, the moon crystals themselves had a unique status. Although it was no longer an ordinary equivalent item, and had lost its status as a hard currency in the hearts of the people in the Gamma space, this thing was still valuable. This was an inherent concept that had been formed over thousands of years. It was definitely not something that could be changed by a single decree. It had a certain value in itself. Moreover, the design was novel and exquisite. Such artworks were naturally highly sought after by the rich. Therefore, when these moon crystal artworks appeared, they were quickly sold out by the rich. Because of Jiang Fei's policy of providing food for work, everyone had a stable income. When the poor had money, they had to consume food and other necessities. Occasionally, they would even consume some light and luxurious items that they had never had the chance to touch before. As a result, the income of the merchants who opened their shops naturally increased. Although the amount of money that each poor person could spend was limited, the number of poor people was more than 10 times that of the rich. Therefore, the rich people's wealth accumulation speed was faster. When the rich had money in their hands, they would also take into account the preservation of their wealth in addition to their investments. Arts and crafts that were based on moon crystals were naturally the best choice. First of all, although the moon crystals had lost its status as a hard currency, however, its value preservation function was still recognized by the public. Up until now, although the authorities had declared that the moon spirit crystal was worthless, in reality,
The price of each moon spirit crystal was still above 900 new currencies. Because the new currency and the old currency were 1-to-1. Although the moon spirit crystal had slightly depreciated in value, the loss was not more than 10%. Its value preservation function was still obvious. Even with the direct intervention of the authorities, it was unable to make the price collapse. Because the people still recognized the moon spirit crystal. Its value-preserving significance was very obvious. And the art itself had room for appreciation. So this kind of thing naturally became the first choice to preserve the value of assets. As the moon spirit crystal art gradually became recognized by the wealthy, the art company naturally began to raise the price. But even if the price rose, the art that they produced in each batch was still snapped up in an instant. Subsequently, the art company began to offer a pre-order service. Customers had to pay the full price before they could book the next batch, or even the next batch of art. The wealthy directly approved of the act of paying first, and waiting for a week or even a few weeks before they could get their hands on the art. They even felt that they were taking advantage of the situation. After all, the price of this kind of art was increasing every day. If they did not book it, they would have to spend half of the price to buy it after a few weeks. Although everyone had begun to pay attention to this art company that had suddenly appeared and was crazily making money, no one thought too much about it. Everyone's main focus was on buying the moon spirit crystal artwork. Even the Archon had asked his secretary to book a batch of moon spirit crystal artwork for him.
How is it? Is everything going well with the company?
Jiang Fei asked Lina after returning home that day. It was obvious that he was the one behind this art company. Even the design of the artworks came directly from him.
Everything is going well. We have already placed the order 2 months later,
said Lina.
That's good.
Jiang Fei nodded.
However, there is a problem. We have encountered a problem with the acquisition of the moon spirit crystal. Now, there are already competitors,
said Lina.
It does not matter. Just increase the price. Then, make an announcement that the price of the new order will increase as the raw materials increase,
said Jiang Fei nonchalantly.
Are you that short of money?
Lina asked.
I'm not short of money at the moment, but I will need it eventually, and it won't be for long.
Jiang Fei gave Lina an enigmatic smile.
As expected, his ambition is not limited to this.
Lina nodded secretly. In her heart, Jiang Fei had already begun to prepare for a rebellion. A rebellion was not an easy task. This was a business that burned money, although the profits were very tempting. Before it succeeded, the cost was also shocking. After all, there was not enough money. You did not have enough weapons. And you did not have enough food. The quick failure of the previous rebellion of the magistrate was partly due to the lack of logistics. Although he had a strong clone army, he lacked heavy weapons, and he did not have enough food. Therefore, in the end, the fighting strength of the clone army was greatly reduced. However, this was not the fault of the magistrate and Lina. They did not expect that their plan of rebellion had already been seen through by the magistrate. The other party had made a move ahead of time, causing them to not have enough time to prepare for the battle. They made a few fatal mistakes and ended up with a crushing defeat. Chapter 2921, Chapter 2909, Retrieving Memories. In Lina's eyes, Jiang Fei was already preparing for a rebellion. The reason he was raking in money now was so that he would have a sufficient material foundation when he rebelled in the future. However, was that Jiang Fei's goal? Of course, that was impossible. He did not even want to be the emperor of the Universe Empire. Would he be interested in the position of a small Gamma Space Archon? Naturally, Jiang Fei had his own reasons for doing so. However, he did not plan to tell Lina about it at the moment because Jiang Fei knew that Lina was eager for revenge. If she found out about his purpose, if this little girl detonated the bomb early, it would be troublesome. After all, Jiang Fei still had a lot of preparatory work to do. First of all, he had not convinced Natasha. After knowing the girl's true identity, Jiang Fei was determined to help her find her lost memories. He had to bring her back to the three-dimensional world. Therefore, before all the work was done, Jiang Fei naturally could not blow up his final plan. He still needed time to prepare. Moreover, Jiang Fei's purpose in coming to the Gamma space was not purely to destroy it. Although he could make the world chaotic and stabilize the three-dimensional world for a period of time, it was not a long-term solution. Even if the Gamma space was in chaos for 100 years, they would eventually regain stability. When that time came, they would once again pick up the relevant technology related to the Life Extension Center and even restart the development team's game. At that time, Jiang Fei would still not be able to live in peace in the three-dimensional world. Therefore, killing the snow beasts was the only way to get it done once and for all.
As for the future of the Gamma space, that was not something Jiang Fei had to worry about. As for the people of the Gamma space, they would give up their technology and return to the primitive era. It was up to them to decide whether to sacrifice their population and gradually die out while enjoying the fruits of their technological progress. Jiang Fei was not a saint. He could not care less about the lives of these people who did not want to do it. Therefore, his purpose for this trip had become to kill the snow beast and solve the hidden dangers of the three-dimensional space. However, Jiang Fei had yet to determine the location of the snow beast. He had already explored the underground of the Life Extension Center that was previously the focus of suspicion. However, he had not found anything suspicious at all. This made Jiang Fei very anxious. If he did not locate the snow beast and rashly triggered the final plan, it would be even more difficult for Jiang Fei to find the snow beast in the chaos. After dinner, Jiang Fei told Lina some more knowledge about guerrilla warfare. Then, he went upstairs to wash up and sleep. He lay on his bed, while Jiang Fei considered another plan of action.
Where is the snow beast hiding? Is it really not underground in the Life Extension Center or the Life Building? There were many small buildings and houses within a kilometer radius. Could it be that it was hidden in these places?
If that's the case, it would be too difficult to find it.
Jiang Fei frowned as he calculated.
If it really can't be done, then I will have to use the most primitive and direct method.
Jiang Fei took a deep breath. The consul was very secretive about the snow beast. If he were to forcefully interrogate him, the consul would definitely suspect Jiang Fei's identity. If the consul was a person with integrity, Jiang Fei would lose the chance to obtain the snow beast's location if he committed suicide or refused to confess. Although Jiang Fei knew that there were a few elders who knew the snow beast's location besides the consul, the identities of these elders were kept secret. Once the consul died, unless Jiang Fei became the new consul, these guys would not show themselves.
I'll wait for a while more. If I still can't find any traces of the snow beasts, I'll have to follow Lina's wishes.
Jiang Fei finally made up his mind. He had to be busy with Natasha's matters for the time being. Once Natasha's matter was settled, and he still did not have any traces of the snow beasts,
he could only force a coup d'etat and overthrow the consul's rule. When that time came, once Jiang Fei became the new Archon and stabilized his identity, the hidden elders would naturally appear and tell him the secret about the snow beast. After all, the Archon's main task was to take care of the snow beast, because the snow beast represented the future of the Gamma dimension. After making this decision, Jiang Fei's attention was focused on how to help Natasha recover her memory. If he wanted to help Natasha recover her memory, he first had to know how her memory was erased. The device to erase the soul's memory must be in the Life Extension Center.
It seems that I have to go to the scene tomorrow to take a look. Maybe I can find this device in the warehouse. If I can understand how it works, it will be easy to find Natasha's memory.
After making up his mind, Jiang Fei closed his eyes and went to sleep. When he woke up the next day, as usual, he finished the breakfast that Lina had prepared at home. Then, Jiang Fei was ready to go to work.
Keep an eye on the company. If it's time to raise the price, raise the price. Don't worry about scaring the customers away. They are eager for us to raise the price now,
Jiang Fei said to Lina before he left. At this time, in the second-hand market outside, the prices of the moon crystal's art had already increased by more than 50%. Therefore, even if the original order price of Lina's factory was doubled, they did not have to worry about the issue of the order. In Jiang Fei's hometown, there was a saying,
"The common people are born to be strange. The more expensive they are, the more they will buy. The cheaper they are, the more they will sell."
The meaning of this saying was that the common people rarely took the initiative to think about the reason why the price of an item had increased or decreased. They would follow the trend and buy things when they saw the price increase. They thought that the price of the item would continue to increase. The later they bought it, the more they would suffer. When they saw the item's price go down, they would sell it even if they lost money. They were afraid that it would end up in their hands. That was why they were being cut up by the big bosses who controlled their capital. This kind of thing was the same in the Gamma space. Ordinary people would also follow the trend. That was why the moon spirit crystal art was at its peak. No one would think about how much it was worth. In any case, everyone thought that this item could continue to go up in price. Therefore, they would buy it regardless of anything. As the price continued to rise, in just a few days, the purpose of the wealthy people buying the moon spirit crystal art was no longer to preserve its value. This had clearly become a very efficient investment method. Moreover, because Lina's art company had deliberately limited the production capacity, this caused the price of this thing to be even higher than the market. This hungry marketing method also had a top-notch expert in Jiang Fei's hometown. The boss had perfected this method. Compared to the method of selling the product online in 1 second at a low price and bringing in scalpers to increase the price and sell it again, Jiang Fei's skill was at the level of a kindergarten. Although Jiang Fei's method was not high level, he was not doing it to make money. Therefore, he was already very satisfied with the current situation. Chapter 29:22, Chapter 29:10. Trying your luck. After leaving home, Jiang Fei went to work as usual. In the city hall, he did his job step by step. When everything was almost done, Jiang Fei called Anita in.
Boss, are you looking for me?
Ever since she had used Jiang Fei to hook up with a rich husband, Anita had become much more intimate with Jiang Fei. Even her address had changed from Sir Ralph to Boss.
Inform the engineering department. I will go to the construction site of the Life Extension Center in the afternoon,
Jiang Fei said without looking up. He was still processing a document in his hand.
Okay,
Anita nodded and asked.
Boss, do you have anything else? No, I'm fine. Go on with your work.
Jiang Fei continued to deal with the matters at hand with his head lowered.
Yes, sir,
said Anita as she left Jiang Fei's office. After lunch, Jiang Fei bumped into Anita on the first floor of the city hall. The handsome blonde man had just dropped her off. It seemed like the two of them had gone to lunch together.
Boss,
said Anita. The handsome blonde man beside her nodded at Jiang Fei.
Have you contacted the engineering department?
Jiang Fei asked.
I have contacted them. When are we leaving in the afternoon?
Anita asked.
I will give you an hour's leave. We will leave when you return,
Jiang Fei said with a smile. Seeing that Anita had fallen in love, he was willing to do something that would make her happy.
Thank you, boss.
Anita immediately smiled.
Go.
Jiang Fei waved his hand and went upstairs alone. After returning to his office, Jiang Fei rested for a while and began to plan his next step. Regarding the memory wipe, he needed to go to the warehouse to see if he could find any information or equipment. However, Jiang Fei did not have much hope in that, as the Life Extension Center had been severely damaged. The equipment must have been destroyed, even though Jiang Fei could see the equipment after it was cleared and piled up in the warehouse. He might not be able to find anything. As for the instructions and related information regarding the equipment, it was unlikely that the equipment would be cleared out from the ruins. If it was paper-based information, it would have been destroyed during the destruction. If it was something like a storage disk, it was too small. The chances of finding it from the ruins were not very high. To put it bluntly, Jiang Fei was here today to try his luck. If he could find it, that would be for the best. If he could not find it, it did not matter. After all, the ruins of the Life Extension Center had already been cleared out. Now, it was already in the construction stage. Because of the policy of providing food for work, there was an abundance of manpower. It would not be long before the construction of the lowest level of the building was completed. By then, the large-scale equipment would have to move in. Otherwise, once the construction was completed, the large-scale equipment would not be able to enter. The large-scale equipment would definitely include the memory erasing device. After the equipment was installed, there would definitely be professionals to debug it. At that time, Jiang Fei's opportunity would come. These people who were in charge of debugging would either bring the information over, and Jiang Fei could find an opportunity to steal the information. Otherwise, these people would have to understand the equipment, and Jiang Fei could play the kidnapping game again. Anyway, he had plenty of ways to know everything he wanted to know. As for now, if Jiang Fei could get lucky, that would be for the best. If he could not, it did not matter. He just had to wait patiently for a week or so, and the information would come to him. Therefore, Jiang Fei's main concern now was his final plan. Now, Jiang Fei's final plan was proceeding according to schedule. The bank had already signed an agreement with Bollock. However, the effect had not been shown yet. The common people had no place to spend too much money. Therefore, they naturally did not need a loan. However, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry because the bank's business would be booming soon. An hour later, Anita returned to Jiang Fei's office on time.
Master!
Anita looked at Jiang Fei in embarrassment. At that moment, her face was a little red.
Hee hee. You young people have really good stamina.
Jiang Fei smiled.
Swoosh.
Anita's face instantly turned red, like a big red cloth. It went all the way to her ears.
All right. Go and call the engineering department over.
Jiang Fei did not continue to tease Anita. Instead, he gave her a way out and let her out.
Bastard. Watch how I deal with you when I get back. After coming out of Jiang Fei's office, Anita leaned against the office door and calmed down for a long time. At the same time, she was secretly blaming her boyfriend. If he did not insist that it was more exciting, she would not have been teased by her boss. She gently patted her face and gradually returned to normal. Then, she walked to the engineering department and called the engineering department official who was responsible for accompanying Jiang Fei to Jiang Fei's office. "Sir, are we leaving now?" the engineering department official asked. "Yes." Jiang Fei put down the document in his hand. Then, he stood up and said, "Let's go!" As the city hall was not very far from the Life Extension Center, Jiang Fei and the others did not drive. They just walked over on foot. After arriving at the construction site, Jiang Fei, accompanied by the engineering department official and the person in charge of the construction site, conducted an inspection of the entire construction site. Then, Jiang Fei looked at the workers' sheds and the simple canteen. Finally, he led everyone to the temporary warehouse. "Let's go in and take a look," Jiang Fei said. This was the ultimate purpose of his trip. The site manager was a little troubled. Today, he had suddenly received a notice that the higher-ups wanted to come and inspect. As the time was relatively short, they could only hurriedly organize it. A large amount of inappropriate items were piled into the temporary warehouse. Initially, he thought that the higher-ups would just look around and leave. However, he did not expect Jiang Fei to actually ask to see the warehouse. "It's over. What should we do?" The person in charge of the construction site was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Having no other choice, he could only look at the officials of the engineering department with a pleading look. However, at this moment, what could the engineering department official say? Could it be that he had stepped forward to organize Jiang Fei? Then, did he still want to be an official? "Why? Is there a problem?" Jiang Fei frowned. "No. No problem." The engineering department official was sweating profusely after being urged by Jiang Fei. However, he did not have the time to ask his superior for instructions. At this moment, he could only make his own decision. Chapter 29:23, Chapter 29:11 Bribery. "Quick! Open the warehouse quickly!" The minor official of the engineering department glared at the person in charge of the construction site. Oh! At this point, the person in charge of the construction site had no choice but to open the door. Soon, the door of the warehouse was opened, and in front of him was a mess of broken things. These things included scaffolding, garbage cans, and some things that emitted a foul smell. It was unknown what they were. These junk were piled up messily. It was annoying to look at them. "What are these things?" Jiang Fei frowned. "The workers' bedding," the site manager said. "Even a garbage dump is cleaner than this." "Right. What is going on?" Jiang Fei asked. Because the higher-ups did not give us the relevant funds. These bedding were brought by the workers themselves. As you know, during the financial crisis a while ago, it was good that these poor people did not die. They sold everything in their homes. The only things that could not be sold were these things, the site manager said through gritted teeth. "No funds? How is that possible? I personally approved it. Anita, did you not send it to the finance department?" Jiang Fei turned around and asked. "Boss, I sent it. The funds from the finance department have also been allocated," Anita replied. "What's going on?" Jiang Fei looked at the small official from the engineering department. The small official from the engineering department was speechless at this moment. His entire body was trembling. "Say it. Don't make me waste my time," Jiang Fei said coldly. Sir, please spare my life." The low-ranking official kneeled in front of Jiang Fei. "Say it." Jiang Fei glared at him. Yes. The low-ranking official's defense line had already collapsed. Therefore, when Jiang Fei asked, he immediately told him everything that he knew. In fact, Jiang Fei had already guessed most of what the little official said. It was nothing more than corruption. This kind of thing was not news in the three-dimensional world. On the contrary, there was an absolutely clean government. That was news. It was similar to the problem of corruption in the three-dimensional world. Once this kind of thing was made known, it was not an isolated case. It was impossible for an official to be corrupt because he did not dare to. After all, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. It was almost impossible for corruption to last for long. Only by being corrupt from top to bottom could an alliance of offense and defense be established. If no one was clean, then they would naturally wipe each other's butts. No one was worried that someone would report it.
In a bureaucratic system, if everyone was an honest official, then even if someone wanted to be corrupt, he would not dare. On the contrary, in a bureaucratic system where everyone was a corrupt official, even an honest official could not survive. After all, we are all corrupt. If you are not corrupt, what do you mean? Are you trying to report us for meritorious service? If we don't take care of you, how are we going to survive? Therefore, in a corrupt bureaucratic system, the final outcome of an upright official was either he was corrupted and colluded with other corrupt officials, or he was bullied to death by other corrupt colleagues. The bureaucrats in the engineering department were no exception. These people were rotten from top to bottom. The amount of money that Jiang Fei had approved had been exploited by them layer by layer. It would be good if only 1/3 of the money was left at the construction site. Humph! Jiang Fei snorted coldly. Then, he said to the small official kneeling on the ground. Because the construction of the Life Extension Center cannot be delayed. I'm giving you all a chance. Remember, this is your only chance. Go back and make it clear to those bastards. If you give me any more trouble, don't blame me for not being polite. Thank you. Sir! Thank you. Sir! The officer kneeling on the ground thanked him profusely. I will not pursue the matter of how much you took before. But remember, the Life Extension Center is not an ordinary project. If there is a quality problem because of your corruption, I promise that you will beg me to hang you. Because that will be the true freedom of happiness for you. Jiang Fei said with a gloomy face. Sir, we know that we were wrong. We do not dare to be corrupt anymore. We do not dare to be corrupt anymore. The official kneeled on the ground and kowtowed like a chicken running over broken rice. Get up. Jiang Fei nodded. Thank you. Sir. Thank you. Sir. When the official stood up from the ground, the clothes on his back were already soaked through. Actually, Jiang Fei did not care about the lives of these officials at all. However, since things had already happened, he had to deal with it. Moreover, as he had said, he did not want to waste any more time. Therefore, the construction of the Life Extension Center could not be stopped. He did not have the time to change the officials of the engineering department. Let's go in and take a look, said Jiang Fei as he walked in, as there was a problem as soon as he entered the door. It was only natural for Jiang Fei to go in and take a closer look. Soon, Jiang Fei walked around the entire warehouse. As he had expected, the equipment that had been cleared out of the Life Extension Center was all here. However, the equipment was severely deformed. Some of them had even been damaged. Moreover, these equipment were very valuable. Therefore, after being damaged, they were obviously useless. Other than these things, is there anything else that has been excavated? Jiang Fei asked because he had not found any information about these equipment. Sir, everything is here, said the person in charge of the construction site. Yes, let's go. Jiang Fei nodded and left the warehouse with the group. Remember, I will only say this once. The Life Extension Center is not an ordinary place. It's one thing for you to be corrupt in other places, but this is definitely not the place. If the quality of the project here is affected because of you, believe me, I will make you regret coming to this world, Jiang Fei said. He then brought Anita back to the city hall. My lord, do I need to report what happened today to the magistrate? Anita asked on the way back. Forget it. It's not easy for these small officials. I've already warned them. If they repent, give them a chance, Jiang Fei said. Okay. Anita nodded. Her attitude towards Jiang Fei had also changed. Previously, Anita was a member of the council. She would always return Jiang Fei's every move. This was not something that could be discussed. However, ever since she started calling Jiang Fei her boss, Anita had become less loyal to the council. Jiang Fei's continuous care of her had shown results. Anita's attitude had started to shift towards Jiang Fei. For example, she had started to ask Jiang Fei if she wanted to report what had happened today. Apparently, Anita no longer saw the council as her boss. Instead, she saw Jiang Fei as her boss. After returning to the city hall, Jiang Fei saw that he had nothing to do today. So he left work early for Anita. The way he took care of Anita was not only because he wanted to help Anita, but also because he wanted to give her more time to fall in love. There was no lack of bribing involved. Chapter 29-24, Chapter 29. After a day's work, Jiang Fei returned home as usual. For the next few days, Jiang Fei worked according to schedule. He was waiting for the infrastructure of the Life Extension Center to be completed. Once the infrastructure was completed, the equipment would move in. When that time came, Jiang Fei could start to get what he wanted. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. At noon on the third day, Jiang Fei finished his administrative work and called Anita in.
Boss, are you looking for me?
Anita asked after she came in.
How's the progress of the Life Extension Center project?
Jiang Fei asked.
I'm sorry, boss. I haven't paid attention to it recently. It'll help you check it now,
Anita said.
No need. Call that guy from the engineering department over here,
said Jiang Fei.
Okay.
Anita nodded and turned around to leave. Not long after, Anita brought the small official back to Jiang Fei.
Sir, you're looking for me.
When the small official saw Jiang Fei, he could not help but start to tremble. He regretted not resigning immediately after he went back.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded and asked.
How far is the progress of the Life Extension Center project? Master, the progress of the project is still okay,
the officer stammered.
Nonsense! What do you mean still okay? I'm asking you. How far are you?
Jiang Fei slammed the table and said.
This.
The officer immediately broke out in cold sweat. His legs were trembling even more violently.
If I tell you to say it, just say it. Do you not know what I used to do?
Jiang Fei asked coldly.
Yes. Yes. Sir, I will say it.
The officer was terrified.
Jiang
Fei did not say anything. However, his eyes were fixed on the officer. He felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles.
Sir, the progress of the project has been suspended,
the officer said nervously.
What? Say that again.
Jiang Fei's eyebrows immediately stood up.
Sir, the progress of the project has been suspended.
Jiang Fei's anger made the officer even more afraid.
Why?
Jiang Fei asked sternly.
There's no money.
The officer did not even dare to look at Jiang Fei.
What about the budget?
Jiang Fei asked.
After many layers of exploitation, the budget was not enough to begin with. Everyone has been living beyond their means. However, after you lost your temper last time, the next batch of funds has not been allocated. This has caused the project to be unable to proceed,
the official said.
Did I not warn you last time?
Jiang Fei asked coldly.
Sir, I have already returned all the embezzled funds. However, I have little power. There are not many that can reach my hands. Although I have relayed your words to the others, I really can't control what they do.
The official was on the verge of tears.
All right. I understand.
Jiang Fei nodded. These corrupt officials would not shed tears until they saw the coffin. Until the last step. They would not be willing to spit out the fat meat that was in their mouths.
My lord. Then I.
The official looked at Jiang Fei with fear.
You can hand in a resignation letter,
Jiang Fei said.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord.
The official almost knelt down to Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei had asked him to resign, it was already the best choice for him. Although he had lost his job, he had at least saved his head.
All right. You can leave now. Once you have written your resignation letter, give it to Anita. I will personally approve it,
Jiang Fei said to the official.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord.
The official thanked Jiang Fei profusely before he turned around and left. He was in a hurry to write his resignation letter, as he did not know when the storm would arrive. It was naturally best for him to leave as soon as possible.
Boss, about the engineering department.
After the official left, Anita looked at Jiang Fei.
Sigh.
The engineering department was filled with lucrative jobs. The officials inside dared to be so brazenly corrupt. Moreover, after I warned them, they did not know how to restrain themselves. That meant that they had someone backing them up and were able to withstand my pressure. This person most likely had something to do with the Archon. Therefore, I have to go and talk to the Archon.
Jiang Fei said.
Yes, boss. I also suggest that you do the same. Do not recklessly punish them just because you are happy. Many of these people have connections with the Archon.
Anita had been with the Archon for many years. Therefore, she knew more about the bureaucracy than Jiang Fei.
I know. Go and talk to the magistrate this afternoon. You can leave work early after you are done with your own matters.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Thank you, boss,
Anita said happily. She was only a subordinate. She did not want to get involved in the struggles between the bureaucrats. Therefore, she left work early to go on a date with her boyfriend. This was more attractive to her than the bureaucratic intrigue. After a simple lunch, Jiang Fei drove straight to the magistrate's mansion. Ever since Jiang Fei was in charge of the administration, the magistrate rarely went to the city hall. He usually stayed at home to strategize.
Master Ralph, are you looking for the magistrate?
Jiang Fei met one of his administrative secretaries in the magistrate's mansion.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded.
That's unfortunate. The consul has gone to the country house to play golf.
The administrative secretary said to Jiang Fei with a smile.
All right. Thank you. I'll go over there to look for him.
Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that the consul had a hobby of playing golf. After leaving the consul's mansion, Jiang Fei did not delay any further. He drove straight to the outskirts. After about an hour, he arrived at the consul's country house.
Is the magistrate around?
Jiang Fei asked from the gatehouse.
Yes. The magistrate is playing ball at the back.
One of the servants replied.
Go and inform him that I want to see him.
Jiang Fei said.
Please wait a moment. Sir Ralph.
The servant turned around and went in.
After a moment, the servant ran back and said to Jiang Fei.
Sir Ralph, the magistrate would like to see you. Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded and followed the servant to the back of the court. Soon, Jiang Fei saw the magistrate on the court.
Sir!
Jiang Fei went forward and greeted him.
Come! Play 2 rounds with me,
the magistrate said.
Okay.
Jiang Fei did not refuse. He had only tried golf a few times before. However, with his control of strength, accurate perception and calculation ability, this kind of sport was nothing to him. It was not a big deal at all.
Pa! Pa! Pa!
After a few small shots, Jiang Fei began to exert his strength. He no longer showed mercy to the consul because he wanted to end the entertainment segment as soon as possible. After all, he was here to talk business with the consul. Chapter 29:25, Chapter 29:13, Killing the Chicken to Warn the Monkeys. With Jiang Fei's strength, the gap between the two sides was revealed. After 2 consecutive birdie balls, the Archon looked at Jiang Fei with a different gaze.
Yo! Have you played before?
The Archon asked.
Occasionally.
Jiang Fei smiled. He was telling the truth. Although he had come into contact with this type of sport in the past, he did not have the time to entertain himself in this aspect. However, at his level, his grasp of strength was extremely precise. Therefore, controlling the strength and direction to achieve the desired effect was as easy as flipping one's palm over the other.
Hee. Your skills are not bad. It seems that I have to be more serious.
The magistrate laughed. Jiang Fei was stunned. He initially thought that if he played a little better and beat the magistrate by a few strokes, he would feel bored. However, he did not expect the other party to not feel bored. Instead, he had aroused his fighting spirit.
Sigh. It seems that I can only give you a little more strength.
After a few more strokes, Jiang Fei saw that the Archon still had no intention of ending. Therefore, he could only resort to strong medicine.
Pa! Pa!
In front of the 4-hole hole, Jiang Fei entered the hole with 2 strokes and directly hit a winning shot.
Awesome!
The Archon raised his big finger. However, at this time, he was still in high spirits. He had no intention of withdrawing his strokes.
Pa 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 pa!
On Jiang Fei's side, the battle was getting more and more intense. A few eagles and little birds were in a row. He even hit a double eagle in front of a 5-hole hole.
I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore.
The Archon threw the club. Although it was exciting to compete with people who were slightly stronger than him, it was a completely different feeling to just be abused. Although the consul's skills were not bad, and his performance today was not bad. After 18 holes, his total score was less than 9 strokes. However, in front of a little bird like Jiang Fei, who was a regular eagle, occasionally, there would be a double eagle in front of him. There was no point in continuing to play.
Kid, did you cheat?
The consul asked in disbelief.
My lord, everything from the field to the cue ball boy is yours,
Jiang Fei said with a shrug. The magistrate was stunned by Jiang Fei's words. Let alone the cue ball boy. Even the ball was his. If he wanted to cheat, he would have to do it. He had lost so badly just now. That was why he said that.
Let's go and have a drink.
The magistrate was too embarrassed to admit his mistake. So he changed the topic and grabbed Jiang Fei's shoulder, as if he was walking into a rest room far away. Although Jiang Fei knew that the consul was trying to hide his embarrassment, he could not expose it in front of Jiang Fei.
Tell me, why are you here?
The consul and Jiang Fei sat down and had a drink before asking.
Sir, how did you know that I was looking for you? Can't I just come here to get in touch with you?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile. His topic today was not normal, so he did not speak directly.
Don't mess with me like that. If you really want to get in touch with me, will you embarrass me?
The consul rolled his eyes. Jiang Fei's intention today was too obvious. He wanted to end the game earlier. That was why he did not show any mercy to the consul, so that he would lose interest in the game in advance.
Hee hee. You've already seen through all of this.
Jiang Fei laughed.
All right. Stop talking nonsense.
Go ahead, the consul said angrily.
It's like this. Sir, how many trusted aides do you have in the engineering department?
Jiang Fei paused for a moment, and then said straightforwardly.
Why do you say that?
The consul was stunned.
They are a little too much. Corruption from the top to the bottom. This has a very bad effect. I want to clean it up. If you have any trusted aides there, please make sure to transfer them out of the position within 2 days.
Jiang Fei said.
So serious?
The magistrate was stunned. He did not expect Jiang Fei to be so ruthless. He had actually made such a big move right from the start.
Yes. The impact is very bad. We cannot tolerate it.
Jiang Fei said firmly.
Is there no room for compromise?
The magistrate asked.
If you insist, of course, I will obey your orders. However, this impact will be very bad.
Jiang Fei said.
All right. Tomorrow, I will tell the 2 idiots at home to get lost. You can do the rest as you see fit. If you need to be suspended, suspend. If you need to be arrested, arrest them.
The magistrate said after thinking for a moment. He still had to rely on Jiang Fei to restore the economy of the Gamma Dimension. Therefore, he had to give him some face.
Thank you. Sir!
Jiang Fei stood up and bowed to the consul.
I say, do you have any hobbies other than that girl? Like money?
The consul suddenly asked.
Yes. I quite like money, but I do not care about corruption. Although this way of earning money is quick, it is also risky. I have asked Lena to open a company to produce works of art with the Moon Spirit Crystal. I'm sure you have heard about it. The profits are very good,
said Jiang Fei, since it was easy to find out. There was no need for him to hide it.
Is the profit very high? Just the cost alone is not low. Right.
The magistrate asked curiously.
The recent increase in Moon Spirit Crystals is quite exaggerated. But do you think that I would not stock up on Moon Spirit Crystals before I open this company?
I used to stock up on Moon Spirit Crystals at the original price. Now that I've sold them at the increased price, coupled with the manual fees, the profit is already very considerable. Moreover, my manual fees are calculated in percentage terms based on the price of the Moon Spirit Crystals. Therefore, the more expensive the Moon Spirit Crystals are, the more I earn, said Jiang Fei with a smile. I have to admit that you are really economical.
The magistrate laughed loudly. He did not realize that Jiang Fei was secretly planning something. After chatting with the magistrate for a while, Jiang Fei stood up and left. He left the magistrate's country house and did not return to the city hall. As it was already late, he went straight home.
You're back pretty early today,
Lena said with some surprise.
I'm going to make a big move tomorrow and the day after. Do you have any enemies in the engineering department?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile.
No. Why?
Lena shook her head. She had very little contact with the people in the engineering department. Naturally, she would not have any enemies.
All right then. I'll just pick the unlucky ones.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Did the people from the engineering department get in your way?
Lena asked.
Yes. Corruption is serious. I need to make an example out of them.
Jiang Fei said.
Looks like he really wants to take over the Gamma space.
Lena thought to herself. If Jiang Fei had no intention to replace the Archon, he would not have to care so much about corruption. After all, those people did not take his money. When he intended to replace the Archon, the entire Gamma Dimension would become his property. In that case, the corrupt officials would be blackmailing him. How could he not be anxious?